May 23rd, 2010. In the hallowed halls of Barcelona Football Club, a sanctuary revered by countless fans. Within the confines of the head coach's office, the weary yet resolute Pep Guardiola leaned back in a chair, his gaze fixed intently upon the roster of players sprawled across his desk. Despite triumphantly securing the La Liga title the previous season, the disheartening performance in the Champions League left this prodigious young coach enveloped in a veil of melancholy. Perhaps to perpetuate Barcelona's supremacy in the Champions League, it was time for some alterations. Henry, I regret to inform you that you're not included in the plans for the upcoming season. The club may need to consider your sale. I am truly sorry. Zlatan, you are an extraordinarily talented forward, yet your playing style does not align with our tactical philosophy. Ray, I may not be able to guarantee you playing time in the new season. Marquez, one by one. The somber figures departed from the office, each exit a silent proclamation that their paths with this illustrious club were nearing an end. Seated at his desk, Guardiola pressed his lips together, his brow furrowed, a visage of sorrow and regret etched across his face. It was particularly disheartening to see Marquez, a stalwart who had served the club loyally for 7 years and contributed to 6 championships, also listed among those to be let go. Yet, what alternative existed? As the captain of this formidable vessel, he was compelled to purge the aging and incompatible components from the team, injecting fresh vigor to continue navigating the turbulent seas of competitive football. Exhaling slowly, Guardiola gathered his thoughts, redirecting his attention to the final name on the list of departures. A player from a great Eastern nation, whose name was somewhat difficult to pronounce, stood out amidst the flourishing European football landscape. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Upon receiving permission, a young player donned in the Barcelona kit, bearing the features of an East Asian athlete, stepped into Guardiola's office. I heard from Mr. Villanova that you wanted to see me. I just finished training and, feeling rather sweaty, took a moment to freshen up. I apologize for keeping you waiting. The young player, freshly groomed yet tousled hair still betraying his recent exertion, sat before the desk, his handsome visage undiminished. If one were to select the most strikingly attractive player within Barcelona, he would undoubtedly claim the title. Guardiola regarded the polite young man before him, offering a gentle smile as he gestured for him to take a seat. Sue, I believe you are aware of the purpose of our meeting today, so I shall dispense with further pleasantries. As Guardiola spoke, he lightly tapped the transfer list on the desk with his fingers. You're not in my plans for the upcoming season. The team requires reinforcements, and in order to create space for the first team, I intend to transfer you. You are an astute young lad, and you should recognize that the heading prowess you take pride in at La Masia is not what the team requires. The forward line at Barcelona is replete with talent, and even if a more intricate tactical system is needed, Zlatan's capabilities far surpass yours. This season, I will not follow the precedent set last year by reserving a spot for you in the first team. Transferring to a lower division to gain more playing opportunities is what you ought to pursue at this juncture. This young Eastern player is named Su Yuanqing. Unlike other players from South America, he is a bona fide citizen of the Middle Kingdom. Thanks to familial connections in Barcelona, Su Yuanqing arrived on this soil at the tender age of 8 and quickly fell in love with football. By 12, he successfully passed the selection process and joined a local youth training institution, embarking on the path of professional youth training. At 14, due to his exceptional physical attributes and innate talent, he joined the revered La Masia training camp, a sanctuary for all aspiring young footballers. Upon turning 18, he showcased an unparalleled heading ability within the ranks of La Masia, gradually securing consistent playing time. Coincidentally, when Guardiola took the reins of the first team from Rijkaard, he elevated Su Yuanqing, who had garnered his favor in the youth camp, to the first team. However, in a star-studded first team at Barcelona, opportunities for Su Yuanqing to shine were predictably scarce. Guardiola's intention was to loan him to a Segunda Division team to hone his skills, with the hope that, should his abilities improve, he could be sold for a handsome sum, even if the first team had no need for him. Yet, Su Yuanqing's subsequent choices left Guardiola disheartened. He seemed unable to resist the allure of the first team and stubbornly remained on the bench for an entire year. Throughout the season, apart from a trivial friendly match, Guardiola reluctantly granted him a mere 20 minutes of playing time, with no other opportunities to take the field. After listening to Guardiola's words, a hint of regret crossed Su Yuanqing's face, but he quickly adjusted his mindset, sighed, and expressed to Guardiola, "Very well, coach. I am willing to accept your arrangements." Observing the young man before him, who seemed to have finally grasped the situation, Guardiola smiled and nodded, extending his hands. "This is the right approach. There are indeed several teams in the Segunda Division interested in you. Do not forsake the diligence and hard work you cultivated at La Masia when transitioning to a new team. I look forward to witnessing an even more exceptional Su Yuanqing in the near future. Best of luck." Guardiola rose, shook hands with Su Yuanqing, and offered words of encouragement as customary. Su Yuanqing smiled and nodded, expressing his gratitude once more before departing from Guardiola's office. This was a straightforward end-of-season player clearance at the club, and unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Su Yuanqing was poised to part ways with Barcelona during the summer transfer window. In truth, this season has not been a joyful one for him in the Barcelona first team. No player willingly sits on the bench, watching their teammates revel in the game on the verdant pitch yet. Constrained by the league's point system, one might begrudgingly acquiesce to the demands of the six-time champions. Indeed, Su Yuanqing is not a native of this world. In his previous life, he was a passionate youth who adored football fervently, but due to the burdensome academic pressures in China, he honorably retired at the tender age of 11, subsequently becoming an ardent fan who passionately cheered from the sidelines. Witnessing Messi's coronation at the Qatar World Cup ignited a fervor within Su Yuanqing, prompting him to resolutely travel to Hong Kong to attend a friendly match featuring Inter Miami. However, a somewhat foolish excuse led to a dramatic decline in the reputation of the football king, transforming him into the target of disdain among Chinese football fans. After that match, Su Yuanqing serendipitously found himself transported, over a year ago, into the body of a young Chinese talent undergoing training in Spain. Upon his arrival, he activated the Gamer Emperor system, and after diligently honing his exceptional heading ability, he unexpectedly caught the attention of Guardiola, earning a promotion to the Barcelona first team. As fate would have it, Su Yuanqing realized that in order to elevate his attributes through the Gamer Emperor system, his team needed to participate in more high-quality matches. After spending a season with Barcelona, he discerned that each La Liga match would grant him one attribute point, while cup competitions such as the Copa del Rey and Super Cup yielded 2 points, and the Champions League and Club World Cup provided 4 points. However, if he remained sidelined, the points earned would be halved. Winning relevant tournaments would also yield additional attribute point bonuses. Thus, under the expansive shade of the Barcelona tree, Su Yuanqing found himself reaping substantial rewards. Yet now, he faced expulsion from the Barcelona first team. While he could potentially join certain second-tier teams for consistent playing time, the attribute points from such appearances would likely only amount to 0.5, certainly less favorable than developing comfortably within a team capable of competing in European tournaments. Emerging from the coach's office, Su Yuanqing pondered the prospect of a transfer, meandering forward with a distracted demeanor. Just as he turned a corner, a pair of strong hands clasped his shoulders from the side. A voice, familiar and tinged with arrogance, suddenly echoed, "Su, are you also being swept out of Barcelona?" Without a doubt, the newcomer was none other than Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Chapter 2. What? Did you too confront Messi? Zlatan Ibrahimovic, the legendary Swedish forward, is the only friend Su Yuanqing has in the Barcelona first team. The reason is simple. They share striking similarities as they both embody the archetype of a center forward on the field, with a common agent, Mino Raiola, and a mutual disdain for Messi in the locker room. It should not be misconstrued that Su Yuanqing, like Ibrahimovic, believes Messi is unworthy of being the focal point of Barcelona's attack. Rather, his disdain stems from a principled dislike for Messi's character, even though Messi has not yet exhibited overt disdain for the Chinese. Indeed, Zlatan, Guardiola has just informed me, Su Yuanqing attempted to maintain a calm demeanor. Yet a flicker of uncertainty about the future was perceptibly noted by Ibrahimovic. "Su, it's all right," Ibrahimovic said, adopting a big brother persona as he clapped Su on the shoulder and muttered, "Do you still not comprehend what that damn fellow means? All the players in the front line exist merely to serve Messi. He even told me today that due to my incompatibility with the team, I will not receive consistent playing time next season. Why should I remain here? Am I, Zlatan, inferior to that Lionel Messi? He merely favors the young talents emerging from La Masia, trusting that damned Messi. Otherwise, how could we have been eliminated from the Champions League so early this season?" The thought of the lost Champions League rewards pained Su Yuanqing, and he nodded in agreement. Yes, otherwise, Zlatan, you surely could lead the team to the Champions League title. Ibrahimovic chuckled lightly, a hint of ferocity gleaming in his eyes. Raiola will arrive in Barcelona tomorrow to discuss your transfer. Don't worry, kid. He will certainly find you a team where you can play. If all else fails, you can join me in Serie A. Many relegation-threatened teams still need players like you. Su Yuanqing casually deflected the topic of transfers, choosing to sidestep further discussion with Ibrahimovic for the moment. The matter of transfers is significant. He wished to find a team in one of the top 5 leagues that could participate in the Champions League and offer some playing opportunities. Undoubtedly, this would only be determined when the summer transfer window opens, as he sought suitable teams in need of forward players. Numerous teams in the top 5 leagues could compete in the Champions League, and with Raiola's arrival in Barcelona tomorrow, Su Yuanqing felt no need to further concern himself with this matter, trusting the hefty agent to handle it. Subsequently, Su Yuanqing and Ibrahimovic returned to the training ground, where the team would soon be on break, and the training tasks were light, primarily focused on physical conditioning. Finally, before the players departed the club, the coaching staff would convene a meeting to outline specific plans for key players to follow during the holiday. The young coach Guardiola, in his inaugural year at Barcelona, achieved remarkable success while maintaining a rigorous approach to management. Naturally, not every player could keep pace with his stringent plans. Those who were subject to the team's purges were excluded from such considerations. As Guardiola concluded his directives and exited the locker room with his coaching staff, Piku, standing in the center, let out a derisive laugh and gestured to Messi beside him. It appears that Ibrahimovic and that young lad from China are finally being shown the door. They truly are oblivious to the reality of the situation. Unable to discern who reigns as the true leader of this locker room, one seeks to usurp a core position, while the other, during practice matches, resorts to petty tactics, attempting to showcase himself before Guardiola by withholding passes from you. Pika's disdain was palpable as he spoke, and he relished the thought that both had been ousted from Barre. Messi, upon hearing this, nodded slightly and turned back with a scornful smile, casting an undisguised glance at Ibrahimovic and Su Yuanqing. Observing the youthful visage of the king of football, Su Yuanqing felt a surge of revulsion. It was evident that only in the company of certain individuals could one truly perceive the insidiousness lurking behind their facades. What are you two glaring at? Ibrahimovic, noticing the exchange, furrowed his brow in discontent. What else could it be? Piku replied, spreading his arms with a sneer, just 2 pieces of trash, discarded by the team. You are mistaken, Piku. That young lad from China beside you isn't even fit to be considered trash, retorted the Chinese Messi with a contemptuous laugh, unleashing a torrent of pent-up frustration after learning of Ibrahimovic's impending departure. His words, laced with expletives, hinted at potential international controversy if aired online. Damn it, Messi. It seems you're itching for a fight. Ibrahimovic shot forward, his temper flaring, only for Piku to step protectively in front of Messi, pushing back against the approaching foe without a hint of retreat. Piku was physically formidable, yet his opponent was a black belt in Taekwondo, and it wasn't long before he found himself at a disadvantage. Other players in the locker room quickly rallied to support Piku and Messi. Su Yuanqing, initially reluctant to engage in this locker room brawl due to his less illustrious status compared to Ibrahimovic, reconsidered. The legendary star would undoubtedly emerge unscathed, while he, a mere youth from the youth academy, faced potential jeopardy if this incident were to become public. However, he could tolerate Messi's insults regarding his skills. He acknowledged that he was indeed outmatched, but held on to the belief that one day he would surpass Messi. Yet, insults directed at his homeland were intolerable. Without further hesitation, Su Yuanqing joined the fray, aligning himself with those defending Ibrahimovic, displaying a far more genuine allegiance than those hypocrites around him. In the midst of chaos, fists were thrown towards Messi and Piku, landing with palpable force. This locker room farce only paused when Guardiola returned, alerted by the commotion. His gaze fell upon the scene before him, filled with astonishment, particularly at the sight of Su Yuanqing standing behind Ibrahimovic. What on earth was happening? Hadn't this young man just exuded an air of maturity? What possessed him to strike Messi? As the coaching staff of Barcelona's first team intervened to ascertain the situation, Ibrahimovic stepped aside to place a call to his agent, Raiola. After relaying the events of the locker room to Raiola, even the seasoned agent, who had witnessed countless high-stakes moments, could not contain his outrage. What? You two fought with Messi and Piku? Did you actually go hard on them? Chapter 3. I want to join a team that can compete in the Champions League in utter disbelief. Raiola immediately instructed the two to remain together, awaiting his arrival from Italy to Barcelona. As for the aftermath, he entrusted it entirely to his assistant, ensuring that the situation did not reach the media, which could tarnish the reputations of both Ibrahimovic and Su Yuanqing. That would indeed be a considerable loss. After departing from Barcelona's training facility, Su Yuanqing returned to Ibrahimovic's apartment, anticipating Raiola's arrival. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yuanqing took a moment to review his attributes. Host, Su Yuanqing. Age, 19 years and 75 days. Height, 188 centimeters. Physical abilities, strength 80, 88. Stamina 77, 85. Speed 75, 80. Explosiveness 70, 75. Jumping 85, 86. Agility 72, 78. Power 80, 88. Reaction 77, 85. Balance 72, 77. Technical abilities, shooting 72, 75. Long shot 62, 72. Heading 83, 83. Short pass 65, 77. Long pass 60, 70. Crossing 58, 66. Vision 65, 70. Dribbling 70, 76. Penalty 65, 75. Remaining attribute points, 10. Undoubtedly, Su Yuanqing possessed remarkable physical attributes, precisely what is required of a traditional number 9 striker, which allowed him to shine in La Masia's youth academy. However, despite his skills, the star-studded first team at Barcelona afforded him no opportunity to even make a substitute appearance. This, however, did not imply that Su Yuanqing was lacking. Were he to join any lower-tier team in one of the top 5 leagues, he would undoubtedly secure playing time and could even fulfill a pivotal role in the attack. While stable first-team status in a lower division might be the aspiration of many players, Su Yuanqing, with the backing of a system, could spend a year developing in such a league, yet he would ultimately only enhance his other attributes, rendering himself an average striker. Only on the grand stage of the 5 major leagues can one vie for additional attributes and transcend limitations, thereby standing out amidst the fierce competition of the football world. To join a team capable of participating in European competitions, even if it merely affords sporadic opportunities to play, is essential. Su Yuanqing believes that within merely half a season, he can earn the trust of the head coach and secure his position on the front line. Naturally, this does not pertain to coaches like Guardiola, who possess an inherent tactical framework and heavily rely on players like Messi. With a vision for the future meticulously laid out, Su Yuanqing engaged in casual conversation with Ibrahimovic, awaiting the arrival of his agent, Raiola, to convey his aspirations. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the weary Raiola arrived at Ibrahimovic's rented apartment in Barcelona. Having rushed from the airport, his protective nature did not lead him to excessively reprimand the two for their actions. His assistant had managed the aftermath quite well. The pressing matter at hand was to find a suitable new club for both of them. As long as Raiola could negotiate a favorable transfer fee, Barcelona was willing to mitigate the repercussions of this situation. Despite Ibrahimovic's performances this season not being particularly remarkable, his status as a legendary forward still attracted bids from prestigious clubs. The primary concerns, however, revolved around Su Yuanqing. Su, I have long advised you to depart from Barcelona. No player has ever concluded their journey there successfully. Even Messi's successor, Foyong, is rumored to be leaving the club this season, Raiola remarked. Casually holding a glass of red wine, his demeanor calm and composed. Leaving Barcelona now is indeed the right decision. Rest assured. Both Zlatan and I have witnessed your talent firsthand. It won't be long before you become a player whom Barcelona will come to regret losing. Zlatan Ibrahimovic nodded in agreement, stating, you are still young. The priority is to find a club where you can consistently play, as this is essential for your development. Su Yuanqing, of course, understood this reasoning, but he had his own plans. After a brief moment of hesitation, he raised his gaze, locking eyes with Raiola, and earnestly declared, Mino, I comprehend the wisdom in your words, yet I have my own intentions. I aspire to join a team capable of competing in European tournaments, and ideally, one that participates in the Champions League. As his words hung in the air, both individuals in the room stared in astonishment, unable to fathom why Su Yuanqing would entertain such a notion. Raiola even harbors doubts, as Guardiola suggested, that Su Yuanqing is an immature Chinese player solely focused on becoming a star within prestigious clubs. Shaking his head, Raiola clearly did not wish to diminish the value of the young player he esteemed so highly. Su, what prompted you to make such a choice? I have my own considerations. Mino, Please trust me. As long as the new team's coach requires a pivotal center, I will undoubtedly establish my place in the new team. Su Yuanqing stated with unwavering conviction. Beside him, Ibrahimovic continued to persuade Su Yuanqing, but was halted by Raiola's outstretched hand. Raiola set down his glass of red wine, straightened up, and fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Yuanqing, seemingly attempting to discern the depth of his resolve through his eyes. The outcome, of course, was evident. He beheld a youth with clear and steadfast determination. Exhaling a slight sigh of resignation, Raiola regained his composure and cleared his throat. Very well, Su. I shall grant your request. I will endeavor to help you find a suitable team, but I cannot assure you of consistent playing time at your new club, ultimately. That will depend on your own efforts. Su Yuanqing nodded appreciatively. Yes, Mino, thank you. Chapter 4. The commercial contract. After concluding the discussion regarding the transfer, Raiola engaged in light conversation with the two for a brief moment before departing from Ibrahimovic's apartment, heading to the hotel arranged by his assistant. Ibrahimovic, maintaining his elder brother demeanor, earnestly endeavored to persuade Su Yuanqing once more. While Su Yuanqing appreciated his kindness, it did not alter his convictions. Bidding farewell to Ibrahimovic, he left the apartment and jogged back to his own residence. As a member of Barcelona's first team, Su Yuanqing, although not receiving a substantial salary, enjoyed the basic amenities provided by the club. Barcelona had arranged an apartment for him, which, unlike the lavish accommodations of a superstar like Ibrahimovic, was situated in a remote suburb, albeit not far from the training facility. Upon returning to his apartment, Su Yuanqing began to contemplate his current situation. The attribute points awarded by the system could not directly enhance his abilities. Instead, they would gradually elevate his potential limits. Moreover, as his attributes approached the maximum of 100, the required points for further enhancement would increase significantly. It was uncertain when he might be able to advance his ability ceiling further in the lower leagues. Even if he found himself without opportunities to play in the new team, Su Yuanqing could utilize this time to maximize his attributes. During the more than a month-long summer break, free from international competitions, he certainly could not afford to squander this time like other players. It was time to begin training and enhancing his attributes tonight. With this resolution, Su Yuanqing opened the system's attribute template and pondered where to allocate his remaining 10 attribute points during his time at Barcelona. His heading ability had already reached its peak, with an impressive score of 83, which was certainly sufficient. However, to stand out in aerial duels, timing alone would not suffice. A strong physical presence was equally essential. Since he had resolved to become a pillar-like center forward, he decided to fully invest his points into his jumping attribute. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Yuanqing made his choice. He allocated all of his attribute points to enhance his jumping ability. Attribute point 3, Jump Potential Limit 1. Attribute point 3, Jump Potential Limit 1. With the completion of 3 attribute allocations, Su Yuanqing could not help but notice that his jumping ability had increased to 86, 89. He was on the verge of reaching 90, and it seemed he needed to exert himself a bit more. A satisfied smile graced Su Yuanqing's face as he rose to begin training in his room. During the subsequent period, Su Yuanqing entrusted the transfer matters to Raiola, while he patiently remained in Barcelona, continuing his training as usual. June 17th. On the Iberian Peninsula, the ancient city of Seville, crisscrossed by the Guadalquivir River, was graced with an air of exoticism today. The Sevilla Football Club, renowned as the king of the Europa League, received sponsorship from a corporation hailing from the Eastern Power. Miss Li Yue, the then general manager of Li Ning, Spain, sat before Sevilla's president, Carmona, gazing at the young woman in her early 20s. Carmona could not help but admire her beauty, yet he remained skeptical of her business acumen. Miss Li, I sincerely apologize, but our club is unable to comply with your final cooperation condition. Carmona chuckled lightly, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. Signing a Chinese player while guaranteeing him appropriate playing time is quite the challenge. I truly cannot think of a suitable Chinese player at this moment. While I acknowledge there are several capable Chinese players in the Premier League, the transfer fees required to bring them to Sevilla would vastly exceed the sponsorship amount your company is offering. As he spoke, Carmona lifted his coffee cup from the table and took a measured sip, continuing unhurriedly. You must understand, acquiring a Chinese player merely to tap into the Chinese market, although mutually beneficial, still necessitates consideration of costs. Otherwise, it would simply be a losing transaction. Li Yue nodded, fully aware that the transfer fees for players like Sun Jihai and Dong Fangzhua, who were currently gaining opportunities in the Premier League, would would be prohibitively high for Sevilla. In truth, all Li Ning sought was a Chinese player to serve as a team mascot, facilitating appropriate promotion within China. Noticing that Carmona still seemed somewhat perplexed, Li Yue offered a gentle smile, leaning forward with poise as she articulated, "Mr. Carmona, you must be cognizant of the current state of Chinese football, correct? Our collaboration merely requires us to identify a reasonably priced young Chinese player from the academy to be registered with Sevilla's first team. He need not be well known, for we can create that fame for him, can we not? Sevilla need only allow him to participate in select matches for Li Ning's promotion within China. And the potential benefits are substantial." Before she could finish her thought, Carmona hesitated momentarily, then swiftly grasped the implications. The previous air of condescension toward Li Yue dissipating entirely from his countenance. He rose voluntarily, extending his hand toward Li Yue with a smile, saying, "I see now. I had overcomplicated things. Of course, I can fulfill this request, so let us wish for a pleasant collaboration." On June 22nd, after persisting with his training for a month, Su Yuanqing finally received an opportunity with a new team. You are aware of Sevilla, the La Liga club, correct? They too will have the chance to compete in the Champions League next season. Raiola called Su Yuanqing to convey this news. After discussions, the president of Serbia, Carmona, was willing to offer him a chance to join the first team. However, in exchange, they sought to leverage his prominence in Chinese football to help promote the team alongside the Li Ning brand, enhancing both the team's and the brand's visibility. It seemed that Li Ning had also made certain requests to Sevilla, ensuring that should he join, there would be appropriate playing time. This is the only team that can participate in European competitions and guarantees you playing time. Are you willing to go? Upon hearing Raiola, Su Yuanqing felt a stir of excitement, recalling that Li Ning had indeed provided jersey sponsorship to Sevilla in the past. He hadn't anticipated this layer of commercial expectation, but it was sufficient for him. "Thank you so much, Mino. I am eager to embark on a new season with Sevilla. The rest, I will strive to achieve within the new team." "All right, Mino, I must go now. It's time for training." Raiola appreciated Su Yuanqing's diligent spirit, laughter emanating from the other end of the line, alongside his heartfelt congratulations. "Rest assured, Su, with me overseeing this transaction, it will undoubtedly come to fruition. When you join La Liga, make sure to help me give Zlatan a run for his money against Barcelona, and let us take on Messi." Su Yuanqing agreed, and ended the call to commence his training. As a Chinese player, defeating Messi in Barcelona was a must. However, he first needed to enhance his skills and secure stable playing time within the team. Otherwise, when the match against Barcelona arrived, he would only be cheering from the sidelines. On July 1st, the summer transfer window of the Spanish league officially opened. In the office of FC Barcelona's head coach, Guardiola had not long entered before his assistant, Villanova, presented him with reports related to transfers. He perused the report calmly but soon furrowed his brow. The player he valued as Messi's successor, Ballon, had received an offer of 15 million euros from AS Roma in Serie A. Guardiola was inclined to allow Ballon to gain more experience through play. Yet he could not permit such a transfer without conditions. After a moment of contemplation, Guardiola addressed his assistant, Villanova. "Inform Roma that they may acquire Ballon, but they must sign a priority buyback clause. For the next 2 years, Barcelona reserves the right to repurchase Ballon at any time." Villano nodded and approached Guardiola, inquiring, "Sevilla from La Liga has made an offer for that young lad from Huagua. I believe he possesses considerable talent. Should we also negotiate a priority buyback clause with them?" Guardiola, upon hearing this, did not rush to respond. Instead, he turned to review the facts regarding Sevilla's offer for Su Yuanqing. Upon perceiving Su Yuanqing's optimistic stance towards this transfer, Guardiola's brow furrowed in concern. He was perplexed as to why agent Raiola would facilitate Su Yuanqing's move to a La Liga team. Would he even get to play? With a slight sigh, Guardiola shook his head and remarked with a hint of regret, "No need. I am well aware of Sevilla as a formidable opponent in La Liga. I have already condemned Su Yuanqing's prospects. He is still too immature. How could he possibly have the opportunity to play at Sevilla? They are not a team lacking in strikers. Except Sevilla's offer of 800,000 euros, this lad will not amount to anything in the future." Chapter 5. Official signing. Given Sevilla's keen interest in Su Yuanqing's commercial value, this internal transfer within La Liga was completed with remarkable ease. Su Yuanqing merely needed to undergo a medical examination with the new team before the commencement of the new season's training, after which he could officially sign the contract. During this interim period, He did not remain idle but arrived early to stay near Sevilla's training base, enduring rigorous training. Once a new hope arises, life invariably becomes fulfilling and swift. Moreover, the South Africa World Cup was entering a critical phase in July, although Su Yuanqing knew that Spain, under the leadership of Iniesta, would triumph over the Netherlands to seize the championship. He still gleaned invaluable insights from observing such exhilarating matches. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was August 1st. On this day, after completing his tasks, Raiola arrived in Sevilla to accompany Su Yuanqing to report to the club. In the taxi, Raiola briefed Su Yuanqing on the day's agenda. Su, first you will undergo a medical examination, and assuming there are no issues, you can sign immediately. Then there will be a press conference for new player signings, where you will join a Croatian midfielder from Schalke 04. In truth, such matters required little elaboration. Su Yuanqing was quite familiar with these procedures. Despite his youth and his tenure at Barcelona, he had always been attentive to the intricacies of football in his previous life. Before long, the taxi arrived near Sevilla's home ground, the Ram N.S.N.J. Pizjuan Stadium, situated along the banks of the Guadalquivir River. The stadium is surrounded by lush greenery and is characterized by a rich cultural ambience, with typical Spanish architecture interspersed throughout, exuding a unique charm. This esteemed football club, steeped in history, is established in this very locale. For the civilians who integrate football into their lives, nothing is more exhilarating than attending a match of their home team on the weekend. Just passing through, Su Yuanqing could already envision the scene at the home matches, where thousands of fans donning white jerseys wave flags and cheer passionately. At that moment, he pondered whether the atmosphere would rival that of Camp Nou. Fixating on the Ram N.S.J. Pizjuan Stadium, Su Yuanqing felt a surge of anticipation, yearning to establish his worth in Sevilla. He firmly believed that he could achieve this goal. Before long, Su Yuanqing and Raiola crossed past the Pizjuan Stadium and entered the Sevilla training facility located behind it. After completing his physical assessments under the guidance of the staff, Su Yuanqing arrived at the door of the press room. There, he immediately spotted a somewhat youthful man with blonde hair, whose eyes radiated determination. Without further contemplation, he recognized this individual as Ivan Rakiti, the Croatian international midfielder who had joined Sevilla alongside him. Upon seeing Su Yuanqing and Raiola arrive, the then head coach of Sevilla, Alvarez, waved them over and invited them to take a seat in the press room, marking the formal commencement of the press conference regarding the new player signings. Rakiti, we understand that you have just transferred from Schalke 04 in the Bundesliga. What are your expectations for this new beginning in La Liga? Mr. Alvarez, it is said that you advocated for Rakiti's signing at Sevilla. Will he have a stable position in the team for the upcoming season? In Su Yuanqing's eyes, the press conference passed swiftly, as he scarcely had the opportunity to speak. During the questioning segment, aside from a journalist wearing glasses who appeared to be from Southeast Asia and posed a few inquiries about Su Yuanqing to Coach Alvarez, no other reporters wasted their limited time on him. He felt as though he were invisible, completely overlooked by the journalists. Though a hint of bitterness lingered in his heart, Su Yuanqing did not feel discomfort. In the fiercely competitive European football landscape, no one remembers an unremarkable youth academy player. They all understood that in the grand presence of Sevilla, Su Yuanqing might not even secure a chance to play, to be remembered, to become a household name. He knew he must swiftly find his footing in the new team. Only then could he earn the basic respect he sought. Eventually, during the final segment of the press conference, Su Yuanqing finally participated. Coach Alvarez presented the new players with their jerseys and took a group photograph. The Croatian international Rakiti, transferred from the Bundesliga, proudly donned the number 25 jersey, ready to fight for the team. As for Su Yuanqing, he occupies the rather unassuming number 66. His choice of this numeral stems from a hope that it will bring him good fortune in Sevilla, a sentiment that the city, as a commercial mascot, seems to reciprocate. After all, it is likely that only Su Yuanqing has an affinity for the number 66. Following the conclusion of the press conference, Alvarez engaged in a lengthy conversation with Rakiti before finally approaching Su. Welcome to Sevilla, Su. I hope you enjoy a pleasant few seasons here. After shaking hands with the commercially astute player, Alvarez turned to leave. However, halfway through his departure, he seemed to recall something and paused to add, "Be sure to rest well. Tomorrow we will have an internal training match, and I will arrange for you to participate." As the head coach of Sevilla, Alvarez is well aware of Su Yuanqing's reasons for joining the club, particularly given the chairman's instructions to provide him with appropriate playing time during less critical matches to aid in promotional endeavors. While such demands may seem unreasonable, Alvarez acquiesced. He remains entirely unaware of Su Yuanqing's background, particularly since his performance data is still based on 2 years ago from the La Masia Youth Academy. What can be discerned from a season at Barcelona with no goals or assists? What on earth is Alvarez's attitude? After the press conference, as Su Yuanqing stepped outside, he was met by Raiola's complaints. You've come from Barcelona's first team and are treated this way? Su, I told you that you should not have joined a top La Liga team. You ought to build your value in the lower leagues, and eventually, prestigious clubs will vie for your signature. Observing Raiola's concern for his welfare, Su Yuanqing offered a faint smile and patted his shoulder. Mino, since I am here in Sevilla, I intend to embrace this season wholeheartedly. I believe I can establish myself here. Raiola was uncertain why Su Yuanqing harbored such confidence. But recognizing that a young player's self-assurance is not inherently negative, he refrained from casting a pall over the atmosphere. Subsequently, Raiola briefed Su Yuanqing on contractual matters. He had signed a 3-year agreement with Sevilla, with a weekly salary of €5,000, including a bonus clause of €100,000 for making 10 appearances in a single season and €300,000 for scoring 5 goals. The weekly salary is roughly equivalent to what a La Liga youth player earns upon joining the first team. As for the bonuses, while others may dismiss them as mere text, Su Yuanqing remains the only one who believes he might actually achieve such feats at Sevilla, including Raiola. Chapter 6. The first display of valor the following day. After Raiola concluded the signing with Su Yuanqing, he returned to Italy to manage his other players, while Su Yuanqing ventured alone to the Sevilla training base the following day. In the morning, Alvarez led all players in rigorous preparations. It was now August 2nd, and the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup against Barcelona was set to take place at home on August 15th, leaving little time for cohesion. Alvarez had performed admirably last season, securing 4th place in La Liga, which granted them a spot in the Champions League playoffs, and triumphing in the Copa del Rey. Now poised to contend for the Spanish Super Cup against the La Liga champions, Barcelona. As new members of the team, Su Yuanqing and Rakitic quickly became acquainted. Engaging in conversation during their morning training. Did you really only play 20 minutes during your season at Barcelona? Rakitic expressed disbelief, communicating with Su Yuanqing in halting Spanish. If it were me, I wouldn't tolerate sitting on the bench for so long. I would have insisted on a loan transfer. Su Yuanqing chuckled lightly. I had no choice. My abilities were not up to par at that time, and no club was willing to take me. I can only hope to earn playing opportunities this season at Sevilla. Hearing Su Yuanqing's words, Rakitic reminisced about his early career, feeling a pang of sympathy for the younger player beside him. Don't worry, Rakitic reassured him. If we are on the same team for the afternoon training match, I will pass you the ball. Seize the opportunity to showcase your talents in front of Mr. Alvarez. Su Yuanqing felt a warmth in his heart at Rakitic's kindness and promptly expressed his gratitude. Although they had only known each other for 2 days and their relationship had not yet reached a brotherly bond, he appreciated Rakitic's amiable nature. They then immersed themselves in training. Arriving at a new club and experiencing a fresh environment, Su Yuanqing felt quite positive. On the training field were illustrious players such as Brazilian forward Fabiano, who shone brightly at the 2010 World Cup, African Footballer of the Year Can-Out, Real Madrid prodigy Negrito, and his compatriot Rakitic, a future World Cup finalist, now all his teammates. Inspired by these formidable players, Su Yuanqing's desire to play for Sevilla intensified. He understood that unlike Guardiola, Alvarez would not be fixated on deploying a single forward. Even though Sevilla's attacking lineup was not inferior to that of Barcelona, he believed that with effort, it wouldn't be long before he made his debut for Sevilla. On the sidelines, the team's head coach Alvarez stood alongside Chairman Carmona, observing the proceedings. Today marks the inaugural training session of the first team for the new season, with all personnel present. Carmona intends to visit the pitch to assess the capabilities of the newly joined players. Sevilla has achieved commendable results in recent years, having secured numerous UEFA Europa League titles. However, the ambitious Carmona aspires for greater heights, aiming to lead the team to victory in the Spanish Super Cup and make significant strides in the Champions League. This season, the team finds itself qualified for both prestigious tournaments, and with the defeat of formidable opponents, new achievements could be within reach for Sevilla. Observing the players during their training, Alvarez smiled as he introduced the chairman Carmona to the squad. The Croatian international Rakitic showcased impressive skills, demonstrating exquisite footwork and exceptional ability to deliver threatening passes. Pointing to Rakitic, who was engaged in an offensive and defensive drill, one he had strongly advocated for, Alvarez remarked that his addition would significantly enhance the team's attacking prowess, alleviating concerns of Negrito and Fabiano's past goal droughts. Carmona nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Alvarez's recruitment. Having been a professional player himself, he discerned Rakitic's raw talent during the training session, which bolstered his confidence in the team's potential to advance to the Champions League quarterfinals this season. Sevilla is often dubbed the King of the Europa League, a title that, while somewhat tongue-in-cheek, underscores the irony of teams that fail to reach the Champions League knockout stage resorting to the Europa League. Carmona is eager to alter this narrative, and he believes he possesses the capability to do so. As his gaze swept across the field, it ultimately settled on a striking player with dark hair and a fair complexion. The player wearing number 66, was he not the one recently signed from Barcelona? Alvarez seemed slightly surprised but quickly affirmed with a nod. How's his performance? His abilities surpass my expectations. He has completed various training drills commendably and maintains pace with the training rhythm. Alvarez continued, shifting the focus to his strengths in physical confrontations and heading ability, while noting that other aspects seemed rather average, suggesting he might only serve as a substitute in a relegation-threatened La Liga team, making it difficult for him to secure playing time in Sevilla. This response aligned closely with Carmona's prior assumptions, prompting him to nod slightly and reply, "That's all right. It's merely a commercial choice. Allowing him some playing time during inconsequential moments is inconsequential. What truly matters this season is clinching the Spanish Super Cup and making a mark in the Champions League." Alvarez nodded in agreement, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Later that afternoon, the Sevilla first team, under the guidance of coach Alvarez, commenced their first training match of the new season. Fabiano, Cano, and Perotti assumed the roles of the three forwards for the red team, while the midfield was manned by Romeric and Zecora as central midfielders, with Brazilian international Renato occupying the sole defensive midfield position. The team captain, Navas, led the defensive line. This configuration undoubtedly mirrored the primary lineup of Sevilla from the previous season, although the three midfielders may not possess the same renown as their counterparts in the attack. They are, at the very least, all internationals, with Romeric and Zecora being rare versatile midfielders in the top 5 leagues, each valued at over €10 million. The captain Navas needs no introduction. He is the first player in the world to accumulate victories in the World Cup, European Championship, and Europa League. In contrast, the yellow team was composed of a mix of rotational players and new recruits, among whom Su Yuanqing naturally found his place. The yellow team also employed our customary 4-3-3 formation, with Capel taking the left wing, allowing the center to be occupied by the newly arrived Su. Due to the absence of several unimportant substitute forwards from Sevilla because of injuries, head coach Alvarez had no choice but to allow the commercial player Su Yuanqing to participate directly in the match. The disparity in strength between the red and yellow teams was glaringly apparent, and Alvarez was primarily interested in testing the capabilities of the newly signed midfielder Negrito and another defender, Debo. Upon hearing that he would directly participate in the first intra-squad match, Su Yuanqing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor. This was his chance to showcase his talents in Sevilla. This opportunity was far superior to merely serving as a rotational player in training matches with Barcelona. If he seized this opportunity, he might genuinely compete for playing time within the team. Alvarez, observing the change in Su Yuanqing's demeanor from the sidelines, couldn't help but smirk, wondering if this young talent from China could bring him a delightful surprise. Though he harbored no grand expectations, his gaze began to linger more on Su Yuanqing. With a whistle from an assistant referee, the inaugural intra-squad match of Sevilla's new season officially commenced. Chapter 7, Aerial Domination. The first half kicked off with the yellow team's substitute lineup. Positioned as the central forward, Su Yuanqing deftly passed the ball back to Rakitic, marking the beginning of this intra-squad training match. The primary players, clad in red vests, swiftly advanced into the forward line, launching a high press against the substitutes. While such inter-squad matches may appear inconsequential, maintaining an exceptional performance could secure a spot in the starting lineup for the upcoming matches. This realization instilled a sense of urgency in each player. Even those who had once been starters would not rest comfortably in their positions. After all, Sevilla, a storied La Liga powerhouse, boasted a formidable squad, and one could easily find their place usurped if not vigilant. In this arena, no one is irreplaceable. Head coach Alvarez differs from Guardiola in that he does not rely solely on star players like Messi, thus providing opportunities for other athletes. Consequently, Every moment and each training match sees the first team of Sevilla exerting their utmost effort. They strive to obstruct passing lanes, preventing the opposition from easily advancing the ball into the attacking zone. At this juncture, Sevilla's captain, Navas, playing as a right back, has crossed into the opponent's half and is now orchestrating the team's defensive strategy. The red team has established a numerical advantage in midfield. Romeric and Zecora closely follow Captain Navas, compressing the midfield space and relentlessly pressuring the yellow team's substitutes into making backward passes. Defensive midfielder Renato, acting as a stalwart in defense, lingers back, creating a formidable balance between offense and defense, rendering their setup nearly impenetrable. Boom. With no alternatives left, the yellow team's substitute fullback is compelled to launch a long ball aimed towards the flanks, targeting Capel. However, Capel fails to win the aerial duel, and possession inevitably falls to the red team's starting lineup. The red squad swiftly transitions into an offensive onslaught. The starting players, with their superior individual skills and teamwork, dominate the field, effectively pinning the yellow team within their half and initiating a positional battle. While the yellow team's substitutes may lack the sharpness of the red team's offensive tactics, their tenacity in defense remains commendable. For the time being, the red team finds it challenging to breach the opponent's goal. In this defensive scenario, the newly signed Rakiti showcases his versatility as a midfielder. His expansive range allows him to sprint relentlessly during defensive duties, while also driving the ball forward efficiently during attacks. This effort undoubtedly aims to leave a favorable impression on Coach Alvarez. Noticing the absence of counterattack opportunities, Su Yuanqing has also slightly receded his position to assist in defense. With the collective efforts of the yellow team's players, the midfield substitutes manage to stabilize their formation, resisting easy breakthroughs from the starting lineup. Rakiti's extensive movement is evident in both offensive and defensive phases. On the sidelines, Coach Alvarez beams with satisfaction, praising his chief assistant Antoine. His playing style resembles that of Romeric and Zecora. However, based on his performance in the Bundesliga last season, he seems to possess a greater ability to deliver threatening passes during attacks. With proper development, he could potentially replace the oft-injured Romeric. Antoine nods in understanding, feeling a sense of admiration for Coach Alvarez's keen eye in identifying such a promising all-around midfielder for the team. It appears that Sevilla may achieve new heights this season. Rakiti is poised to make his mark. While Antoine contemplates the contributions Rakiti might bring this season, Coach Alvarez suddenly exclaims with surprise. Antoine, coming to his senses, lifted his gaze towards the field and witnessed Rakiti deftly intercepting the ball from veteran Romeric in midfield. Moreover, in the face of several red team midfielders attempting to reclaim possession, Rakiti skillfully evaded them, accelerating with the ball as he advanced towards the front line. He swiftly traversed past midfield, reaching an advanced position. However, the red team's starting lineup was evidently not unfamiliar with such rapid counterattacks. They quickly organized their defense, with Captain Navas pressing forward from the flank to intercept, while the three defenders, initially positioned at the back, spread out to mark the yellow team's three forwards. What would happen next? Head coach Alvarez's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was eager to see if this midfielder, transferred from the Bundesliga, could rise to the occasion. On the field, Rakiti began to adjust his tempo, surveying the situation. While executing a spectacular long-range strike would undoubtedly be the highlight at this moment, he felt uncertain in this position, especially with Navas closing in, leaving him little opportunity to advance further. Just then, he suddenly heard an oddly familiar call. Su Yuanqing, positioned at the forefront, had cleverly utilized off-the-ball movement to create space for receiving the ball. Without hesitation, Rakiti recalled his promise to pass to Su Yuanqing whenever possible. Furthermore, there was no better option available. He certainly couldn't simply pass back and wait to reorganize for a structured attack. Such a strategy would only lead the weaker yellow team to lose possession entirely. With a deft touch, Rakiti sent the ball soaring into the air, tracing a graceful arc before descending towards the penalty area. The cross was not particularly swift, allowing red team Argentine center-back Fazio to quickly assess the ball's landing. In his estimation, there was no threat posed. Although he was marking the nearly 1.9-meter tall Su Yuanqing, Fazio stood a solid 1.93 meters, and his extensive experience in judging ball trajectories led him to believe he could easily outmaneuver a younger opponent. With a faint chuckle, Fazio took the initiative, striding towards the landing spot to prepare for the jump. Yet, at that moment, he felt a sudden rush of wind. A glance revealed Su Yuanqing clad in a yellow vest, had leapt high into the air, his sharply defined chin level with Fazio's eyes. What was happening? Fazio's heart raced in astonishment. But in the next instant, he gritted his teeth and leapt up. Though he was a step slower than others, he believed that with sufficient explosiveness, he could still reach the ball first. After years of competing on the field, he was confident in his ability to win aerial duels against the young challenger behind him. But little did he know. In the next moment, a dull thud resounded in Fazio's ear, causing a slight discomfort. Bang! As Fazio's body began to descend. He anxiously turned to look behind him, just in time to witness the football soaring through the air, striking fiercely towards the upper left corner of the goal. Thwack! A crisp sound of the ball hitting the net echoed, accompanied by the astonished expression of Ballon, the starting goalkeeper of the red team. As he watched the ball roll into the net. Chapter 8. The humiliation of Fazio. The goal was scored. 1-0. Who could have anticipated that the yellow team, consistently overshadowed by the main lineup, would net the first goal of the training match? Remarkably, this goal was struck by Su Yuanqing, a player who had been relatively inconspicuous within the team. After scoring, Su Yuanqing contained his excitement and ran towards Rikiti, who had just provided him with the perfect pass. What a beautiful assist, my friend. Su Yuanqing opened his arms and embraced Rikiti, who appeared somewhat dazed and stunned. Rikiti's reaction was not unwarranted. His earlier cross had been executed poorly, albeit with a hint of goodwill. Yet who could have imagined that Su Yuanqing would be so formidable? He had managed to head the ball past Fazio, the team's principal central defender. It was bewildering how someone could inadvertently register an assist like that. Wotfak. On the sidelines. The assistant coach Antoine let out a cry of disbelief. As an observer, he had a clear view of Su Yuanqing's actions right in front of the goal. This young player from Huaxia had remarkably showcased his exceptional leap and explosive power, overpowering the taller central defender Fazio to score a header. Wait, isn't this lad just a commercial player signed by the chairman from Barcelona? How could he possess such prowess? In that instant, Antoine's impression of Su Yuanqing began to shift. Alvarez was equally astonished. On the field, while a pass might occasionally yield an unexpected moment of brilliance, a leap to contest for the ball was undeniably a testament to raw strength. Surely, Fazio would not forfeit his future to pave the way for this young man he had just met? I'm not quite sure. This is my first time witnessing him play. However, the records indicate that he excelled in heading and positioning during his time at Barcelona's La Masia Academy. Alvarez pressed his lips together, attempting to maintain a composed demeanor as he explained, though he pondered why, with such talent, he had not played more in recent years. Antoine found this perspective agreeable. Even if Barcelona's forward line was crowded, it seemed unlikely that a player of such caliber would willingly remain a substitute for an entire year. Moreover, he was a young player in the prime of his development. Thus, whether it be Alvarez or Antoine, both surmised that Su Yuanqing must possess some undisclosed, significant shortcomings that prevent him from taking the field. Of course, this remains merely conjecture from the two. The true extent of Su Yuanqing's abilities will only be revealed through subsequent matches. The game is set to resume shortly. The primary players of the red team did not dwell in despondency for long after conceding the first goal. Rather, their faces reflected a fervent desire to equalize the score. However, Fazio, who had just contested a header with Su Yuanqing, had begun to regard him with a measure of wariness. Prior to that header, Fazio had completely underestimated this seemingly inconspicuous player who had transferred from Barcelona. Who would have imagined that the very first intra-team training match of the new season would serve as a harsh lesson? On the field, the red team organized their offensive maneuvers, engaging in competition with the yellow team as substitute players. Fazio, that lad's jumping ability is quite formidable. Make sure to keep an eye on him. Renato, be cautious in the midfield. Do not allow the opposing team to deliver easy crosses. Captain Navas advised the entire defensive line, pondering the recent goal with some confusion. Su Yuanqing did not exhibit any particularly pronounced physical advantages. Why then was he able to score against Fazio? Could it truly be that his heading ability was exceptional? Many primary players of the red team harbored this doubt as they continued the match, regardless of the proceedings. It would be somewhat embarrassing for their main lineup to lose to a makeshift substitute team. Motivated by this impetus, all the primary players approached the game with earnestness. Soon, the substitute team's defense crumbled. Having taken an early lead, they conceded 2 goals in under 20 minutes, finding themselves at a disadvantage. However, no one was surprised by this outcome. It seemed almost a given that the primary lineup would prevail. Football has never been devoid of miracles. Yet the emergence of such miracles requires a process. The substitute team, lacking cohesion, certainly had less than a 30% chance of success against a well-coordinated primary lineup. In those 20 minutes, the substitutes did create some opportunities, but due to their lack of synergy, many passes ultimately went awry. Meanwhile, in the few instances Su Yuanqing received the ball, he found no promising scoring opportunities and could only act as a pivot to distribute the ball to the flanks. Such prudent behavior, devoid of recklessness, naturally earned him favor in Alvarez's eyes. A qualified target striker cannot rely solely on exceptional heading skills to secure a position on the field. The game is a complex process, and a target striker must primarily serve as the pivotal core in the front line, possessing the ability to receive the ball with his back to the goal and create opportunities for teammates. Su Yuanqing's performance on the field led Alvarez to believe he possessed this capability. This serves as evidence that Su Yuanqing is indeed a valuable player. Now, Alvarez's attitude towards Su Yuanqing has undergone a significant transformation. The affiliation with any particular team has become trivial. As long as a player demonstrates adequate performance, they can secure a place in his plans for the upcoming season. Sevilla will undoubtedly face the challenge of competing on 3 fronts in the new season. And the team's principal striker, the African Footballer of the Year can-out, frequently grapples with injuries. Thus, recruiting a robust, pillar-like striker capable of providing essential support will greatly alleviate the pressures on the squad as they embark on their new campaign. The match progressed to around the 40th minute, and the internal training game was nearing its conclusion. At this juncture, the players in the starting lineup appeared to have relaxed their vigilance, their movements on the pitch slowing as they seemingly awaited the final whistle. Thud. The defensive midfielder Renato casually pushed a forward pass, aiming to send the ball diagonally to the wide midfielder Romeric. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a short-haired, blonde youth emerged from the crowd, intercepting the ball. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Rakiti who had made the steal. Renato and Romeric immediately engaged in a counter-press to prevent him from dribbling past and delivering a clever pass. However, Rakiti was not only remarkable in physical confrontations, but also possessed an exceptional ability to evade defenders, skillfully maneuvering through the surrounding pressure. He deftly passed the ball to the forward-moving Capel on the left flank. Stop him. Do not allow him the opportunity to cross. The team's captain, Navas, glanced back to see Su Yuanqing actively making a forward run, which tightened his chest, prompting him to rush toward Capel. The red team's center back, Zakora, also shifted to the left side to provide support. Yet Capel, upon receiving the ball, hesitated not. He controlled and dribbled with fluidity, and after reaching the byline, sent in a cross toward the center. Thud. The quality of the cross was compromised due to interference, but Capel's talent, having emerged from Sevilla's youth academy and secured a position in the first team, ensured that even a subpar delivery would not be devoid of merit. Damn. In the center, the ball spiraled violently downward, and Fascio caught a glimpse of Su Yuanqing beside him, an inexplicable anxiety flooding his mind. This seemingly youthful and obscure striker possessed a formidable heading ability that instilled fear. Honestly, in his current position, Fascio was certain that even with a full leap, he could not reach the ball. Yet, to refrain from jumping and merely watch Su Yuanqing execute a header would, in Alvarez's eyes, amount to passive defending. Ultimately, Fascio gritted his teeth, enduring humiliation, and stepped boldly behind Su Yuanqing to leap, using his head to obstruct the path of the incoming header. Such subtle maneuvers did not escape Su Yuanqing's notice. He couldn't help but marvel at the seasoned veteran Fascio, whose defensive experience was truly remarkable. The angle at which he positioned himself made it impossible for him to launch a direct and effective strike on goal. As the football descended, Su Yuanqing found himself unable to glance back at the moon, opting instead to thrust the ball forcefully toward the center. Meanwhile, in the penalty area of the red team's main lineup, the defense was not particularly tight. Bang! Rakitic, arriving at the back post, seized the moment and executed a spectacular volley before the ball even touched the ground. Chapter 9. The chairman's commercial choices. The football soared like a cannonball, hurtling towards the red team's goal. Witnessing this, Fascio felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Should this ball find its way into the net, it would undoubtedly leave an indelible negative impression on Coach Alvarez. Bang! In that critical moment, Fascio's old partner Palop stepped up, deflecting the ball out of play. Well done, brother. Rakitic, despite the missed opportunity, displayed only a fleeting look of disappointment as he sprinted towards Su Yuanqing, excitedly exchanging high fives. Su Yuanqing held a favorable opinion of this future core midfielder for Barcelona. He chuckled softly in response, haha, your cross just now was splendid. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the yellow team's substitutes called for Rakitic to take the corner kick. He eagerly agreed, promising to chat with Su Yuanqing after the match, before turning towards the corner area. Meanwhile, at the sidelines, Coach Alvarez and Antoine exchanged astonished glances, with a hint of surprise evident in their expressions. Could this young lad truly be the commercial player the chairman signed? After a moment of silence, Antoine shook his head and remarked, with such formidable heading ability and solid fundamentals, he can serve as a pivotal point in the attack up front. A player of this caliber should have no trouble being a key rotation center forward for a relegation-threatened team in La Liga, right? This assertion held merit. Although many Spanish teams employed a possession-based system, not all could master it. Numerous relegation battlers still relied on long balls and wing play. Alvarez chuckled lightly, playfully responding, but such a player has yet to make an appearance in La Liga, and Barcelona sold him to us for a mere 800,000 euros. Are they fools? Antoine spread his hands in disbelief. Indeed, their front line was populated by superstars, and it was unlikely that an obscure young player would find opportunities to feature for Barcelona. Alvarez cast a glance at Su Yuanqing, who was preparing to challenge for a header in the penalty area, a smile gracing his lips. Yet here in Sevilla, a young player of such capability is precisely what I need. I believe it won't be long before he establishes his worth in La Liga. Sevilla is indeed considered a prestigious club within La Liga, though it remains somewhat distant from the elite European powerhouses like Real Madrid and Barcelona. The attacking players in their squad possess formidable skills. However, as the players age and are plagued by injuries, the team's capacity to compete on multiple fronts has diminished. As the head coach, Alvarez requires young talents to nurture within the locker room. This implies that players like Su Yuanqing, provided they maintain consistent performances, should have no trouble securing regular playing time with Sevilla. At that moment, a corner kick was taken from the sidelines. Rakitic aimed for the threatening area at the far post of the penalty box, delivering a beautifully arched ball. This exquisite delivery was precise, descending directly towards Su Yuanqing. Observing this, Su's admiration for Rakitic blossomed further. Having already scored a goal in this internal training match, if this corner could create another opportunity, or even an assist, the prospect of making his debut in La Liga would be tantalizingly close. In the central area, Facio witnessed a scene he dreaded. Several failed confrontations had left him wary, yet he felt compelled to defend with all his might. Casting a furtive glance at the ever-watchful Su Yuanqing beside him, he resolved that when the time came to leap, even if he couldn't claim the ball, he could certainly impede Su's progress. He lifted his gaze, focusing intently on the descending football, preparing to jump. Suddenly, a dull thud erupted beside him. Facio caught a glimpse of Su Yuanqing, who had already leapt into the air. Is it too early for him to jump? If so, that might just grant me the chance to seize the ball. A smirk crept onto Facio's face as he seized the moment to leap, but as his body ascended, his smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a scene he would never forget. Beside him, Su Yuanqing remained suspended in midair, not yet descending. Thud. A resounding collision of forehead against football reverberated, and as Facio's body began to fall, he despairingly closed his eyes. Inside the penalty area, Su Yuanqing managed to angle himself for a touch, though the angle wasn't ideal. Rather than seeking personal glory, he deftly redirected the ball towards the penalty spot. At that moment, Debo emerged from the crowd and seized the opportunity, striking the ball low and sending it crashing into the net of the first team. Everything unfolded effortlessly. Beautiful, beautiful. Amidst the astonished expressions of the first team players in red, cheers erupted as the substitute players in yellow surged towards Su Yuanqing alongside Rakitic and Debo. Su, thank you so much. I can't believe I actually scored during the training match. The short-haired, dark-skinned Debo appeared exceedingly exhilarated. He had recently transferred from League One Saint-Étienne to Sevilla this season, playing as a central defender. Even if he were to gain opportunities on the pitch in Sevilla, scoring goals would likely prove a formidable challenge. However, this equalizing goal, albeit not scored in a formal match, would undoubtedly leave an indelible memory. Remarkable. Which country do you hail from? On the other side, the winger Capel was equally animated, enthusiastically high-fiving Su Yuanqing in celebration. Guagua. Su Yuanqing lifted his chin proudly, unperturbed, and replied with a sense of pride. Upon hearing his response, the players, who had previously shown little interest in Su Yuanqing, could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. In the fertile grounds of European football, it is indeed rare to encounter players from Huaxia. Even though whispers of Huaxiao players occasionally circulate in the Premier League and Bundesliga, they could be certain that none were as formidable as Su Yuanqing. It is truly thanks to you and Rakiti that we managed to draw against the first-string lineup in this match, remarked Capel, who had been part of Sevilla's first team for several seasons, while patting Rakiti on the shoulder with genuine admiration. Amidst the players, Su Yuanqing had naturally sensed the flicker of astonishment in his teammates' eyes upon learning of his origin from Huagua. Having spent many years in Europe, he understood the implications of this revelation. The current stagnant state of football in Huagua was evident, rather than engage in debate. It was far more meaningful to demonstrate results on the field and alter the perceptions of other nations regarding Huaxia football through sheer talent. This, indeed, is the essence of the sport. Following the goal, the team's head coach Alvarez chose not to continue the match, and the assistant coach promptly blew the whistle to signal the end of the game. With the new season approaching, Sevilla would be engaged in multiple competitions, and Alvarez was concerned that prolonged exertion might adversely affect the player's stamina, potentially leading to unnecessary injuries. Consequently, this internal training match was limited to just 45 minutes. After the match concluded, it was palpable that the players from the first-string lineup were somewhat disheartened and dispirited. They seemed dissatisfied with their performance in the training match, lamenting their lapse in vigilance during the latter half of the game. Losing to the substitute lineup not only bruised their egos, but also posed a significant threat to their positions as long-term starters in the upcoming period. Subsequently, many players from the first-string lineup turned their attention to the two standout performers from the substitute team, the blonde Croatian Rakiti and the Huagua player Su Yuanqing, who had dazzled with his aerial prowess. Renato Diurn, a pleasure to meet you, exclaimed numerous key defensive players as they approached Su Yuanqing and Rakiti, eager to forge connections, for they might soon find themselves battling side by side. Valverde, the team captain, had previously played for Barcelona. Captain Varna approached Su Yuanqing, patting him on the shoulder and gazing at him with an appreciative eye. The way this young player had breached the defense with aerial prowess was still vivid in Varna's memory. He understood that Su Yuanqing's inclusion in the team would undoubtedly enhance their offensive tactics. Su Yuanqing responded with a slight smile and warmly shook Varna's hand. The goalkeeper, Palop Verona, the fullback, observing the national team players, who had once graced the World Cup, greeted him with enthusiasm. Su Yuanqing felt a profound sense of validation regarding his abilities within Sevilla. This recognition was well-deserved. As a newly joined player who had continuously made significant contributions from the bench, earning the respect of his teammates was only natural. Chapter 10. New System Tasks on the Sidelines. Antoine, who had been attentively observing the match, could not help but stroke his chin in contemplation. It seemed that this young lad was quite popular within the team. Alvarez nodded slightly, chuckling in agreement. Indeed, a striker capable of seizing opportunities in the penalty area is well regarded by defenders and midfielders alike, for who wouldn't he desire a few more assists during a match? After speaking, Alvarez made his way toward the locker room to discuss the team's upcoming match arrangements. How do you plan to manage the two outstanding new players who have just joined the team? Antoine inquired with keen interest, trailing behind him. Sevilla currently boasted a formidable lineup, with exceptional players in every position. However, newcomers Su Yuanqing and Rakitic could not remain on the bench indefinitely. For the sake of future competitions, these two must swiftly acclimate to the team's rhythm and prepare for the battles ahead. Upon hearing this, Alvarez paused, pondering for a moment. Let's first observe their recent performances. Antoine nodded, refraining from further comments. Subsequently, Alvarez summarized a few points regarding the match in the locker room, marking the official conclusion of today's training match. As the newly joined players were still unfamiliar with the club's facilities, Antoine took the initiative to guide Su Yuanqing and Rakitic for a brief orientation. Along the way, Antoine not only introduced the club's facilities, but also recounted its rich history. Unlike other assistant coaches, Antoine was a member assigned by the Sevilla president to the training group. In recent years, Sevilla had achieved numerous milestones. Yet the frequent changes in head coaches had been notable. Antoine, a retired player from Sevilla, had become a steadfast assistant coach, responsible for aiding the new head coach in swiftly acclimating to the team. This role granted him considerable influence within the first team. Though Antoine was mindful of his boundaries and refrained from interfering with the head coach's training regimen, the external world often compares Sevilla with Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid, dubbing us one of the four giants of La Liga. Antoine's gaze reflected a hint of melancholy, despite Atletico Madrid's recent decline. Sevilla remains the least storied among these four teams. Aside from our triumphs in the Europa League in recent years, we have only claimed the La Liga championship once many years ago, and our achievements in the Champions League are almost negligible. Observing the somber atmosphere, Rakitic chuckled lightly and made a jest. This season, we do have the opportunity to contend for the Supercopa de España, and we can also vie for a spot in the Champions League through the playoffs. Perhaps this season will unveil a miracle. Antoine evidently took this as a light-hearted remark, responding briefly before shifting the conversation elsewhere. At this juncture, La Liga remains the premier league in the world. However, the two colossal teams, Real Madrid and Barcelona, loom over the other La Liga clubs like mountains, making it difficult for them to breathe. In other words, the current state of La Liga is only marginally superior to that of the Bundesliga. It is not a single dominant force, but rather a contest between two titans. Like Antoine, even though Sevilla possesses numerous opportunities this season to break records and secure titles, confidence in claiming the championship remains tenuous. Our adversary in the Supercopa final is none other than the powerhouse Barcelona, which has clinched the La Liga title for 2 consecutive seasons. Perhaps Sevilla's history will be transformed by my presence, mused Su Yuanqing, who strolled leisurely at the rear. This season, Sevilla first succumbed to Barcelona, securing only the runner-up position in the Supercopa. The journey in the Champions League has also been fraught with difficulties, as we failed to advance even through the playoffs. It is said that Sevilla has an affinity for vying for the Europa League title to uphold the team's tradition. Yet, which team would choose to compete in the Europa League when they have a chance to advance further in the Champions League? However, soon after, Su Yuanqing dejectedly shook his head, dismissing the thought. With his current abilities, he could not fundamentally alter Sevilla's history. Setting aside the fact that football is a team sport requiring collective effort, as a substitute player, he was uncertain when he would even take the field. Possessing the desire but lacking the capability, it is imperative to remain grounded, striving to solidify his position at Sevilla and enhance his skills to navigate future changes. One cannot let opportunities slip by due to personal inadequacies. In the evening, after dining at the club, most players drove away. Yet, Su Yuanqing chose to linger a little longer. After resting briefly at the club, he promptly changed into his gear in the locker room and headed to the training ground for additional practice. The attribute points merely elevated Su Yuanqing's talent ceiling without magically enhancing his abilities. He harbored no complaints about this. As all sports share this fundamental truth, only relentless effort begets miracles. Compared to other players, his advantage lay solely in the ability to visualize his current attributes, strategize accordingly, and pursue limitless improvement through training. Just a slightly higher innate talent, that's all. Soon, Su Yuanqing began shuttle runs with the ball on the training pitch. This exercise simultaneously sharpened his dribbling speed, ball control, and even explosive power, precisely the attributes he currently needed. His self-assessment was clear, given his current capabilities. If deployed by Coach Alvarez at Sevilla, he would undoubtedly serve as a secret weapon, unleashed solely to bombard the opposition's goal. Thus, for now, refining his finishing or long-range shooting would be a waste of time. First, he must establish himself as a competent target man before evolving into a complete center forward. System detected host joining a new team. Mission panel activated. Primary mission, assist Sevilla in scoring 5 goals. Reward, mastery of forward skills. Completion unlocks subsequent missions. Mastery of forward skills grants a signature technique from a legendary striker renowned in football history. As Su Yuanqing sprinted with the ball, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Mastery of forward skills? A faint look of surprise crossed his face. Was this akin to the signature moves in video games? He hadn't expected the system to possess such a feature. Why activate it only now? Suppressing a chuckle, he refocused on the mission at hand. 5 goals. For Sevilla's starting striker, it would be trivial, but for a substitute with uncertain playing time, the challenge was daunting. Not that Su doubted his ability to score, it was merely a matter of opportunity. Clearly, he'd have to impress Alvarez whenever possible. With a light shake of his head, he dismissed the distraction and returned to training. The system's reward was enticing, but immediate completion seemed unlikely. Su was anxious during his Barcelona days. He persevered without such aids. These signature skills were merely embellishments, hardly useful for someone still uncertain of his next appearance. Better to concentrate on training. Upon contemplating this, Su Yuanqing's pace quickened further. Meanwhile, not far from the training ground, within the offices of Sevilla's administrative building, 2 middle-aged men were attentively observing the events unfolding on the field. Chapter 11. Hope in Darkness, Sir. It appears that this young player from Huaxia possesses remarkable talent at such a tender age for a reason, remarked the assistant coach of Sevilla's first team, Antoine, who stood slightly behind. His gaze was fixed on Su Yuanqing, and a hint of approval glimmered in his eyes as he inquired whether it might be time to arrange for him to make his debut in the upcoming matches. "Let us wait a few more days and see," replied Alvarez, who stood at the forefront. He lit a cigarette and curiously watched the training session from the window. All coaches appreciate diligent and hardworking players, and Alvarez was no exception. However, as Su Yuanqing had only just joined Sevilla, Alvarez found it difficult to ascertain whether the young player's current extra training was a genuine effort to impress him for an opportunity to play. As Alvarez gazed out the window, lost in thought, Antoine, understanding the moment, refrained from interrupting him. It was only after the cigarette had been consumed by the gentle breeze that Alvarez felt the warmth on his fingers and returned to the present. "Let us go, Antoine. It's time to rest," Alvarez said, turning towards the office door, seemingly ready to conclude the day as preparations. Antoine nodded in agreement, switched off the recording of the Barcelona match that was playing in the office, and followed suit. On their way out of the training facility, Alvarez remained silent, only reminding the guard at the entrance, "There are still individuals training inside, so please do not lock the door." In the week that followed, Su Yuanqing immersed himself in rigorous training every day. After the evening sessions, he would also engage in additional practice at the training base. Given the varied training drills each day, he adjusted his evening training times to maintain optimal physical condition, yet he did not allow himself a single day of idleness. By now, the date had quietly arrived at August 10th. Only 5 days remained until the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup, where Sevilla would contest the championship against Barcelona. On this day, Li Ning Spain delivered the new team jerseys for the upcoming season to Sevilla. The jerseys featured a Chinese design, and notably, the words "Hello, China" were inscribed at the collar in Mandarin. Furthermore, on this day, Su Yuanqing, who had been involved in the club's commercial ventures, was afforded a rare half-day of rest, as his contract required him to participate in promotional activities for the team in Huaxia, Li Ning's Spanish branch. Prior to the Supercopa de España final between Sevilla and Barcelona and Seville, presented jerseys in hopes of garnering some pre-match attention. As anticipated, when Li Ning unveiled a video of Su Yuanqing donning the number 66 jersey for Sevilla, set to compete in the upcoming season, it sparked quite a commotion. Far away in the east, many fans harbored a fondness for this young Chinese player. Joining the La Masia Youth Academy at the tender age of 14, he ascended to the first team of Barcelona by 18. Such a trajectory, while not quite rivaling that of Fan Zi, who captained Crystal Palace, or Sun Jihai, who established himself as a starter at Manchester City, nonetheless positioned him as a beacon of hope for numerous Chinese football enthusiasts, who regarded him as the future of Chinese football. A year prior, when Su Yuanqing first entered the Barcelona first team, domestic media hailed him as an unequivocal rising star from China. Reports proclaimed, the young Chinese talent Su Yuanqing has caught the eye of Barcelona's new head coach Pep Guardiola, earning promotion to the first team, where he will embark on a La Liga journey alongside Messi and Ibrahimovic. His prospects are boundless, and the 18-year-old prodigy from China officially joins the prestigious La Liga club Barcelona, with the Spanish derby soon to showcase a Chinese player for the first time. At a time when Chinese players abroad were scarce, the signing of a player of Chinese nationality by Barcelona attracted considerable domestic attention. This was not merely a media stunt. It reflected the genuine hopes of Chinese fans for their nation to produce a star competing in the top leagues of Europe. However, Su Yuanqing's subsequent development left the initially fervent Chinese fans disheartened as they began to grasp the reality of Chinese football. Upon joining Barcelona, Su did not receive significant playing time under coach Guardiola, featuring for merely a few minutes in an inconsequential friendly match throughout the entire season. His season statistics amounted to a disheartening 0, leading the hopeful fans to gradually succumb to disappointment. Many questioned why Su Yuanqing did not seek an earlier opportunity with a team where he could play regularly, seizing the chance to develop his skills. As the summer transfer window approached, fans began to speculate about the young Barcelona talent's next steps. A few days ago, reports surfaced on a Chinese sports website indicating Chinese young star Su Yuanqing has transferred from Barcelona to Sevilla, potentially opening up opportunities for him to play this season. Upon hearing of Su's transfer, fans initially believed that the young player had finally realized the necessity of seeking opportunities in a lower league. However, upon discovering that he had joined Sevilla in La Liga, their optimism dimmed once more. In the realm of La Liga, Sevilla stands as a formidable club, trailing only Barcelona and Real Madrid. Having clinched the Copa del Rey title last season and finishing fourth in the league, what opportunities could a player like Su Yuanqing, a center-forward, expect at such a club? Competing with him is none other than the prominent striker of the Brazilian national team, Fabiano. In light of this, fans of Huaxia have begun to express doubts regarding Su Yuanqing's choice. It is perplexing why he would opt for Sevilla, a formidable team in La Liga that is hardly in need of additional forwards. Not only is his opportunity to play virtually non-existent, but even the prospect of earning accolades appears dim. I have long asserted that Su Yuanqing's talent shines brightly within Huaxia, yet it scarcely registers in Europe. He ought to hone his skills in a lower division for a few years. Every individual's aspirations differ. When Su Yuanqing joined Barcelona, many urged him to persevere and carve out a name for himself there. Yet now that he finds himself at Barcelona without any playing time, they suggest he should descend to a lower league. Have they considered why he possesses the capability to join a top-tier La Liga team? I recall that during his time at the La Masia Youth Academy, his abilities were quite commendable, particularly his impressive heading skills. However, over a year has passed, and he has yet to step onto the pitch in a single match in La Liga. Sevilla remains a strong contender this season, competing not only for the Spanish Super Cup title against Barcelona, but also vying for a place in the Champions League through playoffs. This situation becomes intriguing as Su Yuanqing has just transferred from Barcelona to Sevilla, with their first match of the new season pitting the two teams against each other. Do you truly believe Su Yuanqing will feature in these encounters? What a jest to expect him to play against Barcelona. Are you unaware of his current capabilities? Regardless, the anticipation surrounding this match is palpable. I sincerely hope that Su Yuanqing will have the opportunity to appear in a La Liga match this season, even if just once. The perspectives among Huaxia fans in the comments vary, yet beneath their words, one can still discern a shared hope, even if they harbor doubts about Su Yuanqing. They still wish for him to become a beacon of light in the darkness of Huaxia football. After a protracted period of despair, people naturally cling to the faintest glimmer of hope as their lifeline. Su Yuanqing, in essence, embodies that slender thread of hope for Huaxia football. Perhaps the original Su Yuanqing lacked the capacity to bear such a weighty responsibility, yet the gears of fate have already begun to turn. Chapter 12. Anticipation for the Spanish Super Cup. As discussions about the Spanish Super Cup clash brew in Huaxia, the media in Europe and Spain has also commenced promotions for the new season of La Liga. At that time, the Spanish league stood as the premier league in the world. Last season, Barcelona had just secured a remarkable 6 titles, ushering in the era of the Dream Team. The Dream 3 Barcelona. Under the leadership of President Florentino, Real Madrid has also signed superstars such as Ronaldo, Kaká, and Benzema, reconstructing the Galacticos. With a constellation of stars gathered in one league and the fierce rivalry of the Spanish National Derby, fans from around the globe revel in the spectacle. Not to mention the Spanish supporters who have long integrated football into their daily lives. As the date of the Spanish Super Cup approaches, the media across the Iberian Peninsula is fervently rallying excitement for this grand showdown. The new season is poised to commence. The Spanish Super Cup, serving as a prelude to La Liga, is set to take place in 5 days, featuring the illustrious FC Barcelona facing off against last season's Copa del Rey champions, Sevilla. As reported by AS, Guardiola's team aims for a remarkable 6 titles this season, while Barcelona is on the brink of claiming their first trophy of the year. According to Diario Sport, the clash between Barcelona and Sevilla, champions of La Liga and the Copa del Rey respectively, promises to be an exhilarating encounter. The Dream Team, adorned with stars like Haaland, is expected to dominate at the Ram in Estche Pizjuan Stadium. It is evident that the majority of local Spanish media anticipate Barcelona will triumph effortlessly over Sevilla. Indeed, based on the current rosters, Barcelona appears to outclass Sevilla significantly. Almost every position boasts world-class talent, with the market value of Barcelona's players being threefold that of Sevilla's. In anticipation of the forthcoming Spanish Super Cup, a special feature has been created to elaborate on the current standings of both teams. Last season, Barcelona secured the La Liga title with an impressive 99 points, establishing themselves as the most successful team of the millennium. As such, the Spanish Super Cup is likely within their grasp, with superstars cultivated from La Masia, such as Messi, Iniesta, and Xavi, set to play pivotal roles this season. In contrast, Sevilla, despite their 2-0 victory over Atletico Madrid in the Copa del Rey final last season, amassed only 63 points in La Liga, a stark disparity when compared to Barcelona's 99 points. Most notably, Sevilla faced a double defeat against Barcelona in the previous season, which may have impacted their players' confidence, giving Guardiola's squad an edge in self-assurance. It is noteworthy that last season, Chinese striker Xu Yuanqing, who spent the entirety of the season on Barcelona's bench, has transferred to Sevilla and will face his former team in this match. However, it has been reported that he has yet to impress Sevilla's coach, Alvarez, and is unlikely to feature in the Spanish Super Cup. The Spanish Super Cup resembles a tantalizing appetizer for La Liga. After a summer devoid of matches, fans finally have the opportunity to witness live football. Undoubtedly, this will be a grand football feast for supporters. The Spanish Super Cup will consist of 2 matches, with the first leg hosted at Sevilla's Ram and Estche Pizjuan Stadium. Although there are still 5 days until the match, tickets have already sold out. Within Sevilla's club, Xu Yuanqing continues to train diligently, unfazed by external speculations and reports, focusing solely on training rigorously and contributing to his team's success. Certainly, Xu Yuanqing's most pressing need at this moment is to earn the trust of head coach Alvarez. On August 13th, the streets of Seville began to adorn themselves with the posters of football stars. The names of Fabiano, Romeric, Zecora, and Navas resonate profoundly within the city. Moreover, numerous shops have commenced the sale of team jerseys, scarves, and other merchandise. Vendors and fans alike eagerly anticipate the onset of the new season. Sevilla has performed admirably over the past few seasons. Last season, they clinched the Copa del Rey championship and secured 4th place in La Liga, while the 2008 to 2009 season saw them achieve a commendable 3rd place. It can be asserted that Sevilla now stands as the 3rd force in Spanish football, trailing only behind Barcelona and Real Madrid. In terms of recent league performance over the last 3 seasons, Sevilla has even outshone Atletico Madrid, instilling a profound sense of confidence among their supporters regarding the upcoming Spanish Super Cup. Although mainstream media may not favor Sevilla in their quest to dethrone the formidable Barcelona, the club's loyal fans brim with confidence. Marca conducted street interviews with several local fans, gauging their perspectives on the impending Super Cup clash. Barcelona is indeed formidable, but that doesn't mean Sevilla will succumb to them in the match, exclaimed an exuberant young fan clad in Sevilla's home jersey. Subsequently, a ponytailed female fan confidently expressed to the reporter, "Rakiti will lead us to victory. He will score in the first leg." Despite Barcelona's possession of talents like Xavi and Iniesta, she asserted that Rakiti is the finest midfielder in La Liga. Clearly, this ponytailed girl is a devoted admirer of Rakiti. Before long, a muscular man adorned with tattoos approached the reporter, seizing the microphone with commanding presence. He declared with fervor, "Sevilla will seize the Spanish Super Cup. Messi, I firmly believe Sevilla's defense will deny that little man any opportunity to shoot." At 6 o'clock in the evening, the Sevilla training center concluded a day's practice. On the eve of their first match against Barcelona in the Spanish Super Cup, set for 7 o'clock the following evening, Coach Alvarez has meticulously arranged everything. The only matter yet to be finalized is the starting lineup. However, the 18-man squad has already been established. Coach Alvarez instructed his assistant to announce the names of the selected players: Rakiti, Romeric, Renato, and Fazio. Xu Yuanqing's name was the last to be called. Upon hearing his name, Xu Yuanqing felt an immense sense of relief. Undoubtedly, this news marked the most auspicious moment for him since joining Sevilla. However, Xu Yuanqing was acutely aware that being included in the squad did not guarantee a place in the starting lineup. Yet, this realization mattered little. As long as Sevilla had significant matches, he would be eligible for system rewards, which also implied he would have the opportunity to play. He hoped that the players selected for the squad would maintain their fitness, with one final day of training ahead, and he urged them not to sustain any injuries. After Coach Alvarez delivered this message, he disbanded the team. The other players departed the locker room in pairs, while Xu Yuanqing made his way to the dining hall to have dinner and engage in additional training. Just a few steps out of the locker room, Rakitic approached him and embraced him. "Congratulations, Xu. You've successfully made the squad for the Spanish Super Cup," Rakitic exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Xu Yuanqing's shoulders. Since Xu Yuanqing's arrival at Sevilla, he and Rakitic had quickly forged a friendship, often training together and passing drills. Xu Yuanqing replied calmly, "The assistant coach mentioned your name as well. You deserve congratulations too. I hope we both get the chance to play soon." Upon hearing Xu Yuanqing's words, a mischievous smile crept across Rakitic's face as he leaned in closer to whisper in Xu Yuanqing's ear, "Xu, let me share a little secret. Coach Alvarez has hinted to me to prepare for a starting position. Who knows? I might just be in the starting lineup for the next match. A tinge of envy flickered across Su Yuanqing's face as he offered his congratulations to Rakitic. That's wonderful. I'm genuinely happy for you. I just wonder when I will get my chance to play. As soon as Su Yuanqing finished speaking, Rakitic leaned in again, chuckling softly. Your time will come soon. I overheard Alvarez discussing your name with assistant coach Antoine. Perhaps you will come off the bench in the next match. Thank you for the kind words. Let's work hard together, Su Yuanqing replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. He did not allow himself to become overly excited, as he remained somewhat skeptical about such rumors. While Su Yuanqing and Rakitic were engaged in their conversation, Mohamed Dabo sauntered over to them. What are you two whispering about? Dabo inquired with a smile. A newcomer himself. Dabo played as a fullback and had recently transferred from Saint Etienne in Ligue 1 to Sevilla. In the current tactical setup under Alvarez, he was a rotational player. Given their shared status as newcomers, Dabo and Su Yuanqing had developed a good rapport and often chatted in their spare time. Dabo, I assume you made the squad too? Su Yuanqing asked. I was the second to last person to have my name called, and it nearly gave me a fright. Dab couldn't help but make a jest. Before Su Yuanqing could respond, Rakitic chimed in. Do not panic. There is yet another soul whose name was called last. Haha. Su, may I interview you? What was your sentiment at that moment? It must have been a feeling of immense relief, Su replied. Regardless, we must celebrate our inclusion in the squad together. Let us hope we are all granted the opportunity to play in the match the day after tomorrow. Upon finishing, Rakitic and Mohamed Dab echoed in unison. Let us give it our all. Together, we shall strive. After bidding farewell to Rakitic and Dab, Su Yuanqing ventured alone to the club's gym to enhance his strength. This selection for the Team's roster marked a significant victory for Su. Furthermore, being named in the squad indicated that he might have the chance to play in the forthcoming Spanish Super Cup against Barcelona. Although such an opportunity seemed slim, Su understood the necessity of preparing for his potential debut. If he were to step onto the field and perform well, perhaps he could secure a pivotal role in the team. Thus, Su felt compelled to seize this rare opportunity. On August 15th, the skies over Seville were resplendent with sunshine. And at 7 o'clock that evening, the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup would unfold at the Ram Ns Pizjuan Stadium. However, by around 3 in the afternoon, a throng of fans donned in Sevilla's home jerseys had already congregated around the stadium. They gathered in clusters, animatedly discussing the impending match. For Sevilla supporters, tonight's game would represent the inaugural home match. As fans, they sought to create a fervent and exhilarating atmosphere for Sevilla's Warriors. Soon, the Sevilla fans rhythmically began to sing the team's anthem. The passionate and exuberant melody swiftly resonated throughout the vicinity of the Pizjuan Stadium, with an increasing number of supporters joining in the chorus. Each Sevilla fan brimmed with anticipation for the forthcoming Spanish Super Cup. They continually chanted slogans proclaiming Sevilla as champions. Simultaneously, many fans called out the name of their captain, Navas. This Spanish international is a star nurtured by Sevilla's youth academy. In addition to Navas, there were also shouts for the Brazilian Fabiano. Since his transfer to Sevilla in 2005, he has gradually become an indispensable weapon for the team. Last season, Fabiano netted 15 goals, making him the club's top scorer. Of course, surrounding the Pizjuan Stadium, there were also fans of the visiting team, Barcelona. Despite the official release of only 5,000 tickets by Sevilla, the number of red and blue supporters arriving in the city is evidently higher. An estimated crowd of at least 8,000 has gathered. Clad in their red and blue striped jerseys, the Barcelona fans passionately sing their club's anthem to rally their team. However, when the two sets of supporters converge, tensions are inevitable. It wasn't long before some of the more extreme fans clashed over trivial grievances, leading to a scuffle. Football has never been a gentleman's sport, and the same applies to its fans. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Sevilla team bus slowly departed from the club's parking lot, reaching the parking area of the Ram Ns Pizjuan Stadium after a 15-minute drive. The Sevilla players began disembarking from the bus and made their way to the dressing room. After changing into their kits, they stepped onto the pitch for warm-up exercises. As the fans of both teams also began to enter the stadium, Su Yuanqing gazed at the magnificent Pizjuan Stadium with great excitement, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to compete in such a splendid venue. Half an hour later, the Barcelona players arrived on the field for their training session. Initially, Su Yuanqing had no intention of greeting his former teammates. especially considering his earlier confrontation with Yosi and Piku in the dressing room. However, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who had yet to transfer from Barcelona to Milan ahead of the Spanish Super Cup first leg, was still slated to start. Upon spotting Su Yuanqing warming up, his good friend Ibrahimovic approached him for a friendly exchange. Now donned in Sevilla's colors, Su Yuanqing regarded Barcelona as his adversary for the evening. Any reminiscences with Ibrahimovic would have to wait until after the match. The focus must remain on the impending clash. Should the opportunity arise, Su Yuanqing yearned to outshine Barcelona and outplay Messi. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. At 6:30, as both teams concluded their warm-up sessions and retreated to their respective dressing rooms, the first leg of this Spanish Super Cup showdown was on the brink of commencement. Chapter 14. The president and Li Ning CEO attend the match live. The stands of the PSGN Stadium were now teeming with fans, as Sevilla supporters eagerly awaited the commencement of the grand battle. Meanwhile, the 5,000 Barcelona fans situated in the away section were also settled in, engaging in discussions about their expectations for the match to pass the time. Barcelona was poised to conquer the PSGN Stadium. It was conservatively estimated that the scoreline would be at least 3-0. Sevilla was hardly a worthy opponent. The only suspense of the match lay in how many goals Barcelona would score. Messi was destined to achieve a hat-trick tonight. No, it should be a quadruple. What could Sevilla possibly do to win? Their roster is woefully inadequate. They are utterly unworthy of being compared to us, Barcelona. Only those players who cannot secure a place in Barcelona's squad would consider joining Sevilla, such as that striker from Huaxia, Su. It appears that the Barcelona fans in the away section are brimming with confidence for the impending Spanish Super Cup. Naturally, the Sevilla supporters in the home stands equally believe in their team's potential for victory. Barcelona is nothing to fear. Last season, we triumphed over them in the Copa del Rey. Indeed, no matter how much Barcelona boasts, they are merely our vanquished foes. If we have defeated Barcelona once, we can surely do so again. Football is unpredictable, and anything can happen. We must fortify our defense and seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Forget about defense. Just go for it. Trust in Sevilla's players. This is our home ground. Let these Catalans taste the bitterness of defeat. Although a small fraction of Sevilla fans harbor concerns about tonight's match, they are a minority. The majority remain steadfast in their belief that the team can conquer the invincible dream team on home soil. At this moment, in the VIP box of the Ram in Essenche PSGN Stadium, several distinguished gentlemen, elegantly attired, sip their coffee as they await the commencement of this grand battle. Among them are Mr. Carmona, the president of Sevilla, along with several club executives, and Ms. Li Yue, the president of Li Ning Spain. Mr. Carmona, I have heard that the newly signed Chinese player has been performing admirably in training and has even made it onto the roster for tonight's match. Is that true? Ms. Li inquired first. As a key proponent of Su Qingyuan's transfer to Sevilla, Ms. Li is quite familiar with his performance since joining the team. Although Su's transfer was, in many respects, a purely commercial endeavor, if he can establish himself within Sevilla, it would undoubtedly bolster the Li Ning brand in Spain and across Europe. Yes, Ms. Li. Su has indeed shown commendable performance in training, and Alvarez has included him in the squad for tonight. However, it is unlikely that he will start, Mr. Carmona replied. Ms. Li nodded and continued, that's all right. Being included in the roster signifies a positive beginning. I believe this Chinese player will earn the trust of the head coach through his diligence. President Carmona echoed her sentiment, stating, Indeed. I personally hope this Chinese player can secure his place in the first team, as it would be beneficial for both the club and your brand. However, it all ultimately depends on his own efforts. Ms. Li gently nodded in agreement with Mr. Carmona's perspective, and she softly added, Certainly, if he wishes to succeed, he must rely on his own hard work. At this moment, in the commentary box of the Ram in Estche Pizjuan Stadium, announcers from various nations have received the starting lineups of the two teams. In a corner of the commentary booth, a bespectacled middle-aged man and a somewhat elderly gentleman have begun to introduce the starting lineups in Chinese. These two renowned Chinese commentators are none other than the illustrious Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu. We extend a warm welcome to all football fans to witness the first leg of the 2010 to 2011 Spanish Super Cup. The reigning champions of the Copa del Rey, Sevilla, host the previous champions of La Liga, Barcelona. The starting lineups have been announced. The home team, Sevilla, has opted for a defensive 5-3-2 formation this evening, suggesting that Coach Alvarez intends to adopt a resolute defensive strategy. The specific positions are as follows. The goalkeeper is Palop, while the 5 defenders consist of Captain Navas, Fazio, Conco, Iscud, and the newly acquired wingback Debo, who joined from Saint Etienne this summer. The 3 midfielders are Renato, Zakora, and Romeric. And the 2 forwards are the duo from last season, Fabiano and Perotti. Notably, the young Chinese talent Su Yuanqing has made it onto the matchday squad. Although he is not starting, there remains a possibility for him to make a substitute appearance tonight. At this moment, commentator Zhang Lu interjects. Su Yuanqing has been unable to secure opportunities at Barcelona throughout last season, remaining a benchwarmer for the entirety of the campaign. Let us hope he gets the chance to face his former club tonight. If Su Yuanqing does step onto the pitch and scores against Barcelona, that would be quite the spectacle. Zhang Jun concurs, adding, "Indeed, if memory serves me right, no Chinese player has ever managed to breach Barcelona's goal." With a light-hearted jest, Zhang Jun swiftly returns to the pre-match lineup discussion. Now, let us examine Barcelona's starting 11. Guardiola has surprisingly deployed a rather unconventional 5-2-3 formation for this match. The goalkeeper is Miho, with defenders Gomez, Maxwell, Alves, Abidal, and Milito. The midfield duo comprises young talent Romeu and Keita, while the 3 forwards consist of Boyan, Ibrahimovic, and Soriano. Notably, key players such as Xavi, Iniesta, Messi, and Villa are absent from the starting lineup. Zhang Lu expresses his astonishment, clearly indicating a significant deviation from his pre-match predictions. Could it be that Guardiola intends to use this Spanish Super Cup as a testing ground? Or does he believe that a lineup of substitutes is sufficient to secure victory against Sevilla on their turf? Meanwhile, in the distant eastern nation, numerous Chinese fans remain glued to their screens late into the night, eagerly awaiting the commencement of this grand encounter. The mere thought of that lad sitting on the bench for an entire night suddenly invigorated my spirit. Goodness! To my astonishment, Su Yuanqing appeared on the substitutes bench. This revelation ignited my motivation to stay awake. At long last, I could proudly unveil my decade-long identity as a Sevilla supporter. I sincerely hope that Su Yuanqing will take to the field in the second half. I would gladly trade a decade of a rival's romantic entanglement for just one appearance from Su Yuanqing. It remains uncertain whether he will indeed step onto the pitch. Yet my heart is filled with anticipation. As the fans began to send their fervent messages, the starting players of both teams arranged themselves on the field. And the match was on the brink of commencement. The iconic, slightly husky voice of Zhang Jun resonated through the air. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the match. The first leg of the 2010 to 2011 Spanish Super Cup was officially underway. Chapter 15. A significant lead, a league debut? As the match commenced, the players of Sevilla, commanding the home ground, exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. The forwards relentlessly pressed forward, employing vigorous movements to apply pressure on Barcelona. Sevilla. From the very first minute, over 40,000 Sevilla fans in the stands passionately cheered for their home team. In response to the roaring support, the Sevilla players played with unyielding ferocity, engaging in physical confrontations with their Barcelona counterparts. Alvarez's tactics were crystal clear: to utilize the players' physical prowess and relentless runs to counteract Barcelona's possession-based system. It proved to be a judicious tactical decision. Under the relentless pressure and vigorous movements of the Sevilla players, Barcelona's renowned style found itself rendered ineffective. Additionally, Guardiola's decision not to field his strongest lineup directly resulted in frequent passing errors among the Barcelona players. With Sevilla's tireless high press, the midfield passing of Barcelona faced significant challenges, hindering their ability to deliver the ball swiftly to attacking players. This Barcelona side felt somewhat unfamiliar. Clearly, Sevilla had prepared more thoroughly, and Coach Alvarez's tactical arrangements were exceedingly targeted. Romeu committed a passing error. The ball fell into the hands of Sevilla. A splendid opportunity for a counterattack. A foul. Alves, from behind, brought down Perotti. The referee blew the whistle. Alves received a yellow card, and Sevilla was awarded a free kick just outside the left side of the penalty area. From the commentary box, the commentator Zhang Jun adjusted his glasses, his excitement palpable as he remarked, "This is a well-placed free kick, absolutely suitable for a direct shot." On the sidelines, dressed impeccably, Coach Alvarez immediately applauded his Sevilla disciples upon witnessing the foul committed by the Barcelona players. This was the outcome he had eagerly anticipated. At this moment, the match had progressed for 15 minutes, during which the players of Sevilla executed Alvarez's tactics flawlessly. Particularly in the midfield confrontations, Sevilla achieved a remarkable dominance. On this occasion, Sevilla even threatened Barcelona's penalty area directly through an interception in midfield, undoubtedly bringing immense satisfaction to Alvarez. Behind Alvarez on the substitutes bench, Su Yuanqing and his friend Rakiti were intently observing everything transpiring on the pitch. Neither Su Yuanqing nor Rakiti had been granted a starting opportunity. Rather, their mutual friend Debo had taken the field. To be candid, both players felt a tinge of disappointment, especially Rakiti. Last season, he was an absolute mainstay at Schalke 04, contributing 7 goals to his team's efforts. Truth be told, scoring 7 goals in a single season is quite commendable for a midfielder. Moreover, the caliber of Schalke 04 and Sevilla are quite similar, leading Rakiti to believe that upon joining Sevilla, he would swiftly become a key player. However, he found himself relegated to the substitutes bench for the opening match, leaving him in a state of considerable frustration. As for Su Yuanqing, he had long grown accustomed to waiting. Of course, being a substitute at Sevilla is an entirely different experience from being one at Barcelona. Under Guardiola's management and the tactical framework of the team, he rarely had a chance to step onto the pitch at Barcelona. Yet, within Sevilla's squad, Su Yuanqing maintained a strong competitive edge, having impressed Alvarez with his outstanding performances in training matches. Perhaps the day of his appearance was not far off. On the field, Sevilla's midfield general, Renato, stood at the penalty spot. However, he chose not to shoot directly, but instead passed the ball into the penalty area. With a crisp sound, the ball landed perfectly on the head of Sevilla forward Fabiano. The latter positioned himself expertly within the box, seizing the initiative. He then leaped into the air, executing a powerful header. The ball soared into the net. Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ruben, was a fraction late in his response and could only watch as the ball flew into the goal. The goal was scored. In the commentary box, Jean June exclaimed excitedly, "In the 15th minute of the match, Sevilla's star striker Fabiano has smashed the ball into Barcelona's net with a header." 1-0. Following the goal, Fabiano swiftly leapt over the advertising boards behind the goal and ran towards the Sevilla supporters' stand, raising his arms in triumph. At that moment, the entire Ram in Estche Pizjuan Stadium erupted in fervor. "Fabiano! Fabiano!" echoed the voices of over 40,000 Sevilla fans, collectively chanting the name of their hero. Fabiano executed a commanding header, propelling Sevilla to secure their inaugural goal of the new season. On the sidelines, head coach Alvarez also offered applause to Fabiano. With the goal achieved, Alvarez's previously anxious heart could finally find solace. Meanwhile, on the substitute bench, players such as Su Yuanqing and Rakiti genuinely rejoiced for Fabiano's achievement. With an early lead established, Sevilla could now focus on fortifying their defense in the ensuing match. The attacking players promptly retreated to their half following the kickoff to partake in defensive duties, as Sevilla aimed to safeguard their slender advantage with a wall-like defense. Of course, should opportunities for counterattacks arise, Sevilla's players would undoubtedly seize the initiative, striking like a sharp blade aimed at the heart of Barcelona. With no retreat left for Barcelona, they were compelled to bolster their offensive efforts, fully aware that such a strategy would inevitably expose defensive vulnerabilities. However, they had no choice but to proceed. In the 56th minute of the second half, Sevilla successfully extended their lead to 2-0. Romeric intercepted the ball in midfield and delivered a long pass to the forward Perotti, who skillfully evaded the offside trap, gaining a clear opportunity on goal. Subsequently, Perotti executed a delicate chip shot, piercing the Barcelona net. With a 2-goal cushion, Alvarez began contemplating substitutions. 5 minutes later, assistant coach Antoine approached the warm-up area, calling out to Rakiti, "Ivan, prepare to change your jersey." Rakiti was poised to make his entrance. Before Rakiti could fully absorb the moment, Antoine suddenly shouted towards Su Yuanqing, "Su, you too." Chapter 16. The fans were astonished as Su Yuanqing made his entrance. Ultimately, Alvarez decided to grant Su Yuanqing an opportunity. After all, with Sevilla leading 3-0, victory in this match seemed merely a matter of time, with approximately 20 minutes remaining. It was indeed a fine moment to provide a newcomer with some playing time. Upon hearing his name, Su Yuanqing's face lit up with joy and surprise. He had not anticipated his debut would arrive so soon. He hurried to the substitute bench, swiftly changing into his jersey. Before his entrance, Alvarez called Su Yuanqing over, firmly patting his shoulder while offering words of encouragement. "Su, play well, and try to showcase your abilities during these 20 minutes. Understood?" As Su Yuanqing conversed with Alvarez, assistant coach Antoine had already submitted the substitution list to the fourth official. Soon, Su Yuanqing, donned in the number 66 jersey, and Rakiti, in the number 25 jersey, stood ready at the sidelines. However, with the match still fervently contested, Sevilla could not yet execute the substitutions. The emotions coursing through Su Yuanqing were undoubtedly exhilarating. Last season, he found himself languishing on the sidelines of Barcelona, rarely even standing in the substitution zone, making this moment in the official league his first experience in such a position. Witnessing the fierce contest between players at such a close range sent his adrenaline soaring. Even though the match had entered garbage time and the opponents were not fielding their strongest lineup, Su Yuanqing was finally able to don the jersey and step onto the hallowed grass of the home pitch. This alone was enough to evoke profound excitement and joy within him. The day had finally arrived. "Are you nervous, Su?" inquired Rakiti suddenly, glancing over at him. "Nervous?" Su Yuanqing admitted, not concealing his true feelings. Rakiti smiled gently and replied, "I'm nervous too. It's a normal reaction. By the way, Su, when you see me receive the ball, make a direct run into the penalty area. I'll pass it to you. Thank you." In the 73rd minute of the match, Sevilla's midfielder Renato committed a foul at the top of the penalty arc, prompting the referee to blow the whistle. Barcelona was awarded a free kick. Beep. The referee halted the game and signaled for substitutions. On the sidelines, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Number 8, Zakora, was replaced by number 25, Rakiti. The broadcast then shifted its focus to the Asian player with dark hair and fair skin. Number 66 was brought on to replace the goal-scoring hero, Fabiano, who wore number 18. In that moment, over 40,000 Sevilla fans in the stands displayed expressions of confusion. Clearly, the fans were not particularly familiar with this Asian player. Who is he? When did the team acquire an Asian player? The team has an Asian player? The Sevilla supporters began to murmur among themselves. Meanwhile, on the Barcelona sidelines, Guardiola wore a grave expression. He, of course, recognized Su Yuanqing. However, Guardiola had not anticipated that Alvarez would grant Su Yuanqing the opportunity to play. "Young man, give it your all," Fabiano offered his well wishes before gradually making his way back to the bench. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Su Yuanqing stepped onto the pitch of the Pizjuan Stadium. At that moment, in the Huaxiao broadcasting studio, Sevilla had initiated their personnel changes. Jean-June swiftly introduced the newly entered player. Zakora was off, and the player stepping onto the field was Rakiti, who had just transferred from the Bundesliga team Schalke 04 that summer. Rakiti possessed remarkable running ability and was technically proficient, having scored 7 goals in the Bundesliga last season. As Zakora exited, the camera suddenly shifted to the side, focusing on Su Yuanqing. This instant ignited the excitement of Jean-June and Zhang Lu. "What? Su Yuanqing? Su Yuanqing is on the field." The voice of Jean-June resonated with a hint of excitement, even raising its volume slightly. Clad in the number 66 jersey. Indeed, it is Su Yuanqing. He has truly made his debut. He has replaced the goal-scoring hero, Fabiano. After languishing on the bench for a year at Barcelona, Su Yuanqing has transferred to Sevilla. Who would have imagined that he would seize the opportunity to play in the first match of the new season? Moreover, the opponent is none other than his former club, Barcelona. In the comments section, fans from Huaxiao have already descended into madness. They frantically pounded their keyboards, expressing their overwhelming emotions. Goodness, am I dreaming? Su Yuanqing has really taken the field. In the opening match against Barcelona, the former Barcelona player is actually on the pitch. Alvarez certainly understands the significance of the moment. Incredible. Su Yuanqing's decision to join Sevilla is undoubtedly the right one. Let us overpower Barcelona. Make Guardiola regret it. Su Yuanqing, unleash your talent and silence those who once looked down on you. In an instant, the live stream screen was inundated with comments from Huaxia fans. Despite it being 3 o'clock in the morning in Huaxia, without a doubt, the moment Su Yuanqing stepped onto the field, every Huaxia fan instantly shook off their drowsiness. Filled with energy, equally exhilarated was Li Yuwei, who was in a box at the Pizjuan Stadium. Naturally, this was the scene that the club owner, Carmona, had hoped to witness. Slowly rising from her chair, the president of Spain's Li Ning, Li Yuwei, gazed intently at the newly entered Su Yuanqing, meticulously observing his every move. Upon entering the field, Su Yuanqing did not immediately rush to the forward position, but instead approached his own penalty area. A foul by Renato had granted Barcelona a free kick in the attacking zone. Su Yuanqing needed to utilize his height to contest for the aerial ball. Bang! The pass from Barcelona's midfielder, Romeu, swiftly descended into Sevilla's penalty area. By sheer coincidence, the ball landed directly atop Su Yuanqing's head. Beside him stood Barcelona forward, Soriano. Su Yuanqing dared not be careless and quickly placed his right hand on Soriano's shoulder, both players leaping simultaneously. However, the first touch was seized by Soriano. The latter forcefully directed a header towards the goal, but perhaps due to Su Yuanqing's interference, the header lacked power. The ball was swiftly caught by the goalkeeper. 3 seconds later, Sevilla's goalkeeper suddenly threw the ball to the center, reaching Rakiti. The latter advanced rapidly with the ball. Is this the pace of a top-tier team? Su Yuanqing had yet to regain his composure when his teammate propelled the ball forward. Bang! Rakiti unleashed a long-range shot from midfield, the ball hurtling straight towards Barcelona's goal. The goalkeeper, Ruben, swiftly dove to make a save, deflecting the ball out of bounds. A corner kick. Sevilla was awarded a corner opportunity. The passionate voice of commentator Jean Jun resonated once more, his gaze fixated on Su Yuanqing, a flicker of anticipation gracing his features. He recalled that Su Yuanqing had been hailed as a header prodigy during his time at La Masia's youth academy. This corner kick presented a golden opportunity for Su Yuanqing to score. Chapter 17. A debut goal. The self-doubt of Guardiola within the confines of Barcelona's penalty area. Su Yuanqing was engaged in a tussle with the opposing center-back, Maxwell, neither willing to concede an inch. Despite Su Yuanqing's limited appearances with the first team, all players were well aware of his prowess in aerial duels. Such set-piece defenses could not afford to overlook him. At the corner flag, Ivan Rakiti, donned in the number 25 jersey, prepared to take the corner kick. Drawing a deep breath to maintain his composure, he raised his hands to signal the impending delivery. With a resounding thud, the ball arced gracefully through the air above Barcelona's penalty area, hurtling towards Su Yuanqing's head at the far post. Through team training, Rakiti had become intimately familiar with Su Yuanqing's heading ability, harboring immense trust in him. Moreover, given their rapport, it was certain that Rakiti would aim to assist Su Yuanqing. In the air above the pitch, Rakiti's cross was remarkably precise, descending along the predetermined trajectory. Positioned at the far post, Su Yuanqing was already poised to execute a header. Before Rakiti even raised his hands, Su Yuanqing had deftly evaded Maxwell's interference with a clever run inside the box. This meant that, at the moment he received Rakiti's pass, no Barcelona defenders were in proximity to challenge him. Seeing the ball soaring towards the far post, Maxwell sprinted with the urgency of a 100-meter dash. Yet, he was a moment too late. Su Yuanqing offered no chance for Maxwell to rectify his error. Rising majestically at the far post within Barcelona's penalty area, Su Yuanqing launched himself into the air. In mid-flight, as the ball approached, he unleashed a powerful thrust from his core. With a resounding impact, the ball struck forcefully against the net defended by Ruben. At that instant, the Barcelona goalkeeper had no time to react for any save. With a resounding thud, the ball found the back of the net. Instantly, the stands of the Ram and Che Pizjuan Stadium erupted, Sevilla fans rising in unison, arms aloft. Engulfed in a frenzy of jubilation, the score was now rewritten to 3-0. Over 40,000 Sevilla supporters roared with excitement. A scenario no one had dared to envision before the match. Sevilla astonishingly triumphed over Barcelona with a resounding 3-0 scoreline on their home turf. A feat that undoubtedly warrants exuberant celebration among the Sevilla faithful. The pivotal moment arrived in the 76th minute when Su Yuanqing's header found the back of the net, leaving nearly 10 minutes of play remaining. Even accounting for stoppage time, Barcelona, trailing by 3 goals, faced a daunting challenge to equalize within the limited time frame. Thus, in a certain light, Su Yuanqing's goal effectively sealed the contest, igniting fervor among the supporters in the stands. What a revelation this Asian player, Ward Fa, has proven to be. Scoring within minutes of his introduction, it appears he transferred from Barcelona, where he reportedly did not receive significant opportunities under Guardiola. Indeed, my cousin, who works with Sevilla, mentioned that this young talent was deemed a commercial choice for the season. Regardless of the commercial aspects, as long as he contributes to Sevilla's success, we stand by him. Absolutely. It is high time to find a suitable substitute for Fabiano, and this Asian player seems quite promising. While the Sevilla fans reveled in their elation, the Barcelona supporters in the away section were enveloped in a heavy silence, their expressions betraying a mix of bewilderment and shock. Who could have foreseen that the once overlooked forward from Huaxia, who spent an entire season languishing on the bench at Barcelona, would turn the tables on his former club this evening? After a prolonged silence, some Barcelona fans could no longer contain themselves, voicing their frustrations with outstretched hands directed towards the pitch. What the heck? How could this Huaxia player perform so brilliantly with his header? Guardiola should never have let him go to Sevilla. His market value is likely to rise significantly by season's end. What is Maxwell doing? Why is he not marking his man? To be scored upon by one of their own cast-offs is nothing short of disgraceful. The cheers and complaints from the stands may have been loud, yet Su Yuanqing, having just scored, was oblivious to the cacophony surrounding him. Overcome with excitement, he disregarded any sentiments for his former club and sprinted towards the corner flag, performing an exuberant sliding celebration while shouting in triumph. Following closely, Rakiti was the first to rush to Su Yuanqing's side to celebrate. "I knew it. Just deliver the ball to your head, and it will surely find the net," he exclaimed. "Ivan, thank you for the assist." The two embraced, and soon, other Sevilla players joined to celebrate with Su Yuanqing. "Congratulations, Su. You've scored your first goal. What a remarkable achievement, scoring on your debut. An unparalleled goal, brilliantly executed." As teammates showered him with well wishes, the atmosphere in the Pizjuan box was electric. The owner of Sevilla, Carmona, was equally overwhelmed with emotion as he witnessed Su Yuanqing's header breach Barcelona's goal, raising his arms in exuberance. "Beautiful. 3-0. Our Sevilla is invincible." Dressed impeccably in a suit, Carmona reveled in this moment, sharing the exhilaration that comes from witnessing one's team triumph over the La Liga titans at their home ground. Opposite him, Li Yue also wore a satisfied smile. In fact, upon seeing Su Yuanqing take the field, she felt a premonition that he would score that evening. It turns out that a woman's sixth sense is indeed formidable. "Mr. Carmona, it seems this transfer has proven to be remarkably successful, as Su Yuanqing contributed the decisive goal," Li Yue remarked with a nod and a smile. "Indeed, Miss Li. Judging by tonight's match alone, Su's transfer has been impeccable. He scored on his debut. Let us hope he maintains this outstanding form to secure more victories for the team," Carmona replied. Li Yue continued, "Perhaps you could consult Coach Alvarez for additional opportunities for Su Yuanqing to showcase his talents. Doing so might enable him to net even more goals this season." Carmona's expression shifted to one of discomfort, revealing his discontent. Nevertheless, he shook his head, carefully controlling his demeanor as he politely declined. "I apologize, Miss Li, but although I am the owner of Sevilla, I do not interfere with the tactical decisions of the head coach. Such actions would be considered overstepping in the world of football. I must respect and trust the coach I have selected." Li Yue understood this unspoken rule within the football realm. Yet she recognized that not all teams in La Liga adhere to such principles. Her suggestion was merely casual. The focus returned to the pitch, where, following the goal, Su Yuanqing was surrounded by teammates, exhilaratedly absorbing the chants of his name from the crowd. Despite the Sevilla fans' pronunciation being slightly off, even resembling the celebrations of another player, it mattered little. These displays affirmed that Su Yuanqing had garnered the trust of the Sevilla supporters. On his debut, he scored his first goal for Sevilla, remarkably against his former club, the esteemed Barcelona. This goal effectively marked a definitive closure to his unfortunate chapter with Barcelona. From this moment onward, he was poised to embrace a glorious era at Sevilla. On the sidelines, the Barcelona bench witnessed the jubilant roars of Sevilla fans. Guardiola furrowed his brow, running his hand over his polished bald head, shaking it in resignation. Undoubtedly, the experience of conceding a goal to a player he once coached was far from pleasant, especially since this player has long been underappreciated, effectively purged from the team. For a moment, Guardiola's face flickered with confusion, soon succumbing to overwhelming doubt. Could it be that he truly misjudged the situation? Unable to provide himself with an answer, Guardiola exhaled a deep sigh, redirecting his thoughts back to the match. The game was far from over. Barcelona would not easily concede defeat. Chapter 18. The background. The dormant vitality of Huaxia. Meanwhile, within the Huaxia studio, the ball found the net. Su Yuanqing scored with a header. Sevilla led Barcelona 3-0 on home turf. Nearly 5 minutes after his introduction, Su Yuanqing broke through Barcelona's defenses with a powerful header. Commentator Jean Jun's slightly hoarse voice resonated with palpable excitement as he exclaimed the moment. After all, it had been quite some time since a Huaxia player had netted a goal in one of the top 5 leagues. And Su Yuanqing's strike finally breathed life into the long-dormant domestic football scene. 3-0. If all goes as expected, Sevilla will claim victory in the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup. Beside him, Coach Jean commented with a smile. Su Yuanqing showcased his aerial prowess in that attack, and Rakiti's pass was remarkably precise. Although both players have only recently joined Sevilla, this moment of synergy clearly indicates their high level of understanding. He chuckled, I suspect most did not foresee Sevilla leading Barcelona by 3 goals at home, nor did anyone anticipate that Su Yuanqing would make an appearance and score. Now, the pressure shifted to Barcelona. Despite the two-legged nature of the Spanish Super Cup, losing 3-0 in the first leg complicates their chances for a comeback in the return match. Guardiola must implement changes. At this moment, the live stream was overwhelmed by comments from Huaxia fans. Did we just score? Am I dreaming? That header was truly magnificent. The Barcelona goalkeeper barely reacted. Wow, coming off the bench to score against his former club, what a script. I knew it. Su Yuanqing could shine. He merely needed the opportunity. Ha ha ha, Guardiola looked stunned. Su Yuanqing is incredible. I'm rooting for you to score even more. Let us wipe the floor with Barcelona. Su Yuanqing's celebration following the goal was undeniably bold, showing no regard for Barcelona. Why give them any courtesy? Guardiola has consistently overlooked Su Yuanqing. Squandering a season, he's somewhat of a villain in Huaxia football. On the pitch, just before Barcelona resumed play, Guardiola swiftly executed a substitution. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Messi made his entrance, replacing the underwhelming Soriano on this evening. Moreover, the young Thiago has replaced the equally youthful Romeo. Guardiola made 2 consecutive substitutions, signaling Barcelona's intent to intensify their efforts. Presently, Barcelona's front line is predominantly composed of their key players, Ibrahimovic in the center, Ballon on the left flank, and Messi on the right. With approximately 15 minutes remaining in the match, Sevilla must remain resolute. Following the restart, under the guidance of coach Alvarez, the Sevilla players shifted their focus to defense, leaving only Su Yuanqing up front. In the 80th minute, Barcelona executed a dazzling combination in midfield. Thiago, freshly introduced, skillfully evaded 2 Sevilla midfielders with a Marseille turn. In the next moment, Thiago delivered the ball to Messi in the center. The latter surged forward with his left foot towards Sevilla's penalty area. Observing this situation, Su Yuanqing retreated to midfield to bolster the team's defense. For them, a vigorous offensive from Barcelona was most welcome, as it not only provided a chance for defensive triumph but potentially opened avenues for counterattacks. With Messi's entry, Barcelona's previously subdued attack began to weave together again, displaying frequent short passes, and even their ball possession, which had been lagging, began to rise. Soon, Messi actively linked up in the center, executing wall passes with teammates, drawing the Sevilla defense apart and advancing towards the penalty area. Should Messi penetrate the box with the ball, he could undoubtedly find the ideal angle amidst defensive gaps to unleash a decisive strike on Sevilla's goal. At this crucial moment, a sudden gust of wind appeared behind Messi, and Su Yuanqing executed a tactical foul, bringing Messi crashing to the ground. The referee immediately blew the whistle and approached to issue a yellow card to the offending player, none other than Su Yuanqing. After retreating to midfield, he had precisely witnessed Thiago's deft maneuver to shake off Sevilla's interference. Simultaneously, Messi was transitioning from the right to the center to coordinate with his teammates. Given his season with Barcelona, Su Yuanqing was intimately familiar with Guardiola's tactical approach. Anticipating that Thiago would pass to Messi, he hastily positioned himself behind him. Ultimately, Su Yuanqing's decision proved to be astute. Just as Messi prepared to unleash his breakthrough, Su Yuanqing decisively intervened, toppling Messi to the ground. Although he received a yellow card, the disruption of Barcelona's offense was deemed a worthy sacrifice. As Messi rose from the ground, he could not help but extend his arms towards the fouling Su Yuanqing, his demeanor fierce and his expression somewhat grim. The referee, upon witnessing this, hurriedly stepped in between them to prevent the escalation of conflict. Barcelona was awarded a free kick. Due to Messi's recent injury, it seemed he had no intention of taking the kick himself, and it would likely fall to Thiago. Indeed, the young prodigy Thiago took his place at the penalty spot. This position was approximately 30 meters from the goal, making a direct shot rather challenging. A pass was the more probable choice, and Sevilla needed to be vigilant in their defensive duties within the penalty area. Just as Zhang Lu's words faded, Thiago struck the ball, sending it into the penalty area. Bang! In an instant, chaos erupted within Sevilla's box. This time, Thiago's pass found Barcelona's towering striker, Ibrahimovic. Although Ibrahimovic had previously claimed he was not fond of scoring with headers, the current circumstances demanded that he showcase his aerial prowess. Defending against Ibrahimovic for Sevilla was the central defender, Fazio, an Argentine behemoth standing at 195 centimeters, known for his exceptional prowess in direct confrontations. Furthermore, alongside Fazio was his friend, Su Yuanqing, who joined forces to challenge Ibrahimovic. In this dual defense, the tall and imposing Ibrahimovic failed to claim the ball. which was surprisingly cleared with a header by the somewhat inexperienced Su Yuanqing. Well done, Su. Although Ibrahimovic did not succeed in the aerial duel, there was no trace of anger on his face. Instead, he genuinely gave Su Yuanqing a thumbs up, despite both players fighting their own battles on the field. This did not diminish Ibrahimovic's admiration for Su Yuanqing. In fact, as a friend of Su Yuanqing, Ibrahimovic felt a sense of joy witnessing Su's opportunity to play for Sevilla and score a goal. Meanwhile, after the clearance, the ball drifted toward the midfield, where it was easily controlled by Rakiti. Shortly thereafter, Sevilla seized another opportunity for a counterattack. However, this time, Barcelona's retreat was swift, preventing any significant openings for their opponents. With Sevilla enjoying a substantial lead, they remained calm, passing the ball around the midfield while waiting for their forwards to position themselves. After 4 or 5 passes that stretched Barcelona's defense, the ball found its way to Navas on the right flank. Glancing up to assess the situation ahead, Navas unhesitatingly lifted the ball, sending it soaring into the penalty area. Bang! The quality of the cross was not particularly high, yet it was evident that Navas aimed it towards Su Yuanqing's position. Undoubtedly, this young Chinese player has gained the trust of all his teammates through his impressive performance since joining the team nearly a month ago, particularly with his heading ability. Upon assessing the trajectory of the ball, Su Yuanqing swiftly moved into position, preparing to leap at any moment. Just then, Barcelona's center-back Maxwell, closely followed by Alves, attempted to obstruct him. The 3 players leapt almost simultaneously, yet the 2 Barcelona defenders ultimately became mere backdrops to Su Yuanqing's remarkable ascent. Despite not being exceptionally tall, his astonishing vertical leap and remarkable hang time caught both Maxwell and Alves off guard. As the ball descended, only Su Yuanqing appeared poised to make contact. Thud. Accompanied by a dull thump, the ball was expertly redirected by Su Yuanqing to the center. Given that he was blocked at the point of contention, he had no angle to direct the ball towards the goal and opted instead to send it centrally. At that very moment, Perotti galloped forward, and the ball fell at his feet. A prime opportunity for a shot. Chapter 19. A resounding 4-1 victory over Barcelona. Su Yuanqing's header was perfectly timed, landing right in front of Perotti. Most importantly, there were no Barcelona defenders nearby to impede him. Without hesitation, Perotti struck the ball fiercely. It sped towards Barcelona's goal like a bullet. Due to the velocity of Perotti's shot, goalkeeper Ruben had little chance to react. Whack! A crisp sound resonated as the ball slammed into the net, creating ripples. The score transformed from 3-0 to an astonishing 4-0. After scoring, Perotti beamed with joy, immediately pointing at Su Yuanqing with both hands before running over to embrace him tightly. Su, thank you for the assist. Although Perotti was already a key player for Sevilla, he showed great respect towards Su Yuanqing, displaying no airs. He wrapped his arms around Su Yuanqing and pointed towards the Sevilla fans in the stands, as if to convey to all Sevilla supporters that this goal was largely due to Su Yuanqing's contribution. In the stands of the Pizjuan Stadium, tens of thousands of Sevilla fans raised their arms in cheer, filled with excitement. Many began chanting Su Yuanqing's name. This 18-year-old prodigy had captured the hearts of all Sevilla fans in just 10 minutes. 4-0. Sevilla had truly triumphed over Barcelona. We did it. The substitution by Alvarez proved to be crucial. This Asian player has demonstrated his prowess. Sevilla is the champion. Barcelona? Those Catalans are utterly unworthy of comparison with us. The performance of this tall Asian player was nothing short of spectacular. Within less than 10 minutes on the pitch, he achieved a goal and an assist. I have developed quite an admiration for this giant. Do not cease. There is still time left in the match. Let us strive for another goal. In the stands at the Ram and Estche Pizjuan Stadium, the Barcelona fans bowed their proud heads. Each face among the Barça supporters was etched with a blend of resentment, disappointment, and speechlessness, a tumult of emotions swirling together. How infuriating. This was nothing short of a disgraceful battle. Guardiola should resign. This match was truly agonizing to watch. We ought to re-sign Su. His performance tonight was far superior to that of Ibrahimovic. I simply cannot fathom why Guardiola let Su go. It was an egregious error. Guardiola has utterly botched this match. Why not deploy the key players? Does the Spanish Super Cup hold no significance in Guardiola's eyes? The Barcelona fans were irate. They might permit Barcelona to lose, but absolutely not in such a manner. Thus, when Su Yuanqing assisted Perotti in scoring, the Barcelona supporters in the away section unleashed a chorus of vehement boos. These jeers were not directed at the Sevilla players who scored, but rather at the Barcelona players on the field. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia studio, As Sevilla's captain Navas passed the ball to Su Yuanqing in the penalty area, commentator Zhang Jun immediately raised his voice in exuberance. A splendid pass. Center. Su Yuanqing. Amidst the interference of two Barcelona defenders, deftly headed the ball. The football landed before Perotti. A shot. It's in. 4-0. The home team Sevilla has decisively trounced Barcelona tonight. Frankly, it has been quite some time since Barcelona suffered such a significant defeat. Huaxiao player Su Yuanqing has achieved yet another assist. In approximately 10 minutes on the pitch, he recorded a goal and an assist. Huaxia sports commentator Zhang Lu remarked, judging purely by tonight's match, Su Yuanqing has seamlessly adapted to Coach Alvarez's tactical system. His heading ability is fully showcased. This transfer from Barcelona to Sevilla was indeed a judicious decision, as Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu raved about Su Yuanqing's performance. Huaxiao fans in the live stream expressed their admiration through a flurry of comments. Indeed, it appears that a change of scenery can breathe new life into a player. Since joining Sevilla, Su Yuanqing seems to have transformed entirely, achieving a goal and an assist within just 10 minutes on the field. Who knows what a hat-trick he could have accomplished had he started the match. This has undoubtedly been the most exhilarating game I have ever witnessed. Su Yuanqing is magnificent. As a staunch Real Madrid supporter, I am absolutely delighted to see Barcelona lose. Guardiola has paid the price for his obstinacy. Where can I buy Su Yuanqing's jersey? I want to purchase it. Soon after the game resumed, the players of Barcelona wasted no time and launched an assault towards the Sevilla goal. Clearly, Barcelona was incensed. In midfield, Thiago engaged in a series of intricate short passes with his teammates, and within moments, Barcelona pierced through Sevilla's midfield barrier with their passing. At that moment, Thiago suddenly delivered a precise through ball. Sevilla's defensive focus was solely on Messi, inadvertently neglecting the presence of Ibrahimovic in the center. This time, Thiago's pass found none other than Ibrahimovic. Boom. Inside the penalty area, Ibrahimovic, using his physique to hold off Sevilla defender Fazio, took a decisive shot. The ball rippled the net. Barcelona had pulled one back, making it 4-1. However, shortly after Ibrahimovic scored, the referee blew the final whistle of the match. Beep, beep, beep. Following 3 long whistles, the Sevilla fans in the stands rose to their feet, cheering exuberantly. Although the team conceded a goal in the final moments, it did not detract from Sevilla's victory. Moreover, a scoreline of 4-1 was indeed a resounding triumph, a victory that would bring shame to Barcelona. On the pitch, Sevilla's players embraced each other, celebrating their magnificent victory over the seemingly invincible team. And it was a resounding win. Although Sevilla and Barcelona were set to face each other again in a UEFA Europa League second leg match a few days later, at this moment, Sevilla basked in the glory of victory. Rakiti embraced Su Yuanqing and excitedly remarked, 1 goal and 1 assist. You have captivated the fans in just 10 minutes. Su, it seems you were destined to become a key player for the team. Su Yuanqing shook his head, humbly responding, Fabiano scored a hat-trick today. I need to work even harder. Just as Su Yuanqing and Rakiti were conversing, a tall man clad in a Barcelona jersey approached Su Yuanqing. The visitor was none other than his only friend at Barcelona, Ibrahimovic. Chapter 20. Post-match conversation with Ibrahimovic. Su, I am truly delighted to see you playing for Sevilla. Ibrahimovic said as he stepped closer, offering a warm embrace. It seems you might just lift the Supercopa de España trophy shortly after arriving in Sevilla. Su Yuanqing forced a smile, saying, It's merely luck. Sevilla's coach, Mr. Alvarez, appreciates diligent players like me. As for lifting the trophy, that relies on my teammates. I am merely a temporary substitute. Moreover, the Spanish Super Cup is contested over 2 legs, and the outcome of the upcoming match at Camp Nou remains uncertain. Although they share a camaraderie, it is highly probable that Ibrahimovic may forfeit an opportunity to secure a championship title with Barcelona, leaving a tinge of regret on his visage. Yet he continues to offer compliments. However, Sevilla has achieved a resounding victory today with a score of 4-1, placing them on the precipice of lifting the trophy. For Barcelona to triumph in the second leg, they must score at least 4 goals, a formidable challenge. A bittersweet smile graced Su Yuanqing's face. Drawing from memories of his past life, he was acutely aware that in the second leg at Camp Nou, Barcelona would likely stage a comeback. Even though Sevilla has gained an additional goal due to his presence, the ultimate outcome remains shrouded in uncertainty. In football, the sphere is unpredictable, and anything can transpire. Observing Su Yuanqing's cautious demeanor, Ibrahimovic could not help but smile. Su, it seems you have matured considerably at Sevilla. I believe it won't be long before you become a key player for the team. Ibrahimovic has always held a favorable view of Su Yuanqing, even believing that with ample competitive experience, Su's abilities could rival his own. Indeed, the atmosphere at Sevilla feels far more congenial than at Barcelona. Barcelona is not the right fit for me, Su Yuanqing confided to Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic, well aware of this sentiment, engaged in a few more exchanges before they reluctantly parted ways. Good luck, Su. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter, and may we both deliver our utmost performance. I too look forward to our next meeting. Let us strive together. As Su Yuanqing and Ibrahimovic indulged in their conversation, coaches Guardiola and Alvarez arrived at the post-match press conference. The first to address the journalists was Barcelona's coach, Guardiola. Following a devastating defeat, Guardiola's spirits had plummeted, and his countenance was etched with gravity. It was evident that he exhibited signs of tension and unease. Fidgeting subconsciously in his seat, Mr. Guardiola, what do you perceive as the primary reason for your team's loss this evening? Additionally, how would you assess the player Su, who, according to Transfermarkt, transitioned from Barcelona to Sevilla? You must be quite familiar with him. A reporter from Marca was the first to direct a question at Guardiola. Clearing his throat, Guardiola refrained from immediately answering, opting instead to cough twice to alleviate his discomfort, recognizing the sharpness of the inquiry. He required a moment to reflect. Prior to the commencement of this match, I had already planned to rotate our squad for tonight's game. Sevilla's players exhibited remarkable vigor and aggression on the pitch, while our rotated lineup failed to demonstrate their expected capabilities, resulting in our defeat. As for Su, I have no particular comments to make. While he was indeed a Barcelona player last season, he now represents Sevilla. It would be disrespectful to Sevilla for me to evaluate players from other teams. With those words, Pep Guardiola abruptly rose and exited the press conference. In truth, the reporter from Marca had sought to embarrass Guardiola, attempting to lure him into admitting he had not given Su Yuanqing sufficient opportunities. However, the astute Guardiola did not take the bait. Next, it was Sevilla's manager, Alvarez, who faced the journalists. As the victorious side, Alvarez's demeanor was the polar opposite of Guardiola's. The Sevilla coach radiated joy. Congratulations on Sevilla's triumphant start to the new season, securing a resounding 4-1 victory over Barcelona at home. Do you believe Sevilla has already clinched the Spanish Super Cup? Inquired a reporter from Mundo Deportivo. To be honest, yes. Although there is still a second leg, tonight we've established a commanding lead. Barcelona's chances are now exceedingly slim, having witnessed his team dismantle Barcelona on home soil. Alvarez's confidence had soared beyond measure. He dismissed the significance of the second leg entirely, as if the Spanish Super Cup were already securely in his grasp. Subsequently, a local Sevilla reporter posed a question. Coach, could you share your thoughts on the new signings, particularly Su, who contributed a goal and an assist? Absolutely. Alvarez's demeanor brightened instantly at the mention of Su Yuanqing, and he launched into an enthusiastic response. Su is a young Chinese striker, only 18 years old. In truth, we've been monitoring him for quite some time. Last season, he endured a difficult spell at Barcelona, failing to secure playing time under Guardiola. Nevertheless, Sevilla chose to sign him. Before Alvarez could continue, another journalist interjected. Coach, are you suggesting that Sevilla's acquisition of Su was not a commercial decision, but rather based on his footballing abilities? Initially intending to embellish his own reputation, Alvarez found himself caught off guard. Well, it's 50-50, he hastily clarified. Regardless, tonight Su scored a magnificent header and delivered a splendid assist. He has found a sense of belonging here at Sevilla. The local journalist from Sevilla continued with his inquiries. For the final question, will Su be starting in the next match? Apologies, but I must refrain from disclosing that information. However, I would like to mention that our starting forward, Fabiano, scored a hat-trick this evening, showcasing his exceptional form. Meanwhile, Don'tio Network promptly published a report following the conclusion of the match. The 18-year-old prodigy, Su Yuanqing, made a substitute appearance, dazzling with a goal and an assist in just 10 minutes, helping Sevilla to a resounding 4-1 victory over his former club, Barcelona. Almost immediately, this report was pinned by the official channels, allowing all fans visiting Don'tio Network to view it without delay. Within half an hour, the comments on this article surged to an astonishing 100,000. Chapter 21. The team's status significantly elevated. The sole hope of Chinese football, Su Yuanqing. After enduring an entire season with Barcelona, Su Yuanqing finally seized the opportunity to play for Sevilla. Rumor has it that the behind-the-scenes catalyst for Su's transfer to Sevilla was Li Ning. One ought to purchase more garments from the Li Ning brand. This is merely the beginning. May Su Yuanqing secure a starting position at Sevilla. At last, I can proudly reveal my identity as a longtime supporter of Sevilla for 2 decades. In the comments section, fans from Huaxiao incessantly discussed Su Yuanqing's performance that night. Although Sevilla is a venerable powerhouse in La Liga, its domestic fan base has been relatively modest. However, since Su Yuanqing joined Sevilla and began to receive playing time, the number of fans has skyrocketed. Within an hour after the match, the Sevilla club's official social media platform witnessed an increase of several 100,000 followers. This is the influence of Su Yuanqing. Despite having played merely 1 match for Sevilla and scoring a single goal, he has ignited immense excitement and enthusiasm among Huaxia fans. Truly, as the saying goes, love for the house extends to the crow. The more people who admire Su Yuanqing, the more fans will embrace Sevilla as a club. Not only are numerous fans discussing Su Yuanqing domestically, but the same is true across Europe, particularly in Spain. Following the match, the renowned Spanish media outlet, AS, promptly released an article. The first leg of the Spanish Super Cup concludes. Sevilla triumphs 4-1 over Barcelona at home, with the 18-year-old Huaxiao talent delivering a remarkable performance with a goal and an assist in just 10 minutes. The comments section of this report was flooded with remarks from Sevilla fans. This handsome Asian player is poised to become the new idol of the team. Possessing both charm and skill, who dares to say that Huaxia individuals cannot play football? Su's performance tonight was nothing short of perfect. At the tender age of 18, he has managed to score against Barcelona. The future holds limitless potential for him. Indeed, this Huaxiao forward is destined to be the treasure of the team. It won't be long before this Asian teenager takes Fabiano's place. These comments reveal that Sevilla's fans are quite satisfied with Su Yuanqing's performance. Some even believe he will replace the team's main striker, Fabiano. Of course, these are matters for the future. At this moment, inside the home team's locker room at the Ram N.S. Pizjuan Stadium, head coach Alvarez, having just concluded the press conference, returned to address his players. After briefly praising Sevilla's performance that evening, he dismissed the squad. Su Yuanqing and Rakiti headed back to the team's residence together. Both newcomers had yet to find housing in the city, so they were temporarily staying in Sevilla's dormitory. Past 1 in the morning, Su Yuanqing finally returned to his room. Just as he was about to collapse into bed, a familiar chime echoed in his ears, the system's notification. Ding. Host has participated in a Spanish Super Cup match with the team. Reward, 2 attribute points. Ding. Mission progress, 1-5. As Su Yuanqing had anticipated, participating in a domestic cup match granted him 2 attribute points. However, he chose not to allocate them immediately, opting instead to accumulate more. Exhausted from the match, he only wanted rest. The next morning, at 7 o'clock sharp, Su Yuanqing rose, freshened up swiftly, and headed to the club for training, but not before grabbing breakfast at the team cafeteria. By the time he reached the training pitch at 7:30, the vast grounds remained empty except for him. Under Alvarez's schedule, the squad typically assembled at 8:30, meaning Su Yuanqing had arrived a full hour early. Fortunately, before long, his close friend Rakiti appeared. Su, you're here already? You're really dedicated, Rakiti remarked sincerely. Su Yuanqing passed the ball at his feet toward Rakiti. Ivan, perfect timing. Help me practice headers. Cross it for me. Rakiti nodded. No problem. And so, the 2 new signings began their training session well ahead of schedule. Gradually, more Sevilla players trickled onto the pitch. Su Yuanqing's standout performance in the previous match, a goal and an assist, had dramatically shifted his teammates' perception of him. Even the team captain, Navas, made a point of greeting him upon arrival. Su Yuanqing's position within the team has seen a notable ascent. Although he has yet to pose a threat to the primary forward, Fabiano, he has already emerged as a formidable asset within Alvarez's tactical framework. Su, play well. I have faith that one day you will become a mainstay in the team. I believe in your capabilities, Navas remarked, patting Su Yuanqing's shoulder in a symbolic gesture. He continued, if you ever feel uncomfortable in the team or are being bullied, do not hesitate to speak to me. I will assist you. Thank you, Captain. I want to interrupt your training any further. Let us strive together to secure the La Liga championship. After uttering these words, Navas vanished from Su Yuanqing's sight. Once Navas had departed, Rakiti suddenly emerged from behind Su Yuanqing, his expression tinged with envy. With a teasing tone, he addressed Su Yuanqing. Su, impressive. Even the team captain acknowledges your talent. It seems you can stride confidently in Sevilla now. Enough chatter. Let us get back to training. Su Yuanqing chose not to engage with Rakiti, redirecting his focus to the practice at hand. As the Sevilla players poured their sweat on the training ground, the club president, Mr. Carmona, made bold proclamations during a media open day. In the coming week, Sevilla will face Braga in the Champions League playoffs and Barcelona in the second leg of the Spanish Super Cup. Our players are currently in excellent form, and I firmly believe we will triumph in both matches. Carmona's declarations were released at noon, and by evening, major media outlets had reported his statements. Upon returning to his apartment and reading the president's bold assertions, a hint of concern crossed Su Yuanqing's face. Chapter 22. Enhance. Improve heading attributes. Despite the team having gained a substantial lead in the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup, Su Yuanqing perceived that Sevilla's path to ultimate victory remained fraught with challenges. After all, Barcelona had not unleashed their full potential in the first leg, with Guardiola primarily fielding a lineup of substitutes. In the second leg, it was certain that Guardiola would deploy his first-choice squad against Sevilla. Whether Sevilla could withstand Barcelona's offensive onslaught remained an open question. In addition to the Spanish Super Cup, Su Yuanqing harbored significant apprehensions regarding the Champions League playoff against Braga. Braga boasted a wealth of Champions League experience, and Sevilla was not well acquainted with this team. Compounding the challenge was the fact that they would be playing away, with nearly all unfavorable factors weighing against Sevilla, coupled with memories from his previous life. Su Yuanqing found himself in disagreement with President Carmona's optimistic proclamations. The following day unfolded with the usual training regimen. For a professional footballer, Su Yuanqing's life was considerably monotonous, revolving almost entirely around training, eating, and sleeping, a relentless cycle of the same three activities. Early in the morning, shortly after 7, Su Yuanqing arrived at the training ground to commence his practice. Despite his outstanding performance in the last match, where he even scored a goal, Su Yuanqing was acutely aware that the journey to secure a starting position at Sevilla remained arduous. He understood that he must exert himself more diligently than others. During this period, Su Yuanqing consistently arrived at the training field ahead of everyone else and departed last. Each training session, he approached with an unwavering commitment, dedicating himself with 120% of his energy. Although he played as a center forward, he proactively engaged in additional drills focusing on pressing and defense. On this particular day, as the training concluded and all the Sevilla players prepared to head home for some well-deserved rest, Su Yuanqing had no intention of leaving. Instead, he invited his close friend Rakiti to stay and continue training vigorously. "Su, you can train by yourself. Why drag me into this?" Rakiti expressed a hint of reluctance, but ultimately chose to remain. Furthermore, the right-back Debo also volunteered to assist Su Yuanqing with heading drills. Thus, the three of them diligently practiced for an entire additional hour. By the end of their training, Su Yuanqing, Debo, and Rakiti were drenched in sweat. On their way back to the Team S apartment, Rakiti remarked to Debo and Su Yuanqing, "Next week, our team will face a series of back-to-back matches," which suggests that Coach Alvarez may grant more playing time to the substitutes. "Su, I recommend that we conserve some energy." Su Yuanqing shook his head, countering, "That may not be the case. As far as I know, Coach Alvarez is not one to frequently alter his lineup. It's highly likely that we won't get an opportunity in these two matches." Upon hearing Su Yuanqing's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Rakiti's face. Observing this, Su Yuanqing gently patted Rakiti on the shoulder and remarked, "Therefore, we must strive even harder in our training. Only then can we hope to earn our chance on the field." At that moment, Debo suddenly suggested, "In that case, why don't we practice a bit longer?" "Ha. That won't be necessary. Today's training load has been ample. Let us hurry back to the apartment and rest well," Su Yuanqing replied. Upon returning to the apartment, the first thing he did was to allocate points to himself. Before doing so, he opened his personal attributes to review them. Host, Su Yuanqing, age, 19 years and 101 days, height, 188 centimeters, physical abilities, strength 80, 88, stamina 77, 85, speed 75, 80, explosiveness 70, 75, jumping 85, 86, agility 72, 78, power 80, 88, reaction 77, 85, balance 72, 77, technical skills, shooting 72, 75, long shot 62, 72, header 83, 83, short pass 65, 77, long pass 60, 70, cross 58, 66, vision 65, 70, dribbling 70, 76. Penalty 65-75. Remaining attribute points 12. After careful consideration, Su Yuanqing ultimately decided to enhance his heading ability. Although his current header attribute stands at 83, it still falls short compared to elite forwards. Attribute points 3, header potential limit 1. Attribute points 3, header potential limit 1, following 4 enhancements. Su Yuanqing's header potential limit has now risen to 87. An attribute of 87 is sufficiently formidable for Su Yuanqing to dominate the La Liga arena. However, after these enhancements, his remaining attribute points have been exhausted. To further elevate his attributes, he must await the next match. Concurrently, in the distant land of Portugal, at Braga Football Club, the head coach is watching the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup between Sevilla and Barcelona with his assistant. The entire Braga team places immense importance on the upcoming Champions League playoff, and indeed, Braga's strength is hardly inferior to that of Sevilla. Last season, Braga secured third place in the Primera Liga. While the squad may lack star players, it boasts a wealth of capable athletes, particularly forwards Allen and midfielder Celino, both of whom are formidable yet not widely recognized. The following day, at 8 in the morning, Coach Alvarez and his assistant Antoine announced the roster for the Champions League playoff. Su Yuanqing, along with his close friends Rakitic and Debo, has once again made the cut. After the announcement of the roster, the players promptly returned home to prepare their luggage. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the selected Sevilla team is set to board a flight to Portugal. To be honest, Su Yuanqing feels a twinge of excitement within him. After all, this marks his first experience participating in an away Champions League match with the team. At the airport, while all the Sevilla players are resting their eyes, Su Yuanqing gazes out the window, taking in the scenery, his heart brimming with exhilaration, yet he also senses the weight of tremendous pressure. During this excursion to Portugal, can Sevilla truly secure a victory? To be candid, Su Yuanqing harbors some concerns. As neighboring countries, the Sevilla players merely undertook a 2-hour flight to reach Braga. Tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, the much-anticipated clash between Sevilla and Braga will commence. Chapter 23. Still not on the field? Repeating the mistakes of history on August 19th. Match day. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the municipal stadium of Braga was already teeming with spectators. It is estimated that nearly 30,000 Braga fans had flooded the stands. Half an hour later, the first leg of the UEFA Champions League playoff between Sevilla and Braga was poised to begin. At this moment, within the visitors' dressing room, Sevilla's head coach, Alvarez, began to announce the starting lineup. Tonight's formation was 4-2-2, with forwards Canout and Fabiano, and midfielders Capel and Renato. As Alvarez finished proclaiming the names of the starting 11, both Su Yuanqing and his companion, Rakitic, were overtaken by disappointment. Indeed, they had once again missed the opportunity to be in the starting lineup. However, their mutual friend, Debo, had once more secured a place in the starting 11. Upon hearing Alvarez announce Debo's name, Su Yuanqing genuinely felt joy for his friend, though he also felt a twinge of disappointment for not being included. Misery loves company, Su. Rakitic offered a wry smile as he glanced at Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing patted Rakitic's shoulder, encouraging him, "Don't worry, Ivan. As long as you train diligently every day, I believe that one day we will both grace the starting lineup together." One can only hope. As the starting players of Sevilla made their way through the tunnel, Su Yuanqing, along with Rakitic and the other substitutes, promptly took their seats on the bench. The atmosphere among the fans was electric. Even though the match had yet to commence, the devoted Braga supporters in the stands had already begun singing their team anthem. Approximately 5 minutes later, the starting players from both teams, led by the officiating crew, stepped onto the pitch. Meanwhile, in distant Huagua, commentators Jean Jun and Zhang Lu had just announced the starting lineups for both teams. Upon seeing Su Yuanqing omitted from the starting 11, fans watching the live broadcast began sending messages, expressing their dissatisfaction. What? Su Yuanqing isn't starting. What is Sevilla's coach thinking? He should resign immediately. How could he not let Su Yuanqing play? I stayed up late just to watch Su Yuanqing in action, and you're telling me he is not starting? Calm down, everyone. Although Su Yuanqing performed admirably in the last match, there remains a noticeable gap between him and Sevilla's primary forwards. It is entirely reasonable for him not to be in the starting lineup. At 7:30, with the referee's whistle echoing, the battle officially commenced. As the match commenced, Sevilla, playing away, quickly exhibited a tendency to seize control of the game. Several forwards initiated a high-pressing strategy, aiming to intercept the ball from the feet of Braga players. However, The seasoned Braga players, recognizing Sevilla's pressing approach, promptly passed the ball back to their goalkeeper. The goalkeeper then launched a powerful kick forward. After Sevilla regained possession, Braga, now in their home territory, adopted a defensive formation, retreating all players to their half to fortify their defense. This made Sevilla's offensive efforts exceedingly challenging. Throughout the first half, although Sevilla dominated possession, genuine threats to Braga's goal were scarce. Ultimately, after a fierce 45 minutes, both teams remained scoreless, entering halftime at 0-0. As the second half commenced, Sevilla made no substitutions, indicating that coach Alvarez continued to place his trust in the starting lineup. In this second half, Sevilla's offense became increasingly aggressive, with both wingbacks frequently advancing to join the attack. Regrettably, Sevilla not only failed to score but also inadvertently allowed Braga a counterattack opportunity. Following a cross into the penalty area by Sevilla's winger, forward Fabiano struggled against Braga's centre-back in an aerial duel, resulting in the defender clearing the ball. The second ball was seized by Braga's midfielder, Celino, who subsequently launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. With Sevilla's two wingbacks caught up in the attack, Braga's forward Mateus found himself in a one-on-one situation against centre-back 11. Renowned for his speed, Mateus deftly maneuvered past the Argentine defender Fazio, using his explosive power to create separation. He then faced the advancing goalkeeper and skillfully found the back of the net. 1-0, Braga took the lead. Sevilla conceded a goal in the 75th minute due to Mateus' swift counterattack. Coach Alvarez needed to make substitutions. In the broadcasting studio, commentator Jean Jun could not help but express his concern for Sevilla. Meanwhile, fans from Huagua flooded the comments with requests for Su Yuanqing to enter the match. What are they waiting for? Hurry up and bring Su Yuanqing on. It's already the 75th minute, and no substitutions have been made? What is Alvarez thinking? Is he deliberately aiming for defeat? Just wait 5 more minutes. If Su Yuanqing doesn't come on, I'll go to sleep. Not only were Huagua fans anxious, but Su Yuanqing and Rakiti, seated on the bench, were equally restless. The two brothers could hardly contain themselves on the sidelines. Do you think we still have a chance to play? Su inquired. Rakitic muttered under his breath, has Coach Alvarez completely forgotten about the two of us? Just as the words left his lips, Alvarez suddenly turned and glanced toward the substitutes bench. After exchanging a few words with assistant coach Onovan, the latter soon approached the players on the bench. At the sight of this, both Rakitic and Su Yuanqing's eyes instantly lit up with hope. However, Onovan did not summon Rakitic or Su Yuanqing to the field. Instead, Perotti and Negrito were brought on as substitutes. 5 minutes later, they replaced Canout and Fabiano. Yet, even with these changes, Sevilla's attack remained stagnant. Merely 3 minutes afterward, Alvarez introduced midfielder Segarini, exhausting all 3 substitution opportunities, leaving Su Yuanqing and Rakitic sidelined. The moment Segarini stepped onto the pitch, a flood of Chinese fans shut down their live streams. Most had stayed up late solely to watch Su Yuanqing play, and with his chance dashed, their reason to continue watching vanished. As the match drew to a close, Sevilla failed to conjure any late-game heroics. After 5 minutes of added time, the scoreline remained 1-0. Sevilla had fallen to defeat on the road, repeating history's bitter script. Chapter 24, Consecutive Defeats. Calls for dismissal rise. The loss to a 0-1 scoreline left Sevilla's loyal traveling supporters seething with frustration. Even after the final whistle, they roared from the stands, chanting for Alvarez's immediate dismissal. To them, the blame for this defeat rested squarely on the manager's shoulders. Get out now, Alvarez. You're unfit to lead Sevilla. This is the most humiliating match I've ever witnessed. No attack, no defense, and substitutions that changed nothing. Alvarez must answer for this failure. If Alvarez remains in charge, this season will be another disaster for Sevilla. The discontent was not limited to the fans. Spanish media and journalists also turned their scrutiny on Alvarez. At the post-match press conference, he found himself besieged by criticism. A reporter from AS was the first to challenge him. Mr. Alvarez, I'm curious, how exactly did you devise tonight's tactics? Sevilla's starting lineup and bench are both superior to Braga's in quality. Yet the team suffered a shameful defeat in this Champions League qualifier. Though the question was pointed, Alvarez's expression betrayed no hint of unease. It appears that the Sevilla head coach had already prepared his remarks to address the media. After a brief cough, Alvarez calmly approached the microphone and stated, I believe the primary factor behind Sevilla's defeat tonight was luck. Frankly, the Sevilla players performed exceptionally well in this match, even dominating possession with a remarkable 70%. With a hint of resignation, Alvarez spread his hands, adding, "For the majority of the game, Sevilla maintained control, and our forwards attempted 11 shots in total. Unfortunately, we could only manage a dismal 3 on target. This clearly indicates that fortune did not favor us tonight." Alvarez's audacious attribution of the loss to sheer luck was evidently unsatisfactory for the Spanish media. Subsequently, a journalist from Marca inquired about the absence of standout players like Su and Rakitic, who had shown in the previous match. "There are players in the starting lineup tonight who are in better form than those two," he replied with a cheerful demeanor. "I have stated before that there were no issues with Sevilla's tactics or player performances tonight. The loss was merely a matter of bad luck. I am confident that in the next match, we can turn the tide at home." Within the Sevilla fan forum, a supporter posted an article from Marca titled "Sevilla loses 0-1 away to Portuguese team Braga." Post-match, Alvarez shifts blame, attributing the loss to luck. This quickly sparked a wave of criticism from Sevilla fans. "Alvarez is utterly shameless. Sevilla had no shooting opportunities during the match. This is clearly a tactical issue." Indeed, Braga's defense rendered Sevilla's forwards incapable of finding any openings. This is a mistake in strategy and player selection, not merely a matter of bad luck. "I am truly fed up with Alvarez. Can he not just leave? What perplexes me the most is why he did not bring Su on in the second half. Even Rakitic wasn't given a chance. I simply cannot comprehend Alvarez's decisions." Nevertheless, there were still several fans in the forum who empathized with Su Yuanqing. However, for Su Yuanqing himself, he had long since come to terms with the situation. As a time traveler, he was already aware that this match would end in defeat. Moreover, it wasn't just this match. Sevilla would also lose the second leg against Braga in the subsequent match in the Spanish Super Cup. The most crucial point is that Alvarez will not remain in his position for long. Naturally, Su Yuanqing wishes for the team to achieve victory. Setting aside whether he possesses the ability to change everything, how can he alter the course of history when he currently has no opportunity to step onto the field? In his view, the dismissal of Alvarez appears to be a foregone conclusion. Upon returning to the Sevilla training complex, Su Yuanqing arrived early at the training ground, maintaining his usual routine. Whether Alvarez would be sacked was of little consequence. What mattered most to Su Yuanqing was to consistently uphold his form, remaining poised for any opportunity to take the field. Unfortunately, amidst Sevilla's consecutive defeats, it was evident that Alvarez did not place his hopes in Su Yuanqing. In the upcoming Spanish Super Cup match against Barcelona, Su Yuanqing was conspicuously absent from the squad list, relegated to silently observing the game from the bench. The course of history remained unchanged, and the outcome of the match was dismal. Barcelona, with Messi and Villa both scoring twice, decisively triumphed over Sevilla with a score of 4-0, successfully claiming the Spanish Super Cup title. Throughout the match, Sevilla continued to grapple with their persistent issue, an anemic attack. Neither the pairing of Canute and Fabiano nor that of Fabiano and Perotti could forge any semblance of chemistry. In fact, Sevilla's players managed a paltry 3 shots on target during the entire match. After suffering back-to-back defeats in the Champions League playoffs and the Spanish Super Cup, the fans and media of Sevilla directed their ire squarely at Alvarez. Sevilla suffers 2 consecutive defeats. Under Alvarez's stewardship, Sevilla has encountered back-to-back losses across all fronts, failing to score in both matches. Perhaps Alvarez's time at Sevilla is running short, proclaimed Marca. Another loss. After a significant first-leg victory over Barcelona, Sevilla faced an even greater defeat away from home. Barcelona lifted the Spanish Super Cup trophy at Camp Nou, declared Diario AS. Within fan forums, an increasing number of supporters began to call for Alvarez's resignation. Thanks to Alvarez, Sevilla has willingly relinquished the trophy to Barcelona. If Alvarez does not step down, I shall never attend a match again. Alvarez is the primary culprit of Sevilla's woes. He should leave immediately. Chapter 25. 3 consecutive losses. Alvarez's position in jeopardy. Following the defeat to Barcelona, the atmosphere within the Sevilla squad was notably despondent. The usual laughter and camaraderie were absent during training sessions. Instead, the players often trained in silence, absorbed in their own thoughts. Su Yuanqing was no exception, offering only brief greetings to his teammates before dedicating his focus entirely to practice. Training without communication yielded mediocre results, a fact that did not escape Coach Alvarez's notice. Consequently, after the training session concluded, Alvarez summoned all Sevilla players for a small meeting, orchestrated by assistant coach Antoine, on the training field. The players of Sevilla gathered before Alvarez. After clearing his throat twice, Alvarez addressed the players with conviction. "I understand your feelings of despair. We have just lost the Spanish Super Cup. However, I must emphasize that the match against Barcelona is now behind us, and the team must look forward. In 3 days, we will face Braga at the Pizjuan Stadium, a match we must win. I hope each of you can optimize your performance during this time. Alvarez intended to uplift the spirits of the Sevilla players, yet, to be candid, their morale remained considerably low even after the meeting. Not only did the players lack confidence for the upcoming match, but the fans of Sevilla also harbored doubts about their team's prospects. Within Sevilla's online forums, a poll revealed that 50% of the fans believed Sevilla would lose, while 30% anticipated a draw with Braga. Merely 20% held faith in their team's victory. It is evident that the majority of Sevilla's supporters lacked faith in Alvarez's management. Xu Yuanqing was unfazed by external opinions. Although he too harbored little confidence in the current Sevilla, he approached every training session with utmost seriousness. He consistently arrived at the training ground early and was the last to leave. Xu Yuanqing aspired to earn Coach Alvarez's trust through diligent training. Regrettably, on the eve of the match against Braga, Alvarez announced the squad list, and once again, Xu Yuanqing's name was absent. He faced exclusion yet again. Sharing his plight was Rakiti, as both found themselves unable to even secure a place on the substitutes bench for the upcoming match. Relegated to watching from the stands alongside the Sevilla fans. After a grueling 90 minutes, the score settled at 3-4, marking another defeat for Sevilla. The aggregate score was 3-5, signifying Sevilla's elimination by Braga and their loss of qualification for the Champions League group stage. Following the match, the fury of Sevilla's fans erupted, as they took to social media to criticize Alvarez vehemently. A faction of particularly extreme fans even stormed the club's entrance, unfurling banners to protest Alvarez in this radical manner. At the post-match press conference, Alvarez faced the onslaught from various media outlets and resorted to his usual rhetoric, attributing all the blame to misfortune. God was not on our side today. In the first half, Sevilla led Braga 3-0, indicating that our tactics were sound. Upon hearing Alvarez's continued defiance, a reporter from Marca chose to confront him directly, asking, "Mr. Alvarez, are you aware that many Sevilla fans have taken to the internet, calling for your dismissal? What do you have to say about this?" Alvarez did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a couple of sips of mineral water before replying in a trembling voice. "This is a normal phenomenon. Sevilla has suffered 3 consecutive defeats, and it is only natural for fans to express their dissatisfaction. However, I urge the fans to grant us a little more time." 3 days later, Sevilla was set to face Levante in their opening match of La Liga. And here I assure all Sevilla supporters that the team will secure victory. Alvarez's statements did little to earn the trust of the media. Rather, following the match, the Spanish press universally condemned him. Sevilla suffers 3 consecutive defeats, missing out on qualification for the Champions League group stage. Alvarez remains obstinate post-match, proclaimed Marca. Several key players benched. Alvarez's reliance on loyalists becomes the catalyst for defeat. Sevilla fans collectively demand Alvarez's resignation, reported AS. Alvarez vows to secure victory in the La Liga opener, declared Mundo Deportivo. Upon seeing these reports, Sevilla fans reacted with disdain. Alvarez should cease exploiting Sevilla and leave at once. If Sevilla loses to Levante in the next match, will Alvarez resign on his own accord? I cannot fathom what President Carmona is thinking. Why has he not dismissed Alvarez yet? Carmona and Alvarez are cut from the same cloth. A bunch of rubbish. It was rumored that Fabiano had sustained an injury during the match and would certainly miss the upcoming game against Levante. Fans wondered if Alvarez would take the opportunity to nurture new talent. Perhaps Sud should be given a chance. He the Asian striker brought in from Barcelona. He performed admirably in the first match of the Spanish Super Cup. Indeed, besides Sud, there is Rakitic, a player who was a key figure at Schalke 04. Yet since joining the team this season, he has been unable to secure playing time. His skills are more than sufficient for a starting position. Meanwhile, in the office of Sevilla's club president, Carmona gazed at the news articles on his desk, his expression a mixture of emotions. Within a week, Sevilla had lost the Spanish Super Cup championship and the chance to qualify for the Champions League group stage, and Carmona's patience with Alvarez had worn thin. Just moments ago, Carmona had dispatched numerous scouts to seek out a suitable head coach. Knock, knock, knock. "Mr. Carmona, may I come in?" Upon receiving permission, first-team coach Alvarez entered and took a seat opposite Carmona. Just moments ago, Alvarez learned from the assistant to the chairman that Mr. Carmona, the chairman, is already in search of a new head coach for the team. Although he is aware that he led Sevilla to commendable achievements last season, a series of unfortunate events this season has cost him too much honor. If this trend continues, his dismissal seems inevitable. However, Alvarez refuses to accept this fate. Mr. Carmona, I understand that I have not secured consistent results recently, and I have even suffered the embarrassment of 3 consecutive losses. Yet, I believe this is merely the beginning of the season. If you allow me to properly integrate the team, I am confident that I can steer Sevilla back on course. Upon hearing this, Carmona merely shook his head lightly and replied with open hands, Alvarez, I recognize your coaching abilities, but Sevilla can no longer afford to make mistakes. Do you comprehend? After a moment of contemplation, Alvarez solemnly assured Carmona, I understand, Mr. Chairman. Please grant me one more opportunity. In the upcoming match against Levante, I will surely secure a resounding victory. Please trust me. Levante is not considered a formidable opponent in La Liga, and Sevilla's on-paper strength far surpasses that of Levante. Should they falter, Alvarez's coaching prowess would be called into question. The season has only just begun, and finding a capable coach for Sevilla is no trivial task. Thus, Carmona is inclined to offer Alvarez another chance. Very well, Alvarez. If you can achieve a convincing victory in the next match, perhaps I will reconsider my stance, Carmona stated. With that, Alvarez promptly stood up, exclaiming, Rest assured, I will seize this opportunity. After exchanging a few more words, Alvarez left Carmona's office to prepare for the upcoming match. At that moment, the chairman's assistant, who had been eavesdropping at the door, entered and inquired of Carmona, Mr. Chairman, should we still search for a new head coach? Carmona chuckled softly, took a sip of coffee from the table, and continued, Of course. The team's main striker, Fabiano, was injured in the last match, leaving Alvarez without any options. While Levante may not be a strong team, they will not squander this scoring opportunity. The assistant pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something. There is that young Chinese striker in the team. He seems quite talented and should be able to replace Fabiano. Amused by this suggestion, Carmona chuckled. What are you thinking? That Chinese striker is merely a commercial choice for the team. The goals he scored in previous matches were likely mere happenstance. He cannot shoulder the burden of leading the team's offense. You should focus on finding a new head coach for the team. That evening, head coach Alvarez toiled in his office until the early hours of the morning. He meticulously reviewed the match footage of Levante, yet still found himself at a loss for a solid strategy to secure victory. The midfielders of Sevilla were undeniably formidable, with Romeric and Zakora renowned as versatile players. However, the injury to Fabiano hindered his ability to seamlessly connect the offense and defense, while enhancing the attack. He also risked creating vulnerabilities in midfield defense, necessitating the presence of a striker with exceptional creative capabilities to bolster the team's offensive threat. But, aside from Fabiano, who could rise to the occasion? Alvarez scrutinized the Sevilla roster for an extended period, uncertain as to whom to field as a starter. Suddenly, his gaze lingered upon the name of a substitute striker, the Chinese reserve, Su Yuanqing. Could it be that he would be entrusted with replacing Fabiano? After much contemplation, Alvarez seemed to conclude that this was indeed the only viable option. The following day, at the Sevilla training grounds, Alvarez and his assistant Antoine deliberately assessed the performances of Su Yuanqing and Rakiti during practice. On the training field, both Su Yuanqing and Rakiti exhibited remarkable diligence, tirelessly running and demonstrating a serious attitude towards training, which greatly pleased Alvarez. That afternoon, following the final training session, assistant coach Antoine announced the roster for the upcoming match. At last, Su Yuanqing heard his name from Antoine's lips. After 2 matches, he was finally included in the team's lineup. Rakiti also made the list. After the training session concluded, smiles broke out on the faces of both Rakiti and Su Yuanqing. Su, congratulations. We've finally made it to the squad. Let us work together to help the team achieve a triumphant start in La Liga. Rakiti appeared invigorated, eager to step onto the pitch immediately. Though Su Yuanqing shared in the excitement, he did not display the same level of enthusiasm as Rakiti. With a stoic expression, he replied, We still don't know if I'll start. I might end up on the bench for the entire match. Rakiti quickly dismissed his concerns. Don't worry, Su. Don't you know? Our main striker, Fabiano, is injured, and you have a real chance to start. Is that so? Su Yuanqing was genuinely unaware. Rakiti continued. The latest news is that Fabiano will be sidelined for a week. This is your opportunity. Make sure to seize it. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanqing realized that his chance to start was approaching. According to Alvarez's tactics, there were no other players available to temporarily fill Fabiano's role. Only his heading ability could effectively replace Fabiano as contributions. The opportunity to make his debut in Sevilla has finally arrived for Su Yuanqing. marking a significant milestone since his transfer. He clenched his fists in anticipation, regardless of whether Alvarez would be dismissed. He was determined to seize this chance and establish himself in Sevilla. The days leading up to the match felt interminable, as he awaited the game against Levante on August 29th. The Sevilla players arrived early by bus in Valencia, Spain, that evening at 8 o'clock. They were set to face Levante in the opening match of La Liga at the city stadium. By 5 in the afternoon, under the guidance of assistant coach Antoine, the players conducted their routine training on the pitch. Approximately an hour later, they returned to the locker room, where Alvarez officially announced the starting lineup he had prepared. When Alvarez called out Su Yuanqing and Rakitic's names, Su felt little surprise. He had been ready for this moment. In contrast, Rakitic's face illuminated with a radiant smile, eagerly anticipating the match. Just before the game commenced, Alvarez approached Su Yuanqing, patting him on the shoulder and gently saying, "Su, play well. I believe you can help the team score." Su nodded in acknowledgement. 10 minutes later, the starting players lined up in the tunnel, hand in hand with ball boys, awaiting the referee's signal to take the field. Simultaneously, in the Huaxia Sports Studio, commentator Zhang Jun and his longtime partner Zhang Lu began their live broadcast. Welcome, fans of the live stream. We are here for the first round of the 2010 to 2011 La Liga season, as Levante hosts Sevilla. Chapter 27, Levante takes the lead. Is a substitution imminent? The starting players of both teams, now led by the referees, have stepped onto the pitch. Oh, it's Su Yuanqing. He is indeed in the starting lineup. After 2 matches, Su Yuanqing finally made it to the squad and earned his first start for Sevilla. Let us hope for a stellar performance from him tonight. At this moment, fans watching the live stream began to flood the chat with messages. Su Yuanqing is starting. Has Alvarez finally seen the light? We've been waiting for you, Su. This night was worth it. Let us aim for a goal. I would trade my roommate's 10 years of singlehood for a goal from Su Yuanqing. Within the confines of the match venue, the stands of the Valencia City Stadium were abuzz with Sevilla supporters, many of whom had noticed the starting debut of Su Yuanqing. At last. Alvarez has given this Chinese player his first opportunity to play from the outset. You may be unaware, but this player has demonstrated an impressive winning streak with Sevilla, remaining undefeated thus far. Is it merely a coincidence? Those victories were not solely his doing, with Fabiano sidelined due to injury. I must admit I feel a twinge of anxiety. Levante is not particularly formidable, and perhaps this match could signal the end of our 3-match losing streak. Come on, Sevilla? Before long, the pre-match ceremony concluded, and the players of both teams had positioned themselves on the field. Su Yuanqing, experiencing the thrill of his first start with Sevilla, was acutely aware of the importance of seizing this opportunity. He compelled himself to remain composed, swiftly transitioning into game mode. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the first round of the La Liga season commenced. Sevilla kicked off the first half, with Su Yuanqing standing at the center circle, passing the ball back to Rakitic before making a rapid advance into Levante's territory. Levante, fully cognizant of Sevilla's recent struggles, was keen to secure a resounding victory to commence their campaign. Thus, the moment the match began, their players surged forward, engaging Sevilla in a fierce tussle at midfield. On Sevilla's side, Alvarez, aiming for a resounding triumph, urged his team not to retreat but instead to press forward aggressively against Levante. During the initial phase of the match, Sevilla's players relied on their exceptional individual prowess to maintain control of the ball, skillfully maneuvering to exploit gaps in Levante's defense. It is widely acknowledged that when one side is shifting the ball, the defending side must swiftly adjust their lines, otherwise, they risk leaving vulnerabilities. If even one player among the 3 lines fails to keep pace, substantial gaps will emerge nearby. Sevilla awaited just such an opportunity. However, 7 minutes into the match, a misplaced through ball from Sevilla's midfielder Romeric failed to reach Canut, instead falling into the path of a Levante midfielder, igniting a counterattack. Levante advanced the ball rapidly toward the center circle. Their midfielder, Poliado, after surveying the positions of his teammates, launched a long pass aimed behind Sevilla's defensive line. Bang! Levante's forward successfully evaded the offside trap, skillfully carrying the ball into Sevilla's penalty area. By the 18th minute, Sevilla's entire backline remained relatively focused. Captain Varna quickly retraced his steps to challenge the Levante forward, but he did not seek personal glory. Instead, he deftly passed the ball to a teammate making a run on the right flank. Clearly, Sevilla's defense was vulnerable on the right side, as the Levante player, positioned to receive the ball, seized the moment before the Sevilla defenders could close in. He executed a deft curling shot aimed at the far corner of the goal. targeting Sevilla's goalkeeper, Palop. Thud. Palop made a valiant attempt to save it, yet the ball eluded him and found its way into the net with a resounding crack. A goal was scored. The comparatively weaker Levant had, astonishingly, capitalized on a counterattack in the 18th minute to take the lead. The jubilant Levant player swiftly made his way to the corner area, celebrating exuberantly with his teammates, while the Levant supporters in the stands erupted in cheers of Levant. Levant. On the sidelines, Sevilla's head coach, Alvarez, felt a chill as he watched the Levant players reveling in their triumph. With less than 20 minutes gone, Levant had broken the deadlock, a scenario that starkly contradicted his ambition to secure a decisive victory over them. Yet what could he do? He was already in a precarious situation, compounded by the injury of his key striker. Nevertheless, his determination to win the match and secure his position as head coach remained unwavering. Without indulging in excessive sorrow, Alvarez soon rallied his players to mount an aggressive attack as the game resumed. The match continued, with Sevilla maintaining their offensive posture, while Levant, now a goal ahead, remained composed, solidifying their defense while preparing for rapid counterattacks. In the ensuing moments, Sevilla, in their eagerness, failed to create substantial opportunities. Conversely, Levant seized several chances for swift counterattacks, causing Alvarez to break into a cold sweat. If Levant were to score again, his position would indeed be at risk. As the match approached the 42nd minute, with only 3 minutes left in the first half, Alvarez's disappointment deepened when he witnessed Su Yuanqing's long-range shot go astray. Throughout the first half, Sevilla's forwards had operated in isolation, failing to coalesce into a cohesive unit that posed any real threat to Levant. With the seasoned can-out having more experience than the young Su Yuanqing, Alvarez naturally attributed the team's struggles to him. It seemed that substitutions would be necessary in the second half. Shaking his head, Alvarez remarked to his assistant coach, Antoine, that currently only can-out was capable of pushing forward, and he planned to replace Su in the second half. Just as Alvarez was about to finish his thought, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, prompting him to pause and glance toward the field. Bang! Sevilla, maintaining relentless pressure, had finally seized an opportunity. Captain Navas, with keen eyes, discerned a vulnerability in the opponent Levant's midfield. He executed a piercing through ball, sending the ball into the forward line. Rakiti, positioned just behind the strikers, expertly controlled the ball before turning to survey the field. The right flank appeared notably open. Without hesitation, he delivered a precise short pass to the advancing Zakora. Upon receiving the ball, Zakora wasted no time. Seizing the moment before the defenders could close in, he embarked on a forward drive, reaching the byline before curling a pass into the center. Chapter 28. The assist that equalized, yet again by that young player from Huaxia. In the center, Levant's players paid little heed to this cross. To them, the Chinese forward near the right side had made no significant impact in the first half, and they believed the ball could not possibly land at Canut's feet, entirely devoid of threat. The towering center back at the near post was well positioned to clear the ball. Yet, at that moment, a figure clad in jersey number 66 surged forward, racing toward the near post. He leapt high, soaring above the fray, commanding the aerial space within Levant's penalty area. Panic ensued among the Levant players, but it was too late to intervene or prevent what was unfolding. With a resounding thud, Su Yuanqing outmaneuvered the Levant center back, rising to an astonishing height to seize the football. With a deft touch, he redirected the ball toward the left side of the penalty area. The ball soared through the air with remarkable speed, its erratic trajectory landing fortuitously at the feet of forward Canut. With another thud, the setup was immaculate. Canut needed no adjustments as he lifted his right foot for a volley. Levant's goalkeeper Munua's expression shifted dramatically as he desperately threw himself towards the ball. Alas, he was a moment too late. With a whoosh, the ball nestled into the upper left corner of the net, plunging the entire stadium into a brief stupor. The occurrence transpired in an instant. None of the spectators anticipated Sevilla would suddenly ramp up the tempo, nor did they foresee Su Yuanqing's quick thinking or Canut's decisive strike. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 10 seconds. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the circular stadium erupted with thunderous cheers. All the Sevilla fans who had traveled from afar sprang to their feet, fervently waving their arms and shouting in jubilation. Who would have thought that just before the halftime whistle, Sevilla could equalize the score? Goodness, it was that young player from Huaxia again. Such formidable leaping ability. Why had Alvarez not started him sooner? At the very least, he should have had reasonable playing time. Number 66, what is his name? I feel as though he is the one who rescues the team time and again. The score is level. We still have a chance in the second half. The exuberant Sevilla fans erupted in cheers from the stands. On the sidelines, Alvarez, who had just criticized Su Yuanqing's mediocre performance, abruptly silenced himself, swallowing his unfinished words. The turn of events seemed like a cruel jest. The player he had scorned, Su Yuanqing, had managed to equalize the score just moments before being substituted. Although a resounding victory over Levante seemed unlikely, at least Su Yuanqing had ensured that Sevilla would not face defeat in this match. Meanwhile, Canut, who had scored, dashed towards the corner flag, celebrating with unrestrained joy. Numerous Sevilla supporters chanted Canut's name, yet they were acutely aware that the true architect of this goal was Su Yuanqing. Without Su Yuanqing's pivotal contribution, Canut would not have had the opportunity to score from such proximity. It appeared that Su Yuanqing, unselfishly, had provided him with the chance. After Sevilla equalized, the match soon reached halftime. Alvarez awaited Su Yuanqing at the entrance of the locker room, and upon his arrival, the Sevilla coach warmly embraced him. "You played splendidly in the first half. I knew you could do it. You did not disappoint." Su Yuanqing, however, refrained from verbal exchange, simply responding with a smile. He understood well that this was not truly Alvarez's sentiment. Had it not been for Fabiano's injury, he would not have started tonight. Therefore, Su Yuanqing felt a profound gratitude towards Fabiano. The atmosphere in the locker room, which had been somewhat somber, brightened with laughter and cheer following Su Yuanqing's equalizing goal. Captain Navas lavished praise upon Su Yuanqing, encouraging the team to give their all in the second half. 15 minutes passed swiftly, and the players returned to the field to resume their contest. Levante's coach had also inspired his players during halftime, and it was evident that they were invigorated and eager for victory. In the first 10 minutes of the second half, Levante altered their tactics, unusually pressing forward rather than retreating into a defensive shell, engaging Sevilla in fierce midfield battles. However, after several near-defensive lapses from Levante, the match soon became somewhat tedious. In the 75th minute, a Levante player made another error. Sevilla's Rakiti successfully executed a high press, regaining possession. After a swift pass, the ball ultimately landed at the feet of Perotti. This Sevilla forward, a swift runner down the flank, skillfully maneuvered with the ball, rapidly charging towards Levante's penalty area. As Perotti was poised to penetrate the penalty area, Levante's midfielder Palacios, with resolute determination, executed a reckless sliding tackle from behind, sending both the player and the ball soaring. The referee, with keen discernment, promptly blew the whistle for the foul and swiftly retrieved a yellow card from his pocket. A yellow card. Palacios received the caution, and Sevilla was awarded a superbly positioned free kick. With players like Zakora, Renato, and Rakiti, all possessing the capability to score directly from free kicks. Anticipation hung in the air regarding who would take the shot. In the Huaxiao broadcasting studio, the iconic voice of Jean Jun resonated, following Sevilla's equalizer. The energy of the entire team shifted, with the presence of proficient free kick takers suggesting that this opportunity might lead to a decisive advantage. The atmosphere in the stadium was unusually hushed, as tens of thousands of Levante supporters silently prayed for the free kick to miss. With Levante's wall in place, the referee signaled for the kick to be taken. Midfielder Romeric approached the ball, pausing briefly to catch his breath before commencing his run towards it. With a powerful strike, the ball soared into the air, heading towards the Levante penalty area. Chapter 29, like a mountain, history repeats itself. Stay focused. Do not give that Huaxiao lad another chance. Within the Levante penalty area, their captain stood ready, signaling his teammates to closely mark Su Yuanqing. In this match, it appeared that Sevilla's other players posed little direct threat, and even Romeric might not shoot on target. Instead, it was the player donning the number 66 jersey, Su Yuanqing, who left the Levante players apprehensive, fearing a repeat of his previous stunning header. The other Levante players, echoing their captain's thoughts, quickly responded to his alert, sending one player to specifically mark Su Yuanqing as the header approached. At that moment, Su Yuanqing positioned himself at the far post, away from the tightly packed defense, presenting a remarkable opportunity. He swiftly maneuvered to evade his marker while searching for a suitable gap. Seeing Su Yuanqing's determined demeanor, an ominous premonition crept into the minds of the Levante players on the field. A few players rushed forward, preparing to contest the header. However, it was evidently too late. The imposing figure, akin to a mountain, reappeared in the Levante penalty area. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the net with immense force, like an arrow released from a bow, soaring through the air with a menacing trajectory directed toward the Levante goal. The shot was impeccably executed, both in power and angle, leaving Levante's goalkeeper, despite stretching with all his might, grasping at nothing but air. As the ball touched the ground, he heard a crisp sound emanating from the goal behind him, an echo that resonated like a lament from the depths of hell, shattering the heart. Yes, 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 yes. Erupted the deafening cheers of tens of thousands of Sevilla fans, nearly frenzied in their jubilation. Countless jerseys and streamers were waved by the supporters, painting a vibrant scene in the stands. The Sevilla fans, who had endured a tense match, finally found their release. Sevilla had turned the tide. Another classic header found the net. In the Huaxia studio, the exuberant commentator, Zhang Jun, exclaimed, "It's a goal." Su Yuanqing, seizing the opportunity from a free kick, has turned the tables against the formidable Levante. All eyes were on Su Yuanqing, the undisputed new king of Sevilla. The hopes of Huaxia fans had not been in vain. He was steadily transforming the fortunes of Huaxia players in Europe. On the pitch, Su Yuanqing sprinted towards the sidelines in celebration, executing a graceful sliding kneel. Many promising youth players fade into obscurity after their debut, but Su Yuanqing, brimming with excitement, recognized that while this wasn't his first goal for Sevilla, it was indeed his inaugural strike representing the club, holding profound significance for him. As Sevilla players gathered around Su Yuanqing in celebration, the Levante players stood dumbfounded on the field, hands on hips, their eyes filled with desolation. A few defenders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in bitter acknowledgement. While the attacking players marveled at Su Yuanqing's scoring efficiency, the defenders who had faced him directly understood the terrifying prowess of his heading ability. The dominance he exhibited in aerial duels left them reluctant to confront him again. The match resumed swiftly, but Levante seemed stunned, retreating into their half and adopting a defensive counterattack strategy. Perhaps the dreams of Levante's coach had finally been shattered, even against a tumultuous Sevilla. They could not secure a victorious start in La Liga. Among the opposing players, the Huaxia player had become the key obstacle to Levante's aspirations. On the sidelines, Levante's coach cast a resentful glance at Su Yuanqing. As fatigue set in for both teams, the pace of the match naturally slowed, detracting from its excitement. Some spectators began to voice their dissatisfaction regarding the match's quality. Just as these murmurs grew, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the contest with 3 sharp blasts. As the Sevilla players celebrated on the field, preparing to return to the locker room, an unexpected piece of news sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Sevilla Football Club shockingly announced on their official website that head coach Alvarez has been dismissed prematurely. After exchanging pleasantries with Levante's coach and returning to the locker room, Alvarez was equally stunned by this news. He had not anticipated that President Carmona would show no mercy. Despite not securing a significant victory against Levante, he was indeed shown the door. Undoubtedly, this will become a blemish in Alvarez's coaching history. The players in the locker room, upon witnessing Alvarez's grim expression, chose not to celebrate the initial victory in La Liga. Instead, Captain Navas took the lead in bidding farewell to Alvarez. Su Yuanqing also joined his teammates, offering Alvarez a heartfelt embrace. "If I had utilized you sooner, perhaps Sevilla would not have lost the Supercopa de España and the qualification for the Champions League," Alvarez mused. But he did not wait for Su Yuanqing's response before silently departing the locker room, missing the post-match press conference. Regarding Alvarez's situation, Su Yuanqing was also uncertain. Historically, Sevilla's consecutive defeats and the resulting dismissal of the coach were justified. The only variable was Su Yuanqing himself. Yet, he too was unsure if he possessed the capability to alter the course of history. He believed it unlikely. But perhaps if he lingered in Sevilla for a few more seasons, he could indeed carve out a reputation in La Liga. By then, Guardiola might regret having sold him, and the exceptional rivalry would be shattered. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuanqing had begun to anticipate that day. Chapter 30. Manzano takes office. Meeting Su Yuanqing after Sevilla's thrilling comeback against Levante secured their first victory of the season, the fans should have been exhilarated. However, the announcement of coach Alvarez's dismal departure overshadowed the celebrations, redirecting the fans' focus to the identity of the new head coach. The question of who would take the helm at Sevilla became a hot topic in La Liga. Nonetheless, Sevilla did not prolong this suspense for long. The following morning, President Carmona announced on the official website that former Mallorca coach Manzano would become Sevilla's new head coach. Major Spanish media outlets swiftly reported the news. Breaking news: Sevilla coach Alvarez departs. Tonight's victory against Levante marked Alvarez's final match in charge. The team triumphed. Yet coach Alvarez has been dismissed. Sevilla's new head coach is the renowned La Liga strategist Manzano. Marca finally, he is gone. Alvarez departs. Sevilla is set to usher in the Manzano era. Mundo Deportivo in the team dormitory, Su Yuancheng lay on his bed, repeatedly refreshing his phone for updates on Alvarez's dismissal, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Despite Alvarez's obstinate coaching style, which at times resulted in Su Yuancheng being excluded from the team's roster, he nonetheless afforded Su opportunities. Without Alvarez, Su might have languished on the bench indefinitely. Su lamented Alvarez's departure while simultaneously harboring hopes for the arrival of the new coach, Manzano. The new coach's arrival signifies that all Sevilla players will commence from an equal footing, thus enhancing Su's chances of increased playing time. The mere thought of this filled Su with exuberance. As he drifted into slumber, media outlets in Huaxia shared reports from Spanish sources. On the Dongxiu forum, Huaxia fans engaged in discussions regarding the implications of the new coach's arrival for Su Yuancheng. What on earth is Sevilla club up to? They have just secured a resounding victory, and the head coach is dismissed? Su had just gained Alvarez's trust. Now it seems they must start anew. It is said that the new coach, Manzano, has a penchant for employing young talent. Perhaps Su will find more opportunities under his guidance. Su Yuancheng is indeed the goddess of fortune for Sevilla, as the team has not lost a single match in which he participated. I am certain this new coach will take note of Su's performances. As the Huaxia fans observed, Manzano noted Su Yuancheng's presence from his very first day with the team. On the following day, Manzano and his coaching staff arrived early at the Sevilla club. Given that Sevilla had recently engaged in a fierce battle against Levante, there were no training sessions scheduled for the day. Seizing this opportunity, Manzano visited the office to review player profiles, in his quest to swiftly assess the players' current states. He not only examined the roster but also scrutinized all matches of the season. After 5 hours of analysis, the new coach discerned a pattern. Every match in which Su Yuancheng participated resulted in victory for the team. Subsequently, Manzano delved into Su Yuancheng's background. Upon discovering that Su was a new addition to the squad this season, he resolved to place significant trust in him. This decision stemmed from Su's formidable aerial prowess, which could bolster the team's offensive capabilities, as well as the fact that, like himself, Su was a newcomer. New players tend to be more compliant than seasoned veterans. Thus, Manzano aimed to establish his authority by relying on Su Yuancheng. As a coach who has navigated numerous teams over the years, Manzano understood the critical importance of maintaining respect within the locker room as a newly appointed head coach. The following day marked the commencement of training. The Sevilla players arrived punctually at the training facility at 9 o'clock in the morning. Shortly thereafter, the new coach, Manzano, accompanied by his assistant coaching staff and the club owner, Carmona, made their entrance onto the training ground. It is clear to you all that Mr. Manzano is the new coach of the team, so let us all extend a warm round of applause to welcome him. At Carmona's suggestion, all the Sevilla players applauded fervently. Subsequently, Carmona turned to Manzano and stated, "Mr. Manzano, I shall not intrude upon your training. Should you encounter any challenges at the club, do not hesitate to call me." Manzano nodded in acknowledgement. Once Carmona departed the field, the training session officially commenced. However, rather than engaging in the usual drills, Manzano opted to conduct individual meetings first. He conversed with each Sevilla player one by one from the substitutes bench. Players called upon by Antoine would sit beside Manzano for a discussion, while those not summoned would engage in light jogging and warm-ups on the field. Manzano's efficiency in these talks was commendable, averaging a meeting with each player every 10 minutes. The first to be called was the team captain, Navas. The second was the forward, Perotti, followed by the third player, Su Yuancheng. Su, come over here quickly," Antoine called out loudly to the jogging Su Yuancheng. To be frank, Su Yuancheng had not anticipated being called for a meeting so soon. After all, he was not yet a regular starter on the team and was still a newcomer. He had presumed he might be the last to be consulted, thus he was unprepared. Upon hearing Antoine call his name, he swiftly jogged over to the substitutes bench. "Hello, coach. I am Su." Su Yuancheng stood respectfully before Manzano, introducing himself. After surveying Su Yuancheng, a look of satisfaction appeared on Manzano's face. Chapter 31. The first home game. Will he continue to start? Manzano gestured for Su Yuancheng to take a seat. The new Sevilla head coach examined him closely and began to speak slowly. "Su, I have reviewed your previous matches. Your aerial prowess is remarkable, particularly in the last game where you scored a goal, making you the team's top scorer. I hope you can maintain this form." Naturally, Su Yuancheng felt a surge of excitement upon receiving Manzano's praise. However, the subsequent words from Manzano left him in disbelief. "In my tactical philosophy, the team must have a center forward. whose role is not only to score but also to withdraw into midfield to facilitate play. Our next opponent will be Deportivo La Coruña, whose defensive line averages a height of around 183 centimeters, indicating they are not particularly strong in aerial defense. Manzano lifted his gaze and chuckled lightly at Su Yuanqing, continuing his discourse with fervor. Thus, in the forthcoming match against Deportivo La Coruña, the team plans to employ a strategy of long passes and aerial assaults, aiming to exert pressure on La Coruña's defensive line through high balls. Many fans are proclaiming that as long as you take the field, Sevilla is bound to secure victory. What are your thoughts? Su Yuanqing confidently patted his chest and assured Manzano, "Rest assured, coach, if you grant me the opportunity to play, I shall exert every ounce of my strength to assist the team in achieving triumph." Manzano nodded, clearly pleased with Su Yuanqing's attitude. Before concluding their conversation, Manzano stood and patted Su Yuanqing on the shoulder, slowly imparting, "There are 2 days left until the match against La Coruña. In this time, prepare well. You will be in the starting lineup for the next game. Do not disappoint me." "Understood, coach. I will perform admirably." Su Yuanqing's tone was brimming with confidence. After the meeting, Su Yuanqing returned to the training ground, where Rakiti and Dabo approached him eagerly. Rakiti inquired with curiosity, "Su, what did the new coach discuss with you?" "Do share." Dabo chimed in. "Indeed, you are the third player to have a meeting with the coach, and given the length of your conversation, he must have shared a wealth of information. Do spill the details." A smile graced Su Yuanqing's face as he leisurely conversed with Rakiti and Dabo, saying, "Brothers, I am set to be in the starting lineup for the next match." "What? Is that true? The new coach has made you a starter? What about Fabiano? Will he be your substitute?" Both Rakiti and Dabo displayed expressions of astonishment, coupled with a hint of envy. For Su Yuanqing, the trust placed in him by the new head coach was unexpected, and he was determined not to disappoint Manzano. During training, Su Yuanqing exerted himself diligently. In truth, he was relatively familiar with Manzano, as in his previous life, Manzano had coached several clubs in China, including Beijing Goan and Shanghai Shenhua. Although he had not led these teams to championship victories, he nonetheless left a lasting impression on Chinese fans. While Su Yuanqing conversed with Rakiti and Dabo, assistant coach Antoine approached Manzano, kindly reminding him, "Coach, Su indeed possesses remarkable scoring ability, but if Su Yuanqing starts, what will become of Fabiano? He is currently the team's most prominent star." Manzano had evidently considered this issue long before and replied with composure. "Fabiano indeed possesses a more lethal presence in the attacking line, yet he has only just recovered from injury. Rushing him into the starting lineup could very well lead to a secondary injury." Manzano paused briefly before continuing, "I have already spoken with him. He is amenable to coming off the bench in the next match. Furthermore, Su Yuanqing has been in exceptional form lately, and fortune has favored him. Every match he has played, Sevilla has emerged victorious. Even if Su does not perform optimally in the upcoming game, we can substitute him with Fabiano. Antoine, rest assured, everything is under my control." Upon hearing Manzano's words, assistant coach Antoine refrained from further comment. Subsequently, Manzano held discussions with Rakiti and several key players. In his conversation with Rakiti, Manzano first acknowledged the player's prowess. "I have watched you play numerous times in the Bundesliga. Your performance is commendable. As a midfielder, you exhibit remarkable versatility, capable of both defending and contributing to the attack, and your stamina is commendable. Therefore, you will undoubtedly become the core of our midfield in the future." Rakiti's face lit up with a smile at Manzano's praise. But the coach's next words seemed to douse his excitement. "However, I do not wish to alter our current midfield configuration just yet. In the upcoming matches, you will have the opportunity to come on as a substitute." To be frank, Rakiti felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that he would be treated with the same importance as Su Yuanqing, only to find himself relegated to the bench. Upon returning to the training ground, his expression was devoid of emotion, and he appeared quite despondent. Su Yuanqing keenly noticed Rakiti's mood. "Ivan, what is troubling you? Has the coach not included you in the starting lineup?" Rakiti nodded, his voice lacking vigor as he replied, "I feel like this new coach is merely feeding me empty promises. He keeps emphasizing my strength, yet in the end, I remain a substitute. It's infuriating." Rakiti could not help but vent his frustrations. Su Yuanqing calmly offered consolation. "Take your time, as long as you shine during your limited playing time. I believe Coach Manzano will eventually grant you a starting position. Therefore, the priority now is to train diligently and maintain your best form. One day, we shall fight side by side." With that, Su Yuanqing and Rikiti turned their full attention back to training. After his morning discussions with all the players, Manzano commenced formal training in the afternoon. Given his coaching style, which favors defensive counterattacks and long passes, the afternoon's training was solely focused on long passes. Throughout these 2 days of practice, every Sevilla player exerted themselves with remarkable determination, as all aspired to leave a lasting impression on the new coach. Unbeknownst to them, the second round of La Liga was fast approaching. The match against La Coruña will mark Sevilla's inaugural home game in this season's La Liga. Chapter 32. The Consequences of Missed Opportunities. Tension in the air. September 13th. Sevilla, having recently changed their coach, is preparing for their first home match of the season, which also happens to be Manzano's debut in charge. Their opponents are La Coruña, who drew against Zaragoza in the opening round. Thus, La Coruña is eager to secure their first victory of the season by defeating Sevilla in this encounter. At 7 in the morning, Su Yuanqing arrived at the training facility as usual, early and determined. Having received prior notice from Manzano, he was aware that he would be starting in the evening's match. To deliver an impressive performance and to leave a lasting impression on the new coach, Su Yuanqing resolved to maximize his heading ability. For the past few days, he had been arriving an hour early to practice, and with the assistance of Rikiti, he trained diligently. Before long, his jersey was soaked with sweat. Fortune favored the diligent. After an intense 3-hour training session, Su Yuanqing successfully maximized his heading attribute. In the afternoon, following a brief training session, the Sevilla players boarded a bus headed for the Ram and Estche Pizjuan Stadium. By 6 o'clock, the players began arriving in the locker room. And at that moment, assistant coach Antoine had received the latest starting lineup. Forwards, Su Yuanqing, Perotti, and goalkeeper Palop. Without question, Su Yuanqing was included in the starting lineup. Upon hearing the names read aloud, another starting forward, Canout, wore a look of skepticism. Unable to contain himself, he addressed Antoine, questioning, "Assistant coach, why am I partnering with Su? Why is Fabiano not in the starting lineup?" Canout's public challenge to the team's selection created a tense atmosphere in the locker room, with all players turning their gaze towards the new head coach, Manzano. His expression remained serene, betraying no signs of emotion. "This is the result of discussions with my coaching staff. We believe Su can fulfill his role effectively in the match," Manzano asserted, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "I am the head coach, and I will select the most suitable starting players according to my tactics. I do not wish for anyone to question this lineup. If you do not agree with it, you are free to leave the team." After Manzano's statement, Canout promptly fell silent. Although Manzano defended Su Yuanqing in the locker room, it was evident that there were still players within the current Sevilla squad who looked down upon him to some extent. Su Yuanqing was well aware of this fact. Yet he was utterly unconcerned, for he brimmed with confidence in his abilities. He intended to earn his teammates' trust through decisive actions. At 7:30 local time, the starting players from Sevilla and Deportivo La Coruña began to emerge from the players' tunnel. The atmosphere in the stands of the Ram and Estche Pizjuan Stadium was electrifying. The stadium, which can accommodate nearly 50,000 spectators, was on the verge of reaching full capacity that evening. The Sevilla fans showed great respect for their new coach, Manzano, eagerly hoping that under his guidance, the team would find its rightful path. Su has made the starting lineup. It seems Manzano possesses considerable audacity, allowing a young player to start in his inaugural match. Su's performance in the previous game against Levante had been outstanding. One can only hope he continues to score. Starting Su was undoubtedly a wise choice. It is worth noting that whenever Su is on the field, Sevilla has never tasted defeat. Go, Su. Help Sevilla secure a victory at home. Amidst the cheers of the fans, the match between Sevilla and Deportivo La Coruña commenced. At this moment, Su Yuanqing and Canout stood near the center circle, poised to kick off. "Su, play well. Once the match starts, don't turn into a soft-shell crab." Canout's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Su Yuanqing smirked and retorted, "You should focus on your own game first." Just after Su uttered these words, the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. With the sound of the whistle, Su Yuanqing passed the ball back to a teammate in the midfield and immediately dashed into Deportivo La Coruña's penalty area, eager for an opportunity. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Huaxia, commentator Jean Jun had just finished introducing the starting lineups of both teams. It appeared that Sevilla's new coach held Su Yuanqing in high regard, as he had chosen him to start in his first match in charge. One could only hope Su would leave a lasting impression on Manzano that evening. Commentator Jean Lu chuckled. If Alvarez had shown the same foresight as Manzano, and started Su Yuanqing earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have faced dismissal. As Zhang Lu and Zhang Jun engaged in casual banter, Sevilla's offensive suddenly surged into Deportivo La Coroa's penalty area. Midfielder Zakora unleashed a long pass, but he did not target the better-positioned Su Yuanqing. Instead, he opted for the tightly marked Canout. After all, in terms of fame, Canout undoubtedly eclipsed Su Yuanqing. Inside the penalty area, Canout, under the pressure of two Deportivo La Coroa defenders, managed to win the initial challenge, yet he chose not to pass the ball to the central Su Yuanqing, but rather to attempt a direct header towards the goal. In truth, Canout's position for the impending strike was considerably distant from the goal, compounded by the presence of two Deportivo La Coroa defenders encroaching upon him. The difficulty of scoring directly was immense. Indeed, this was the case, as Canout's header was effortlessly collected by the La Coroa goalkeeper. Inside the Huaxia studio, the commentator Zhang Jun expressed his indignation into the microphone, lamenting, Canout's decision in this offensive play was truly lamentable. Had he directed the ball towards Su Yuanqing, who was making a run into the center, it is highly likely that this attack could have resulted in a goal. A well-known adage in football asserts that squandering opportunities will inevitably lead to punishment. Before long, Sevilla faced that very punishment. In the 16th minute, a passing error occurred in Sevilla's midfield. Llorente intended to pass to Perotti, but his delivery was overly forceful, allowing Deportivo La Coroa's midfielder Guardado to intercept the ball. In an instant, a counterattack opportunity arose for La Coroa. Guardado's long pass found the forward, Demar, who poised himself at the edge of the penalty area, ready to unleash a shot. Chapter 33. Apologies. Canout's efforts to mend relations as the La Coroa forward prepared to shoot. Sevilla's defensive line was already in disarray. Central defenders C-Series and Conco hastily positioned themselves in front of Demar, attempting to block the impending strike. Unexpectedly, Demar deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, redirecting it to fellow forward Adri and Elpez. As La Coroa's number 10, Elpez exhibited exceptional skill, executing a near-instantaneous shot from the right side of the penalty area. In a flash, the ball pierced through the fingers of Sevilla's goalkeeper, Elpez, marking the first goal of the match for the visiting La Coroa. 1-0. The goal was scored by number 10, Adri and Elpez. At that moment, Sevilla's defense crumbled entirely, indicating that Coach Manzano's arrival had not instilled a new defensive strategy within the team. Once Zhang Jun concluded his remarks, his co-commentator, Zhang Lu, interjected with his characteristic laughter. It seems that Manzano is poised to face his first defeat since taking charge. In the past 10 minutes, Sevilla had dominated possession without converting that advantage into goals. Now, with La Coroa having scored, they would surely bolster their defense. Sevilla's quest for victory had become significantly more challenging. As play resumed, the broadcast camera occasionally focused on Manzano, standing at the sidelines. The footage clearly captured the mixed emotions on his face. In the subsequent 15 minutes, Sevilla's offense, as Zhang Lu had predicted, continued to dominate possession without finding the net. Sevilla's ball control reached a staggering 76, complemented by at least 5 attempts on goal. Yet, despite these 5 attempts, they failed to pose any threat to the goal of Deportivo La Coroa. Unbeknownst to the spectators, the match had already progressed to the 35th minute, with merely 10 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the first half. At this juncture, the head coach of La Coroa opted to withdraw his attacking players to their own half to participate in defense, effectively forming a solid barricade. This tactic undoubtedly rendered Sevilla's offensive efforts exceedingly arduous. Canout found himself constantly shadowed by at least 2 defenders from La Coroa, leaving him bereft of any space to shoot. As the first half drew to a close, Canout's mounting frustration was directed towards his partner, Su Yuanqing. Su, move more. Create space for me. Don't encroach upon the central area, he shouted vehemently, revealing his discontent with the new partnership deep within his heart. In that moment, Canout found himself yearning for the days of playing alongside Fabiano. Meanwhile, Manzano's anxiety mirrored that of Canout as he paced back and forth on the sidelines. Internally, he was torn. Sevilla's players, in their eagerness to equalize, had pushed up into La Coroa's half, leaving their defense vulnerable. A swift counterattack from La Coroa could easily breach Sevilla's goal once again. Should Sevilla fall behind by 2 goals, Manzano's inaugural match would likely culminate in defeat. Additionally, he harbored dissatisfaction with Su Yuanqing's performance, contemplating replacing him during the halftime interval. Throughout the first half, Su Yuanqing found himself isolated on the front line due to a lack of trust from his teammates, rendering him entirely outside the team's tactical framework. Manzano even began to regret starting Su Yuanqing. Sensing Manzano's agitation, assistant coach Antoine approached him, offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Head up, there's still time. Don't lose your composure. On paper, we are stronger than La Corue. Victory is within our grasp. However, as soon as Antoine finished his words of encouragement, Manzano retorted, it seems precarious. Su's performance has been abysmal. It feels as though we are playing with one man down. Perhaps he should sit out for a while to regain his composure. At that moment, Sevilla was awarded a corner kick, which was to be taken by Captain Navas. Initially, he intended to pass the ball to the more renowned Canout, but his execution fell short. The ball soared over to Su Yuanqing's head at the near post. Unfortunately, two La Corue defenders were positioned closely behind him, obstructing any potential angle for a header towards goal. As all of Deportivo La Corue's defenders brimmed with confidence. Convinced that Su Yuanqing's header would inevitably sail out of play, Su Yuanqing opted for an unconventional approach. Instead of launching a direct header towards the goal, he merely grazed the ball with a gentle touch. In an instant, the football veered towards the center, landing right before Canout. An opportunity. In front of the goal, Canout seized Su Yuanqing's header and, with great determination, propelled his head towards the goal. Thud. The ball successfully struck the net of Deportivo La Corue. 1-1. Sevilla had finally leveled the score. After scoring, Canout refrained from immediate celebration. Instead, he rushed towards Su Yuanqing, his face adorned with an awkward smile. Su, that was a splendid pass. I was too hasty earlier. Your heading ability is truly commendable. It was evident that Canout, impressed by Su Yuanqing's exceptional header, sought to mend their relationship. The Malian forward understood well that without Su Yuanqing's deft flick, he would never have had the chance to score. Su Yuanqing, however, merely nodded lightly and patted Canout on the shoulder. No worries, I didn't take your earlier words to heart. Let us focus on the game. We are not in the lead yet. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Sevilla's substitutes were exuberant. Manzano, filled with excitement, grabbed Antoine tightly, and the two older men embraced fervently. In a distant studio in Huaxia, commentator Jean-Jun vociferously exclaimed, they have equalized. Mali's towering striker, Canout, has breached Deportivo La Corue's defense. Assisted by none other than Su Yuanqing. After nearly 40 minutes of silence, Su Yuanqing has finally made his mark. Upon the restart, Deportivo La Corue appeared increasingly restless. They seemed unwilling to relinquish the 3 points they had in their grasp, and thus began to create threats towards Sevilla's goal. However, La Corue's attacking strategy was remarkably one-dimensional, primarily relying on their number 10, Adrian Elpez, to make opportunistic runs in front of the goal. Yet Sevilla's center-backs remained vigilant, consistently maintaining at least 2 players in close proximity to Adrian Elpez. Under such stringent defense, La Corue's star forward found himself devoid of opportunities. Observing that their attacks were failing to threaten Sevilla's goal, La Corue decided to commit more players forward, even pushing their fullbacks up the pitch. However, with such expansive movements, they risked leaving themselves vulnerable. As the first half was nearing its conclusion, Sevilla was presented with a counterattack opportunity. Chapter 34. The decisive blow against La Corue, a connection among friends. After midfielder Zakora executed a successful interception, he immediately distributed the ball to the flanks to Captain Navas, who surged forward with remarkable speed, swiftly penetrating La Corue's half. Simultaneously, within La Corue's penalty area, Sevilla's forwards, Canout and Su Yuanqing, had positioned themselves perfectly for the impending play. Su Yuanqing advanced towards the front post, while Canut executed a strategic maneuver through the center. For Navas, 2 potential passing options lay before him. As the defenders of Deportivo La Corue surged towards him, the Sevilla captain had but a fleeting moment to make a decision. With a decisive strike, Navas opted to deliver the ball to Canut in the center. The football arced gracefully over the La Corue penalty area, landing squarely upon Canut's head. Navas's pass was nothing short of exquisite. This presented a golden opportunity for Sevilla to score. Canut merely needed to direct the ball into the net. However, to the dismay of all, Canut's header went awry. In his eagerness to find the perfect angle, the ball veered past the left post and out of play. At that moment, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands of the Ram Nsj Pizju in Stadium. Tens of thousands of Sevilla supporters clutched their heads in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Canut had squandered such a prime scoring chance. What? He couldn't convert that? They lamented. Canut, you're a disgrace to Sevilla. The astonishment was palpable as fans exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with disappointment. On the Sevilla bench, Coach Manzano had already begun to celebrate, only to be thwarted by Canut's blunder. Undoubtedly, despair enveloped Manzano's heart at that moment. In the Huaxia Sports studio, commentator Zhang Jun passionately exclaimed, "Canut's header. The ball has sailed out of play. He actually missed. It's an unbelievable miss. Honestly, scoring that would have been easier than missing." A flurry of vitriol erupted in the comments section, with Huaxiao fans unleashing their frustration on Canut. "Even my grandmother could have scored that," others declared. "He should have passed to Su Yuanqing at the near post. Canut is utterly useless." Some derisively noted, Canut's defensive header was superb. He'd surely excel more as a center back than as a forward. Canut is truly a mole. Following Canut's missed opportunity, the referee signaled the end of the first half, with Sevilla temporarily locked in a 1-1 stalemate against La Corue. Upon returning to the locker room, Canut promptly apologized to his fellow Sevilla players. Nonetheless, the atmosphere remained tense. Throughout the 15-minute halftime break, Manzano reiterated the importance of offensive strategy. As the second half commenced, he refrained from substitutions, opting instead to grant Canut another chance. However, the dynamics of the match underwent a dramatic transformation. La Corue, playing away, unleashed a relentless barrage towards Sevilla's goal. In the 55th and 60th minutes, Adrián López, the star forward of Deportivo La Corue, unleashed two remarkably threatening shots. Fortunately for Sevilla, their goalkeeper delivered an outstanding performance, executing a series of world-class saves that prevented La Corue from altering the scoreline. After realizing their initial attempts to seize the game had faltered, La Corue swiftly adjusted their formation. All players, including the forwards, retreated into their half, establishing a resolute defensive stance. Their objective was clear: to maintain the 1-1 scoreline until the final whistle through unwavering defense. For La Corue, securing a point at Sevilla's home ground was deemed acceptable. However, this defensive strategy proved burdensome for Sevilla's players. Despite dominating possession, the home team struggled to create substantial threats on La Corue's goal, reminiscent of the first half. Particularly, Canut, despite his towering height of over 190 centimeters, continuously faltered in aerial duels, often hindered by at least two La Corue defenders in close proximity. Since the onset of the second half, Canut had scarcely been afforded a chance to shoot. As time trickled away, Sevilla's leading forward, Fabiano, began warming up on the sidelines, indicating that Coach Manzano was contemplating substitutions. At last, in the 75th minute, Sevilla made their first substitution of the match. Fabiano entered the fray, replacing Canut. However, the Brazilian striker had just returned from injury, leaving questions about his match fitness. Indeed, Fabiano's performance did not match that of Canut and even fell short. In the 80th minute, he squandered a clear-cut opportunity, shooting directly into the arms of the advancing goalkeeper. Following this mischance, the Sevilla supporters wore expressions of despair, seemingly having lost all hope for the match. On the Sevilla bench, Manzano paced back and forth, deep in thought. After much deliberation, he opted for another substitution. Riquelme came on for Zecora. By this point, the match had entered the 85th minute, nearing its conclusion. Both Sevilla and La Corue players were reaching the limits of their physical endurance, exerting their final efforts towards their respective goals. In the 88th minute, the tension escalated. Sevilla continuously exchanged passes in the midfield. When the ball reached Riquelme's feet, Su Yuanqing suddenly raised his right hand and surged toward the goal. As a close friend of Su Yuanqing, Riquelme was acutely aware of his movements. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a precise long pass. Bang! The ball sailed over the heads of Deportivo La Corue's defenders, landing perfectly at Su Yuanqing's feet. By the time the La Corue center-back realized what was happening, Su Yuanqing had already executed a powerful diving header. Thud! At the instant the La Corue goalkeeper charged forward, Su Yuanqing's header zipped past him. Whoosh! The ball found the back of the net. Chapter 35. Unbeaten, the hero. The La Corue goalkeeper was rendered powerless, left with no choice but to watch as the ball nestled into the goal. In the 88th minute of the match, Su Yuanqing's acrobatic header brought Sevilla their second goal. The score was updated on the big screen at the Ram NS Nshapizhu Stadium, 2-1. Sevilla had finally taken the lead. Following his goal, Su Yuanqing was overwhelmed with emotion, exuberantly removing his jersey before leaping over the advertising boards behind the goal and rushing into the stands filled with Sevilla supporters. Soon, other Sevilla players joined him, raising their arms in celebration. The Sevilla fans in the stands were equally electrified, fervently chanting Su Yuanqing's name with voices already hoarse. In that moment, Su Yuanqing became the savior in the hearts of Sevilla supporters. Indeed, he was also the savior for Manzano. On the substitutes bench, Manzano finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Perhaps he had bottled up too many emotions, as the usually composed Manzano erupted in joy, celebrating like a farmer reveling in his harvest. Meanwhile, far away in the eastern continent, fans from Huaxia were equally ecstatic. In the studio, Zhang Jun shouted passionately. Rakiti received the ball in midfield and passed directly. The ball soared over the defenders. Suddenly, Su Yuanqing burst onto the scene. A diving header. It's a goal. A last-minute victory. Su Yuanqing's goal in the 88th minute sealed the fate of Deportivo La Coruña. The score was now 2-1. Su Yuanqing became Sevilla's hero. The stadium erupted. Over 50,000 Sevilla fans simultaneously chanted Su Yuanqing's name. At the very moment Su Yuanqing scored, the barrage of comments in the live stream multiplied exponentially. Huaxia fans were equally exhilarated. Wow, Su Yuanqing's last-minute goal? This plot twist is absolutely thrilling. I was almost about to go to sleep. Thank goodness I didn't turn off my computer. Incredible! What a beautiful pass and an exquisite header. Manzano, do not hesitate to express your gratitude to Su Yuanqing, the true savior. Tomorrow morning, Su Yuanqing will undoubtedly grace the headlines. After the restart, only 5 minutes remained, including stoppage time, for Deportivo La Coruña to make their mark. Regrettably, during these fleeting moments, La Coruña failed to conjure a miracle. Su Yuanqing's recent goal shattered the resolve of every player on the La Coruña team. Their spirits had been utterly extinguished. As the referee's final whistle echoed through the stadium, all the players from Sevilla instinctively rushed towards Su Yuanqing, celebrating wildly around him. The Sevilla supporters in the stands fervently chanted his name. However, for the players of La Coruña, despair enveloped them. Throughout the previous 88 minutes, each La Coruña player had performed impeccably, yet Su Yuanqing's header transformed the tide of the match. La Coruña lost a crucial point due to a momentary lapse in marking, rendering all their hard work futile. Thus, the atmosphere on the pitch was one of stark contrasts. Sevilla's players embraced in jubilation, while La Coruña's players, heads bowed, hastily retreated towards the tunnel. In a post-match interview, Sevilla's new head coach, Manzano, lauded Su Yuanqing's exceptional performance. He proclaimed him a remarkable player, as long as Su is on the field. Sevilla has yet to taste defeat. This evening, he contributed a goal and an assist, with his last-minute strike saving the team from despair. Manzano continued. Despite Su's tender age of merely 19, his heading ability rivals that of Klinsmann. He will undoubtedly be a treasure for Sevilla's future. And I am confident that Su will have a brilliant career ahead with us. While Manzano praised Su Yuanqing, Sevilla's players echoed his sentiments. In the locker room, they continued to chant Su Yuanqing's name. Can Out, who had previously mocked Su before the match, approached him to offer a heartfelt apology. He embraced Su, his eyes gleaming with admiration, and declared, "Su, you are truly magnificent. Forgive my ignorance. You undoubtedly deserve to be a starter. I would even gladly accept a role as a substitute." Su Yuanqing smiled and replied, "There is no need for that. I prefer fair competition." He continued, "In truth, your pre-match skepticism was quite normal, but from this day forth, I wish to hear no more doubts." "No problem," Can Out quickly responded. Grateful for Su's assistance in both scoring the decisive goal and providing an assist, which deep down filled him with appreciation for Su Yuanqing. The following day, whether in Spain or domestically, the name Su Yuanqing became the headline of the football segment. In Spain, numerous esteemed media outlets dedicated extensive coverage to praising Su Yuanqing's performance. Sevilla battles for 88 minutes to secure a last-minute victory over La Coruña. The 19-year-old Huaxia prodigy Su emerges as the savior of the Pizjuan Stadium. Proclaimed as Manzano secures victory in his debut match. The 19-year-old talent from the eastern continent, Su ignites the Pizjuan Stadium with his goal in the 88th minute. Echoed Marca. This night undoubtedly belongs to Su. With a goal and an assist, he guided Sevilla to their second consecutive win of the season. This young player may soon become Manzano's primary striker. Meanwhile, back home, nearly every football fan was acquainted with Su Yuanqing's name following the match. One channel even devoted a remarkable 30 minutes to showcasing Su's performance against La Coruña, with the video garnering over 1 million views online. Furthermore, the sales of Su Yuanqing's jersey in Huaxia saw a significant surge. Whether on online platforms or in physical stores, his jerseys were rapidly selling out. Currently, Su Yuanqing's jersey sales have even surpassed those of top-tier stars like Rooney and Ronaldinho. The largest sports website in Huaxia, Dongqiu.com, after acquiring the La Liga broadcasting rights, has also profited immensely, with the viewership of each Sevilla match nearly 10 times that of Real Madrid and 20 times that of Barcelona. Su Yuanqing is poised to surpass the influence of the great Yao Ming in the domestic sports arena. Chapter 36. The Emergence of Conflict. Pressuring Manzano. After Sevilla triumphed over La Cora A, they were set to face the Europa League competition. Due to Sevilla's elimination by Braga in the Champions League qualifiers, they could only participate in the Europa League this season. Sevilla was placed in a group that could undoubtedly be termed a group of death. Alongside Sevilla, there were Paris Saint-Germain and Borussia Dortmund, as well as the underdog team Carpathian. Except for Carpathian, whose strength was considerably weaker, the other three teams were of similar caliber. Thus, for Sevilla to advance from the group stage, they needed to secure an advantage in their matches against Dortmund and PSG. A week later, Sevilla was scheduled to host Paris Saint-Germain, marking their inaugural match in the Europa League. Having recently achieved 2 consecutive victories in the league, Sevilla naturally hoped to maintain their fiery momentum. However, for Paris Saint-Germain, recent times had not been kind. Since the onset of the new season, PSG had suffered 2 consecutive defeats in Ligue 1, with many fans attributing the losses to head coach Galtier. There were even voices within the PSG fanbase calling for Galtier's dismissal. Fortunately, in a recent Ligue 1 match, Paris Saint-Germain regained their formidable form, triumphing with a resounding 4-0 victory overalls. Following this exhilarating win, head coach Kombouar once again earned the trust of the Paris Saint-Germain fans. A week prior to the match, within the confines of the club's coaching office, Kombouar was diligently analyzing Sevilla's player roster alongside his assistant coach. For the rejuvenated Paris Saint-Germain, confidence was high as they anticipated the forthcoming Europa League group stage match. In the office, Kombouar, savoring a cigar, listened intently to his assistant's report. Sevilla had recently been in fine form, securing 2 consecutive victories in La Liga, especially buoyed by the morale boost following the appointment of their new manager, Manzano. They had just achieved a dramatic last-minute victory against Deportivo La Coruña. Upon hearing this, Kombouar furrowed his brow. Evidently, this was not a favorable development for Paris Saint-Germain. The assistant coach continued, since Manzano's arrival, he has entrusted the 19-year-old prodigy Su Yuanqing, who seems to have supplanted Brazilian striker Fabiano as Sevilla's primary forward. Coach, we must keep a close watch on this young talent, as his goals were pivotal in Sevilla's recent triumph over La Coruña. Kombouar scoffed lightly and responded slowly. A Huaxia player? What is there to fear? You are overly anxious. After patting his assistant's shoulder, it was clear that the Paris Saint-Germain manager did not perceive Su Yuanqing as a significant threat. I still firmly believe that Manzano will opt for Fabiano in the starting lineup. Rather than focusing on the Huaxia player, it would be wiser to concentrate on Fabiano. Kombouar promptly dismissed his assistant's concerns. However, the assistant coach was not willing to concede easily and continued to argue his case. This is a detailed report on Su, outlining his technical style. Coach, I believe it is essential for you to take a look. After receiving the report on Su Yuanqing, Kombouar tossed it onto his office desk and, with a confident pat on the assistant's shoulder, declared, "Rest assured, this Huaxia forward will pose no threat to us. We are Paris Saint-Germain, not La Coruña. Let us not waste time on trivial matters, understood?" Seeing Kombouar's resolute stance, the assistant coach chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, tensions between Fabiano and Su Yuanqing within Sevilla were escalating. Since Su Yuanqing displaced Fabiano to become the primary striker for Sevilla FC, the Brazilian has been in a state of discontent. Although Manzano attempted to bolster Fabiano's spirits on his first day in office, it was inevitable for Fabiano to feel envy upon seeing his name overshadowed by that of Su Yuanqing on the front pages of prominent sports newspapers. Consequently, after the match between Sevilla and Deportivo La Coruña, Fabiano sought out his agent for a meal, during which he candidly expressed his dissatisfaction. His agent, Cesar Soler, was equally incensed after listening to Fabiano's grievances. He vehemently opposed any unjust treatment of Fabiano at Sevilla. As a star player under Cesar Soler's representation, Fabiano's inability to secure a starting position could adversely affect his future prospects and also impact the operational costs for Soler. In a bid to reinstate Fabiano to the starting lineup, Soler promptly resolved to apply pressure on Manzano through a media campaign. That evening, he contacted a friend at a newspaper to pen a scathing article condemning Manzano. The new Sevilla coach's stubbornness, Team hero Fabiano cast aside. The league's top scorer from last season replaced by a Chinese player. Is this a case of discontent between coach and players, or is there more beneath the surface? Upon publication, the article ignited widespread debate among Sevilla fans. Moreover, Soler organized a multitude of Fabiano's supporters online to demand answers in the comments section of Sevilla FC's platforms, directing their grievances toward the new coach, Manzano. In his quest to consolidate his own influence, Manzano has disgracefully abandoned the team's key contributor. As a decade-long Sevilla supporter, I firmly call for Manzano's resignation. His obstinacy is causing Sevilla to lose a magnificent forward. Fabiano's prowess far exceeds that of Su. Had he started in the last match, Sevilla would have surely triumphed. Manzano may appear genteel, yet there is much malice lurking within. Fabiano's talent is evident, yet this old man refuses to employ him. His intentions are suspect. Following Soler's instigation, club executives swiftly took notice of the unfolding situation. The next day, they arranged a meeting with Manzano. Chapter 37. The discussion as the UEFA Europa League group stage commences. In truth, Manzano was also feeling quite vexed. As an experienced first-team coach, he was well aware that the recent media uproar was orchestrated by Fabiano's agent, aimed at reinstating Fabiano to the starting lineup. However, if Manzano were to start Fabiano, it would undoubtedly provoke discontent from Su Yuanqing's agent as well. Moreover, Su Yuanqing's agent is none other than Raiola, whose reputation and methods far surpass those of Russell Soler. In the fierce competition between two formidable figures, it is ultimately the club and one's influence within the team that suffer the most. After much contemplation, Manzano resolved to engage Su Yuanqing in a conversation. After all, the one who ties the knot must also be the one to untie it. If he could persuade Su Yuanqing to willingly accept a role as a substitute for Fabiano, all conflicts would be effortlessly resolved. Following the conclusion of that day's training, Manzano arranged a meeting with Su Yuanqing. In the office, with a hint of awkwardness, Manzano addressed Su Yuanqing. Su, you are likely well aware of the recent events at the club. Fabiano's fans besieged the club's comment section last night, and the higher-ups are quite concerned about this matter. Under considerable pressure from various fronts, I intend for you to start as a substitute in the next match. After cautiously delivering this statement, Manzano kept his gaze fixed on Su Yuanqing, meticulously observing his emotional response. Initially, Manzano anticipated that Su Yuanqing would react with anger. However, to his surprise, Su Yuanqing remained composed and unperturbed. He replied, I am merely a player for Sevilla FC, and you are the coach. Regardless of the decisions you make, I will abide by them. Football is a game dictated by skill, not public opinion. I shall earn the trust of all Sevilla fans through my performance. Su Yuanqing's professionalism evidently surpassed that of Fabiano by a considerable margin. Upon hearing Su Yuanqing's words, all of Manzano's previous concerns dissipated, and a look of delight spread across his face. Su, I knew I was right about you. Manzano sincerely praised Su Yuanqing, giving him a thumbs up. Subsequently, for the sake of caution, he added, if I'm not mistaken, your agent should be Raiola, correct? Raiola is an exceptionally assertive agent, and I need you to soothe him, ensuring he does not engage in any reckless actions, all for the sake of the club. Su Yuanqing nodded in agreement to Manzano's request. As soon as Su Yuanqing exited Manzano's office, he received a call from Raiola. Su, I have heard about your situation. That Fabiano is shamelessly resorting to such despicable tactics to secure a starting position. Rest assured, I have it all arranged. I have never shied away from a war of public opinion. I will apply pressure on Sevilla FC immediately. Over the phone, Raiola's fervor was palpable, clearly incensed by the unfolding events. Let us hold off for now. The upcoming match against Paris Saint-Germain is crucial, and I do not wish to complicate matters at this juncture. We shall address everything after this match, Su Yuanqing stated. Upon hearing this, Raiola ceased to elaborate further. After all, as an agent, he must comply with Su Yuanqing's wishes. Time flies, and before one realizes, it is already September 17th. This evening at 8 o'clock, Sevilla will host Paris Saint-Germain at the Ram in Estche Pizjuan Stadium. Undoubtedly, this occasion will be a jubilant celebration for Sevilla's fans. Excited supporters began gathering outside the stadium as early as 1 o'clock in the afternoon, proudly donning Su Yuanqing's jersey, with many even chanting his name towards the reporters. Since Su's decisive goal in the previous match against Deportivo La Coruña, his stature among the fans has soared. Of course, alongside Su's admirers, there were also numerous fans clad in Fabian's jersey. This group of loyalists intentionally distanced themselves from those supporting Su Yuanqing. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Sevilla's team bus arrived punctually at the Pizjuan Stadium parking lot. After changing their attire in the locker room, the players proceeded to the pitch for training. A half hour before the match commenced, assistant coach Antoine announced the starting lineup. As anticipated, Su Yuanqing was not among the starting 11, but found himself alongside his friend Rakiti on the substitutes bench. Su, why are you on the bench? You just scored the winning goal in the last match. Is Coach Manzano mistaken? Rakiti, a close friend of Su's, immediately voiced his discontent. Su remained remarkably composed, responding leisurely. Perhaps the coach wishes to give Fabi in an opportunity. He is a veteran of the team. Nonsense. Although Fabi in has been with the team longer, his skill hardly matches yours. Rakiti retorted with indignation. Manzano must have started Fabi in due to public pressure. Su Yuanqing, however, continued to dismiss Rakiti's concerns, saying, "Such matters are not for us to worry about. Let us focus on the match." At 7:50, players from both Sevilla and Paris Saint-Germain began to step onto the pitch. At that moment, the stands of the Pizjuan Stadium erupted in deafening cheers. Soon, over 50,000 Sevilla fans began to sing the team anthem, their resonant voices rallying support for the home players. The moment the starting players entered the field, every Sevilla fan erupted into screams, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. However, it didn't take long for the Sevilla supporters to notice something amiss. Why is Fabian starting? Where's Su? Why isn't he in the starting lineup? Is he injured? What is Manzano doing, putting Su on the bench? Doesn't he want to win? Although Fabian is strong, I would much rather see Su play. In the distant land of Huaxia, within the broadcasting studio of Dongqiu Network, Zhang Jun was taken aback upon seeing Sevilla's starting lineup. What? Su Yuanqing is not in the starting 11. In such a crucial match, Coach Manzano has chosen to bench Su Yuanqing. It should be noted that Su Yuanqing is Sevilla's talisman. Every match in which he has started, Sevilla has never tasted defeat. Why, on this particular evening, has Manzano opted to have Su as a substitute? Could there be underlying reasons? Chapter 38. Open criticism. Manzano decides to make a change as Zhang Jun announced the starting lineups of both teams. The Huaxia fans erupted in skepticism on the live commentary. Has Fabiano usurped Su Yuanqing's position? What qualifications does he have? I can't believe this foreigner relies on connections. Surely Fabiano has bribed Manzano. If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed up late. Damn it. Manzano should be dismissed immediately. Were it not for Su Yuanqing's goal in the last match, he would have already been severely criticized by Sevilla's fans. What an ungrateful wretch. While the Huaxia fans were vehemently denouncing Manzano in the comments, the referee had already blown the whistle to commence the match. As the game began, the visiting Paris Saint-Germain played with ferocity. Several forwards adopted an aggressive pressing strategy, leaving Sevilla's defenders unable to make any passes. The situation on the field was decidedly precarious. Despite Sevilla's predicament, it did not hinder the conversation between club president Carmona and Li Yue, the Spanish general manager. In the VIP box, Carmona was extolling Su Yuanqing's performance to Li Yue. Acquiring Su was undoubtedly the most astute decision made by the club. Although Su was not in the starting lineup for this match, he had already earned the trust of Coach Manzano. Thank you, Miss Li. This transfer has been a mutually beneficial endeavor. Before Li Yue could respond, Carmona continued. Su's jersey sales are remarkable in both Asia and Europe, particularly in the Huaxia region, where they are currently sold out. I hope your company can expedite production. With an impassive expression, Li Yue addressed Carmona. You need not concern yourself with production matters. Our company has a solution in place. However, Mr. Carmona, since you assert that Su Yuanqing has gained Coach Manzano's trust, why is he not starting in this match? It was evident that Li Yue was quite displeased about Su Yuanqing's absence from the starting lineup. With a certain degree of understanding of football, she was acutely aware of the influence of the Europa League. Had Su Yuanqing started tonight and performed admirably, it could potentially activate the Huaxia market. Faced with Li Yue's inquiry, Carmona donned an awkward smile and hastily conjured an excuse. Perhaps it's due to an injury that Su is not starting. Please rest assured, Miss Li, the club would never deliberately bench him. Just as Carmona and Li Yue were conversing, the tide of the match began to shift dramatically. Despite Paris Saint-Germain currently being perceived as a team of the common folk, yet to be embraced by the Qatari ownership, the squad still boasts several formidable stars. Among them are midfielders CL Mint and Nin, both of whom are fringe internationals for France and Brazil, respectively. In the 16th minute of the match, it was CL Mint and Nin's collaborative interception in midfield that successfully dispossessed Zakora. CL Min's tackle disrupted Zakora's dribble, allowing Nin to swiftly launch the ball forward with a powerful kick to the center forward, Erding. This Turkish striker possesses remarkable heading ability, with a market value currently reaching €10 million, serving as a pivotal figure in PSG's attacking line. Last season, Erding netted 15 goals in League One, placing him third on the scoring charts. Although standing at only 179 centimeters, his prowess in positioning within the penalty area is exceptional. On this occasion, as the ball arrived at Erding's feet, he utilized his robust physique to shield off Sevilla's center back before executing a powerful header. Bang! A spectacular backheader sent the ball crashing into Sevilla's net. In that critical moment, Sevilla's goalkeeper Palop reacted swiftly. Yet it was unfortunate that the angle of Erding's header was exceedingly acute. The ball sailed past Palop's grasp and into the goal. Hush! At the instant Erding scored, the PSGN stadium fell into a profound silence. Clearly, Sevilla's fans were taken aback, as they had not anticipated that their opponents would capitalize on their very first shot. Within the commentary of Dongxion Network, commentator Jean Jun lamented, Paris Saint-Germain has found the net in the 16th minute. Erding's header left Palop utterly powerless. Sevilla's performance in these opening 16 minutes has been abysmal. He pointedly criticized Fabiano, likening his role in the penalty area to that of a mere mascot, as he posed no threat to PSG's goal. Meanwhile, analyst Zhang Lu remarked that Sevilla's attacking strategy was overly simplistic, predominantly relying on long passes. Although tonight, Manzano deployed the tall duo of Canout and Fabiano, neither player held an advantage when contesting aerial duels with PSG's defenders. Following PSG's lead, it was Manzano who appeared most anxious. He fully understood the significance of the UEFA Europa League, given the presence of giants Real Madrid and Barcelona in La Liga. Sevilla's chances of clinching the title were akin to scaling a formidable mountain. Thus, Manzano yearned for the Europa League trophy even more fervently. If they were to suffer a defeat in their opening group stage match, Sevilla's aspirations of advancing from the group would become exceedingly daunting, let alone the prospect of winning the championship. After conceding a goal, Manzano fervently urged his team to attack from the sidelines. However, Paris Saint-Germain's midfield exerted relentless pressure, leaving Sevilla's players with little opportunity to pass the ball. Left with no alternatives, Sevilla resorted to frequently launching long balls to their forwards in the penalty area. Yet, both Canout and Fabiano seemed to be thoroughly understood by the Paris defenders, who consistently anticipated their moves and cleared the ball before they could strike. Throughout the first half, neither Canout nor Fabiano managed a single shot on goal. After 45 minutes, Sevilla found themselves trailing Paris Saint-Germain by a score of 0-1 as both teams headed into halftime. Upon returning to the locker room, Manzano promptly made a personnel change. "Su, you will replace Fabiano in the second half." The Sevilla coach was no longer willing to be constrained by public opinion. The club's victory took precedence over fan sentiment. Catering solely to the whims of the fans at the expense of the team's performance would be a misguided approach. Moreover, Manzano had afforded Fabiano a full 45 minutes, which had revealed the Brazilian striker's dismal form, making it prudent to grant Su Yuanqing the opportunity instead. Chapter 39, The Resumption of Battle, finally awaiting you 15 minutes later. The teams returned to the field. Just before the second half commenced, Su Yuanqing stepped onto the pitch. In the stands of the PSGN Stadium, Sevilla fans erupted in hope upon witnessing Su's entrance. Many of his supporters were even deliriously chanting his name. Su has finally arrived. Lead Sevilla to victory tonight. Su is our talisman. With him on the field, triumph shall belong to Sevilla. My excitement was not solely due to Su's appearance, but also because Fabiano had finally departed. Pass the ball to Su. He will deliver us surprises. Manzano had indeed made the most astute choice. In the stands, tens of thousands of Sevilla supporters raised their arms in unison, exuding confidence in Su Yuanqing. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Li Ning's Spanish general manager, Li Yue, wore a satisfied smile. During the first half, Li Yue had paid little attention to the match, but with Su's entry, all of her focus shifted to the game. Disregarding the Sevilla president, Camona, across the distant lands of Huaxia, fans staying up late to watch the game reached a peak of excitement upon seeing Su Yuanqing donning his kit. Su Yuanqing. He has entered the game just as the second half began. How wonderful. Thank goodness I didn't fall asleep during halftime. I would have missed Su Yuanqing. With just 45 minutes remaining, Sevilla trails by a single goal, leaving them with a significant opportunity. If memory serves correctly, whenever Su Yuanqing takes the field, Sevilla has never suffered defeat. May today's match continue this streak of good fortune. Let these proud Frenchmen witness the enigmatic strength emanating from the East. Despite the immense confidence shared by fans of Huaxia and Sevilla and Su Yuanqing, Paris Saint-Germain's head coach, Kummer, remains unimpressed. Upon Su Yuanqing's entrance, PSG's assistant coach promptly approached Kummer, urging him to prioritize defense against Su. Boss, this Huaxia forward has been in remarkable form lately. Should we not assign the same markers who were on Fabiano to keep an eye on him? As soon as the assistant coach uttered these words, a derisive smile appeared on Kummer's face. What is the matter? Are you so intimidated by this Asian player? Our defense performed exceptionally well in the first half. Fabiano and Canut had no opportunities, and dealing with this Asian is no different. Kummer dismissed the assistant coach's concerns about Su Yuanqing, believing that aside from his slightly taller stature, Su posed no real threat. However, it wasn't long before Su showcased his remarkable aerial prowess within the penalty area. As the second half commenced, Sevilla players swiftly seized control of the game's tempo. Nearly 5 minutes in, their offense surged into PSG's half. In the 50th minute, Zecora distributed the ball to the left flank where Capel, a player with notable speed, awaited. At this moment, PSG sent 2 players to encircle him. Midfielder Chantome and fullback Jalad advanced to confront Capel with a double team. It seemed that if he aimed to break through, the challenge would be formidable. With no opportunity to advance, Capel opted to loft the ball into the penalty area. Thud. The ball landed swiftly in PSG's box, aimed at the center. Su Yuanqing happened to surge into this position. Yet, much like Kummer, PSG's defenders underestimated him. The player tasked with marking Su was not a center back, but rather the full-back, Armand, who stood at a mere 180 centimeters with average heading ability. Thus, in this encounter with Su, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. As Su soared, he used his body to displace Armand before directing a powerful header towards the goal. Although Su's header originated from a distance far from PSG's net, he nonetheless executed a forceful and decisive header, powered by his exceptional core strength. The only regret is that Su Yuanqing's header was overly ambitious in its angle, resulting in the ball crashing against the goalpost with a resounding thud. A mere hair's breadth from success. Inside the penalty area, Su Yuanqing overpowered Armand to execute a formidable header. The ball struck the post. Within just 5 minutes of his appearance, Su Yuanqing posed a significant threat to the Paris Saint-Germain goal. In the live broadcast room, Jean Jun expressed great satisfaction with Su Yuanqing's performance. The bullet screen was abuzz with discussions among Chinese fans regarding Su Yuanqing's recent header. Such audacity. Paris Saint-Germain had the audacity to assign a fullback to mark Su Yuanqing, displaying a blatant disregard for his abilities. This header was merely a stroke of bad luck for Su Yuanqing, which is truly unfortunate. But fear not, dear brethren. It won't be long before Su Yuanqing seizes another opportunity. Hitting the goalpost within 5 minutes of his introduction clearly indicates that his form surpasses that of Fabiano by several leagues. On the Sevilla bench, head coach Manzano's expression was one of disappointment, yet he soon offered warm applause for Su Yuanqing. Manzano understood that as long as Su Yuanqing maintained his fiery form, it was only a matter of time before he breached the Paris Saint-Germain goal. In the stands of the Pizjuan Stadium, nearly 50,000 Sevilla fans wholeheartedly applauded Su Yuanqing, although his header was thwarted by the post at his home ground. This attack instilled hope among the fans for a breakthrough. After all, such scenes were entirely absent during the first half. In the executive box, Li Ning's general manager, Li Yue, also applauded Su Yuanqing for this endeavor. She then turned to Sevilla's owner, Carmona, with an impassive expression, stating, "In my opinion, if Mr. Manzano could start Su Yuanqing, perhaps Sevilla would already be leading Paris Saint-Germain." Carmona, naturally perceiving the underlying message, could only respond with an awkward smile. Su Yuanqing's header immediately heightened the tension within the Paris Saint-Germain coaching staff. An assistant coach approached Kummer, pointing out Su Yuanqing on the field, exclaiming, "Boss, did you see that? This Asian player's header is sharp. If we allow him to roam free, this Chinese forward will inevitably score." Chapter 40. Tension. Su Yuanqing transforms into a central defender. Kummer was somewhat irked by the assistant coach's incessant chatter. He replied coldly, "This Asian player did not get a single appearance last season at Barcelona. He is a discarded player. Such a person poses no threat to our defense. This was merely a stroke of luck." The obstinate Kummer remained steadfast in his belief. Nevertheless, he made tactical adjustments in the subsequent moments, assigning center-back TNE to defend Su Yuanqing. However, he still opted for man-to-man marking, neglecting to employ a double-team strategy against Su Yuanqing. Upon witnessing Sevilla's recent offensive threat to their goal, the players of Paris Saint-Germain swiftly launched a counterattack. It was not long before PSG regained possession through their midfield dominance. Observing this, Sevilla's players promptly opted for a defensive posture. The team, under Manzano's guidance, was not in haste to attack, after all. The margin between the two teams was merely a single goal. For Sevilla, as long as they could maintain this slender lead, the prospect of victory remained within reach. However, what Sevilla did not anticipate was the ferocity of Paris Saint-Germain's assault. In the 63rd minute, PSG executed a series of seamless passes through midfield, successfully delivering the ball to the edge of Sevilla's penalty area. At this moment, the advancing player was Morris, endowed with lightning speed. Upon receiving the ball in the penalty zone, he deftly maneuvered with his left foot, darting past the defenders like a fleeting shadow. He surged into Sevilla's penalty area. But unfortunately, Morris's final shot was woeful. Confronted by the advancing Sevilla goalkeeper, his attempt sailed directly into the stands. From the Sevilla bench, Manzano, upon observing the relentless onslaught from their opponents, urgently called for his players to retreat and fortify their defensive lines. For the next 15 minutes, Sevilla adopted a resolute defensive formation, seeking to restrain PSG's offensive efforts. Although Su Yuqing was a forward, he proactively returned to his half, assuming a defensive role. It must be noted that Su Yuqing possessed formidable heading ability. Nearly every time PSG delivered the ball into the penalty area, he was able to clear it with ease. Commentator Jean Jun, witnessing Su Yuqing's frequent headers, could not help but remark that in less than 10 minutes, Su Yuqing had executed 5 clearances in Sevilla's penalty area, suggesting that he could easily establish himself as a center-back. After each of Su Yuqing's clearances, Coach Manzano applauded him, though his expression remained grave. As Sevilla still found themselves trailing by a goal, unbeknownst to them, time was gradually slipping away. Before long, the clock ticked to 80 minutes. With the match time dwindling, Manzano could no longer remain seated on the bench. He stood in the technical area, fervently gesturing to his players to adjust their positions. He was eager for his team to score in the dying moments of the match. At this juncture, Manzano no longer dared to hope for a victory against Paris Saint-Germain at home. Securing a draw would suffice to satisfy him. The mindset of Sevilla's players on the field began to reflect a sense of urgency. The players have been incessantly seeking opportunities for counterattacking maneuvers. Indeed, the offensive players of Paris Saint-Germain have experienced a significant decline in confidence after a prolonged period of struggle. Despite the forwards' lively activity within the penalty area, they have been unable to seize a header from Su Yuanqing's grasp. This has adversely affected the mindset of Paris Saint-Germain's attacking players. Once again, Paris Saint-Germain opted for a cross from the flanks. Midfielder Chantong's long pass soared into Sevilla's penalty area. 2 forwards, Luingela and Erdinki, launched into the air simultaneously with Su Yuanqing. With his remarkable heading prowess, Su Yuanqing once more outmaneuvered the 2 Paris Saint-Germain forwards to clear the ball. This time, his header fortuitously landed at the feet of midfielder José Carlos. Remarkably, there were no Paris Saint-Germain players in close proximity to disrupt him. This presented a splendid opportunity for a counterattack. The Sevilla fans in attendance erupted in cheers. José Carlos promptly delivered a through ball, which found its way to Zokora. This midfielder, possessing commendable dribbling skills, received the ball not in the center, but rather on the left flank. The Paris Saint-Germain defenders approached Zokora with caution. Shortly after Zokora received the ball, 2 players from Paris rushed to confront him. At this moment, within the penalty area, Su Yuanqing had positioned himself appropriately, ready to fulfill his defensive duties. After clearing the ball with a header in his own penalty area, upon recognizing Sevilla's counterattacking opportunity, Su Yuanqing sprinted towards the Paris Saint-Germain penalty area with the speed of a 100 meters dash. Finally, just before Zokora could deliver the cross, Su Yuanqing successfully arrived at the designated spot. Beside him, Canot was preparing to leap, creating a duo of players poised for a potential strike. If Zokora could deliver the ball into the penalty area promptly, given Su Yuanqing's current form, he might pose a significant threat to Paris Saint-Germain's goal. However, Zokora had no intention of passing. Instead, he opted to dribble. He swiftly maneuvered the ball, attempting to exploit his speed and footwork to break through the 2 Paris Saint-Germain players. Yet, he underestimated the defensive capabilities of the Paris Saint-Germain players. Fullback Armand executed a powerful kick, sending the ball out of bounds. Sevilla was awarded a corner kick. At the stands of the Pizjuan Stadium, nearly 50,000 Sevilla fans rose to their feet. As Captain Navas approached the corner flag, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers, eagerly anticipating that the team would capitalize on this corner to breach Paris Saint-Germain's goal. In the Eastern region, within the live broadcast of Don'tio Network, the commentator Jean June could not help but exclaim, "What a splendid opportunity for Sevilla to score." The match has reached the 85th minute, and should Sevilla manage to net a goal at this juncture, it would equalize against Paris Saint-Germain, considering the strengths and forms of both teams. A draw at home for Sevilla would indeed be a commendable outcome. At this moment, the player tasked with defending against Su Yuanqing in the penalty area was Tien, only one defender. This provided Su Yuanqing with a significant opportunity. Chapter 41, Equalizing against Paris. Su Yuanqing saves the day again. On Sevilla's bench, Coach Manzano anxiously observed the penalty area, sharing the same fervent hope as the Sevilla fans present, all placing their final hopes on Su Yuanqing. At the corner flag, Navas, prior to taking the corner kick, was intently gauging Su Yuanqing's positioning. Suddenly, Navas unleashed a cross with his right foot. Boom! The ball soared like a blade, swiftly darting into the penalty area of Paris Saint-Germain. The stands of the Pizjuan Stadium fell silent, with fans fixated on the unfolding drama within the box. Navas's delivery aimed for the back post. And at that precise moment, Su Yuanqing had executed a clever run, positioning himself at the far post. Behind him, Tien was in pursuit, while in front of him loomed another central defender, Zuma Nakama, surrounded by threats. As the ball hurtled towards the back post, all three players leapt simultaneously. Yet, it was only Su Yuanqing who made contact with the ball. Soaring into the air, Su Yuanqing resembled a mountain descending upon his adversary, overpowering Zuma Nakama with sheer force. And with all his might, he directed a powerful header towards the goal. Bang! A moment later, the ball thundered into the net. Although Paris Saint-Germain's goalkeeper Duard managed to graze the ball with his right hand, the ferocity of Su Yuanqing's header proved too formidable, and the ball ultimately slipped past Duard's grasp, finding its way into the net. Su Yuanqing, a header that found the mark. The ball is in. Once again, Su Yuanqing emerged as Sevilla's hero, aiding them in achieving a last-minute equalizer against Paris Saint-Germain. 1-1. What an exhilarating and gripping battle this has been. The match maintained its suspense until the very end. Jean June, in his excitement, had nearly lost his voice, while fellow commentator Zhang Lu generously lavished praise upon Su Yuanqing. If I recall correctly, Su Yuanqing has netted decisive goals in the dying moments of the last two matches. It appears that many fans regard him as Sevilla's lucky charm. And rightly so. The difficulty of this goal was immense. Had it been Fabiano or Canut in his place, it is likely they would have misdirected the header. The fervor among the Huaxia fans watching the live broadcast mirrored that of the Sevilla supporters on site, both engulfed in a state of exhilaration. Su Yuanqing is phenomenal. Can you believe it? Another last-minute goal? Su Yuanqing's current form is simply explosive. If Manzano had chosen to start Su Yuanqing tonight, the outcome of this match would have been uncertain. He remarkably executed a header amid the tight defense of two Paris defenders, demonstrating heading prowess akin to that of Klinsmann. Huaxia has its own Klinsmann. Once again, Su Yuanqing has saved Manzano. Su Yuanqing has truly become Manzano's savior. On the Sevilla bench, Manzano, witnessing Su Yuanqing's goal, was so overwhelmed with emotion that his legs went weak. He nearly knelt before Su Yuanqing. He understood the immense significance of that goal. Meanwhile, on the Paris Saint-Germain bench, Kumar wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Bewildered, he turned to his assistant coach and exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can this Asian player's heading ability be so formidable? It's simply incredible. How could two players fail to thwart his header? Who on earth is this young man?" Throughout, Kumar had believed Su Yuanqing to be lacking in skill, never considering him a threat to the team's defense. However, after witnessing Su Yuanqing's spectacular header, Kumar finally grasped the extent of his capabilities. At that moment, the assistant coach presented Kumar with a dossier on Su Yuanqing and said, "Boss, take a look at this document. I have mentioned numerous times before the excellence of Su's heading and match form, yet you chose to disregard it." Kumar quickly glanced at Su Yuanqing's profile, which clearly outlined his technical style and recent performances. A hint of regret flickered across Kumar's face. He lamented not heeding his assistant coach's counsel. However, at this juncture, there was no remedy for his oversight. In the stands of the Pizjuan Stadium, nearly 50,000 Sevilla fans had succumbed to madness, all fervently chanting Su Yuanqing's name. Yet for Su Yuanqing himself, his expression was one of serene composure. He did not celebrate, but instead quietly retrieved the ball from the net and jogged toward the center circle. Rather than settle for a draw, Su Yuanqing yearned for his team to secure a victory that evening. However, after the kickoff, Paris Saint-Germain played with remarkable caution, predominantly passing the ball in their own half. Clearly, they were wary of Sevilla's counterattacks. A few minutes later, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The score remained locked at 1-1. Sevilla, relying on a dramatic last-minute goal by Su Yuanqing, managed to secure a draw against Paris Saint-Germain, earning their first point in the Europa League group stage. Although Sevilla did not achieve victory, the home fans felt a sense of satisfaction. After the match, many Sevilla supporters applauded Su Yuanqing for his performance. Sevilla's head coach, Manzano, made a point to approach Su, embracing him warmly. "Su, you have once again saved the team. Your performance was exceptional, and I am proud of you." In contrast to Manzano's excitement, Su Yuanqing responded with a stoic demeanor, expressing his regret at not securing 3 points. Manzano quickly waved his hand, stating, "Paris is a formidable team. Drawing against them at home is entirely acceptable. Su, do not blame yourself. Your performance was already remarkable." Clearly, for Manzano, a 1-1 scoreline was satisfactory, especially since for the majority of the match, his team had been trailing and defending passively. To equalize against Paris Saint-Germain at the last moment was indeed a delightful surprise. While some rejoiced, others felt disappointment, such as Kumar. At the sound of the final whistle, Kumar stood frozen, his face revealing a desire to lash out. He had anticipated every scenario, yet he had not foreseen being equalized by an Asian forward. Kumar was acutely aware that the outcome of the match would surely be met with dissatisfaction from Paris fans and media alike. As expected, during the post-match press conference, Kumar faced pointed questions from journalists. Chapter 42, The Influence of the Portly One, Trust of the Fans. Kumar's spirits were low, while the French media showed no mercy. A reporter from Le Parisien confronted him directly. "Mr. Kumar, after the Asian forward entered the match, your team failed to effectively challenge him, which directly led to Su's equalizing goal. Should you not take responsibility for this result?" After taking a few sips of water, Kumar replied earnestly to the reporter, "Firstly, the defeat of Paris Saint-Germain was merely an unfortunate incident. We had established an early lead in the first half, and for the majority of the match, Paris Saint-Germain maintained control. Every player performed admirably, and our tactics were sound. Losing was simply a matter of chance." Kumar's response evidently did not quell the anger of the Parisian journalist. The reporter pressed on, "Are you suggesting that Su's goal was merely luck?" However, to my knowledge, since Su's introduction, his success rate in aerial duels has been nearly 100%. He not only manages to seize the first touch within the Paris penalty area but also demonstrates the same prowess in his own defensive zone. His heading ability is indisputable. Why then is he not subject to focused defense? In response, Kumar appeared somewhat embarrassed, stating, "This player is merely 19 years old, exceptionally young. We did not anticipate his presence in our pre-match strategy." He further asserted, "Although we were unable to triumph over Sevilla away, it will not be long before we encounter them again. I firmly believe that at the Parc des Princes, Paris Saint-Germain will seek retribution against Sevilla." Following this match, Su Yuanqing once again became the subject of admiration among numerous Sevilla fans. Furthermore, various Spanish media outlets lauded Su Yuanqing's performance. Sevilla snatches a draw against Paris Saint-Germain. The 19-year-old Su once again emerges as the team's savior. His header in the 85th minute ensured the team remained unbeaten at home. Proclaimed as the miraculous young talent from Huaxia continues to perform wonders, coming off the bench to rescue the team in the dying moments, declared Marca. In the match that evening, Su Yuanqing and Fabiano each played a half. The disparity in their performances was striking. In the first half, Fabiano struggled tremendously within the Paris Saint-Germain penalty area. Not only could he not manage a shot, but his presence was nearly imperceptible. Upon Su Yuanqing's entry, he not only excelled defensively but also frequently posed threats in the opponent's penalty area, ultimately assisting Sevilla in scoring the equalizing goal at the last moment. It was evident that Su Yuanqing outperformed Fabiano that night. Consequently, following the match, Su Yuanqing's agent, Raiola, promptly stirred public opinion. Seizing the moment when various media and Sevilla fans were praising Su Yuanqing, he capitalized on the momentum to further solidify Su Yuanqing's starting position within Sevilla. Su Yuanqing is the savior of Sevilla. In contrast, Brazilian forward Fabiano's performance was utterly abysmal. Perhaps Coach Manzano needs to consider reform. As long as Su Yuanqing is on the pitch, Sevilla remains unbeaten. For the future of the club, Su must become a starter. Su is indeed the hope of Sevilla's future. His form evidently surpasses that of Fabiano. The era belonging to Fabiano has come to an end. That evening, Raiola utilized the media to release a plethora of reports praising Su Yuanqing, and in an instant, nearly all Sevilla fans rallied behind him. Fabiano found himself at a loss for words. He had initially intended to respond alongside his agent, but given his lackluster performance in the match, he realized that even leveraging public sentiment would not lead to victory. Thus, Fabiano chose to endure. He needed to await an opportunity. Should he excel in the upcoming matches more than Su Yuanqing, it would present him with a chance for retaliation. At that moment, Fabiano was determined to plunge Su Yuanqing into the depths of despair. Although Fabiano did not respond this time, his fans spontaneously defended him online. Within the Sevilla fan forum, some of Fabiano's admirers commented, Su is merely a striker from Huaxia, while Fabiano is a Brazilian forward. Their nationalities alone suffice to illustrate the disparity between the two players. Tonight, Su's goal was merely a stroke of luck. Fabiano's injury is not yet fully healed. This is not a true reflection of his capabilities. Undeniably, Su has performed remarkably in recent times, but he pales in comparison to Fabiano. Last season, Fabiano was the team's top scorer. We must not forget Fabiano's contributions to the club. Despite the fervent defense from Fabiano's fans, it did not create much of a stir, as the majority of Sevilla fans now support Su Yuanqing. The following day was a day of rest. Since Manzano's appointment, the team had yet to suffer a defeat, which endeared him to club president Carmona, who decided to invite Manzano for a meal on this day off. In a five-star hotel in Sevilla, Manzano and Carmona engaged in lively conversation. Before long, the discussion turned to Su Yuanqing. Mr. President, may I inquire how you discovered this player? His heading ability and adaptability to the game far exceed that of his peers. It is said that Su did not see a single minute on the pitch last season at Barcelona. Why did you still choose to bring him here? Manzano inquired with curiosity. Carmona first erupted into hearty laughter, then began to boast. Initially, the decision to sign Su faced skepticism from the board. Even the then-coach Alvarez had doubts about Su, with nearly everyone believing that he was a flop and would not succeed at Sevilla. After a brief pause, Carmona suddenly turned serious and said to Manzano, however, I do not consider Su a flop. On the contrary, I have always firmly believed that Su possesses the potential to succeed at Sevilla. Thus, I stood my ground and persuaded the board members overnight, ultimately securing Su's transfer from Barcelona. Many rumors suggest that Su moved to Sevilla because of Li Ning, but that is entirely false. The primary reason Su joined Sevilla was my faith in him. Chapter 43, Mission Accomplished, the rise of a new star after Carmona finished his exaggerated tale. Manzano immediately applauded him. Mr. Carmona, your vision is truly remarkable. You have brought a great player to the club, and I believe Su will be the main striker for the club in the next decade. Carmona nodded slightly and responded to Manzano. Su is only 19 years old, very young, and still needs your guidance to grow. I firmly believe that your coaching experience will contribute significantly to Su's success. Unbeknownst to them, the two individuals began to engage in mutual compliments within their business interactions. As the weekend came to a close, Sevilla was faced with a demanding schedule, requiring them to compete in 2 matches within the span of a week. Their first encounter would be an away game against Malaga, followed by a home challenge against Racing Santander just 3 days later. Fortunately, both Malaga and Racing Santander do not possess formidable strength. Given Sevilla's current form, it seems plausible to secure victories in both matches. On September 20th at 7 p.m., the match between Malaga and Sevilla commenced at the Rose Garden Stadium. Su Yuanqing was named in the starting lineup, partnered in attack by Canout. Malaga appeared acutely aware of Sevilla's prowess, promptly adopting a defensive formation as the match began, seemingly intent on leveraging defense to secure a draw against Sevilla. This defensive posture indeed posed some challenges for Sevilla, as the flanks offered little room for passing, leaving Su Yuanqing and Canout without support in the penalty area. However, the high-intensity defense would test the physical endurance of Malaga's players. As the second half unfolded, fatigue began to set in among them, and at the 65th minute, Su Yuanqing received a long pass from the winger, Zakora. Once again, he outmuscled 2 central defenders in the box and executed a powerful header to score. 5 minutes later, Canout also found the back of the net. This time, the entire Malaga defense was preoccupied with Su Yuanqing, allowing Canout to exploit the opportunity and strike with a volley. The match concluded with a score of 2-0 in favor of Sevilla. Following this victory, Sevilla celebrated a remarkable 3 consecutive wins in La Liga, showcasing an explosive form. Furthermore, another piece of good news arrived. Su Yuanqing had finally completed the systematic phase task. Up to this point, he had amassed a total of 5 goals for Sevilla, which meant he could now acquire a star player's signature skill. As anticipated, immediately after the match concluded, Su Yuanqing heard the system's voice beside him. "Congratulations, host. On completing the primary task, you have successfully acquired the master forward skill." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Yuanqing wasted no time and promptly accessed his system. To his astonishment, he was greeted with the message, "Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Van Persie volley skill." Van Persie's volley? A radiant smile spread across Su Yuanqing's face at this revelation. Van Persie. Once a pivotal figure in Dutch football, he was a cornerstone of Arsenal's formidable attacking lineup. Even after his transfer to Manchester United, Van Persie's scoring prowess remained unmatched in the Premier League at that time. Once a 2-time Premier League top scorer, Su Yuanqing's heading ability has now reached a commendable level. Recently, he has also acquired the skill of a volley reminiscent of Van Persie, undoubtedly enhancing his prowess on the field. He can hardly wait to showcase his talents on the verdant pitch. Merely 4 days later, the Warriors of Sevilla returned to the Ram and S. Pizjuan Stadium, this time facing Racing Santander. Due to the proximity of this match to their previous encounter with M. Laga, which was only 4 days prior, Manzano opted for a degree of rotation in the lineup. Su Yuanqing and Canut found themselves on the bench, while Fabiano and Negrito took their places in the starting 11, maintaining the dual striker formation. In the first half, Racing Santander played with remarkable bravery, despite the disparity in league standings and team composition compared to Sevilla. From the outset, the players of Racing Santander displayed considerable vigor, frequently penetrating deep into Sevilla's penalty area. The presence of several substitutes in Sevilla's starting lineup resulted in a lack of cohesive synergy among the players, inadvertently providing opportunities for Racing Santander. This relegation-threatened team managed to breach Sevilla's defense in the 34th minute of the first half and again in the 65th minute of the second half. Although Fabiano pulled one back with a header in the 70th minute, Sevilla still found themselves trailing. At a critical juncture, Manzano deployed his secret weapon. In the 83rd minute, Su Yuanqing entered the fray. Nearly 5 minutes after his introduction, he helped the team equalize, though he did not score himself. When Rakiti delivered the ball into the penalty area, Su Yuanqing attracted the attention of 2 Racing Santander defenders at the near post. He deftly flicked the ball with his head, allowing it to fall at Fabiano's feet. The Brazilian striker, unmarked, unleashed a powerful shot, leveling the score at 2-2. Ultimately, the match concluded with Sevilla held to a draw at home by the relegation battlers. Following this encounter, Sevilla was afforded no respite, as they were set to face Atracules away just 3 days later, another team fighting against relegation. However, having learned from previous experiences, Manzano decided against rotation and opted for a full-strength lineup. The day before the match against Atracules, in the club's dining hall, Su Yuanqing was dining with Rakiti, Debo, and others when Fabiano entered the restaurant. The two exchanged glances. In the previous match, Su Yuanqing had assisted Fabiano with a crucial header that led to an equalizing goal. Logically, one might expect the relationship between Fabiano and Su Yuanqing to have improved. Yet, Fabiano still regarded Su Yuanqing with disdain. He passed by Su Yuanqing expressionlessly, refraining from any verbal exchange. The arrogance of the Brazilian was unmistakable at that moment. Fabiano strode directly towards the restaurant window, seized a large platter of sea cucumbers, and began to indulge himself alongside a few Brazilian friends. Rakiti cast a sidelong glance at Fabiano before addressing Su Yuanqing, expressing his bewilderment at Fabiano's arrogance. "I truly do not understand what Fabiano is so proud of. The Sevilla fans are clamoring for you to become a starter, despite Fabiano scoring 2 goals in the last match. After the game, praise was heaped upon you. Without your contribution, could Fabiano have achieved his brace?" Su Yuanqing merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Debeo turned to Su Yuanqing and suggested, "Su, would you care for some sea cucumber as well? We shouldn't let Fabiano outshine us. If he dares to indulge, so should we." Su Yuanqing quickly waved his hand and replied, "No, thank you. I have no desire for sea cucumber. It's typically consumed by those who perform poorly, like the Chinese national team." The following day, September 27, 2010, at 8 in the evening, the clash between Hercules and Sevilla was about to commence. Chapter 44, the free kick bet and a bottle of expensive red wine. The match was set to take place at the Jos P. Rez Stadium, which can accommodate 30,000 spectators. However, Due to Hercules being a relegation-threatened team with recent unimpressive performances, the attendance was sparse, with only a little over 10,000 fans present. In stark contrast, Sevilla's away supporters had swelled to 5,000. Consequently, before the match even began, the stadium resonated with the Sevilla team anthem. Minutes later, the starting players for both Sevilla and Hercules entered the field. After the two teams exchanged handshakes, they arranged themselves into formation, awaiting the referee's whistle to commence the match. Meanwhile, in a distant studio in China, commentator Zhang Jun took advantage of the interlude to announce the starting lineups for both teams. The fifth round of La Liga was about to commence. Hercules was set to face Sevilla on home turf. For Hercules, the head coach opted for a 5-4-1 formation. Leading the forward line was the renowned French star Trezeguet, with Thiago Gomez and Drent among the midfielders. On the Sevilla side, after a disappointing draw against a relegation team in their last match, Mr. Manzano chose to revert to fundamentals, deploying his absolute starters tonight. The forward line featured Fabiano and Su Yuanqing, with the midfield comprising Capel, Romeric, and Zakora. As Zhang Jun concluded his introduction of both teams' lineups, the referee signaled the start of the match. On the screen, Chinese fans were filled with anticipation for this encounter. Finally, they could witness Su Yuanqing in action once more. Sunflower seeds and bottled water were ready at hand. Go, Su. Deliver us a magnificent performance. In the lineup of Hercules, one finds the formidable Trezeguet, a player who commands respect and demands caution. However, in the presence of Su Yuanqing, Trezeguet appears merely as a novice, lacking substantial merit. As the fervent fans of Huaxia express their jubilation in the comments, the home team, Hercules, delivers a resounding blow to the Sevilla goal. From the outset, Trezeguet exhibits remarkable agility. Despite being 33 years of age, his prowess within the penalty area remains undiminished. Hercules midfielder, Drent, advances into the attacking zone, only to be besieged by two Sevilla players, Romeric and Capel. Sensing imminent encirclement, Drent swiftly directs the ball into the penalty area. This season, Drent is on loan from Real Madrid, where he once donned the prestigious number 10 jersey. Regrettably, amidst the constellation of stars at Madrid, he found no place to shine and was relegated to a loan spell. Yet, while he may not have secured a spot at Real Madrid, he emerges as the linchpin for Hercules, a team battling relegation. His long pass lands precisely within the Sevilla penalty area, more specifically on Trezeguet's head. With an impressive leap, Trezeguet attempts a powerful header, but the ball narrowly misses the post, soaring out of play, so close to breaching Sevilla's defenses. Despite Hercules' status as a relegation-threatened team, their offensive capabilities are undeniably sharp, particularly with the synergy between stars Trezeguet and Drent. Sevilla must exercise caution. 5 minutes later, Sevilla's offensive fervor ignites within Hercules' penalty area. Zakora distributes the ball to the flank, where Navas opts for a swift 45-degree cross, propelling the ball towards the Hercules box. Meanwhile, Zakora aims for the far post where Fabiano awaits. Unfortunately, Hercules center-back Pia anticipates the play and heads the ball clear. Fabiano suffers defeat in the aerial contest, as the ball escapes to midfield. Fortunately, Sevilla's midfielders regain control through diligent pressing, continuously threatening Hercules' goal. As Hercules players focus their defensive efforts on Fabiano and Su Yuanqing, each Sevilla forward is closely marked by at least two defenders. Direct crosses yield little success, prompting Sevilla's midfielder Romeric to advance with the ball. This maneuver instills fear in Hercules' defenders. The entire defensive focus is concentrated within the penalty area, leaving the arc unguarded. Should Romeric find an opportunity to shoot from this position, the consequences could be dire. In this critical moment, Drent rises to the occasion. In order to play it safe, he decisively took down Romeric from behind, resulting in the formidable midfield core receiving a yellow card. This presented an excellent opportunity for a free kick. Should a player with skilled technique take the shot, it could very well find its way into the net. Subsequently, Zhang Jun remarked that within Sevilla's lineup, no player seemed capable of scoring directly, suggesting that this set piece might likely be directed into the penalty area, where Su Yuanqing was eagerly poised to receive the pass. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was expected to opt for a pass. At that moment, on Sevilla's bench, Manzano appeared remarkably relaxed, seemingly confident in securing a victory against Hercules. In high spirits, Manzano approached assistant coach Antoine, engaging him with curiosity. "Hey, Antoine, do you think Su can score from this free kick?" Antoine, with a puzzled expression, responded, "It seems quite difficult. Su is surrounded by Hercules defenders." Upon hearing Antoine's remark, Manzano not only remained unfazed but rather displayed a glimmer of delight. "I'll place a wager that Su will score," he declared, revealing his confidence in Su Yuanqing. Antoine, not one to decline, immediately agreed to participate, evidently self-assured in his own judgment. He inquisitively inquired, "What shall the stakes be?" Manzano, with a cunning smile, replied, "That bottle of 82 Lafite you have at home." Chapter 45, The Stunning Volley, A Lost Bottle of Red Wine. Zokora stood at the penalty spot, his gaze fixated on the movements of the forwards within the penalty area, seemingly intent on creating pressure on Hercules' defense through a well-placed pass. As the referee blew the whistle, Zokora swiftly sent the ball into the penalty area with his left foot. Thud. The football swiftly traced an arc within Hercules' box, ultimately landing with precision near the far post. At that precise moment, Su Yuanqing had already leaned forward, and his right foot was poised to execute a shot. As Zokora's pass reached Su Yuanqing, he struck the ball with his right foot, delivering a powerful blow to its center. The spin on the ball intensified astronomically in that instant. The ball zipped through the air like a streak of white light, suddenly veering toward the goal. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the back of the net. In that moment, the Hercules goalkeeper remained utterly motionless, failing to make any attempt at a save. This was not due to a lack of effort on the goalkeeper's part, but rather because the velocity of Su Yuanqing's volley was simply too swift to counter. The ball had found its mark. Zokora assisted Su Yuanqing in executing a spectacular volley within the penalty area. The score has reached 1 o'clock. This marks a flawless personal display by Su Yuanqing. In the live broadcast room of Donghua.com, commentator Zhang Jun continued to exuberantly exclaim at the moment Su Yuanqing executed his volley. A defensive lapse occurred among the players of Hercules in the penalty area, allowing Su Yuanqing an unimpeded opportunity to shoot. Coach Zhang Lu focused on Su Yuanqing's strike. Expressing his heartfelt admiration, the power behind Su Yuanqing's shot is remarkable. In such a confined space, he still managed to execute a volley, which speaks volumes about his precise anticipation of the ball's trajectory. This volley reminds me of Van Persie. If memory serves me right, he has now aided Sevilla in scoring their 6th goal of the season. Zhang Jun, seated beside Zhang Lu, took over the commentary, stating, "Indeed, Su Yuanqing's current form is exceptional, especially since the arrival of the new coach, Manzano, which has allowed his abilities to shine." The comments section was flooded with praises from fans of Huaxia, celebrating Su Yuanqing's performance. This is the true caliber of Su Yuanqing. What can Fabiano possibly compare to him? It seems Su Yuanqing's prowess extends beyond heading. His volleys are of world-class standard. That volley was truly spectacular. I could watch the highlight reel 10 times. Su Yuanqing has scored again, and his momentum is fervent. It feels as though he is fully capable of competing with Messi for the season's top scorer. In the upcoming match, Sevilla is set to face Barcelona. One can only hope Su Yuanqing will deliver a stellar performance against his former club. At this moment, on the Sevilla bench, Antoine wore a conflicted expression, feeling joy for Su Yuanqing's goal while mourning his lost bottle of wine. Manzano, with a relaxed demeanor, turned to Antoine and said, "You must honor your bet. Remember to bring me the wine tomorrow." Antoine, on the pitch, following Su Yuanqing's goal, the dynamics of the match became remarkably clearer. What had been a defensive shell for Hercules transformed as they began to mount their own attacks. Clearly, the Hercules players were unwilling to concede defeat on their home turf. However, as they pressed forward, they inadvertently exposed defensive gaps in their formation. Sevilla, playing away, adeptly exploited rapid counterattacks, continuously threatening Hercules' backline. After several attempts, Sevilla finally extended their lead in the 44th minute through a counterattack. A long pass from the center back found Su Yuanqing at the forefront, who leapt high, leveraging his physical prowess and foresight to seize the ball ahead of the defenders. Su Yuanqing positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area. A direct header at this juncture would undoubtedly pose a challenge. As Su Yuanqing pondered how to address the ongoing offensive, he noticed midfielder Mazzola had surged into the penalty area. In the following moment, Su Yuanqing executed a swift header, redirecting the ball past several defenders of Hercules, landing perfectly at Zokola's feet. This presented Zokola with an opportunity to confront the goalkeeper one-on-one. As one of the more technically proficient players in the Sevilla lineup, Zokola remained composed, delicately placing his shot into the far corner of the net. With this, the score elevated to 2-0, and Sevilla, enjoying a 2-goal advantage in this away match, effectively extinguished any lingering suspense surrounding the contest. Hercules had launched a fierce assault towards Sevilla's goal in the second half, yet their defense stood resolute, akin to an impregnable fortress. Moreover, Hercules hesitated to commit too many players forward, wary of Sevilla's counterattacks. Thus, the aging Trezeguet struggled to create opportunities. As the 90 minutes concluded, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. Sevilla triumphed over Hercules with a score of 2-0, and Su Yuanqing, with his commendable performance of 1 goal and 1 assist, was rightfully named the man of the match. Following this victory, Sevilla's focus must now shift entirely to their forthcoming encounter. Their next adversary will be none other than Barcelona, and yet again, they will be playing away. Undoubtedly, this clash will pose a significant challenge for the newly appointed Manzano. During the post-match press conference, Spanish journalists refrained from inquiring about the recent match. Instead, all questions directed towards the upcoming match against Barcelona. Mr. Manzano, let us discuss your impending clash with Barcelona. They are currently on a remarkable 5-game winning streak in La Liga, exhibiting formidable form. Do you and your team possess the confidence to secure victory away against Barcelona? A reporter from Marca posed to Manzano. To be frank, this question placed Manzano in a rather awkward position, as his thoughts were predominantly occupied with the match against Hercules. Unexpectedly, the journalist bypassed the recent game entirely, opting to inquire about the subsequent one. Fortunately, Manzano proved to be a seasoned tactician. After regaining his composure, he sincerely responded, "The Sevilla players delivered a magnificent performance this evening, and I am confident that our upcoming match against Barcelona will also be a grand spectacle." Chapter 46. The Arrogance of Barcelona. Guardiola's Confidence. In this round of matches, Barcelona also emerged victorious, defeating Athletic Bilbao 3-1 away, thereby extending their winning streak to 5 matches. Moving forward, Guardiola and his coaching staff began to concentrate on the 6th round of the league. The following day in Pep Guardiola's office, assistant coach Villanova had already placed the list of Sevilla players on Guardiola's desk. This season, Barcelona had already faced Sevilla twice in the Supercopa de España. Thus, Guardiola had a reasonable understanding of the team's capabilities. As Guardiola casually perused the list of Sevilla players, his attention was abruptly captured by the name Su Yuanqing. Instantly, his expression transformed from calm to sheer astonishment. What? Su had scored 6 goals for Sevilla? How could that be possible? Guardiola exclaimed in disbelief. And after rubbing his eyes vigorously, he glanced back at the list. It remained true. 6 goals. This was indeed real. A look of confusion spread across Guardiola's face. He was well aware of Su Yuanqing's individual abilities and had always believed that Su could not adapt to the pace of La Liga. In fact, Guardiola had considered Su's chances in the Segunda División to be slim, which is why he had not afforded Su any opportunities last season, leaving him to spend all matches on the bench. Now, upon learning that Su Yuanqing had contributed 6 goals to Sevilla, Guardiola was naturally filled with doubt and astonishment. Just as he remained in a state of shock, assistant coach Villanova calmly addressed him. "Yes, coach, you are not mistaken. Trees may wither, but people can thrive. Su has indeed established himself at Sevilla." After delivering this statement, Villanova retrieved a compilation of Su Yuanqing's performance data from his briefcase and handed it to Guardiola. With a trembling voice, Guardiola meticulously read the contents prepared by Villanova. Against Deportivo La Coruña, Su scored a last-minute header to secure victory for Sevilla. Against Paris Saint-Germain, he once again equalized with a header in the 85th minute, earning a precious point for Sevilla. He netted a goal against Malaga and executed a stunning volley against Atracules. As Guardiola finished reading the report, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Was this truly Su's performance? Not that of Fabiano. With a look of bewilderment, Guardiola turned to Villanova once more. "Yes, coach, these are all Su's contributions. He has indeed eclipsed Fabiano to become Sevilla's main striker." After a moment of contemplation, Guardiola slowly remarked to Villanova, "Could it be that letting Su go was indeed a mistake? It is well known that Guardiola is an exceptionally stubborn coach. And if he began to regret his earlier decision, it clearly indicated the immense impact Su Yuanqing had made on him. It could be said that Su had fundamentally altered Guardiola's perspective." With a calm demeanor, Villanova spoke to Guardiola, saying, "Coach, during the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup, Su performed remarkably well and even breached our defense. At that moment, I had a premonition that Su would indeed establish himself at Sevilla, and it has proven true. Recently, a number of Barcelona fans have begun to question the decision to let Su go, so in our upcoming match against Sevilla, we must contain Su's performance. If he manages to score against us, it will undoubtedly lead to more fans questioning our initial decision." Guardiola nodded in agreement with Villanova's perspective. "Find me Su's match highlights. I am keen to see how this lad scores." After uttering these words, Guardiola and his assistant Ballon rushed to the computer to watch Su's game footage. After approximately half an hour of viewing, Guardiola reached a conclusion. The young player primarily utilized headers to score. The video clearly showcased his exceptional ability to position himself in the box. However, aside from his heading ability, Su's offensive tactics were rather limited, having only scored with a volley in the previous match. A look of disdain suddenly crossed Guardiola's face as he arrogantly remarked, "Humph, one-trick pony. Su remains the same. Merely fortunate this time." He continued, "As long as we focus on limiting Su's aerial game in the next match, he will pose no threat to her goal." Guardiola further instructed, "In our training over the next few days, we will enhance our heading clearance drills, and I want Puyol to mark Su during the match. I am eager to see if Su can outjump Puyol." Villanova, however, noted another detail and quickly reminded Guardiola, "Coach, Su did score with a volley in the last match while inside the box. Should we not consider that?" Guardiola waved dismissively at Villanova, stating, "No cause for concern. That volley was merely a lucky strike, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Slowly rising to his feet, Guardiola tossed aside the materials on Su and, with a tone of disdain, addressed Villanova, "I have coached Su for an entire season. I am well aware of his technical characteristics. His heading ability is indeed commendable. But beyond that, his shooting, positioning, and dribbling are utterly abysmal, as evidenced by the footage we just watched. Therefore, we need only to restrict Su's heading. Once we do that, this player will not threaten our defense." "Very well. I will arrange the team's training immediately." After Villanova departed, Guardiola remained fixated on the video of Su for a long while, feeling a pang of regret within. He lamented having let Su go so easily. However, now that the die is cast, Guardiola must come to terms with the departure of Su Yuanqing and brace himself for the inevitable blow to the player's confidence during the match. Chapter 47. The anticipated clash approaches. The fans' expectations. In the blink of an eye, time has quietly slipped away. Only one day remains until the commencement of the 6th round of La Liga. Fans across Spain are fixated on the impending showdown between Barcelona and Sevilla. Since the onset of the new season, Barcelona has achieved an impressive 5 consecutive victories in La Liga, with Guardiola and his team overpowering their opponents with astonishing ease. Barcelona has once again ascended to the status of La Liga's dominator, embodying the true essence of a cosmic team. Throughout the entirety of La Liga, the only team that can be compared to Barcelona is their longtime rival, Real Madrid. Like Barcelona, Real Madrid has also secured 5 consecutive wins since the beginning of the new season, but due to goal difference, they currently trail Barcelona, occupying the 2nd position in the league. Nevertheless, Barcelona's upcoming opponent is in formidable form as well. Sevilla has garnered an impressive record of 4 victories and 1 draw in the first 5 rounds of La Liga, placing them temporarily behind Barcelona and Real Madrid in 3rd position. The clash between Barcelona and Sevilla promises to be the most captivating match of this round, not only attracting the attention of fans from both sides, but also drawing the interest of Real Madrid supporters regarding the outcome. Naturally, Real Madrid fans are inclined to support Sevilla, should Sevilla manage to defeat or draw with Barcelona away from home. It would undoubtedly offer Real Madrid a glimmer of hope for surpassing Barcelona, perhaps due to the immense attention this match commands, even before it has commenced. Fans have already engaged in spirited debates online. As a Real Madrid supporter, I eagerly anticipate Sevilla delivering a resounding defeat to Barcelona. Su's form has been exceptional. This match against his former club is bound to inflict significant damage on Barcelona. Are you all out of your minds? Do you seriously believe Sevilla can overcome Barcelona? That is undoubtedly the most amusing joke I have ever heard. Sevilla fans are truly delusional. Barcelona has remained unbeaten at the Camp Nou for over 20 matches. What do you expect to win with? Rest assured, in tomorrow night's match, Messi will instill terror in the hearts of Sevilla's defenders. Guardiola's team has yet to suffer a defeat in La Liga, and it is worth noting that Barcelona previously triumphed over Sevilla in the Super Cup. Su's performance has indeed been commendable. As a Barcelona fan, I am delighted to see him starting for Sevilla. However, this does not imply that Su can breach Barcelona's defenses. I merely wish to convey one thing to Sevilla fans. The player you take pride in, Su, was a substitute for Barcelona last season. He is merely a discarded asset we no longer require. Evidently, the majority of Barcelona fans do not regard Su Yuqing highly, especially considering the explosive form of Barcelona in recent times, which can be aptly described as a force that overcomes all obstacles. It is not surprising that the Barcelona supporters hold Sevilla in disdain. Prior to the commencement of this match, the renowned Spanish newspaper, AS, published an article focusing on the current states of both teams. The title of this piece was Su faces his former club. Can Barcelona extend their winning streak to 6? Sevilla's new coach, Manzano, faces his greatest challenge. The principal attraction of this match is Su Yuqing's return to the Camp Nou. Last season, Su had spent a year at Barcelona, yet under Guardiola's management, the Chinese striker was afforded scant opportunities and largely languished on the bench throughout the season. Now, having transferred to Sevilla, he has emerged as their leading scorer, having netted 6 goals to date. His performance upon returning to the Camp Nou could very well determine Sevilla's chances of triumph. Initially, AS praised Su Yuqing's contributions at Sevilla. However, as the article progressed, it began to mock both Su and Sevilla. The prevailing sentiment was that Barcelona's defense would effectively neutralize Su's aerial threats, while Messi, Villa, and others would exploit their individual prowess to overwhelm Sevilla. The match between Sevilla and Barcelona has sparked extensive discussions not only in Spain but also in distant China. Prior to the match, Donchio Network published several articles, including the most exciting clash of La Liga's 6th round. Sevilla visits the Camp Nou. Su Yuqing returns to where his dream began. And can Su Yuqing defy Guardiola by defeating his former club? Let us await the outcome. Additionally, Messi versus Su Yuqing. The showdown of super strikers is about to unfold. In the comments section, most Chinese fans opted to support Su Yuqing and Sevilla, rallying behind their compatriot. Go, Su Yuqing. Defeat Barcelona. Show Messi the taste of failure, they proclaimed. There was a strong desire to vanquish Barcelona and make Guardiola regret his previous decisions. However, some fans cautioned against excessive confidence, reminding others that Barcelona is a formidable team with recent stellar form and depth in their lineup. This match is an away game. It will be challenging, they noted. Let us just give it our all. Don't overthink it. Sevilla is not a weak team. I believe Manzano can create a miracle, they encouraged. To triumph over Barcelona, it is imperative to fully leverage Su Yuqing's strengths and direct the ball towards him as much as possible. Historically, Barcelona has shown vulnerability to high balls, and Su is perfectly suited to exploit this weakness. Within an hour, the number of comments had soared to tens of thousands. Beyond the ordinary fans, numerous football luminaries have expressed their perspectives on this match through their personal social media platforms. Huang Jianxiang remarked that Su Yuqing's recent goal-scoring form has been quite impressive, and given Su's past association with Barcelona, he may possess insight into their vulnerabilities. He opined that Sevilla stands a substantial chance of overturning Barcelona on their home turf. Conversely, the renowned commentator Zhang Jun offered a differing viewpoint, noting that Barcelona has not suffered a defeat at Camp Nou for a considerable time. Under Pep Guardiola's stewardship, the team's tactical approach has matured significantly. While Sevilla's coach Manzano has been at the helm for merely a month, leaving the team's strategy still in the process of refinement. He conservatively estimated that Sevilla might at best secure a draw at Camp Nou. Chapter 48. Rakiti starts. Friends take the field together. Unbeknownst to them, the date has arrived, October 3rd. This evening marks the highly anticipated clash between Sevilla and Barcelona, as the 6th round of La Liga descends like a tempest. Early in the morning, Sevilla's players boarded their flight to Barcelona. By around 2 p.m., they checked into their hotel, after approximately 3 hours of rest. The players proceeded to the training ground for a brief warm-up before boarding a bus to the iconic Camp Nou. As they made their way to the stadium, Su Yuqing sat alone by the window, gazing out at the scenery. Everything felt both familiar and alien. Last season, he had traversed all of Barcelona's landmarks almost single-handedly. Feeling lost and uncertain about his future, relegated to the role of water cooler attendant without a single opportunity to play. Yet now, Su Yuqing has transformed into the star striker for Sevilla FC. As his thoughts dissipated, the bus came to a halt in the parking lot of Camp Nou. The Sevilla players disembarked one after another. Upon stepping off the bus with his headphones on, Su was taken aback to see several Barcelona fans calling out his name. Astonishingly, these young supporters were holding his former Barcelona jersey. Su, could you please give us an autograph? The excitement of these young fans was palpable as they surrounded him, their bright eyes fixed on him. Truth be told, Su Yuqing had never anticipated having fans in Barcelona. He graciously obliged their request and signed their jerseys with sincerity. Upon returning to Sevilla's locker room, Coach Manzano stood confidently in the center, one hand in his pocket and the other holding the starting lineup for the match. His demeanor radiated assurance and determination. It seems that he is quite confident about the upcoming high-stakes match against Barcelona. Barcelona is indeed a formidable team. You have faced them in the Super Cup before, And although you lost that match, it was a month ago. As long as each starting player adheres to the pre-match tactical plan and fully demonstrates the skills honed in training, I firmly believe that victory is within your grasp. Do not fear Barcelona. They are but human and prone to mistakes. Press when necessary and commit fouls when required. Manzano gradually raised his voice, roaring. Barcelona boasts players with exceptional ball control, thus it necessitates the midfielders to actively press and run to create disruption, especially against Messi. He is a Ballon d'Or winner. Do not afford this Argentine any opportunities. Upon hearing these words, all Sevilla players responded in unison. Seeing the players' spirited demeanor, Manzano slowly announced the starting lineup for the day. Now, I shall reveal today's starting roster, which is quite similar to the last match. The goalkeeper and defenders remain unchanged. In midfield, Rakitic will start. And the forward line will feature a partnership between Su and Canute. Upon hearing his name, Rakitic's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, he had earned his chance to take the field. Su Yuqing, a close friend of Rakitic, patted him on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, Ivan. You finally made the starting lineup." Rakitic, with a resolute tone, replied to Su, "Let us give it our all. We must conquer Camp Nou." Once Manzano announced the starting lineup, the 11 primary players, under the guidance of assistant coach Antoine, proceeded to warm up at Camp Nou. Meanwhile, fans began to fill the stands. Upon seeing Su Yuqing and the others enter, the crowd erupted in boos. However, the Sevilla players remained professional, ignoring the Barcelona supporters, and focused entirely on their training. The training lasted approximately half an hour, after which the players returned to the locker room for their final preparations. As the clock struck 7:50, the starting players of Sevilla began to exit the locker room, making their way towards the players' tunnel. Su Yuqing felt a surge of excitement. Although he had spent an entire season with Barcelona last year, he had never started in a match like today. He had traversed the path from the locker room to the players' tunnel many times before, but each time, he would not linger in the tunnel, proceeding directly to the substitutes bench, as only the starting lineup would await in the tunnel. Standing at the back of the line, Su Yuqing anticipated the commencement of this grand battle. Shortly thereafter, the players of Barcelona have arrived. Puyol, as the captain, was the first to reach the players' tunnel. This esteemed leader of Bar is well liked, as nearly every Sevilla player greeted him. Likewise, Puyol engaged in a brief conversation with Su Yuqing. "Welcome back to Camp Nou. I've heard you are doing quite well in Sevilla. Tonight, we will face each other. Just to be clear, I won't be going easy on you." Su Yuqing smiled confidently. Responding to Puyol, "Of course, I will give my all on the pitch." As Puyol and Su Yuqing conversed, Messi made his entrance into the players' tunnel. However, Messi did not acknowledge Su Yuqing, walking directly past him. During his time at Barcelona, Su Yuqing's closest friend was Ibrahimovic, but in late August, Ibrahimovic was loaned to Milan. A decision enforced by Guardiola, which meant that Su Yuqing would not have the opportunity to compete against his friend tonight. Before long, all the Barcelona players had gathered in the tunnel. Iniesta, Piqué, and others exchanged a few pleasantries with Su Yuqing. Subsequently, led by the referee team, the starting players of both teams took to the field. At last, Su Yuqing stepped onto the pitch of Camp Nou, albeit this time as an adversary. At this moment, the atmosphere in the stands reached a fever pitch. Tens of thousands of fans raised their arms in unison, rhythmically singing the anthem of Barcelona. Chapter 49, the starting lineup. The battle commences. Su Yuqing continued to walk towards the field alongside his teammates, and soon, both teams began to shake hands. The pre-match ceremony clearly demonstrated a cordial relationship among the players, as they exchanged sincere wishes. After the handshake, Sevilla's 11 starting players gathered at the sidelines for a team photograph. Captain Navas approached the referee to decide the side, while Rakitic proactively walked up to Su Yuqing for a brief chat. "Su, good luck. As soon as I gain control of the ball in midfield, I will surely pass it to you," Rakitic asserted with conviction. Su Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement and earnestly replied, "Let's focus on defense first. We must keep a close eye on Messi. If you can contain him, our chances of victory at Camp Nou will significantly increase." To be honest, completely neutralizing Messi for 90 minutes presents considerable difficulty, a fact Rakitic was well aware of. As Su Yuqing finished speaking to Rakitic, the resolute expression on Rakitic's face softened considerably. "I will do my best, Su." At that moment, Sevilla's captain Navas had concluded his side talk and joined his teammates. Upon Navas's summons, all the starting players of Sevilla formed a circle, attentively listening to his voice. Navas glanced at his companions and suddenly shouted with unwavering determination, Since the new season commenced, we have yet to suffer a defeat in La Liga. Brothers, although Barcelona is a formidable team and their squad boasts numerous star players, what does it matter? As long as we give our all and dare to press forward, Sevilla can achieve victory. 1, 2, 3. Go Sevilla! Go Sevilla! Following Navas's impassioned speech, every Sevilla player brimmed with fighting spirit. They were now eager to engage in a fierce battle with Barcelona. Subsequently, all players dispersed to the midfield, while Su Yuanqing and his striking partner Can out positioned themselves at the center circle, awaiting the referee's whistle to commence the match. At this moment, on the distant eastern continent, within the commentary room of Dongxiu Network, the commentator Zhang Jun spoke into the microphone with a captivating tone. The heavyweight clash in La Liga is about to commence. As Barcelona hosts Sevilla, the starting players of both teams had arranged themselves, waiting for the referee's signal. Allow me to introduce the starting lineups for Barcelona. The attacking trident consists of Messi, Villa, and Pedro. The midfield trio includes Iniesta, Xavi, and Busquets. In the defensive line, from right to left, features Alves, Puyol, Piqué, and Abidal, with Vault guarding the goal. Guardiola continues to deploy a 4-3-3 formation tonight, fielding all of Barcelona's absolute mainstays, showing no disdain for Sevilla. On the visiting side, Sevilla, Manzano has opted for a 4-4-2 formation. The front line is composed of Can out and our Chinese player Su Yuanqing. The midfield quartet includes Capel, Ropiti, Romeric, and Rakiti, while the defense features Alexis, Conco, C-Series, and Navas, with Palop in goal. After Zhang Jun introduced the starting lineups, Chinese fans began to flood the comments with anticipation for the impending clash. It's starting. Su Yuanqing faces his former club. This is the match we've all been waiting for. Go Su Yuanqing. Show Messi what you've got. It's wonderful to see Su Yuanqing on the field. I knew this match was practically secured. If I remember correctly, Sevilla has never lost a match when Su Yuanqing has played. Unleash your talent. Make Barcelona regret it. Within the confines of the Camp Nou, the fervent supporters of Barcelona began to rally behind their team, as the renowned anthem resonated throughout the stadium. As the melody filled the air, the referee blew the whistle. Su Yuanqing promptly passed the ball to the midfielder, Rakiti. In the next instant, Rakiti swiftly delivered the ball to the feet of Capel on the left flank. It is well known that Sevilla prefers not to dominate possession. With the presence of towering figures Can out and Su Yuanqing in the forward line, Manzano's squad favored threatening their opponent's goal through crosses from the wings. Hence, Rakiti promptly distributed the ball to the flank. Bang! Capel did not hesitate. He decisively crossed the ball. However, due to the multitude of defenders within Barcelona's penalty area, Capel's delivery failed to pose a threat. The tall Piqué successfully cleared the ball. Although Piqué had yet to reach his peak, with Puyol's guidance, the young Piqué was gradually establishing his foothold at Barcelona. The header clearance was decisive, sending the ball soaring back towards the midfield. This time, it was Barcelona's central barrier, Busquets, who seized possession. Since Guardiola took the helm of Barcelona, he resolutely replaced Yaya Toure with the young Busquets, a decision that proved to be exceedingly astute. Busquets complemented Xavi and Iniesta remarkably well. On this occasion, after gaining control of the ball, Busquets swiftly passed it to Xavi. In that moment, the ever-eager Messi was poised to make his move. Bang! Moments later, Messi received the ball on the right flank, but Sevilla's defenders were highly vigilant. As Messi halted the ball, a swarm of Sevilla players rushed towards him, including Romeric and Rakiti. Aware of Messi's remarkable ability to break through defenses, the two Sevilla midfielders resorted to fouling him, bringing him down. Barcelona was awarded a free kick in the attacking third. Xavi stepped up to take it. In the stands of Camp Nou, tens of thousands of red and blue fans erupted in cheers. It seemed that for the Barcelona supporters, they felt that the set-piece attack would surely breach Sevilla's goal. Bang! Xavi took the free kick, and the long pass, akin to a guided missile, landed perfectly on Piqué's head. As Piqué prepared to showcase his heading prowess within the penalty area of Sevilla, he suddenly felt his body lose its balance. It was Su Yuanqing. Chapter 50, Sevilla's ironclad defense. Although Su Yuanqing is a forward for Sevilla, he actively retreats to assist his team during set-piece defenses. In this match, Su Yuanqing found himself up against none other than Piqué. Although Piqué possessed a notable height advantage, Su Yuanqing exhibited superior judgment in anticipating the ball's trajectory and demonstrated a commendable heading ability. Consequently, Su Yuanqing managed to clear the ball ahead of Piqué. With a well-executed header, he successfully averted a potential threat to Sevilla's goal, which could have been breached by a Barcelona defender had it not been for his timely intervention. Both Sevilla and Barcelona had opportunities to menace each other's goals in the early stages. However, this dynamic did not persist for long, approximately 5 minutes later. The match's tempo became increasingly tedious. The teams began to adopt a more conservative approach, given that Barcelona was playing at home and inherently possessed a penchant for ball control. They seized and maintained possession during this period. It appeared that Barcelona's players intended to lull Sevilla's defense into a false sense of security with monotonous passing, hoping to deliver a decisive through ball at an opportune moment. Nevertheless, under the tutelage of coach Manzano, Sevilla's midfield defensive capabilities had notably improved. Players such as Rakiti, Romeric, and others remained intensely focused, diligently tracking the ball at all times. Additionally, these 4 players possessed remarkable stamina, consistently limiting the movements of ball carriers, which undoubtedly posed challenges for Barcelona. Unbeknownst to them, the match had progressed to the 15th minute, yet Barcelona's attack still lacked significant opportunities. Near the center circle, Busquets skillfully maneuvered past Capel's interference and swiftly passed the ball to Iniesta. However, upon receiving the ball, Iniesta found himself confronted by Rakiti and Romeric. Instinctively, he sought to pass to Messi in the center, but the number of defenders surrounding Messi was overwhelming. In a moment of urgency, Iniesta opted for a long-range shot to conclude the attack, sending the ball sailing over the goal line and into the stands. This sequence of play illustrated Barcelona's growing anxiety. In the live broadcast studio, the commentator, Jean June, remarked, his expression unchanged, "Sevilla's defense is highly targeted. Their midfielders seem to have effectively stifled Barcelona's passing. Messi has not been afforded any particularly advantageous opportunities during this period. If Sevilla can sustain this pressing for the full 90 minutes, they might indeed secure a victory." Following this statement, he casually glanced at the viewer count in the live stream, which now indicated over 1 million fans were watching. Indeed, whenever Sevilla competes against stronger teams, the viewer numbers invariably surpass those of ordinary matches, often experiencing exponential growth. Once again, Barcelona finds itself with an opportunity to attack. Let us observe how they endeavor to penetrate Sevilla's dense defense. Iniesta executed a deft maneuver, seamlessly evading both Canut and Capel. A pass. The ball arrived at Xavi's feet on the right flank. A direct lob. Xavi aimed to deliver the ball to Messi within the penalty area, but alas, Sevilla's center-back C-Series detected Xavi's intentions. He promptly executed a header to clear the danger. It appears that coach Manzano emphasized the importance of limiting the connection between Xavi and Messi during their prior training sessions. The secondary ball was seized by Sevilla's players. Rakiti. Could this spark a counterattack for Sevilla? The voice of commentator Jean June grew increasingly fervent, while fans from Huaxia in the broadcast room began to anticipate this offensive thrust. At this moment, within the confines of Camp Nou, Sevilla's attack posed a significant threat to Barcelona's penalty area. After intercepting the ball in midfield, Rakiti quickly glanced at Su Yuanqing's positioning. As a close friend of Su Yuanqing, Rakiti shared an intrinsic understanding with him. Deep within, Rakiti had already surmised the direction of Su Yuanqing's run. However, Barcelona's defenders had also rushed to confront Rakiti. Although young, Busquets exhibited great composure. He grasped Rakiti's jersey with both hands, leaving Rakiti with no choice but to pass the ball to the flanking Navas. Contain the opposing captain. Do not allow him to cross. On the sidelines, Barcelona's coach Guardiola seemed to sense the impending danger, promptly signaling his players to thwart Navas. Left back Abidal, not daring to underestimate the situation, advanced towards Navas. Additionally, midfielder Busquets was also moving in Navas's direction, just as Navas found himself on the verge of a double team. He swiftly pushed the ball forward with his right foot. Thus, the ball returned to Rakiti's feet. Boom. This time, Rakiti did not hesitate. With a long pass, he successfully directed the ball towards Barcelona's penalty area. The ball floated above Camp Nou for a few seconds before swiftly descending upon Su Yuanqing's head. Rakiti's long pass showcased his exceptional skill. Within Barcelona's penalty area, Piqué and Puyol, the two defenders, had already positioned themselves on either side of Su Yuanqing. Prior to the match, Guardiola had issued tactical orders to the defenders, strictly forbidding them from allowing Su Yuanqing to receive the ball easily within the penalty area. Therefore, to prevent Su Yuanqing from winning the first touch, both Puyol and Piqué surged towards him. Yet, Su Yuanqing's movement and Rakiti's pass exhibited an impressive synergy. As Su Yuanqing dashed towards the far post at the very moment Rakiti delivered the pass, fate smiled upon him. Just as he reached the far post, the ball descended at his feet. The defenses of Puyol and Pico were nearly non-existent. Naturally, attempting a direct header from this position was not the optimal choice, as Valdez had already sealed off the near corner. In a moment of desperation, thud, Su Yuanqing directed a header towards the center. He eschewed the notion of shooting and instead opted for a header assist. With both Puyol and Pico's attention fixated on him, this left Sevilla's other forward unmarked. Su Yuanqing's header cleverly set up a scoring opportunity for Canout. In the center, Canout, unchallenged, unleashed a powerful shot. The ball thundered into the net. Bang! Chapter 51. The assist. Sevilla took the lead. Canout's shot was from a close range, and in an instant, the ball found its way into the goal. Although Barcelona's goalkeeper Valdez made every effort to intervene, he could not alter the ball's trajectory. The visiting Sevilla had struck first, as Canout celebrated his goal. The Camp Nou fell into a profound silence. This was a result the Barcelona fans could hardly accept. Prior to this match, nearly every Barcelona supporter held unwavering confidence, firmly believing that their team could dominate Sevilla at home. Yet, here they were, having conceded a goal early on. Elated after scoring, Canout celebrated with a dramatic sliding knee. In the live broadcast room, the excitement in Jean Jun's voice was palpable as he rasped, "Sevilla has broken through Barcelona's defenses first." Canout's goal, assisted by Su Yuanqing. It was a splendid header assist. The attention of Barcelona's defense had been entirely on Su Yuanqing, neglecting the presence of Canout. Sevilla temporarily led Barcelona 1-0 away from home. Throughout the first half, Barcelona had maintained control of the ball, consistently pressuring Sevilla. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Sevilla who scored first. Indeed, since Manzano's arrival, Sevilla had undergone a remarkable transformation, continuing their fiery form this evening. Barcelona found themselves in trouble. Approximately 5,000 Sevilla fans had made their way to Camp Nou, and at this moment, they were celebrating wildly, chanting Canout's name in unison. In stark contrast, the spirits of the Barcelona supporters had plummeted to an all-time low. On the home stands of Camp Nou, the faces of nearly every FC Barcelona supporter were etched with sorrow and frustration. What kind of performance is this? It is far too easy for Sevilla to score. Is this truly the Barcelona I remember? I cannot comprehend why both Puyol and Pico are marking Su. This player poses no threat to our defense. Many Barcelona fans began to vocally criticize the player's performance. Within the confines of Camp Nou, the spirits of the Barcelona players had plummeted, particularly Messi. He glanced at the celebrating Sevilla players, and in the next moment, his head dropped suddenly. This downward tilt of his head, a signature gesture of Lionel Messi, is a familiar sight whenever the team is losing or trailing. Upon witnessing Messi's demeanor, the emotions of the other Barcelona players also turned despondent. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Captain Puyol stepped forward. Clapping his hands, he fervently shouted to his teammates, "Hey, brothers, we have only conceded one goal, not lost the match. Let us lift our spirits. Fight on like men. This is Camp Nou. We must battle for every Barcelona fan." Puyol then turned to Messi and yelled, "Lionel, do not hang your head. We will win this match. Stay motivated." While Puyol was rallying his teammates, Barcelona's coach Guardiola was reflecting on Su's performance with his assistant. Incredible! The timing of Su's header was exquisite. It is astonishing that both Pico and Puyol failed to mark him effectively, despite Guardiola having meticulously studied Su's game prior to this match. And having intensified heading defense drills during training, they were still caught off guard by Su's aerial prowess. Although Su did not score, if he had not won the initial header and passed the ball to Canout, the Malian forward would not have had the opportunity. In summary, there is a significant problem with Barcelona's defense. Is it that Su's heading ability is too formidable, or that Pico and Puyol's heading is insufficient? As Guardiola pondered this, the referee blew the whistle to resume play. At this point, the home team Barcelona had no retreat. As Puyol had stated, Barcelona was playing on home soil tonight, and their recent form had been exceptionally strong. Currently, they ranked first in La Liga, tied on points with Real Madrid. A loss tonight would greatly increase the likelihood of being surpassed by Real Madrid. The players of Barcelona found themselves with no other option but to launch an all-out offensive. Suddenly, the match reached the 36th minute. In pursuit of possession, Messi retreated to the midfield for support. However, Sevilla's players appeared to be well prepared for his move. Even after Messi arrived at the midfield, he was surrounded by Sevilla players, who incessantly disrupted his attempts. Rakitic and Romeric seemed to be his shadows, closely marking him at every moment. As Messi gently controlled the ball with his left foot, these two opponents immediately engaged him physically, striving to thwart any potential pass. The tactical approach of Manzano proved effective. During this period, Messi seemed like a headless fly, flitting aimlessly without finding any opportunities. In the waning moments of the first half, every Barcelona player exerted tremendous effort, yet under Sevilla's bus-like defense, the Catalans' passes bore no fruit. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the end of the first half. The visiting Sevilla team took a temporary lead over Barcelona, thanks to Canaut's goal. Guardiola hurriedly made his way back to the locker room, his brisk pace indicating a sense of urgency. The sight of Guardiola striding away revealed his anxiety. He struggled to comprehend how Su Yuanqing had improved so rapidly. Last season, during routine training sessions, Guardiola had observed Su Yuanqing's play, but had not anticipated his potential for greatness. In fact, he had doubted whether Su could even compete in the second division of Spain. Yet, as the first half concluded, Guardiola found himself questioning his beliefs. Even though Su had not had many opportunities, he had still left a lasting impression on Guardiola. Chapter 52, Task Update. An anxious Messi. In the locker room, Guardiola voiced his concerns to his assistant, Villanova. Was letting Su go truly a grave mistake? Guardiola looked at Villanova with clear eyes. Villanova shook his head in response, stating, Su's style of play does not align with ours. He favors headers, while Barcelona prefers to control the ball at their feet through passing. Perhaps Su and we were never meant to be a match. Villanova's words offered a modicum of solace to Guardiola's troubled spirit. Soon, Guardiola adjusted his mindset. Standing at the center of his Barcelona players, he bellowed, aside from conceding a goal, your performance in the first half was commendable. I need each of you to continue applying pressure on the opponent in the second half. Keep the ball firmly at your feet. This is Camp Nou. And we must secure a victory. Moreover, we must triumph in the Barcelona way. If all goes as expected, Sevilla will undoubtedly adopt a defensive posture, making the second half a challenge to penetrate their dense defense. I need each of you to remain composed and utilize your passing skills to dismantle the opponent's backline. Meanwhile, in the away team's locker room, Manzano's demeanor is equally tense. Despite Sevilla currently leading, the seasoned Manzano is acutely aware that the second half is the true test. As Guardiola aptly noted, Manzano has instructed his disciples to fortify their defense. Boys, I take pride in your performance, but we have not yet claimed victory. From my understanding of Barcelona, this team will undoubtedly mount a substantial offensive in the second half. We are currently in the lead. We simply need to maintain this one-goal advantage until the final whistle. Thus, upon the commencement of the second half, aside from Su, all other attacking players must engage in defensive duties. As Manzano devised the tactics for the second half, Su Yuanqing's attention was captivated by the system. Just moments ago, the system finally issued a new set of tasks. Beginner task activated. Score 10 goals. Reward, La Liga Star Skill. Season task activated. Obtain the La Liga Golden Boot. Reward, Superstar Skill. The system unveiled two tasks simultaneously, a beginner task and a seasonal task, providing Su Yuanqing with ample engagement. Naturally, the rewards from the system are enticing, comprising a La Liga Star Skill and a Superstar Skill. Previously, Su Yuanqing had acquired Van Persie's volley, which enhanced his offensive options. The difficulty of these tasks surpasses that of previous ones, and accordingly, the rewards are significantly more formidable. With this in mind, Su Yuanqing felt invigorated. Halftime always seems fleeting, and before long, the second half commenced. When the referee's whistle blew, the home team, Barcelona, swiftly initiated their offensive. It was evident that Barcelona's approach was marked by greater patience compared to the first half. The iron triangle of Xavi, Busquets, and Iniesta began to engage in more intricate passing. Additionally, wingers Villa and Pedro started to draw closer to the midfield, seeking enhanced collaboration with their midfield counterparts. Barcelona's offensive philosophy has always revolved around propelling the ball into the net. However, tonight, Sevilla has denied the Barcelona players any opportunities, except for Su Yuanqing. All Sevilla players have retreated to their half, resulting in a notably constricted defensive space. Barcelona found themselves with limited avenues for passing. 15 minutes elapsed, and the score remained Sevilla 1, Barcelona 0. In that moment, over 80,000 Barcelona fans in the stands of Camp Nou could not conceal their anxious expressions. The team's head coach, Guardiola, occasionally stood on the sidelines, orchestrating the players' offensive maneuvers. However, despite Barcelona's possession of the ball at this stage, the narrow gaps between Sevilla's three lines of defense, compounded by their overwhelming numbers, rendered their efforts futile. Any forward pass attempted by the Barcelona players was thwarted by the opposition's defenders 80% of the time. Observing their control of the ball yet struggling to breach Sevilla's goal, the Barcelona players began to exhibit signs of anxiety. Gradually, as time progressed, Barcelona's midfielders began to attempt long-range shots. Xavi, Iniesta, and even the right-back Alves took several attempts towards Sevilla's goal. Regrettably, none of the Barcelona players seemed to be wearing their shooting boots as all their efforts soared into the stands. Unbeknownst to them, the match clock had ticked to the 60th minute. At this juncture, Messi began to feel the pressure. He decisively exchanged positions with Pedro, moving to the right flank. As a left-footed player, Messi found himself in a favorable position to cut inside and shoot comfortably with his dominant foot. Predictably, upon seeing Messi on the right, the Barcelona players hastily passed the ball to him. In the 62nd minute, Messi initiated his breakthrough. At just 23 years of age, he possessed not only remarkable dribbling skills, but also abundant strength and astonishing explosiveness. It is no exaggeration to state that the 23-year-old Messi exhibited a level of dribbling prowess unparalleled in history. On this occasion, as Messi received the ball on the right flank, Sevilla's defenders were thrown into a state of disarray. Every gaze was fixed upon Messi. In the next moment, he deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, leaving the defenders no time to react. Like a shadow darting past Sevilla's fullback, Messi was poised to unleash his potential. In the studio of Doncio Network, commentator Jean-June spoke into the microphone with palpable tension, stating that when passing failed to dismantle Sevilla's formidable defense, Messi opted to seek opportunities through personal breakthroughs. In the stands of Camp Nou, over 80,000 Barcelona fans rose to their feet, raising their arms in fervent support for Messi. In mere seconds, Messi penetrated the vicinity of Sevilla's penalty area. The Sevilla defenders, recognizing the imminent threat, rushed to confront him without hesitation. Conco, C-Series, and Captain Navas positioned themselves to block Messi's path. Although Messi sought to continue his advance, these three defenders managed to obstruct his route, thwarting his breakthrough and allowing Navas to clear the ball. Bang! Fortuitously, the ball landed at Rakitic's feet, presenting an opportunity for a counterattack. Chapter 53, a stunning strike. A goal that captivated the crowd. At this moment, the Barcelona fans, who had been cheering for Messi just seconds ago, now found themselves enveloped in silence. Some supporters even clasped their hands atop their heads, fearing that Sevilla's counterattack might threaten Barcelona's goal. The more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. The very scene that Barcelona fans dreaded unfolded before their eyes. After controlling the second ball, Rakitic swiftly glanced at Su Yuanqing's positioning. At that instant, only Puyol remained on the backline for Barcelona, as the other defenders had advanced to midfield to participate in the attack. Undoubtedly, this presented an exceptional opportunity for a counterattack. Without hesitation, Rakitic sent the ball forward before Busquets could make a defensive move. Thud. The ball arced gracefully through the air above Camp Nou, landing perfectly on Su Yuanqing's head. What a pass! Rakitic's delivery was impeccably timed. The ball appeared right before Su Yuanqing. Meanwhile, Puyol, the central defender and captain of Barcelona, felt immense pressure. To prevent Su Yuanqing from executing a header within the penalty area, the seasoned Puyol placed his right hand on Su Yuanqing's shoulder, attempting to hinder his jump. In Puyol's eyes, as long as he could obstruct Su Yuanqing's header, he had the upper hand. However, Su Yuanqing had no intention of heading the ball from the outset. Upon noticing Puyol's hand, Su Yuanqing leaned into him. As the ball descended towards him, he suddenly pivoted slightly and executed a stunning volley. With his right foot poised in midair, he summoned all his strength and struck the bottom of the ball with ferocity. In an instant, the ball soared towards the far corner of the goal like a meteor. At that moment, Barcelona's goalkeeper, Valdés, remained completely motionless, unable to react. It's a goal. Su Yuanqing had scored. When everyone anticipated that Su Yuanqing would opt for a header, he chose to volley instead. The strike was exquisite. He first established his body against Puyol, then turned to execute the volley flawlessly. Valdés was caught off guard. The score was now 2-0. With Sevilla leading Barcelona by 2 goals. On the pitch, Su Yuanqing chose not to celebrate after scoring, instead quietly making his way back to his half. Though he refrained from celebrating, it did not dampen the spirits of his Sevilla teammates. Canout, Rakitic, and Navas rushed to embrace him in a display of camaraderie. In the live broadcast room, commentator Jean-June also praised Su Yuanqing enthusiastically. We observed that after breaking through the defense, Su Yuanqing refrained from any celebration. Despite having endured a less than stellar season with Barcelona last year, even failing to make an appearance under Guardiola's guidance. Su Yuanqing still chose to express his respect for the club. In fact, the commentator Jian Jun misinterpreted Su Yuanqing's demeanor. His lack of celebration was not directed at Barcelona itself, but rather at the devoted fans. Prior to the match, he had been approached for autographs by Barcelona supporters, an experience that profoundly touched him. Thus, he resolved not to celebrate after scoring, honoring the affection of the Barcelona fans in this manner. In the live chat, Huaxia fans could hardly contain their excitement. Su Yuanqing's shot was simply magnificent. Indeed, it was breathtaking. I had anticipated a header from him, but instead, he executed a stunning volley. It appears that Su Yuanqing's volley might even surpass his heading prowess. What a remarkable display. Leading Barcelona by 2 goals, I can hardly fathom how Sevilla could lose this match. To hold a 2-goal advantage at Barcelona's home ground feels surreal. Sevilla is indeed formidable. At this moment, Guardiola sat on the substitutes bench, his eyes filled with despair. He spread his hands in bewilderment, questioning his assistant. When did Su learn to volley like that? Though I hesitate to admit it, his shot was executed flawlessly, be it speed, power, or angle, everything was perfectly calibrated. Why? Why did Su not showcase such capability last season? At this juncture, Guardiola was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions, disappointment, resentment, and, above all, regret. As it stands, Su Yuanqing has already contributed a goal and an assist in this match. His performance has been exceptional. It is no exaggeration to state that Barcelona's 2-goal deficit is largely attributable to Su Yuanqing's brilliance. While Guardiola wallowed in despair, Sevilla's coach, Manzano, was equally elated. Upon Su Yuanqing's 2nd goal, the usually composed Manzano began to pump his fists and cheer exuberantly. In truth, prior to the match, Manzano harbored little confidence in his team, aware of the significant personnel gap between Sevilla and Barcelona. Moreover, Barcelona had been in sublime form recently, compounded by the home advantage at Camp Nou. For Manzano, securing even a single point in this match would have been a satisfactory outcome. Yet now, to find his team 2 goals ahead of Barcelona, he could hardly contain his joy. On the pitch, Rakiti embraced Su Yuanqing, his voice brimming with excitement as he shouted, "Su, how about that pass? Wasn't it splendid?" Su Yuanqing responded with a thumbs-up gesture, affirming, "Absolutely fantastic. With you by my side, I am certain I can clinch the La Liga Golden Boot this season." Upon hearing this, Rakiti's eyes widened in surprise. "What did you just say? The Golden Boot this season?" Su Yuanqing reiterated his earlier statement. Rakiti chuckled and replied, "That's the spirit. I am rooting for you. You win the Golden Boot, and I will claim the Best Assists award. How does that sound?" Of course. Before long, Messi stood once again at the center circle to initiate the play, lowering his head in concentration. Truth be told, the recent goal conceded by Barcelona was significantly influenced by Messi's actions. Had he not attempted to force his way through 3 defenders, leading to the loss of possession, Sevilla would have never gained the opportunity to counterattack. Chapter 54, Frenzied Assault. A bloodbath for Barre. As the match progressed, Barcelona, playing on their home turf, found themselves in a dire predicament, cornered with no retreat. At this juncture, Sevilla, having established a 2-goal lead, adopted a defensive strategy, intent on preserving their 2-0 advantage until the final whistle. The last 20 minutes morphed into a climactic showdown between the two teams. Sevilla struggled to breathe under the relentless offensive pressure from Barcelona, with the ball perpetually residing in Sevilla's half, rendering the match a one-sided assault. Yet, despite the overwhelming pressure, Sevilla's coach, Manzano, remained remarkably composed at the sidelines, displaying no signs of anxiety, as if everything were firmly within his control. Soon enough, Manzano observed Su Yuanqing's stamina waning, standing stationary. Consequently, he instructed his assistant, Antoine, to prepare Fabiano for a warm-up. Manzano resolved to substitute the fatigued Su Yuanqing with Fabiano in 5 minutes. However, at that moment, Barcelona, playing on their home ground, suddenly surged forward. Once again, it was Messi. In the 71st minute, Messi received a diagonal pass from Xavi on the right flank. Subsequently, the Argentine maestro expertly controlled the ball with his left foot. And despite being surrounded by 2 Sevilla players, he opted not to pass but to showcase his exceptional dribbling skills. At that moment, the ball seemed glued to Messi's left foot. No matter how aggressively the 2 Sevilla defenders pressed or interfered, they could not wrest the ball away. In an instant, Messi executed a deft feint, effortlessly evading the defender's grasp. The Argentine superstar has already positioned himself at the edge of Sevilla's penalty area. As Messi is poised to penetrate the box, an immense pressure descends upon Sevilla's central defenders. The tension escalates. Messi executes a breathtaking solo run, seamlessly weaving his way into Sevilla's territory. Within the broadcast studio, commentator Jean Jun's words have barely left his lips when Messi strikes within the penalty area. However, Sevilla's two central defenders remain sharply focused. As Messi prepares to shoot, Canico and Cazares rush to intercept him. Ultimately, Messi's shot is thwarted by their physical presence, denying Barcelona a golden opportunity to score. In the stands of Camp Nou, the Barcelona supporters immediately sensed the mounting pressure. Initially, they were confident in Messi's ability to find the net, yet now, he finds himself utterly stifled by Sevilla's defense. Time is running out for Barcelona. On the sidelines, the expression of disappointment is etched across the face of Barcelona's coach. He feels powerless, for this is not the outcome he desired. Gradually, Guardiola seems to contemplate relinquishing hope for this match. Soon, the visiting Sevilla side continues to apply pressure on Barcelona's midfield. This time, midfielder Busquets commits a passing error, allowing Rakitic to seize the ball. Subsequently, Rakitic glances at his teammates' movements and, upon noticing Su Yuanqing making an incisive run into Barcelona's penalty area, he decisively sends a long pass. Bang! Rakitic and Su Yuanqing have developed a remarkable synergy in previous matches. They can almost anticipate each other's thoughts with a mere glance. The ball crosses halfway and swiftly lands within Barcelona's box. Meanwhile, Su Yuanqing has already gained the upper hand in his duel with Puyol. Moments later, the ball descends towards Su Yuanqing's head, while Puyol, laboring to defend, is positioned behind him. The Barcelona center-back appears anxious, having already leapt into action. Yet, Su Yuanqing has successfully secured his position, asserting his dominance. This compels Puyol to merely serve as a backdrop. Concurrently, another Barcelona defender, Piqué, attempts to interfere with Su Yuanqing, placing his hands on Su Yuanqing's shoulders in a futile effort to hinder his leap. Unfortunately for Piqué, this tactic proves largely ineffective. In an instant, Su Yuanqing breaks free from Piqué's grasp. With remarkable agility, he ascends into the air. Upon colliding with Puyol mid-flight, he delivers a powerful header. Despite the fact that Barcelona's goalkeeper, Vault S, reacts with commendable speed, he instinctively made a desperate attempt to save, yet regrettably, the football grazed Vault S's fingertips and soared into the net. Su Yuanqing's header was too swift. Thus, the score was altered to 3-0. Throughout the 75 minutes of the match, Su Yuanqing attempted aerial duels 5 times, triumphing in each instance. Furthermore, he achieved a splendid performance with 2 goals and 1 assist. Undoubtedly, Su Yuanqing was the pivotal figure in Sevilla's victory this evening, directly propelling the team to a 3-goal lead over Barcelona. In the subsequent moments, the Barcelona players appeared to have lost their fighting spirit, their offense failing to penetrate Sevilla's defenses. Moreover, with a 3-goal advantage, Sevilla opted for a predominantly defensive stance, seemingly rendering their formation impenetrable to Barcelona's players. Neither Xavi, Iniesta, nor Messi could exhibit their customary prowess. Even the defenders hesitated to push forward, fearful of conceding a goal. However, despite Barcelona's diminished offensive zeal, Sevilla, already 3 goals ahead, showed no inclination to cease their assault. They sought to further widen their lead, seizing the opportunity to strike decisively. In the 78th minute, Sevilla earned another corner kick. Within the penalty area, Su Yuanqing was surrounded by 3 defenders, underscoring Barcelona's heightened concern for him. Despite the efforts of Piqué and Puyol, Su Yuanqing was unable to claim the first touch, as Navas opted to pass the ball to Canut at the far post. With all of Barcelona's aerial strength dedicated to neutralizing Su Yuanqing, it left Messi tasked with marking Canut, presenting him with an unmissable opportunity. Faced with such a golden chance, Canut seized it without hesitation, easily heading the ball into the net. Thus, the score reached 4-0. The visiting Sevilla team effectively extinguished any suspense surrounding the match, leaving the fans at Camp Nou in a state of torment. Chapter 55. Earning the applause of Barcelona fans. Once again, it was Su Yuanqing providing the assist. 2 goals and 2 assists. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Yuanqing single-handedly dismantled the seemingly invincible Barcelona this evening. The vast Camp Nou fell into silence. The expressions of Barcelona's supporters filled with despair. The commentary of Jean Jun was tinged with a sense of triumph, while Jean-Lu lavishly praised Su Yuanqing's performance. It seems that following this match, Su Yuanqing will once again become the headline in Spanish media. In the live chat of Dongqiu.com, Fans from Huaxia enthusiastically applauded Su Yuanqing's remarkable display, who claims that Chinese players lack skill on the pitch. This evening, Su Yuanqing made the entire Iberian Peninsula tremble. He delivered an outstanding performance with 2 goals and 2 assists, while Messi, not a single goal to his name, not even a threatening attack. With a score of 4-0, victory is virtually assured. The thought of triumphing over Barcelona is exhilarating. Surely, Guardiola and the club president are regretting their decision to let such a magnificent star slip away. I am eager to know if Guardiola still holds Su Yuanqing in disdain. At the Camp Nou, Barcelona resumed play. With merely 10 minutes left in the match, it is virtually impossible for the home team to turn the score around. The suspense seems to have dissipated. Su, thank you for yet another splendid assist, Canute expressed sincerely as he approached Su Yuanqing. No need for thanks, your positioning was excellent. Passing the ball to you is the right choice, Su Yuanqing replied. Just as he finished speaking, his friend Rakiti leapt onto his back. Su, congratulations on defeating your former club. Tonight, the whole of Spain will undoubtedly be discussing your performance. Rakiti appeared even more exhilarated than Su Yuanqing himself. Ivan, let's not speak too soon. The match isn't over yet, Su Yuanqing began to caution. But before he could finish, Sevilla's captain Navas jogged over. Su, you are worrying unnecessarily. We are already 4 goals ahead. For Barcelona to win? That is simply impossible. In the stands of Camp Nou, approximately 5,000 Sevilla fans were chanting Su Yuanqing's name. This match has been a feast for these supporters. They not only achieved victory, but also triumphed over Barcelona on their home ground. And most importantly, Su Yuanqing shone brightly. Although tickets at Camp Nou are costly, witnessing such an exhilarating clash has made it all worthwhile. You shall become a legend in Sevilla. The one who brought Su Yuanqing to the team was truly a genius. As a Sevilla fan for over 20 years, I am experiencing the joy of vanquishing Barcelona for the first time. Indeed, we are grateful for the victory Su has brought us. Sevilla fans will forever support you. After the celebrations concluded and before Barcelona resumed play, Su Yuanqing sensed a slight weakness in his legs. He was weary. Undeniably, this evening, Su Yuanqing's movements were remarkably vigorous. Having covered 10,000 meters as a forward, although Manzano did not assign him defensive duties, Su Yuanqing frequently appeared in midfield to support the team. In fact, every time Sevilla faced a corner kick from Barcelona, Su Yuanqing would rush back to assist in defense. In order to conquer the cosmic team at Camp Nou, Su Yuanqing fought valiantly for every ball, exhausting every ounce of his physical strength. Particularly notable was his recent header assist, despite feeling weakness in his legs as he leapt. He summoned all his might to elevate himself. In the air, he triumphed over Barcelona's captain, deftly directing the ball to Canute, ultimately aiding him in scoring. At that moment, Su Yuanqing harbored a strong premonition that his muscles would ache intensely over the next 3 days. Yet, what did that matter? As long as he could secure victory for his team, vanquish his former club, and deliver a resounding blow to Guardiola and the Barcelona hierarchy, every sacrifice would be worthwhile. Judging by his current performance, 2 goals and 2 assists, Su Yuanqing had indeed achieved this feat, directly contributing to 4 goals in total. This evening, on the pitch he had once longed to grace, he proved his mettle. On the Sevilla bench, Fabiano had already shed his yellow training vest and swiftly approached the touchline. The team's head coach, Manzano, joined Fabiano to brief him on the essentials for his impending entrance. The moment the assistant referee raised the substitution board, thunderous applause erupted from the stands of Camp Nou. Fabiano replaced Su Yuanqing. Over 5,000 Sevilla fans fervently clapped their hands, expressing their admiration for the Chinese striker. Among the Sevilla supporters, a handful of Barcelona fans also joined in the applause. Although Su Yuanqing was indeed a former player of Barcelona, he had never represented their first team in an official match. The applause from these Barcelona fans stemmed primarily from their deep admiration for Su Yuanqing's individual prowess. Su Yuanqing walked off the pitch at a leisurely pace, yet no Barcelona players urged him to hurry, a testament to their resigned hope for the match. Upon exiting, Manzano embraced Su Yuanqing, exclaiming, "This night is destined for you, Su. You played a match that will be etched in history. You have brought joy to tens of thousands of Sevilla fans." Manzano's voice was filled with excitement, and tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Su Yuanqing, however, remained composed. "I will maintain this form in the future. I believe in you. You are fully capable." Following this match, Su Yuanqing's status in Manzano's eyes soared. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely secure a starting position for the season. Back on the bench, his friend Debo was the first to extend his congratulations. "Su, your performance was truly remarkable, and we must celebrate tonight. Allow me to treat you. What do you say?" Despite Debo's good intentions, Su Yuanqing declined. "Debo, I am utterly exhausted. All I desire now is to rest." Chapter 56. Confronted by the media's queries, Guardiola storms out in anger. Once Su Yuanqing was substituted, the match became rather tedious. Although the newly introduced Fabiano exhibited vigorous movement, the other Sevilla players had lost all semblance of fighting spirit. After all, apart from Fabiano, the remaining Sevilla players were utterly fatigued. For the majority of the match, Sevilla's players had been entrenched in a defensive shell, continuously trailing after their Barcelona counterparts. The most significant factor was that the Sevilla players maintained an elevated state of alertness, which undoubtedly drained their stamina immensely. Thus, the physical limits of the current Sevilla players had been reached. As the match entered stoppage time, the home team, Barcelona, seized a promising attacking opportunity. Pedro's breakthrough on the right flank resulted in a corner kick. The referee signaled for the corner. In the final minute of stoppage time, Barcelona earned a chance to attack from a corner. Xavi approached the corner flag to take the kick, while Barcelona's two center-backs, Piqué and Puyol, surged into Sevilla's penalty area. This would be Barcelona's last attacking opportunity of the match. With a powerful strike, Xavi delivered the ball towards the far post, where Puyol, lurking in wait, leapt high and headed the ball into the net. Barcelona managed to score a consolation goal. The moment the ball penetrated Sevilla's goal, the referee simultaneously blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Beep, beep, beep. The match concluded with Barcelona suffering a 1-4 defeat at home to Sevilla. Post-match statistics revealed Barcelona had dominated possession with a staggering 80%. Yet their solitary goal came from a corner kick. As the final whistle echoed throughout Camp Nou, silence enveloped the stadium. Over 80,000 Barcelona fans stood in stunned disbelief, unable to accept the 1-4 scoreline. On the pitch, most Sevilla players were sprawled upon the grass, having battled valiantly against Barcelona until the very last moment. Despite their exhaustion, smiles adorned the faces of the Sevilla players. In stark contrast, every Barcelona player hung their heads in silence as they trudged back to the tunnel. Barcelona's unbeaten streak in La Liga had come to an abrupt end, a result that the entire team found intolerable. Even among the diehard supporters in the stands at Camp Nou, a considerable number began chanting for Guardiola's dismissal. After a brief respite, the Sevilla players gathered beneath the away fans section, joining their loyal supporters in triumphant cheers. This moment belongs to Sevilla. It is as if the vast Camp Nou has transformed into Sevilla's home ground. In the post-match press conference, Barcelona's coach, Guardiola, was engulfed in a profound gloom, resembling a powder keg on the verge of explosion. However, the Catalan journalist showed no leniency towards Guardiola, directly placing the blame for the defeat squarely on his shoulders. "Mr. Guardiola, what was the reason for the team's loss this evening? Su achieved a remarkable tally of 2 goals and 2 assists. Why is such a talented forward not given opportunities to play for Barcelona? Are your tactics appropriate?" This barrage of questions ignited Guardiola's fury, prompting him to rise abruptly and leave without answering, heading straight towards the team bus without a backward glance. In stark contrast to Guardiola's explosive anger, Sevilla's coach, Manzano, reveled in the post-match interview. "We have ended Barcelona's winning streak at Camp Nou. This is a monumental victory for Sevilla in the new season. Sevilla is on the right path, and we shall deliver an exemplary performance this season." In the post-match press conference, Manzano radiated confidence and triumph. Following the match, numerous media outlets from both the Sevilla and Catalonia regions began reporting on the outcome of this epic clash. Sevilla triumphs 4-1 against Barcelona, delivering a crushing defeat to Guardiola's team in the new season. Guardiola's temper explodes post-match, storming out in anger. Catalan media fervently praises Su Yuanqing. Manzano's team exits Camp Nou unscathed, while former Barcelona player Su Yuanqing orchestrates 4 goals. This night undoubtedly belongs to the young Su Yuanqing. Barcelona's winning streak is halted, their undefeated record shattered. The mastermind behind it all is the former Barcelona player Su Yuanqing. This young Chinese striker delivered a resounding slap in the face to Guardiola with his performance. Why did Guardiola forsake the exceptionally gifted Su? Is it a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? Why did Su Yuanqing remain on the bench for an entire season last year at Barcelona? Rumor has it that Barcelona relinquished Su Yuanqing mainly due to a conflict he had with the team star, Messi. Spanish journalists possess a remarkable skill, and gradually, The true reasons behind Su Yuanqing's departure from Barcelona began to surface. On the Barcelona fan forums, countless supporters began to vocally criticize Guardiola. With even the official Barcelona website being overrun by this discontented faction. Guardiola, it's time for you to leave. You have let a talented striker slip away. Compared to Su, you should be the one departing from Barcelona. Guardiola's tactics have reached their limits. Perhaps leaving is the best choice. Releasing Ibrahimovic, parting ways with Ronaldinho, and letting the exceptionally talented Su go. All of this was orchestrated to pave the way for Messi. The Barcelona dressing room resembles a harem, rife with scheming and intrigue. It is utterly exhausting. Guardiola is indeed a treacherous individual. Last season, he should have afforded Su the opportunity to play. Were I in Su's position, I would undoubtedly exert every ounce of effort to confront Barcelona in today's match. The injustice is overwhelming. In addition to a multitude of Barcelona fans vocally denouncing Guardiola, a segment of supporters specifically ventured into Su's social media comments to offer apologies. Su, you are on the verge of becoming a starter. It is all Guardiola's fault. He has ruined everything. Please do not cast blame upon Barcelona. This is solely the result of Guardiola's and the upper management's foul tactics. If circumstances allow, Barcelona will always welcome your return. The club holds no grievances against you and wishes you legendary success in Seville. Barcelona has relinquished a top-tier striker. This is the most regrettable decision we have ever made. On the bus heading to Seville, Su continually scrolled through the comments from Barcelona fans, his expression remaining unchanged. Yet his heart was ablaze with emotion. Clearly, he has won over the hearts of Barcelona's supporters through this match. Chapter 57. The arrival of a grueling schedule. The second Europa League match. After approximately 5 days of rest, Seville faced the 7th round of La Liga. In this round, Seville was set to challenge Sporting Gijón in away from home. Judging by the strength of this team, they were essentially a relegation candidate. In the first 6 rounds of La Liga, Sporting Gijón had achieved only 1 win, 2 draws, and 3 losses, marking a dismal performance. Given the current form of Seville's players, even while playing away, they possessed ample capability to triumph over their opponents. Consequently, Coach Manzano decided to implement a rotation of personnel for this match. Su was not selected for the squad list, nor were Navas and Can out. As the Seville players traveled to the away match, these 3 individuals remained at the training facility for extra practice. Seville encountered minimal resistance at Sporting Gijón's home ground. For the majority of the match, Seville maintained possession, while Gijón was relegated to a defensive posture. After a relentless assault for a full 50 minutes, Seville finally broke through Gijón's defenses with a long-range strike from Rakiti, marking the only goal of the match. Seville secured a narrow victory, earning 3 points at minimal cost. The following day was a training day. Before practice commenced, Manzano held a discussion. He called Antoine to gather all the players, and soon the first team members were encircled around Manzano. Gentlemen, your recent performances have been commendable. We currently stand second in La Liga. Having temporarily achieved a record of 6 victories and 1 draw, I feel immense pride for all of you. As Manzano spoke with growing excitement, he declared, I believe Sevilla is on the right path. We have emerged from the shadows of the early season. Following his words, an enthusiastic applause erupted from the Sevilla first-team players. Moments later, the clapping gradually subsided, and Manzano continued, the remaining fixtures in October are tightly scheduled, essentially placing us in a state of playing twice a week. The team must not only compete in La Liga, but also engage in the Europa League and the Copa del Rey. I hope each of you maintains excellent physical condition. This season, our objective is to aim for the La Liga championship, and of course, we must strive to defend our title in the Copa del Rey. This tournament is of utmost importance. Manzano did not emphasize the significance of the Europa League. However, in reality, the importance of the Europa League is evidently greater than that of La Liga and the Copa del Rey, as it is indeed a continental competition. Naturally, it also presents the greatest challenge. The primary reason Manzano refrained from mentioning the Europa League is that he believes Sevilla is currently not equipped to contend for its title. Nevertheless, Sevilla will not readily relinquish their aspirations for the Europa League. After concluding the discussion, Manzano called over Su Yuanqing. Since Manzano's appointment, he had resolutely chosen to make Su Yuanqing a starter, a decision that has proven to be astutely correct. Since becoming a key player, Su Yuanqing has significantly enhanced Sevilla's scoring capability, having already contributed 7 goals, making him the team's top scorer. How is your recovery coming along, Su? Manzano inquired with genuine warmth. I am almost fully recovered, Su Yuanqing replied candidly. A look of relief spread across Manzano's face as he continued. In the upcoming match, Sevilla will face our second opponent in the Europa League group stage, Ballon. This team possesses average strength, and as it is an away game, I intend for you to remain at the training facility. What? Coach, I want to play. Su Yuanqing expressed a fervent desire to participate, which took Manzano by surprise. He could not fathom why Su Yuanqing was so eager to travel to an away match against a club he had never heard of. Manzano patiently explained. Just 3 days after the match against Ballon, we will face Athletic Bilbao in a significant encounter, and I hope you can conserve your energy for that match. Despite Manzano's detailed reasoning, Su Yuanqing still wished to partake in the seemingly inconsequential Europa League match. Coach, I can come on in the second half against Ballon, or I can simply sit on the bench. Rest assured, my stamina is perfectly fine. Upon witnessing Su Yuanqing's fervent desire to participate, Manzano ultimately acquiesced to his request to accompany the team on their away match in the Europa League. In truth, Su Yuanqing harbored little interest in the Ballon team. His primary motivation lay in the rewards associated with the Europa League. From his previous experience at Barcelona, he understood that participating in La Liga would yield merely a single attribute point, whereas engagement in the Europa League would grant 2. This elucidates Su Yuanqing's unwavering determination to travel with the team for the away match. 2 days later, Su Yuanqing journeyed with the team to Eastern Europe. In this match, Manzano did not include him in the starting lineup, believing that facing a team like Ballon did not necessitate Su Yuanqing's skills. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? As it turned out, Ballon indeed proved to be lambs to the slaughter. By halftime, Sevilla had established a commanding 3-goal lead, and by the conclusion of the match, the score had escalated to a resounding 5-0. Su Yuanqing remained an observer on the bench, with no need for his presence on the field. That evening, the entire Sevilla squad boarded their flight back to Spain. Bored during the flight, Su Yuanqing opened the system to review his statistics. His current attributes were as follows. Host, Su Yuanqing, age, 19, height, 188 centimeters, physical abilities, strength 80, 88, stamina 77, 85, speed 75, 80, explosiveness 70, 75, jumping 89, 89, agility 72, 78, power 80, 88, reaction 77, 85, balance 72, 77, technical abilities, shooting 76, 78, long range 66, 76, header 87, 87, short pass 65, 77, long pass 60, 70, cross 58, 66, vision 65, 70, dribbling 70, 76, penalty 65, 75. Volley 86, 89, remaining attribute points, 9. After a cursory glance at his attributes, Su Yuanqing noted that his heading ability had successfully reached 87. A level he deemed sufficient without further enhancement. However, his long-range shooting attribute remained relatively low, with a talent level of merely 76, and his actual long-range capability standing at only 66. This evidently did not align with the prowess expected of a top-tier striker. Consequently, Su Yuanqing decisively allocated points to elevate his long-range talent to 80. Attribute point 1, long-range 1. Attribute point 1, long-range 1, after 4 allocations. His long-range talent achieved a score of 80, leaving him with 5 remaining attribute points. Su Yuanqing did not exhaust all 5 of his points. Rather, he opted to conserve them for the time being. His immediate priority was to focus his efforts on honing his long-range shooting skills. With approximately 3 days remaining until the next match against Athletic Bilbao, Su Yuanqing aimed to fully develop his talent for distant shots during this period. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, he arrived early at Sevilla's training base, eager to engage in intense practice. In fact, according to the training schedule devised by Manzano, no organized training was set for that day. Thus, after 3 hours of relentless practice, the training ground remained deserted. The monotony of such training, coupled with the absence of a goalkeeper to apply pressure, rendered the practice less effective. Consequently, Su Yuanqing decided to call Rakiti, inviting him to the training ground to join in the session. Undeniably, Rakiti was a true companion to Su Yuanqing. Within 15 minutes of receiving the call, Rakiti arrived at the training field. Upon his friend's arrival, Su Yuanqing instructed Rakiti to take his position in goal, unwittingly placing him in a challenging role. Fortunately, with Rakiti's assistance, the effectiveness of the training improved significantly. Through Su Yuanqing's fervent and diligent efforts, He managed to maximize his long-range shooting attributes just a day before the match against Athletic Bilbao. On October 18th, the highly anticipated clash between Athletic Bilbao and Sevilla was set to commence at 8 in the evening. Prior to the match, fans of both teams were already embroiled in heated exchanges on social media. Both Athletic Bilbao and Sevilla are considered traditional powerhouses in La Liga, however. Due to the dominance of Barcelona and Real Madrid, who consistently occupy the top two positions, Athletic Bilbao, Sevilla, and Atletico Madrid are left to vie for the coveted third spot. In previous seasons, the rivalry between Sevilla and Athletic Bilbao fans over the third place had led to significant discord. Gradually, the relationship between the two teams deteriorated into outright animosity. Each encounter between Sevilla and Athletic Bilbao saw fierce competition, with players exhibiting intense aggression, often surpassing even the excitement of a derby match. This time, the fan rivalry escalated further. For 3 days leading up to the match, social media buzzed with fervent exchanges between the two fan bases. Sevilla, you're being overly arrogant. You've merely defeated Barcelona, and now you consider yourselves champions of La Liga? Please, can we not judge based on a single match? The sight of Sevilla fans is infuriating. How can you be so boastful about being second in the league? If you were to win the La Liga title, would you not be insufferable? Of course, given Sevilla's historical tendencies, claiming the championship seems utterly improbable. I can hardly contain my anticipation for this match. Athletic Bilbao will surely leave Sevilla searching for their pride. This evening, Athletic Bilbao shall make Sevilla acutely aware of the perils that lie within the world. 6 victories and 1 draw? It certainly appears formidable, yet apart from Barcelona, Sevilla's adversaries have predominantly been relegation-threatened teams, which diminishes their accomplishments significantly. Let the Sevillistas continue their boastful proclamations. They shall undoubtedly be confronted with reality post-match. The supporters of Athletic Bilbao do not regard Sevilla with any reverence. In their eyes, Sevilla's achievement of 6 wins and 1 draw, alongside their lofty position in the league, is nothing more than sheer fortune. This sentiment is not exclusive to Athletic Bilbao fans. The majority of La Liga teams firmly believe that it will not be long before Sevilla tumbles from their current second place in the league standings. Regardless of the discussions among fans, the pressure on both head coaches is undeniably immense. This is especially true for Athletic Bilbao's coach, Caparros. Since assuming his role in 2007, he has dedicated 3 years to this club, leaving an indelible mark on the team. This season, Athletic Bilbao has made a commendable start, currently occupying the 6th position in the league. However, Sevilla's form is evidently more impressive, sitting in 2nd place, just 2 points behind Real Madrid. Furthermore, the unexpected emergence of Su Yuanqing has caught Caparros entirely off guard. Prior to the match, Caparros meticulously reviewed extensive footage of Su Yuanqing's performances. Upon concluding his analysis, he felt disheartened and immediately instructed his defensive players to engage in targeted training, intensifying their aerial defensive drills. To Caparros, Su Yuanqing resembles a diminished version of Klinsmann. His aerial prowess is certainly of an elite caliber. To curtail Su Yuanqing's impact, it is imperative to bolster the team's defensive capabilities in the air. At 7:50 p.m., players from both Sevilla and Athletic Bilbao gathered in the player tunnel, awaiting their entrance. This evening, over 50,000 spectators filled San Mamés Stadium, nearly reaching full capacity. Prior to the match, these fervent Athletic Bilbao supporters began to sing their team anthem, hoping to herald the commencement of this monumental clash with their thunderous voices. In the player tunnel, athletes from both teams stood in line, anticipating their moment on the pitch. Perhaps both squads anticipated that this match would be a grueling battle, resulting in minimal verbal exchanges before kickoff. 5 minutes later, the players began to emerge onto the hallowed grounds of San Mamés Stadium, a venue that can undoubtedly be regarded as one of La Liga's most formidable fortresses. As Su Yuanqing stepped out from the tunnel, he was met with a resounding wave of support that threatened to shatter his eardrums. Far across the eastern continent, journalist Zhang Jun from Dongqiu Network had just finished introducing the starting lineups of both teams. The fans of Huaxia have long anticipated this match. Su Yuanqing has finally made his starting debut. How splendid it is. The sleepless night has not been in vain. That old man Manzano had benched Su Yuanqing for 2 consecutive matches, but tonight we can finally appreciate his exquisite skills. It is said that the previous 2 games were merely to conserve energy for this encounter. Let us hope Su Yuanqing can perform at his utmost level. The atmosphere at Athletic Bilbao's home ground is simply electrifying. How I long to be present and experience it firsthand. At 8 o'clock local time, with the referee's whistle. The great battle officially commenced. Chapter 59. 2 goals behind at halftime. Before one realizes, the match has reached the 20th minute, presenting a prime opportunity for Athletic Bilbao to attack. Midfielder San Jos's sudden pass has created chaos within Sevilla's penalty area. Bang! A crisp sound of passing resonates. In the blink of an eye, the ball lands perfectly on the head of striker Llorente, towering at 190 centimeters. He outmuscles Sevilla's cone and leaps to head the ball. The football hurtles into the net, while goalkeeper Palop exhausts all efforts on the goal line to make the save, yet Llorente's header is too swift. The ball grazes Palop's hands and enters the goal. The home crowd erupts in cheers, waving their flags. On the giant screen of San Mamés Stadium, Athletic Bilbao has taken a 2-goal lead. Is this the true measure of Sevilla's strength? Hardly enough to be deemed worthy. Sevilla fans ought to cease their barking. A wretched team indeed. 2-0. This night belongs to Athletic Bilbao. The previous rounds without victory have driven Sevilla's players and fans into a frenzy. One might think they won a championship. Even Real Madrid would leave San Mamés with a skinning, let alone Sevilla. At this moment, Athletic Bilbao's supporters begin to mock Sevilla, with some audaciously directing verbal provocations towards the Sevilla away fans. On the pitch, Llorente, having just scored, rushes to the corner flag and angrily kicks it. This act undoubtedly reignites the passion of the fans present. Meanwhile, far away in Huaxia, in the live broadcast room of Doncio, calm, the voice of Jean June rises and falls. In merely 20 minutes, the home advantage has propelled Athletic Bilbao to a 2-goal lead, while the previously unbeaten Sevilla appears utterly powerless in this contest. The rhythm of the match is firmly under Bilbao's control. The team's aerial bombardment has placed immense pressure on Sevilla's defense, particularly with Llorente's terrifying heading ability. Thus far, he has contested 5 aerial duels in the penalty area against Sevilla's centre-backs and won them all, scoring 2 goals in the process. If this continues, Sevilla's unbeaten streak may soon be shattered. Although Jean June is known for his neutrality as a commentator, he finds himself somewhat inclined to favor Sevilla due to the presence of Su Yuanqing. Addressing the fans in the broadcast room, he remarked, "This evening, Sevilla's midfield has been thoroughly overwhelmed. Su Yuanqing stands alone on the front line, unable to seize any opportunities, while Athletic Bilbao's midfielders consistently deliver the ball into the penalty area." If all goes as expected, Coach Manzano may contemplate a tactical shift during halftime. In the stands of San Mamés, the Sevilla supporters have lost their spirit. No longer engaging in verbal exchanges with the Athletic Bilbao fans, they bow their heads, their eyes reflecting despair, falling behind by 2 goals within just 20 minutes. None among the Sevilla players hold any hope for the match tonight. The disappointment is also palpable among the Sevilla squad. Recently, when Sevilla triumphed over Barcelona at Camp Nou, the entire team basked in glory. The exhilaration of that moment starkly contrasts with the desolation they feel now. Sevilla has exhibited excessive confidence this evening. From the very first minute of the match, the Sevilla players have failed to regard Athletic Bilbao as a formidable opponent. Their previous 7-game unbeaten streak has inflated their self-assurance. However, in reality, this overconfidence has allowed their adversaries' high-pressure tactics to confine them. They have struggled to find counterattack opportunities. While Athletic Bilbao's players have shown a preference for physical confrontations throughout the match, this has caused Sevilla players to expend excessive energy entangled in battles with their opponents. It is no exaggeration to state that from the first minute of the first half, Sevilla has been led by the nose by Athletic Bilbao. The discomfort is palpable. For Su Yuanqing, the hottest star in Sevilla's current lineup, times are equally challenging. For most of the match, Su finds himself merely standing in the opponent's penalty area, devoid of support from the Sevilla midfield. Consequently, he is rendered ineffective. As the match progresses, Sevilla maintains possession of the ball. On the sidelines, Manzano begins to display impatience, especially as his team lags by 2 goals. This evening, Athletic Bilbao has managed to defeat Sevilla using the very tactic Sevilla is most adept at. 2-headed goals have left Sevilla's defenders utterly powerless. Manzano gradually grasps the gravity of the situation, bellowing from the sidelines, "Play more simply and directly. Avoid entangling with their players in midfield. Seek opportunities to pass. Get the ball to Su in the penalty area. Let Su resolve the issue. Increase the pace of the passes." It is evident that the typically composed Manzano is now beginning to show signs of anxiety, a rare occurrence indeed. Manzano is not particularly afraid of losing. Rather, he dreads the prospect of a humiliating defeat. If we consider the alarming rate of conceding 2 goals within 20 minutes, it suggests that Sevilla could potentially concede 9 goals over the course of 90 minutes. Of course, in reality, it is improbable for Sevilla to allow 9 goals. But the likelihood of conceding 2 or 3 more goals in the remaining 70 minutes remains significantly high. He fears a sudden collapse of the team. Therefore, it is imperative for Manzano to employ offense as a means of defense. Regrettably, Sevilla's midfielders found themselves utterly bereft of passing opportunities under the relentless pressure exerted by Athletic Bilbao's players. All players appeared to be playing in a daze. After 45 minutes, the referee finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. At that moment, the Sevilla players felt an overwhelming sense of relief. As if liberated. Upon returning to the locker room, Manzano wasted no time in formulating a strategy for the second half. Do not shy away from confronting the players of Athletic Bilbao. You played far too conservatively in the first half. To achieve victory against the rough-and-tumble Athletic Bilbao on their home turf, you must fight like warriors. Do not fear committing fouls. Should a red card arise, let it be on my account. During the halftime break, Manzano patiently provided tactical guidance to each Sevilla player. Deep down, he firmly believed that Sevilla's strength was on par with, if not superior to, that of Athletic Bilbao. Chapter 60, Breakthrough. Su Yuanqing scores with a stunning volley. In the locker room, Manzano grew increasingly animated, transforming into a passionate orator. We have no retreat left. We must engage in a fierce battle with Athletic Bilbao. I urge you to approach this match as if it were the final contest of your professional careers. Once again, do not fear confrontation with the opponent. The brave prevail in narrow encounters, so unleash your fighting spirit. From the outset of the match, the opposing fans hurled verbal insults, while over 6,000 of our supporters populated the away stands. Tonight, we shall fight for these loyal fans. 15 minutes later, the players from both teams returned to San Mamés Stadium. The referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the second half. It seemed that Manzano's motivational address during halftime had made an impact. Following the kickoff, every Sevilla player boldly engaged in physical confrontations, their eyes filled with determination. It appeared as though the once unbeaten Sevilla had returned. After approximately 10 minutes of play, Athletic Bilbao, the home team, recognized that the Sevilla side now bore little resemblance to the one from the first half. The previous high-pressure tactics seemed to have lost their efficacy against Sevilla. On the contrary, Sevilla's midfielders began to leverage frequent physical confrontations to disrupt Athletic Bilbao's passing. Even more ferocious is Sevilla's pressing intensity. Unbeknownst to all, the match has now reached the 63rd minute. Despite Sevilla playing away from home, taking the initiative with their aggressive pressing since the start of the second half. As time ticks away, the players' mentality grows increasingly tense. The atmosphere is similarly charged among the Sevilla supporters in the away stands. These over 6,000 ardent fans anxiously await the birth of a goal. Each of Sevilla's attacks sends waves of excitement through the crowd. However, the home team, Athletic Bilbao, has grown wise to their tactics. As the match progresses, Bilbao's players frequently shift their focus to defensive duties at the back. It seems they aim to maintain their 2-goal lead with a resolute defensive formation until the final whistle. This, of course, is not the scenario the Sevilla fans wish to witness. At this critical juncture, Rakiti emerges. Since Sevilla triumphed over Barcelona in an away match, this Croatian midfielder has firmly established himself as a key player for the team. On this occasion, Rakiti executed a deft slide tackle in midfield, successfully intercepting the ball from San Jose rather than opting for a simple pass. He chose to advance with the ball. Although Rakiti is not particularly fast, the absence of interference from Athletic Bilbao players allowed him to swiftly carry the ball into their half. However, Bilbao's subsequent defensive response was commendable. Centre-back Igo Martinez and defensive midfielder Javi Martinez closed in on Rakiti. Realizing he was about to be ensnared in a double team, Rakiti finally opted to pass. As a friend of Su Yuanqing at Sevilla, Rakiti's target for his pass was naturally Su Yuanqing. Prior to passing, he meticulously observed Su Yuanqing's positioning in the distribution of Bilbao's defense. Boom. Moments later, Rakiti's pass, akin to a cruise missile, landed squarely at Su Yuanqing's feet. Last season, Rakiti was a mainstay at Schalke 04, even competing in the Champions League. His technical skills and match experience are both extensive. Yet, at the season's outset, he found himself sidelined, unable to earn the trust of coach Alvarez, and resigned to the substitutes bench. Now, this Croatian star finally has the opportunity to showcase his skills. Inside the penalty area, Su Yuanqing's movement and Rakiti's pass are perfectly complementary. When the ball arrived at Su Yuanqing's feet, he did not hesitate. He lifted his right foot and executed a stunning volley before the ball could touch the ground. Since Su Yuanqing acquired the exquisite technique of a volley akin to that of Van Persie, he no longer felt compelled to rely solely on headers. Instead, he occasionally unleashed stunning volleys, yielding unexpectedly delightful outcomes. Such was the case this time. The goalkeeper of Athletic Bilbao, Iñaki, exhibited not the slightest reaction to save, subconsciously. He anticipated a header from Su Yuanqing. Consequently, when Su Yuanqing executed a right-footed volley, Iñaki's mind faltered, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. Sevilla had finally scored a goal. The away fans erupted in celebration after enduring a tense 60 minutes. In the studio of Dongqiu Network, the commentator, Zhang Jun, nearly roared with exhilaration, declaring, "They've done it. Sevilla has found the net. It has been a monumental effort." The player who aided Sevilla in scoring is Su Yuanqing. His volley left the Bilbao goalkeeper utterly helpless. The score was now 2-1, with approximately 30 minutes remaining in the match. Sevilla still had a chance. They possessed ample ability to equalize. The comments in the Dongqiu Network live stream were filled with fervent praise from fans of Huaxia. This evening, Su Yuanqing once again transformed into Sevilla's savior. Goodness. Su Yuanqing is undeniably pivotal, as he scores at the most critical moments in nearly every match. Ivan Rakiti's pass was also a testament to his skill. Time remained. Keep pushing forward. On the pitch, after scoring, Su Yuanqing refrained from any celebratory gestures. Instead, he promptly retrieved the ball from the goal. For Sevilla, it was not merely a contest against Athletic Bilbao's players, but also a race against time. The referee's whistle signaled the resumption of play. Following the conceded goal, it was evident that Bilbao's players were somewhat flustered. They dared not launch an aggressive attack and instead amassed numerous players in defense, opting for long clearances. Advance. Quickly. Block their passing lanes. Run more. On the sidelines, Manzano, drenched in sweat, fervently urged Sevilla's players. Rakiti, Renato, Romeric, and others adhered strictly to the tactical directives of their coach. With the unwavering effort of several Sevilla players, they finally reclaimed possession in the 69th minute. After Romeric intercepted the ball, he promptly opted for a forward pass. The football found its way to Canout's feet. Chapter 61, equalizing the score. A stunning long-range goal. As Canout controlled the ball in the penalty area, Su Yuanqing had already dashed to the goal line. If Canout could continue to deliver the ball soaring over to Su Yuanqing's head, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon Athletic Bilbao's defense. However, the defenders of Athletic Bilbao were acutely aware of this possibility. Defender Irola consistently positioned himself against Canout, denying the Malian forward any opportunity for a pass. Upon recognizing the absence of options, Canout did not resort to a reckless cross. Instead, he executed a sudden feint and redirected the ball back to the midfield. Canout displayed commendable composure in that moment. The ball returned to the midfield, allowing Sevilla to reorganize their attack. Zhang Lu was somewhat pleased with Canout's recent decision-making. It is undeniable that Sevilla's players approached the game with caution. In the absence of a particularly advantageous opportunity, Sevilla would refrain from launching an attack. As all players were acutely aware that the match had entered its final, intense phase, it was a matter of survival. Should Sevilla's passes fail to threaten Athletic Bilbao's goal, the home side would undoubtedly launch a swift counterattack, potentially extending their lead. Steady. Seek opportunities. Canout. Rush into the penalty area. On the sidelines, Coach Manzano calmly directed the players' positioning. After a brief pause, Sevilla's players, through patient play, finally identified a defensive weakness. When Canout appeared in Sevilla's penalty area, Su Yuanqing instinctively retreated to the midfield, seeking to support his teammates. However, as Su Yuanqing moved from the penalty area to the edge of the semicircle, he found himself unchallenged by any Athletic Bilbao players. Ivan. Upon noticing this, Su Yuanqing quickly called out for Rakiti. Responding to the familiar call, Rakiti immediately focused his attention on Su Yuanqing. As a close friend, Rakiti showed no hesitation, despite being impeded by two Athletic Bilbao players. He skillfully delivered the ball to Su Yuanqing's feet. In an instant, the ball zipped through the narrow gap between Munian and San Jose. At the edge of the penalty area, Su Yuanqing successfully received the ball. At that moment, Athletic Bilbao's defenders leisurely advanced towards him. Unfortunately for them, it was too late. Upon receiving the ball, Su Yuanqing turned and, after assessing the goalkeeper's positioning, decisively unleashed a powerful shot. Before the match commenced, Su Yuanqing had specifically enhanced his long-range shooting abilities. Faced with this golden opportunity, Su Yuanqing did not squander it. With a swift strike, bang! In the blink of an eye, the ball soared like a bullet from a handgun, swiftly penetrating Athletic Bilbao's defensive line. Goalkeeper Iliosos positioned himself well, yet his view was obstructed by his own defender, rendering him oblivious to Su Yuanqing's shooting maneuver. When the football suddenly materialized before him, it was already too late for him to attempt to save. With a swift motion, the ball soared into the net. Su Yuanqing had equalized the score. Once again, both teams found themselves at square one. In the stands of San Mamés Stadium, over 50,000 Athletic Bilbao fans fell silent at that moment, their expressions reflecting profound dissatisfaction. Why was there no one defending against the Chinese player? Had the Athletic Bilbao players dozed off? It was far too easy for the opposing forward to seize a shooting opportunity. Oh no, the score was leveled. My goodness. Clearly, the fans in the stands could not accept this outcome. Meanwhile, in the away fans section, Sevilla supporters stood up, waving flags and cheering. Ha! It's Su again. He is truly the deity of Sevilla. The Athletic Bilbao fans finally fell silent. No one can easily defeat us. Sevilla, victory is ours. Sevilla, turn the tide. Su, keep pushing. We can absolutely secure a win tonight. Hey, Bilbao fans. Why have you stopped jumping? Don't you like it anymore? In the online commentary, when Su Yuanqing received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, he raised his voice with a hoarse tone. Rakiti delivered a precise through ball to Su Yuanqing. He skillfully controlled the ball and turned at the edge of the penalty area. Magnificent. Athletic Bilbao's center-back Ustritz rushed towards Su Yuanqing. He took a direct shot. The ball is in. A stunning long-range strike. This is a breathtaking goal that has shattered expectations. Goalkeeper Iliosos did not react. Through Jean Jun's tone, one could sense his exhilaration at this moment. In the comments section, over 1 million Chinese fans were equally thrilled. It's Su Yuanqing again. How miraculous. This goal is simply extraordinary. It seems Su Yuanqing is becoming increasingly versatile. From trailing by 2 goals to equalizing, Sevilla has shown remarkable tenacity. It feels as though the spirit of the Sevilla team has indeed transformed since Manzano took charge. Confidence is soaring. Now Sevilla's morale is at an all-time high. If all goes well, it should soon be the Athletic Bilbao players who begin to feel anxious. A long-range shot, or a world-class strike. Didn't you all say that Su Yuanqing is particularly strong in aerial duels? For the Athletic Bilbao players, this is equally perplexing. During the preparation for this match, head coach Caparros had consistently emphasized the importance of being wary of Su Yuanqing's heading ability. Moreover, extensive defensive tactics were rehearsed prior to the match, with the objective of limiting Su Yuanqing's aerial prowess to the greatest extent possible. However, this evening, the 2 goals scored by Su Yuanqing were not achieved through headers. One was a spectacular volley, while the other was a long-range strike. This unexpected turn of events left the players of Athletic Bilbao somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, on the bench, head coach Caparros was incessantly questioning his assistant. What? Did you not claim in your pre-match analysis that this Asian player only excels in heading? What is happening now? This lad has scored twice, and neither was with his head. The assistant coach stammered in response, I have reviewed all of Su's matches, and indeed, most of his goals have come from headers. Perhaps these 2 strikes were mere flukes. Chapter 62. Tactical Set Pieces. A header to seal the victory. As the head coach of Athletic Bilbao, Caparros had no time to engage in disputes with his assistant. He needed to swiftly devise a strategy to regain the lead. Once the game resumed, the players of Athletic Bilbao appeared somewhat flustered. They attempted to re-establish their advantage, but haste proved counterproductive, perhaps driven by an intense desire to attack. The players of Athletic Bilbao revealed their passing intentions to Sevilla, who adeptly intercepted the ball time and again. The match gradually descended into chaos, further exacerbating the players' fraying composure. In contrast, the visiting Sevilla players adhered steadfastly to their tactical plan, remaining calm while awaiting counterattack opportunities. Each Sevilla player intensified their pressing in midfield, persistently disrupting their opponent's passing through sliding tackles and fouls. Unbeknownst to them, the match clock ticked to the 80th minute, with only 10 minutes remaining until the conclusion. At that moment, Sevilla's players suddenly surged forward like a pack of wolves, converging on the ball carrier from Athletic Bilbao. The player advancing the ball through midfield was the young Javi Martinez, towering in stature. Javi Martinez found himself unable to relocate the ball as 3 Sevilla players charged towards him. In an instant, he was ensnared in a fierce struggle amidst Sevilla's relentless pursuit. Renato, Romeric, and Rakiti collaborated seamlessly, exerting their combined strength to successfully dispossess Martinez of the ball. Counterattack. This presented a prime opportunity for a counterattack. Rakiti was now advancing with the ball. Let us observe how this Croatian midfielder will navigate this offensive play. In the commentary booth, Jean-June and Jean-Lu were both fixated on Rakiti, their eyes glued to the unfolding action. At the match venue, the stands of San Mamés Stadium were filled with the gaze of both Sevilla's away supporters and Athletic Bilbao fans, all fixated on Rakiti. As a physical powerhouse, Rakiti still possessed the energy to sprint in the dying moments of the game. Although his dribbling speed did not rival that of Bale, his abundant stamina allowed him to maintain a steady pace. While not particularly fast, he outperformed the fatigued Athletic Bilbao midfielders. Defend. What are you waiting for? Are you just going to stand there and wait for a goal to be conceded? The Athletic Bilbao coach shouted from the sidelines. In an instant, the team's center back, Ustritz, rushed to confront Rakiti. In truth, Rakiti had always intended to distribute the ball to the overlapping winger for a cross. However, the stamina of Sevilla's wide players had also reached its limit. As Rakiti approached the edge of the penalty area with the ball, the wingers had yet to position themselves. Consequently, Rakiti was compelled to alter his attacking strategy and decided to take a shot. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful strike with his right foot, Ustritz, the Athletic Bilbao center back, arrived on the scene. His method was straightforward. He lunged in, taking both the man and the ball down. The referee unhesitatingly blew the whistle for a foul, issuing a yellow card to the Bilbao defender. What thrilled the Sevilla supporters most was that the referee awarded them an excellent free kick opportunity approximately 25 meters from the goal. However, another question soon arose. Who would take this free kick? In the broadcast studio, commentator Jean-June raised this very issue, noting that, to his knowledge, there were not many players in Sevilla's lineup capable of scoring directly from a free kick. At this moment, Jean-Lu offered his conjecture, suggesting a possible tactical play. As Su Yuanqing possessed exceptional heading ability, if the ball could be directed to him in the penalty area, it could pose a threat to the opponent's goal. As soon as Jean-Lu finished speaking, Sevilla's captain, Navas, stepped up to the free kick spot. At that moment, the atmosphere in the stands of San Mamés was palpable. With both Sevilla and Athletic Bilbao fans holding their breath, all eyes fixed on Navas. Athletic Bilbao formed a five-man wall, while three defenders remained vigilant against Sevilla's two forwards, Canut and Su Yuanqing. Bang! Navas indeed did not shoot. Ignoring the wall's interference, he deftly flicked the ball, which suddenly appeared in Athletic Bilbao's penalty area. It was indeed a tactical free kick. Jean-June's eyes widened in anticipation as he anxiously observed the unfolding events on the pitch. Navas's exquisite through ball found its way perfectly to Su Yuanqing's head. At last, Su Yuanqing had the opportunity to showcase his aerial prowess. At this moment, within the confines of Athletic Bilbao's penalty area, Su Yuanqing was being closely marked by San Jose and Javi Martinez. Despite these two defenders instinctively positioning themselves beside Su Yuanqing upon sighting the ball, he had already secured a favorable position. As he leaped, the ball came directly into his path, and with unwavering determination, Su Yuanqing executed a header against the dual defense of San Jose and Javi Martinez. Presently, Su Yuanqing's heading attribute had soared to an impressive 87, a figure that ranks among the elite in La Liga. As Su Yuanqing ascended higher, the two Athletic Bilbao defenders undoubtedly felt an immense sense of pressure. Suddenly, Su Yuanqing directed a powerful header towards goal. Bang! The ball thundered into the net of Athletic Bilbao, without question. Although the goalkeeper had reacted, he was powerless to prevent Su Yuanqing from scoring. The ball whizzed past him like a cannonball. A hat trick. Su Yuanqing scored 3 goals. The away team, Sevilla, surged ahead of Athletic Bilbao, thanks to Su Yuanqing's header. From trailing by 2 goals to equalizing, and then taking the lead, Su Yuanqing had made an invaluable contribution to Sevilla. This goal was the decisive blow. Once again, Su Yuanqing delivered a magnificent performance. Following his goal, the commentator, Jean-June, was swept into a frenzy. In the comments section, fans of Huaxia fervently typed away on their keyboards. Incredible! A hat trick! This is undoubtedly the most exhilarating match I have witnessed this season. The drama of this game was truly at its peak. Thankfully, the television remained on during the first half. It's secure now. 3 goals, each scored in a different manner. Su Yuanqing's abilities are visibly on the rise. We, Sevilla, are invincible. Chapter 63, Sealing the Match. The Athletic Bilbao fans are in despair. With Su Yuanqing's goal, the suspense of the match effectively came to an end. In the stands of Athletic Bilbao Stadium, tens of thousands of home supporters displayed expressions of shock. In fact, most of the Athletic Bilbao fans found it hard to accept this outcome. Defeated in such a manner, and by a player from Huaxiao? This was nothing short of a humiliation for Athletic Bilbao. How infuriating. How could they allow this player to have a chance for a header? What were the defenders doing? Can't they even stop an Asian player? This was undoubtedly the most frustrating match I have ever witnessed. With a 2-goal lead, only to be equalized and then surpassed. I simply could not discern the tactical approach of Athletic Bilbao. The fans of Athletic began to fervently criticize the performance of their defenders. The goal scorer, Su Yuanqing, was overwhelmed with excitement. He rushed to the stands of Sevilla's supporters and removed his jersey. Although Su Yuanqing was acutely aware that he would surely receive a yellow card, his joy at that moment triumphed over reason. Shortly thereafter, all the Sevilla players surged to Su Yuanqing's side. Scoring in the final moments of the match had effectively placed Sevilla one foot in the door of victory. Su, your header was nothing short of artistry. A flawless strike. The hero of Sevilla. Without you, we would undoubtedly not have secured today's triumph. Navas and Rakiti sincerely praised Su Yuanqing's performance. As his teammates articulated, Su Yuanqing's display this evening was of world-class caliber. He single-handedly accounted for all of Sevilla's goals, clinching the match with a decisive strike in the dying moments. He was undeniably the architect of Sevilla's victory. After the kickoff, despite the players of Athletic Bilbao refusing to concede defeat, midfielder Javi Martinez promptly directed the ball into the penalty area, attempting to locate the towering striker, Llorente. The referee granted Athletic Bilbao an additional 2 minutes of stoppage time, marking their final opportunity. Observing Athletic Bilbao's aggressive offensive push, Su Yuanqing did not hesitate and promptly retreated to his half to assist in defense. As Javi Martinez's long pass descended into Sevilla's penalty area, Llorente had already leaped high into the air. However, in the realm of strength, there is always a stronger contender. Just as the ball was about to land on Llorente's head, Su Yuanqing sprang into action, heading the ball out of bounds. Su Yuanqing. In the final moments of the match, he not only contributed the decisive goal for his team but also made an exceptional defensive effort. Athletic Bilbao was granted one last corner kick. If all went as expected, the referee would blow the final whistle post corner. One could discern a hint of tension in the commentary of Jean Junbang. Just as Jean Jun finished speaking, the players of Athletic Bilbao sent the ball into the penalty area. The home team, lacking time, needed to apply pressure on their opponent's goal at the fastest pace possible. The ball landed centrally, once again targeting the towering Llorente. Yet, due to the overwhelming defensive presence surrounding him, he had no opportunity to leap, and the ball was ultimately cleared by Su Yuanqing's header. Beep, beep, beep. As the ball sailed out of bounds, the referee sounded the final whistle. 3-2. In a challenging away match, Sevilla managed to secure a hard-fought victory. As the final whistle blew, the atmosphere among the Athletic Bilbao supporters in the stands was one of profound despondency. This scoreline is simply unacceptable. Athletic Bilbao was the superior team, and we deserved to claim all 3 points. Why was the whistle blown so prematurely? With just 5 more minutes, I firmly believe Athletic Bilbao could have equalized. The fans were visibly discontented, expressing their dissatisfaction with the referee's timing, the players' defensive efforts, and the tactical adjustments made by the coach. They could only lament, for now, the match had concluded, and they had no power to alter the outcome. While the Athletic Bilbao supporters voiced their grievances, the Sevilla players embraced each other on the pitch in celebration. Each player sought out Su Yuanqing, sharing heartfelt hugs. They all recognized that without Su Yuanqing's extraordinary performance that evening, victory would have eluded Sevilla entirely. After shaking hands with the opposing coach, Manzano could not contain his excitement and swiftly made his way to Su Yuanqing. You know, your performance tonight was outstanding. You played a match that belonged to you. Manzano exclaimed, his eyes brimming with exhilaration and joy. In that moment, it was as if he saw the reflection of a superstar in Su Yuanqing. The coach's tactics had been impeccably executed. Su Yuanqing humbly accepted Manzano's praise, which only brightened the coach's demeanor further. Honestly, you are the most talented striker I have ever encountered. Trust me, as long as you remain with Sevilla, I will nurture you into a world-class goal scorer. After speaking, Manzano gently patted Su Yuanqing on the shoulder. Given Su Yuanqing's remarkable display that evening, Manzano intentionally brought him to the post-match press conference. Su Yuanqing did not decline. As they approached the players' tunnel, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Javi Martinez, a talented midfielder who had provided 2 assists during the match. Regrettably, he too faced defeat. Nevertheless, following the match, Javi Martinez extended his congratulations to Su Yuanqing. Congratulations on your victory. You played brilliantly, scoring 3 goals. especially that final one which truly shattered our morale. Su Yuanqing smiled modestly, responding with calmness, "That's football. You never know what will happen in the next moment." In truth, that last goal was merely a stroke of luck. Perhaps if given another chance, I might not have scored. Javi Martinez was well aware that this was simply Su Yuanqing's modesty speaking. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Next time, I am confident that Athletic Bilbao will surely have the opportunity to defeat you." Su Yuanqing echoed his sentiments. "I look forward to it." Chapter 64, Post-Match Press Conference. Season Objective, Golden Boot. After bidding farewell to Javi Martinez, Su Yuanqing arrived at the press conference venue alongside head coach Manzano. This marked Su Yuanqing's inaugural attendance at a post-match press conference, and his heart brimmed with excitement. Before him sat a multitude of journalists. And as Su Yuanqing made his entrance, the flashes from cameras erupted in a frenzy. Following a brief exchange of greetings with Manzano and the reporters, the press conference commenced. The first question came from a beautiful journalist from Marca. "Coach Manzano, since your appointment as head coach, Sevilla has yet to suffer a defeat in matches, triumphing over formidable teams such as Barcelona and Athletic Bilbao. What do you attribute this remarkable success to?" Manzano pondered the question earnestly before responding, "Certainly. It is a matter of hard work and confidence. Sevilla has always been renowned as a strong team in La Liga, with our players' market value ranking fourth, surpassed only by Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. Therefore, the team's strength is not in question. Previously, due to inappropriate tactics and other issues, the former coach was unable to harness Sevilla's true potential, which led to a lack of form at the start of the season. This diminished the players' confidence, but as Ivan Rakitic and others gradually became mainstays in the team, we have slowly regained our self-assurance." Manzano provided a detailed response to the journalist's inquiry. The journalist continued, "What is Sevilla's season objective this year? Championship?" Upon hearing this question, a smile inevitably graced Manzano's face, clearly amused by the journalist's inquiry. He leisurely extended 3 fingers. "Finishing in the top 3 is our goal. Winning the championship seems somewhat distant for Sevilla at this juncture." Subsequently, a middle-aged male journalist from Diario Sport raised his hand to ask, "Mr. Manzano, although Sevilla currently occupies the 2nd position in La Liga, many media outlets and fans firmly believe that Barcelona and Atletico Madrid will surpass Sevilla in the future. What is your perspective on this?" In response to this question, Manzano did not require much contemplation. He stated succinctly, "Personally, I do not focus on external evaluations. Undeniably, Barcelona and Atletico Madrid are formidable teams in La Liga. But it all depends on us, not our opponents." Despite taking over Sevilla mid-season, Manzano has infused a great deal of emotion and energy into the team. Moreover, he has unearthed a top-tier striker in Su Yuanqing within Sevilla. In summary, it appears that Manzano is quite fulfilled in his role at Sevilla. He aspires to lead the club to achieve remarkable success. Although Manzano has coached several teams in La Liga, most of them have been mid-tier or relegation-threatened clubs, lacking the prowess of Sevilla. He cherishes this opportunity immensely and yearns to make history with Sevilla. Shortly after responding to a question, another inquiry followed swiftly. "Manzano, could you discuss the player you brought to the press conference?" A reporter from Madrid Sports inquired, referring to Su, who had scored a hat-trick and delivered a last-minute winner. "Is he the key contributor to the team's victory?" Upon mentioning Su Yuanqing, a radiant smile instantly adorned Manzano's face. He responded with ease, "Why not? As you noted, Su scored 3 goals tonight. His performance was impeccable. He is the most talented striker I have ever encountered. I believe Su will undoubtedly claim the Pichichi Trophy at the season's end." Following his remarks, Manzano turned to Su Yuanqing with a smile. "Currently, Su's market value stands at a mere €500,000, yet I am confident that during the next update of the transfer market, his worth could multiply tenfold, at least €5 million. If he maintains this form until the season concludes, Su's valuation might soar to €50 million. Manzano continued, "Perhaps, in a decade, Su will become Sevilla's all-time leading scorer. His name will be firmly etched in Sevilla's history. I am certain that decades from now, people will still remember Su Yuanqing." A reporter inquired, "Will he become the most renowned player in the team's future?" "Certainly," Manzano replied with a hint of conviction. "He might even win the Ballon d'Or." Although Su did not have many opportunities to play at Barcelona last season, everything changed once he arrived at Sevilla and the Ram Ns Pizju in stadium. He is an attacking player who can rival Messi, albeit playing in a different position. Letting Su Yuanqing go was undoubtedly one of the gravest mistakes Barcelona has ever made. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude to Barcelona and Mr. Guardiola for allowing Su to leave. After Manzano's response, he turned his gaze towards Su Yuanqing. Su, please share your thoughts. Do you believe you have the potential to become Sevilla's all-time top scorer? With a composed demeanor, Su Yuanqing replied. That depends on how long President Carmona wishes to extend my contract. His earnest response elicited laughter from the assembled journalists. He is truly delightful. Indeed. What an amusing Asian. They mused. How does he manage to keep a straight face? The reporters in the audience chuckled while discussing Su Yuanqing's recent remarks. Su, do you believe you are stronger than Messi? Another journalist provoked. Su Yuanqing responded with utmost sincerity. Based on my current abilities, Messi is indeed ahead of me. However, I firmly believe that it won't be long before I surpass him. Su Yuanqing was not boasting. After all, he had a system supporting him. As long as he diligently completed the tasks set by the system and reaped the corresponding rewards, surpassing Messi would merely be a matter of time. What is your goal for the season? A reporter inquired, recalling Coach Manzano's ambition for the team to finish in the top 3. Without hesitation, Su Yuanqing declared, to win the Pichichi Trophy. As soon as he uttered those words, an uncanny silence enveloped the room. Chapter 65. Can he seize Messi's Pichichi? For the cadre of journalists, the notion that the 19-year-old Su Yuanqing could wrest the trophy from Messi seemed implausible. It was an extraordinary challenge. Moreover, let us not forget that Cristiano Ronaldo was also part of Real Madrid's lineup. The media widely believed that the Pichichi would either belong to Messi or Ronaldo, with Su Yuanqing having little chance whatsoever. Hence, when he articulated his season goal, the atmosphere in the press conference became strikingly quiet. Approximately 5 seconds later, a reporter from his broke the stillness. He directed his inquiry towards Su Yuanqing. While confidence in youth is indeed commendable, blind confidence may border on naivety. Su, do you mean to suggest that you can claim the Pichichi from Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo? Of course, I am very confident in this, Su Yuanqing replied resolutely. The journalists in attendance began to murmur once more. Some offered applause to Su Yuanqing, while others scoffed at his audacity. After the press conference concluded, Su Yuanqing returned to the locker room with Manzano. Su, do you know? When you expressed your intent to win the Pichichi, my immediate reaction was that you possess such capability. As the team's head coach, Manzano had immense faith in Su Yuanqing. Thank you, coach. I will strive to achieve it, Su Yuanqing responded. Manzano nodded and continued, let us work together. I believe that if you can secure the Pichichi, Sevilla will undoubtedly finish among the top 3 in La Liga. Following Sevilla's match against Athletic Bilbao, they were set to face Real Union in the Copa del Rey. However, this team, competing in Spain's 3rd tier, posed minimal threat to Sevilla. The following day, as Sevilla's players engaged in their training early, major Spanish media outlets published reports on the previous day's press conference, featuring interviews with Manzano and Su Yuanqing. It is evident that after Sevilla's consecutive victories over formidable teams such as Barcelona and Athletic Bilbao, the club's prominence has significantly surged. A considerable number of Spanish fans have begun to take an interest in Sevilla. Concurrently, many supporters and media outlets have started to analyze Sevilla's player roster in an attempt to recommend players to their own teams. As one of Spain's esteemed newspapers, AS has also joined this trend, with the sports editor publishing an extensive report detailing the technical styles of each Sevilla player. In truth, the player roster for Sevilla has not undergone substantial changes in terms of positions compared to last season. Coach Manzano has retained the lineup from the previous campaign. And while Sevilla has indeed acquired several players this summer, aside from Su Yuanqing and Rakiti, the others have not made a significant impact. This implies that Sevilla's formation remains largely unchanged from the last season. The highly sought-after forward Su Yuanqing, now just 19 years old, is particularly noteworthy. It is well known that he struggled during his time at Barcelona last season, failing to secure playing time. However, upon transferring to Sevilla, this Asian striker has gradually found his footing, becoming the club's leading scorer this season. This season, Su Yuanqing's partner on the front line is the Malian striker Canut, who, like Su, possesses an impressive height advantage. Moreover, Canut excels in passing. Their partnership appears to be nothing short of perfect at this juncture. The most unfamiliar player in the midfield is undoubtedly the Croatian Ivan Rakiti, who joined from Bundesliga club Schalke 04 this summer. Initially, he impressed the previous head coach Alvarez, but spent much of his time on the bench. However, following Manzano's appointment, Rakiti quickly established himself as a key player, showcasing abundant stamina, alongside impressive pressing and passing abilities. At the start of the season, Sevilla faced a series of unfortunate circumstances, including elimination in the UEFA Champions League playoffs and a defeat in the Spanish Super Cup, prompting the management to decisively dismiss Alvarez. Subsequently, Manzano was appointed as the new head coach. Prior to his tenure at Sevilla, Manzano boasted a wealth of experience, having coached Mallorca, Malaga, Rayo Vallecano, Valladolid, and even Atletico Madrid, albeit during a time when Atletico was not yet a powerhouse. It is no exaggeration to assert that, despite having coached numerous teams, most of which were either fighting relegation or mid-table, Sevilla is undoubtedly the most formidable club he has ever managed. Rumor has it that Manzano was not Sevilla's first choice, but due to the mid-season coaching change, there were limited options available, leading to his selection. The renowned publication, AS, has devoted considerable attention to the current key players and head coach of Sevilla. Ultimately, AS concluded that Sevilla appears to be a team of commendable strength. However, there remains a substantial gap between them and the likes of Real Madrid and Barcelona. Remarkably, this team currently occupies the second position in La Liga, which undoubtedly comes as a significant surprise. From a series of defeats at the season's outset to a streak of victories now, Sevilla seems to have discovered the right path. Perhaps, by the season's end, Manzano's squad might indeed secure the third place in La Liga. Following the release of this article, it immediately garnered a great deal of attention from Spanish football fans. It wasn't long before the comments section was inundated with passionate discussions among fans. As a Barcelona supporter, I was astonished to discover that I was unfamiliar with Su. Was he truly part of Barcelona last season? To the commenter above, you are a fair-weather fan. To be honest, I still cannot comprehend why Guardiola did not afford Su Yuanqing an opportunity. The current Su Yuanqing has become an unattainable player for Barcelona. Ultimately, the primary reason for Sevilla's remarkable achievements lies with Su Yuanqing. He consistently manages to turn the tide. Indeed, previously, Sevilla's starting forward was the illustrious Fabiano, a Brazilian international. But what of now? Fabiano finds himself as a substitute to Su Yuanqing. A Brazilian international playing second fiddle to a Chinese player? How surreal. Yet, such is the astonishing reality. Su Yuanqing scores in matches, while Fabiano can too. His goal tally certainly does not rival that of Su Yuanqing. In less than a night, the number of comments on this article soared to a staggering 100,000. Chapter 66, Salary Increase. Set to face Atletico Madrid. As this article continued to gain traction, an increasing number of Spanish fans began to support Su Yuanqing. Even his early social media accounts were unearthed by fans. In just one night, the follower count on Su Yuanqing's social media surged from 5,000 to 50,000. Meanwhile, in the distant land of China, within the offices of Dongqiu Sports, in the general manager's office, an intern journalist named Yang Yuexin arrived at the door, laden with a plethora of documents. Just as she was about to knock and enter, a peculiar laughter erupted from within. Ha ha. The general manager of Dongqiu Sports laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Where have those who mocked us disappeared?" Su Yuanqing has become the hottest forward in La Liga. He clinched victory with a last-minute goal against Athletic Bilbao. Whether in Spain or domestically, Su Yuanqing has become the most talked-about player in La Liga, even surpassing Messi and Ronaldo. The vice president couldn't help but give a thumbs up, excitedly exclaiming, "The latest figures show that our website has reached 1 million paying users. An increase of 80% within a month. If this momentum continues, it will not take an entire season to recoup the expenditure on acquiring broadcasting rights." At this moment, the intern journalist Yang Yuexin slowly entered the office and placed the documents on the general manager's desk. Naturally, the conversation between the general manager and the vice president was overheard clearly by Yang Xinyue. She found it incomprehensible that a mere 19-year-old football prodigy could wield such allure. If all goes as anticipated, Sevilla is highly likely to participate in the Champions League next season. Thus, our sole objective now is to secure the domestic broadcasting rights for the Champions League. Upon uttering this statement, the general manager suddenly became aware of Yang Yuexin's presence and promptly issued her a new directive. "Xiao Yang, how long have you been with the company?" "1 month. Yang Yuexin replied candidly. "Well, from this moment forth, you have been promoted to a formal employee of our company. I will arrange for you to travel to Spain in a week. Prepare yourself in the meantime." Yang Yuexin was somewhat bewildered, uncertainly inquiring, "General manager, am I going to Spain too?" "Of course, to interview Su Yuanqing. He is currently our flagship at Dongqiu Network." Most interviews with Su Yuanqing are merely rehashes from foreign sources, which evidently does not satisfy the domestic fans' curiosity about him. Therefore, it is imperative that we conduct an interview with him as representatives of Huaxia Media, exclaimed the exuberant general manager of Dongqiu Network. Yang Yuexin quickly responded, "All right. I assure you I will accomplish this task." Initially, Yang Yuexin held little interest in football, but due to the scarcity of journalistic opportunities, she had no choice but to apply to a sports company. However, through the dialogue between the general manager and the vice president, she developed a keen interest in the young man named Su Yuanqing. 2 days later, Sevilla's owner, Camona, engaged in a discussion with Su Yuanqing's agent, Raiola. The sole purpose of this meeting was to negotiate the renewal of Su Yuanqing's contract. At present, Su Yuanqing has become the top scorer for Sevilla and has repeatedly saved the team from perilous situations during matches. Most importantly, he is only 19 years old. His future is truly limitless. Both emotionally and logically, Sevilla must extend a new contract to Su Yuanqing. Due to Camona's earnest intentions, Raiola readily accepted the proposal. The new contract spans 3 years with an annual salary of €2 million. It is worth noting that Sevilla is not a wealthy club. Currently, the highest-paid player, Brazilian international Fabiano, earns merely €1.8 million per year, while Captain Navas's salary is only €1.5 million. Su Yuanqing's new contract at €2 million has now established him as the highest earner in the team. Time swiftly advanced to October 28th, as Sevilla prepared to face Real Union this evening. Due to the opponent's lack of strength, this match held little intrigue, and coupled with it being an away game, it barely stirred any excitement among Sevilla supporters. In fact, many fans opted not to watch the live broadcast, merely glancing at the final score, 5-2. A comfortable victory for Sevilla. In this match, Su Yuanqing netted 2 goals in the first half, establishing an early lead for the team. However, he was substituted by the coach at the start of the second half. Next month, Sevilla is set to confront Malaga in the round of 16 of the Copa del Rey on home soil. Additionally, on the final day of this month, they will engage in a fierce battle with Sporting Gijón. Sporting Gijón has been performing poorly this season, having lost all of their last 5 matches and currently sitting at the bottom of La Liga. Considering that Sevilla will face Atletico Madrid 3 days later, Coach Manzano decided to field a team composed of half starters and half substitutes. Unfortunately, the club's leading scorer, Su Yuanqing, was not included in the starting lineup. Fortunately, Sporting Gijón's dire form rendered them powerless against Sevilla's half-strength squad, resulting in a narrow 2-goal victory, allowing Sevilla to maintain their unbeaten streak. Currently, Sevilla boasts an impressive record of 7 wins and 1 draw in La Liga, securing the second position in the standings. However, Atletico Madrid trails closely behind, pursuing them fiercely with a mere 3-point gap. The upcoming clash, just 3 days away, will see Sevilla host Atletico Madrid in a direct contest. Undoubtedly, the outcome of this match will significantly influence Sevilla's standing in La Liga. Presently, Atletico Madrid is under the management of Spanish coach Flores, rather than the Argentine maestro Simeone. From the player rosters of both teams, it appears Atletico Madrid possesses a somewhat superior lineup. They feature the legendary Uruguayan striker Forlán in their attack, while their midfield is bolstered by Portuguese player Thiago and Brazilian player Paulo Asano. Furthermore, they boast young talents such as Felipe, Diego Costa, and Raul Garque. Defeating Atletico Madrid will undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge for Sevilla. Young men, we have just 3 days, the coach urged. In 3 days, we shall return to the Ram and Estche Pizjuan Stadium to face Atlantico. If we aspire to penetrate the top 3 of the league this season, it is imperative that we secure a victory against Atletico. Maintain your focus, train diligently, and we shall surely triumph. Following the match against Sporting Gijón, Manzano emphasized the importance of the upcoming game to his players. Chapter 67, Becoming Ever More Versatile. Su Yuanqing seeks change. Prior to the match against Atletico Madrid, Su Yuanqing deliberately accessed the system to review his task progress. Currently, his primary task stood at 5 out of 10. Since the inception of this task, Su Yuanqing had achieved a hat-trick against Athletic Bilbao, followed by a brace against Sporting Gijón, amassing 5 goals in just 2 matches. Initially, Su Yuanqing assumed that the system would account for his previous goals. However, it became evident that this was merely his personal misconception. Following the update of the primary task, previous goals were rendered invalid, meaning Su Yuanqing needed to score an additional 10 goals post-update to fulfill the task's requirements. On the training ground, Su Yuanqing gradually transformed his style of play. He no longer confined himself to the penalty area. Instead, he occasionally retreated to the midfield to receive the ball, subsequently employing long-range shots. Su Yuanqing was evolving from a mere target man reliant on aerial duels into a more multifaceted player. He understood that if he depended solely on headers to pose a threat to the opponent's goal, it would make it exceedingly easy for defenders to neutralize him with just 2 players assigned to disrupt his movements. To increase his scoring opportunities, Su Yuanqing recognized the necessity of altering his approach. Moreover, he had recently acquired Robin van Persie's volleying skill, which enriched his shooting options within the penalty area. His teammates at Sevilla also noticed this transformation. After training concluded that day, his forward partner, Canut, approached him with curiosity. "Su, have you noticed that your style of play is evolving?" Su Yuanqing replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I can definitely feel it. This is a change I am actively pursuing." Canut, somewhat astonished, inquired further, "Why seek change? You are currently our team's top scorer. Altering your style might." Su Yuanqing waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence as he stated, "Rest assured, I will only become stronger." He continued, "In previous matches, I primarily occupied the role of a decoy. However, in the upcoming match against Atletico Madrid, I wish to switch things up." Although both Canut and Su Yuanqing were towering forwards, their responsibilities on the pitch differed significantly. Su Yuanqing often functioned as a stronghold in the attack, while Canut enjoyed greater freedom within the penalty area. If he chose, Canut could even drop back to the midfield to assist. With his impressive aerial ability and skillful footwork, he could leverage his long legs to evade defenders. Of course, Canut responded, not hesitating to embrace Su Yuanqing's vision. Due to his numerous assists to Canut in previous matches, Su Yuanqing has now become a trusted ally of Canut, who follows his lead without question. The reason Su Yuanqing wishes to switch positions with Canut is primarily due to the attributes of Atletico Madrid's defenders. Su Yuanqing has discerned that Atletico's 2 central defenders, Pereira and Antonio Lopez, are both physically imposing and remarkably tall. Remaining confined to the penalty area may not yield optimal scoring opportunities for Su Yuanqing. Therefore, he aims to engage in free movement during the match, frequently changing positions to disrupt the opponent's defensive rhythm. Should Atletico's defense falter, Sevilla would undoubtedly seize the chance to score. Subsequently, Su Yuanqing shared his strategy with the team's head coach, Manzano. Upon hearing this, Manzano displayed a satisfied expression, unable to suppress a thumbs up while exclaiming, "Su, I am impressed by your proactive approach in understanding the opponent's formation and player characteristics. You make an excellent point, and I am in full agreement." Manzano then added with a smile, "If you ever retire, do remember to reach out to me. I shall appoint you as my assistant coach." Su Yuanqing waved his hand dismissively, replying, "You might have to wait 20 years for that. I am only 19 now, and I want to retire until at least 39. The two shared a hearty laugh. To facilitate Su Yuanqing's adaptation to the shadow striker position, Manzano organized an internal practice match. Once the match commenced, Su Yuanqing's positioning on the front line was dynamic. He frequently surged into the penalty area to seize opportunities, and when those chances were scarce, he would retreat to midfield to take long-range shots. In summary, Su Yuanqing exhibited remarkable activity on the front line, making his presence felt throughout the match. Moreover, his goal-scoring efficiency was impressively high, as he netted goals through both long-range efforts and headers from corners, leading the team to victory in the practice match. His performance in the new role was nothing short of brilliant, much to Manzano's delight. On November 3rd, this evening, Sevilla's players were set to host Atletico Madrid. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Atletico's bus slowly made its way towards the Ram in Estche Pizjuan Stadium. For the visiting Atletico Madrid, confidence was soaring regarding this match. In a press interview, Atletico's head coach, Flores, resolutely held up 3 fingers, declaring, "We will secure 3 points away. Not 1, but 3. Despite Sevilla's good form, he asserted. So what? We are Atletico. The root of this unwavering confidence stemmed primarily from Fran. In recent matches, the Uruguayan striker has remarkably netted 9 goals. His form is undeniably exceptional. Flores firmly believes that Fran can maintain his prolific scoring in this upcoming game. Should Atletico Madrid break the deadlock first, Flores will undoubtedly opt for a defensive strategy, leaving no opportunity for Sevilla to score. Upon arriving at the Ram in Estche Pizjuan Stadium, Atletico players immediately engaged in a training session on the pitch. Madrid, located in the heart of Spain, contrasts with Sevilla, which lies to the east and borders the Mediterranean Sea. Consequently, Sevilla boasts a cooler climate, resulting in a more vibrant pitch at the stadium. The training session is indeed essential. As the clock approached 5 o'clock, Sevilla's team bus arrived at the venue. The moment Su Yuanqing disembarked, a throng of Sevilla fans eagerly surrounded him, fervently chanting his name. Su, can I have your autograph? Can we take a photo together? Su, idol. Finally, I see you in person. Chapter 68. The Clash of Sevilla and Atletico Madrid. The highly anticipated match is underway. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuanqing has become the most sought-after player among the Sevilla fans. A glance around reveals that he is surrounded by the largest crowd. While other Sevilla players attract only a handful of admirers seeking autographs, more than 10 fans gather around Su Yuanqing. He graciously obliged each fan's request before returning to the locker room. After a brief respite, the fierce contest is about to commence. This evening, the stands at the Ram and Estche Pizjuan Stadium are flooded with Sevilla supporters, achieving nearly full capacity. The sight is reminiscent of a wide ocean, as the fans are acutely aware of the match's significance. A victory over Atletico Madrid would secure Sevilla's South stronghold on second place in Louisiana Liga and potentially allow them to pursue Real Madrid. The match's importance has undoubtedly led to the packed stands. Originally, the lowest ticket price for the match was set at €100, but due to overwhelming demand and scalpers' markups, the ticket price skyrocketed to €1,000, a tenfold increase. Nonetheless, tickets remain in high demand. The stadium accommodates a total of 48,000 fans, and tonight's attendance approximates this figure. At 8 o'clock local time, the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the highly anticipated clash between Sevilla and Atletico Madrid. Across the seas in China, thousands of fans are equally captivated by the match. On the live broadcast, Zhang Jun, with his distinctive and magnetic voice, announces, "The match has begun. Sevilla takes the initiative to kick off. Greetings to all the fans. The 9th round of La Liga has commenced, with Sevilla hosting Atletico Madrid at the Ram and Estche Pizjuan Stadium. This clash features the second and third teams in the league standings. Tonight, Atletico Madrid has fielded their strongest lineup for this away match. In defense, the young goalkeeper De Gea takes his position, supported by Alvaro Domingos, Pereira, Elpez, and Wee Felucci. The midfield is composed of Imrita, Paulo Asino, Mario Suarez, and Thiago. Up front, the two strikers are Sim-O and Fran. On the home side, Sevilla's starting lineup remains largely unchanged from their previous match against Athletic Bilbao. As the commentator Zhang Jun introduces the starting players, the live chat is already flooded with dazzling gift effects. Below in the live stream, there is an option to support the teams. The likes for Sevilla have soared to 2 million, while Atletico Madrid has garnered a mere 2,000. It is evident that nearly all Chinese fans predominantly support Sevilla. And we are underway. The most anticipated showdown of the month has begun. Go Sevilla! Securing a victory against Atletico would solidify Sevilla's position in second place in the league. Su Yuanqing has been named in the starting lineup again. How wonderful! We can witness our idol in action. Care must be taken against Atletico's forward, Fran, who has been in exceptional form lately. As the match kicks off, Sevilla does not rush into an attack, mirroring Atletico's cautious approach, employing a strategy of containment rather than aggression. Both teams seem to be in a phase of probing one another. In the early moments of the match, Su Yuanqing is active within the opponent's penalty area. But upon noticing his teammates' lack of attacking intent, he willingly drops back to midfield to engage in the team's passing game. Commentator Zhang Jun astutely observes Su Yuanqing's tactical shift. 10 minutes into the match, Su Yuanqing frequently appears in midfield. Could this be a strategic maneuver? Zhang Jun's longtime partner, Zhang Lu, promptly responds. Atletico is known for their resolute defense, with two central defenders marking Su Yuanqing and Can out. When Su Yuanqing retreats to midfield, it can draw a central defender out of position, thereby granting Can out a better opportunity. Just as Zhang Lu finishes his observation, Sevilla suddenly launches an attack. As Zhang Lu indicated, when Su Yuanqing drops back, Atletico's central defender Pereira decisively follows him out of the penalty area. The captain on the right, Navas, delivers a cross. The ball swiftly lands in the vicinity of the near post, where Can-out and Atletico's Elpez contest for a header. Under pressure from the opposing player, Can-out's header sails just over the crossbar. It is a goal kick for Atletico. The goalkeeper De Gea launched the ball with a powerful kick towards Atletico Madrid's forward line. Forward Forlan seized the initial touch. However, the Uruguayan striker, with his back to the goal, found himself unable to shoot immediately, as Sevilla's central defender Conco had already positioned himself behind Forlan. Consequently, Forlan passed the ball to his teammate, Simeo. Although Simeo was nominally a forward, he excelled in the art of passing, particularly from the left side of the penalty area. After receiving the ball, Simeo did not rush to shoot. Instead, he patiently awaited the opportune moment. As Forlan appeared at the edge of the penalty area, Simeo deftly fed the ball to him. The Uruguayan star unleashed a fierce strike. At that moment, Sevilla's defense faltered in their marking, leaving Forlan unchallenged as he shot. With a resounding thud, this 2010 World Cup best player seized the golden opportunity presented to him, propelling Atletico into the lead. 1-0, Atletico Madrid, playing away, had taken the initiative. In that instant, Sevilla's defensive line was effortlessly breached. Just when everyone anticipated that Simeo would take the shot himself, the Portuguese player surprisingly distributed the ball to the advancing Forlan. With Forlan's thunderous strike, Sevilla's goalkeeper was rendered powerless on the goal line. Following the goal, Forlan immediately embraced his partner Simeo in a tight hug. This was their moment of glory. After Atletico's breakthrough, the decibel level in the Pizjuan Stadium noticeably dropped. The ease with which they conceded the goal left the over 40,000 Sevilla supporters dissatisfied. Were the defenders once again caught napping? The defensive issues were indeed substantial. Every encounter with a formidable opponent seemed to result in an early concession of goals, which was infuriating. Would they once again have to rely on Sula to salvage the team? Atletico was a defensively robust side, and conceding so early would make the remainder of the match increasingly challenging. It appeared that a battle of attrition lay ahead. Chapter 69. The terrifying quick counterattack after the kickoff. Atletico's players promptly retreated to their half to engage in defensive duties. Head coach Flores wore a confident expression, assured of his team's defensive capabilities. Indeed, when Sevilla's players attempted to pass in midfield, Atletico's players consistently disrupted their efforts through physical confrontations and relentless pressing. For much of the time, Sevilla's midfielders could manage only 3 passes at most. When attempting a fourth, they would frequently be thwarted by Atletico's players. Mancano quickly adapted, issuing new tactical directives from the sidelines. He instructed Sevilla's midfielders to eschew short passes and instead utilize long balls to penetrate the opponent's defense. This proved to be a wise choice. During this period, Rakitic, Romeric, and Renato frequently launched long balls towards the penalty area. In the match, Su Yuanqing and Kenuda, both towering forwards, posed a significant aerial threat to the goal defended by De Gea through their relentless pursuit of high balls. However, each header seemed to be merely a matter of luck. Unbeknownst to the spectators, the clock had ticked to the 35-minute mark. Scientific studies suggest that this juncture is typically the most opportune moment for goals to be scored. After half an hour of fierce competition, both teams gradually discerned each other's strengths and tactics, resulting in a more open style of play. In the 38th minute, Rakitic advanced the ball near the center circle. Just as he was about to execute a long pass to a teammate in the penalty area, he noticed that Su Yuanqing had retreated from the box to the midfield. Consequently, Rakitic swiftly adjusted his passing angle and force, transforming his intended long ball into a direct through pass. The Atletico players, still operating under the assumption that Rakitic would deliver the ball straight into the box, surged towards their own penalty area upon witnessing his passing motion. This presented a golden opportunity. The ball encountered no obstacles and landed at Su Yuanqing's feet, with no Atletico defenders in sight. Remarkably, there was no one marking Su Yuanqing in that space. It was astonishing that Atlantic Tico, renowned for their defensive prowess, had left Su Yuanqing unguarded at the edge of the penalty area. In fact, Su Yuanqing was taken aback when he received the ball. The absence of defenders granted him the chance to compose himself. With a gentle touch of his right foot, he maneuvered the ball to his diagonal front. Subsequently, he glanced at De Gea's position and noticed the goalkeeper leaning towards the right post, prompting Su Yuanqing to direct his shot towards the left side of the goal. With a resounding thud, Su Yuanqing struck the ball with the full force of his right foot, sending it soaring with incredible speed. De Gea reacted swiftly, shifting his weight to the left and propelling himself off the ground in a near-perfect save, worthy of a score of 99. The only shortcoming was that he failed to make contact with the ball. With a swift motion, the score was equalized at 1 apiece. Su Yuanqing, emulating the manner in which Fran had previously scored, helped Sevilla level the match. De Gea, rising helplessly from the ground, gestured towards his midfielders with a look of frustration. seemingly blaming them for not obstructing Su Yuanqing. As the ball nestled into the net, the entire crowd at the Ram and Shea Pizju in stadium erupted, rising from their seats in a fervent display of applause for Su Yuanqing. How swiftly he breached ATL Tico's defenses. Su's prowess was truly remarkable. How could the midfielders of ATL Tico Madrid disregard Su's presence? Such disdain for Su is quite astounding. We must express our gratitude to these Atlantic Tico midfielders. Had they not been so unguarded, Su would not have found the net so early. With the score equalized, it seems Sevilla's chances of victory this evening have significantly increased. Although Sevilla swiftly leveled the score, this occurrence did not affect Atlantic Tico's players' mentality. Following the restart, ATL Tico regained control of the game's tempo, while Sevilla took on the defensive mantle. During this period, ATL Tico's forwards, Sim O and Fran, relentlessly attempted long-range shots from the edge of the penalty area, thereby intensifying the defensive pressure on Sevilla manifold. At last, in the final minute of first-half stoppage time, ATL Tico breached Sevilla's defenses. Their midfield maestro, Paulo Asino, skillfully evaded Romeric's interference with a turn at the edge of the box, subsequently preparing to shoot. Instantly, two Sevilla midfielders, Riquelme and Renato, rushed towards Asino. However, he cleverly passed the ball to Sim O on the left side of the penalty area. The Portuguese international, in that moment, delivered a pass that was as much a shot as it was a pass, with astonishing speed, slipping through the gap between the goalkeeper and the center-backs. Observing this, Fran threw himself into the fray at the back post, utilizing his momentum to execute a sliding shot. Palop, caught off guard, could only stand and watch as the ball sailed into the net. The score was now 2-1, with ATL Tico Madrid taking a slender lead into halftime. The goal conceded at the dying moments of the first half etched a look of frustration on every Sevilla player's face. Had the defensive line maintained sharper focus in those final moments, perhaps they could have avoided conceding. As the adage goes, one must learn from their shame and strive for valor. With the onset of the second half, Sevilla's players exhibited a more assertive demeanor. No sooner had the whistle blown than Riquelme, Romeric, and several other midfielders began to showcase their long-range shooting prowess. Yet, it appeared that Sevilla's midfielders had forgotten to don their shooting boots this evening, as their attempts veered wildly off target, landing in the stands. Seizing the opportunity, the more seasoned Atlantic Tico struck again on the counterattack. Mario Suarez, after blocking Renato's shot with his body, swiftly transferred the ball to Merida. The latter's incisive pass sliced through Sevilla's defense with surgical precision. The Uruguayan striker, within the penalty area, executed a delicate chip shot that left Palop merely a spectator. Lamenting the ball's trajectory, ATL Tico now led Sevilla by 3-1. This attack unfolded in a mere 7 seconds from initiation to finish. Truly, in the realm of combat, speed is paramount. ATL Tico Madrid, with their adept and rapid counterattacks, rendered the Ram in Shea Pizjuan Stadium enveloped in silence. Simultaneously, their star striker Diego Forlán completed a hat-trick in this match. Chapter 70, breaking through dense defense. A flurry of substitutions. Forlán scores once more. The score has now shifted to 1-3, with Sevilla trailing by 2 goals at the Pizjuan. Could this be the night their unbeaten record in La Liga is shattered? ATL Tico's swift counterattacks have completely dismantled Sevilla's defensive line, and Forlán's striking prowess has been nothing short of spectacular. Nearly every shot posed a significant threat to Sevilla's goal. Time is running out for Sevilla. As Jean June concluded his commentary, the live chat was instantly flooded by fervent fans from Huaxia, who had stayed up late to watch the match. It's over. It seems Sevilla is destined to lose tonight. Is this the much-touted Manzano? Lacking any tactical acumen, they have failed to pose even the slightest threat to ATL Tico's goal. Sevilla's defense is more vulnerable than that of the Huaxia men's football team. Truly a paper-thin defense. Indeed, ATL Tico Madrid's counterattack has left Sevilla bewildered. I knew that once Sevilla fell behind, this group of critics would emerge to voice their discontent. The match is not over yet. Trust in Manzano. Trust in Su Yuanqing. As the head coach of Sevilla, Manzano must now instigate change. With his team trailing by 2 goals, convention would dictate the introduction of attacking players to bolster the offense. However, Manzano chose an unconventional route. He opted to bring on a defensive player. Fullback Debo entered the fray, replacing the underwhelming Alexis. Additionally, Shigarini came on for Capel. Shigarini is predominantly a defensive player, while Capel is known for his offensive contributions. Manzano's substitutions left the Huaxia fans in the live chat utterly perplexed. introducing a defensive player in place of an attacking one? Manzano, what on earth are you doing? Is he conceding this match prematurely? This Manzano truly seems timid. Sevilla still has ample time. They should be fighting tooth and nail against Atletico Madrid. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have bothered watching this match. It's infuriating, more so than watching the Huaxia men's football team play. After Debo's introduction, his performance was notably vigorous. In fact, earlier in the season, he had been a regular starter for Sevilla, a key player alongside Alvarez. However, with Alvarez's departure, Debo's role in the team began to wane. Especially after the new coach Manzano took charge, promoting several young players as his core, Debo found himself marginalized, relegated to the bench. At long last, Manzano has granted Debo an opportunity to grace the field, and for Debo, it is imperative to seize this chance with utmost fervor. Conversely, another player, Shigarini, remains a mere substitute. Since his arrival at Sevilla, this Italian player has consistently occupied the bench. Although he possesses commendable defensive skills and physicality, his pace is lacking, and he has limited dribbling ability. In his position, he faces stiff competition from Romeric, Capel, and Zakora, leaving Shigarini with scant opportunities to play. Upon their entry onto the pitch, both Shigarini and Debo cherish this moment profoundly, exhibiting unparalleled focus and determination, exhibiting a fierce competitiveness in every play. As the match progresses, Atletico Madrid establishes a 2-goal lead, prompting them to adopt a more defensive formation. Under the guidance of Coach Flores, Atletico's players congregate in the backfield to fortify their defense. If all goes as anticipated, the ensuing 20 minutes will undoubtedly unfold as a fierce battle between offense and defense. Manzano is acutely aware of this dynamic. Therefore, he instructs his midfielders to position themselves aggressively, aiming to besiege Atletico Madrid. Furthermore, Manzano emphasizes utilizing the flanks, relying on the wingers' crosses to pose a threat to Atletico's goal. In the 75th minute, after a prolonged period of relentless attacking, Sevilla finally identifies a chink in Atletico's defensive armor. Recently substituted, Shigarini receives a pass from Romeric on the left side of the midfield. Upon controlling the ball, Shigarini is startled to find that Atletico's midfielders are not applying high pressure. It appears they underestimate him, and seizing this moment of complacency, Shigarini decides to advance with the ball. Suddenly, Shigarini accelerates with the ball. Until this point in the match, no Sevilla player had dared to carry the ball forward in the attacking third, predominantly opting for passing to advance. Thus, when Shigarini begins his advance, he immediately captures the attention of Atletico's players. Paula Suncel, Mario Suarez, and others rush towards the newly introduced Shigarini at breakneck speed. Realizing he is on the verge of being ensnared by Atletico's defensive clamp, Shigarini, not one to be foolish, swiftly passes the ball forward. In his eagerness, however, Shigarini neglects to assess his teammates' positions, merely glancing up to see a player in white raising his hand for the ball, and instinctively, he delivers the pass to him. At that moment, at the edge of the penalty area, Su Yuanqing successfully receives Shigarini's pass. Indeed, he is the very player who had signaled for the ball. Su Yuanqing, having previously scored against De Gea from this very position in the match, feels a surge of confidence as he regains control of the ball once more. In the next moment, Su Yuanqing decisively aimed a powerful shot towards the goal of Atletico Madrid. Bang! The forceful strike soared. However, the Atletico goalkeeper, De Gea, remained sharply focused on the line. Sensing that Su Yuanqing would take a direct shot upon receiving the ball just outside the penalty area, De Gea maintained a poised stance. As anticipated, Su Yuanqing unleashed a thunderous shot, and in that very instant, De Gea leapt into action, his hands expertly deflecting the powerful attempt away from the net. For a world-class goalkeeper, saving long-range shots is a thrilling challenge, showcasing one's reflexes and saving prowess. Alas, it was thwarted. Su Yuanqing sighed in resignation, unaware that his friend, Debo, had approached from behind. Offering words of encouragement, Debo said, "Su, do not despair. I believe in you. You can lead the team to victory. Let us continue the fight." Reinvigorated, Su Yuanqing's expression reflected newfound determination. Chapter 71. A double strike in regular play, the margin reduced to just 1 goal. Rakitic approached the corner flag, evidently preparing to take the corner kick. 2 Sevilla center-backs had already surged into the opposing penalty area, alongside Su Yuanqing. When a direct assault fails to apply pressure on the opponent's goal, set pieces often present a golden opportunity for scoring. Observing the situation within the box, two ATL Tico center backs flanked Su Yuanqing, clearly aware of his aerial threat. The excited commentator, Zhang Jun, remarked, "Let us hope Su Yuanqing can showcase his attributes during this corner kick." Prior to the kick, Rakitic's gaze remained fixed on Su Yuanqing's movement. As a close friend of Su Yuanqing at Sevilla, Rakitic undoubtedly intended to deliver the ball to him. Bang! Rakitic's right foot launched the cross, the ball swiftly descending into ATL Tico's penalty area. At the near post, the first player to make contact was Out. The Malian forward faced only one ATL Tico fullback, Faluzi, who was unable to impede him due to his shorter stature, standing under 180 centimeters. While Out towered over 190 centimeters. With a significant height advantage, Out successfully claimed the initial touch. Out, a powerful header. De Gea swiftly executed a diving save. But the ball was not cleared far enough. It landed at Su Yuanqing's feet. This is a golden opportunity. Su Yuanqing, a shot. The ball found the net. 2-3. Sevilla secured their second goal of the match. Su Yuanqing scored his brace. Zhang Jun's voice was hoarse. Yet he fervently continued to chant Su Yuanqing's name. At the renowned Ram in Estanche Pizjuan Stadium in Seville, over 40,000 fervent Sevilla supporters waved their scarves and chanted the name of Su Yuanqing, reveling in the euphoria of the goal. Just moments before, Out's powerful header had forced a save from De Gea, who, despite getting a hand on the ball, could not deflect it far enough. Miraculously, the ball landed at Su Yuanqing's feet, presenting him with a golden opportunity to strike, which he seized without hesitation. With a deft push, the ball sailed past De Gea, altering the score to 2-3 and leaving a solitary goal separating Sevilla from ATL Tico Madrid. With 15 minutes remaining in the match, Sevilla, playing on home turf, had ample time to mount a comeback. After contributing to the second goal, Su Yuanqing refrained from excessive celebration, instead sprinting towards the goal in an attempt to reclaim the ball from De Gea. However, De Gea held onto the ball tightly, prompting Su Yuanqing to assertively wrest it from the goalkeeper's grasp. Subsequently, he signaled to his teammates to advance towards the center circle. As the final 15 minutes loomed as a decisive moment for Sevilla and ATL Tico Madrid, although Su Yuanqing did not wish to revel in his goal, the atmosphere in the stands was electric with excitement. Su, a brace. We have reignited the hope of victory. This man from Huaxia is nothing short of divine. He always manages to rescue Sevilla. I can hardly believe how many points we would have lost without Su. Mr. Su, please lead us to the La Liga title. A fortuitous goal. ATL Tico's ironclad defense has been breached by this young talent from the east. There is still hope. Boys, we must fight until the final whistle. Amidst the ecstatic Sevilla fans, Coach Manzano was equally animated as he embraced assistant coach Antoine in celebration. Quickly glancing at his watch, he applauded the Sevilla players on the field, vociferously urging, "We still have a chance. There is time. Continue the attack. Victory will belong to us, Sevilla." Within ATL Tico's penalty area, several defenders and goalkeeper De Gea stood frozen, their faces betraying a mix of fear and astonishment. In truth, ATL Tico's defense had performed admirably, with each player positioned as required. However, their luck had utterly abandoned them. Out's header had led to De Gea's fumble, allowing the ball to fortuitously fall to Su Yuanqing, leaving ATL Tico's players in a state of helplessness. The gap between the two teams has narrowed to a mere goal, with 15 minutes remaining in the match, potentially extending to 20 with stoppage time included. For Sevilla, playing on home turf, ample time remains to alter their fate. Should Sevilla draw or triumph over ATL Tico, the point differential between the two teams will undoubtedly widen further, a scenario Flores could not bear to witness. Rally, cast aside the recent setback. Seize opportunities to apply pressure on Sevilla's goal. Do not remain solely on the defensive. Attack when the moment calls for it. On the sidelines, ATL Tico's coach Flores began to deliberately adjust his tactics. An experienced strategist, Flores harbored a profound intuition that if his team opted to continue their defensive posture, given the current momentum and attacking prowess of Sevilla's players, a third goal could very well ensue. To avert such a predicament, Flores resolved to take the initiative. The match resumed swiftly, with Diego Forlán kicking off from the center circle. ATL Tico surged forward, launching a series of aggressive attacks. Clearly, they were still haunted by their earlier concession. Instead of retreating into their own half, they pressed forward with intent. Perhaps this presented an opportunity for Sevilla, with patient defense. They could very well capitalize on a counterattack. Zhang Lu, observing from the screen, was convinced that Sevilla would strike on the counter as ATL Tico advanced. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Su Yuanqing was urging his teammates to apply high pressure. Charge. Do not afford the opponent any passing opportunities. Let's press together. We are racing against time. One could distinctly sense the elevated status of the 19-year-old Su Yuanqing within Sevilla. Upon hearing his call, some veteran players swiftly pressured the ball carrier. Su Yuanqing had garnered significant authority within the team, a privilege earned through each goal he had scored. Chapter 72. A hat trick. A last-minute equalizer against Atlantic Tico. Upon witnessing Sevilla's deployment of high-pressure tactics, ATL Tico players resorted to a series of backward passes. Yet, when the ball reached their defensive zone, Sevilla's players, relentless, continued their pursuit. With no viable options left, ATL Tico's center-back opted for a long clearance. Near the center circle, Diego Forlán flicked the ball onto Simo. Noticing that Sevilla's goalkeeper Palop was positioned rather high, Simo's mind instantly conceived a bold idea, an audacious lob. With determination, Simo wasted no time, and in the blink of an eye, the ball soared towards Sevilla's goal. Regrettably, Palop's reflexes were swift. As the football was on the verge of descending into the goal, he single-handedly deflected it beyond the baseline. ATL Tico Madrid was awarded a corner kick. Upon witnessing his team's opportunity, Flores promptly summoned two central defenders to advance. Perea, Elpez, and others, unwilling to take any chances, swiftly adhered to their coach's instructions and positioned themselves within Sevilla's penalty area. Simultaneously, the towering offensive players, Canout and Su Yuanqing, returned to their own box to assist in defense. At the corner flag, Paulo Asino approached to take the set piece. This Brazilian player was undoubtedly the most skillful in Atlantic Tico's lineup. With a resounding thump, Paulo Asino's confident delivery soared swiftly into the heart of the penalty area. Su Yuanqing and the opposing center forward, Diego Forlán, leapt for the header almost simultaneously. In comparison to Forlán, Su Yuanqing possessed superior height and remarkable leaping ability. Consequently, he effortlessly outmaneuvered Forlán to execute a successful header clearance, sending the ball towards the flanks. Seizing the opportunity was Sevilla's full-back, Debo, having just entered the fray. His stamina was unblemished. Debo halted the ball with his leading foot, but ATL Tico's defenders were already rushing in behind him. Without hesitation, Debo executed a sudden dribble. Thanks to his abundant energy and inherent speed, Debo easily evaded the ATL Tico players. As he sprinted towards the opponent's penalty area at a breakneck pace, Su Yuanqing and Canout, the two forwards, also pushed themselves to the limit. This presented a splendid opportunity for Sevilla's counterattack. After mere seconds of explosive sprinting, the invigorated Debo found himself in ATL Tico's attacking third. However, his teammates in the penalty area were not yet in position. Debo paused at the flanks for a brief 2 seconds before Canout, and Su Yuanqing arrived, albeit belatedly. Meanwhile, ATL Tico's central defenders, Elpez and Perea, were also panting as they returned to their defensive positions. With a decisive thump, Debo, evidently brimming with confidence in his passing abilities, delivered a cross with his right foot as soon as he saw both teammates positioned appropriately. Inside ATL Tico's box, Su Yuanqing and Canout had clearly defined roles. The Malian forward, upon witnessing Debo's pass, immediately moved toward the near post, successfully drawing one of the central defenders away from Su Yuanqing. In a fleeting moment, Debo's delivery found its way to Su Yuanqing. Instead of opting for a header, he leaned into Perea, maintaining the latter's defensive disadvantage. As the ball approached, the Huaxia forward executed a half-turn and unleashed a volley. With a resounding thump, the football found its way into the net before De Gea could react. The score was now 3-3. Su Yuanqing, while completing a hat-trick, also propelled Sevilla to achieve a remarkable equalizer. This time, Su Yuanqing could finally celebrate to his heart's content. He dashed toward the sidelines at lightning speed, sliding on his knees in jubilation, and subsequently embraced his close friend Debo tightly. What a beautiful pass! Debo, your shot was even more spectacular. In their excitement, the two did not forget to exchange mutual compliments. The Sevilla fans erupted in cheers once again, with some supporters even exuberantly removing their jerseys and tossing them skyward. From trailing behind to leveling the score, Sevilla demonstrated an indomitable spirit in tonight's match. Despite facing myriad challenges during the game, every Sevilla player on the field refused to give in. The players engaged in relentless running and fierce confrontations, battling fiercely against Atletico Madrid. And now, Sevilla's players have accomplished this feat, although victory has yet to be secured. Coming back from a 2-goal deficit to equalize is already a commendable achievement. The supporters in the stands applauded their team, witnessing a squad that advances fearlessly, a team brimming with fighting spirit, and one with aspirations for the La Liga championship. This is a team that inspires boundless hope in the hearts of its fans. In the live broadcast, Jean Jun continued to sing the praises of the magnificent Su Yuanqing with his already hoarse voice. Hat-trick! Su Yuanqing has scored the third goal of the match. He did not give up. Once again, he played the role of the team's savior. At this moment, countless Sevilla fans were cheering for Su Yuanqing. He is a remarkable presence. In the comments, many fans from Huaxiao were already moved to tears. A goal of individual heroism. Congratulations to Su Yuanqing on his hat-trick. Let us aim for another goal and bring down Atletico Madrid at home. Who says Su Yuanqing can only score with his head? That volley reminded me of Ibrahimovic and Van Persie. Given Su Yuanqing's current scoring momentum, he might truly contend for the La Liga Golden Boot by the season's end. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because my love for Su Yuanqing runs deep. As Su Yuanqing and his teammates were celebrating, Atletico Madrid's coach, Flores, was already beside himself with fury. Leading twice only to be equalized on both occasions was utterly unacceptable to Flores. Moreover, when Su Yuanqing scored the equalizer, only 5 minutes remained in the match. It would be exceedingly difficult for Atletico to regain their advantage. After the kickoff, Atletico's players immediately launched an attack. However, the confidence of the Sevilla players, bolstered by their home advantage, made it exceedingly challenging for Atletico to mount their offense. The Sevilla players continuously disrupted Atletico's passes with relentless tackles. In these final moments, the away match for Atletico Madrid has been nothing short of excruciating. They were unable to mount a single effective offensive maneuver. The referee's whistle pierced the air 3 times, signaling the conclusion of the match. Chapter 73. The frustrated Atletico coach. The next challenge awaits against Borussia Dortmund. Sevilla, propelled by Su Yuanqing's hat-trick, ultimately settled for a 3-3 draw with Atletico. Currently, in the La Liga standings, Sevilla retains the second position in the league, although they did not secure a victory against Atletico at home. The draw is a result most Sevilla fans can accept. After all, the players found themselves trailing for the majority of the match, often in a defensive posture. Thus, equalizing in the final moments was a delightful surprise for the Sevilla supporters. Indeed, as the match drew to a close, most Sevilla fans subconsciously braced for defeat. Post-match, commentator Jean Jun remarked, "This was a magnificent encounter. Given another 10 minutes, Sevilla might have clinched victory against Atletico at home. But such is football." The players performed exquisitely, particularly number 66, Su Yuanqing, who once again showcased his extraordinary individual prowess to save the team. And so, dear viewers, we conclude tonight's broadcast. Let us reconvene on the next match day. Following the game, Su Yuanqing, who played a pivotal role in leveling the score and netting 3 goals, was once again awarded the title of Best Player. In the customary post-match press conference, Sevilla's coach, Manzano, showered praise upon his protege. Atletico posed significant challenges for us tonight. In the early stages of the match, their dazzling attacks frequently threatened our goal, even leading to a goal. Yet, the Sevilla players never relinquished hope and fought until the final whistle. Su has rescued the team on numerous occasions. Frankly, I cannot fathom how Sevilla would cope without him. I am grateful to FC Barcelona for entrusting this talented striker to us, and to Mr. Guardiola as well. While extolling Su Yuanqing's performance, Manzano also took a subtle jab at Barcelona. Moments later, Atletico's coach, Flores, entered the press conference with a visibly troubled expression, his demeanor reflecting his discontent. A reporter inquired, "Coach, are you satisfied with the performance of Atletico's players tonight?" Let's discuss Diego Forlán and Su. Both players achieved hat-tricks. Who do you believe possesses superior individual capability? This question was undoubtedly salt in Flores' wounds. Yet, facing the reporters, Flores had no choice but to respond. He spoke in a somber tone, "I am exceedingly dissatisfied with the team's performance, particularly in the second half. Every Atletico player seemed to be in a daze, allowing the opposing Huaxiao forward far too many shooting opportunities, which is an absolute disgrace for a team renowned for its defense. As for who is superior between Fran and Su, as the head coach of Atletico, my preference naturally leans towards Diego Forlán, who was undoubtedly the finest player on the pitch this evening." Another journalist posed a question: if Sevilla were to offer Su in exchange for Diego Forlán, would you agree to such a trade? In truth, Flores likely harbored a desire to accept the exchange. Considering that Su Yuanqing is younger, and possesses a greater versatility compared to Diego Forlán. However, as the head coach of Atlantic Tico, he must uphold the integrity of his players. Thus, Flores could only respond insincerely, "I would not make such a swap." Diego Forlán is ATL Tico's leading striker in the offensive core of our front line. Not even for €100 million would I part with him. His conviction was palpable. Following this match, Sevilla currently holds a record of 7 wins and 2 losses in La Liga, maintaining an unbeaten status for the time being. However, the draw with ATL Tico has widened the gap between Sevilla and the league leaders, Real Madrid, to 6 points. Nonetheless, Sevilla fans can accept this outcome, as the current squad's paper strength positions them only 4th in La Liga, trailing behind Barcelona and ATL Tico, and merely matching Athletic Bilbao. Presently, for all Sevilla supporters, being second in La Liga is a source of considerable satisfaction. After the conclusion of the match, Su Yuanqing netted an additional 3 goals, bringing the progress of his preliminary task to 8 out of 10. He only needs to score 2 more goals in the remaining matches to complete the initial task set by the system and earn rewards, subsequently unlocking the intermediate tasks. Next, Sevilla will enjoy approximately a week of respite before facing their third opponent in the Europa League group stage, the Bundesliga powerhouse Borussia Dortmund. In the first 2 rounds of the competition, Dortmund achieved victories of 1-0 against Carpathians and 2-1 against Paris Saint-Germain, securing first place in the group with 2 wins. For Sevilla to advance from the group stage, they must strive for victory in the upcoming match, a challenging endeavor indeed. Head coach Manzano, in order to prepare his players adequately for the clash against Dortmund, granted them a 3-day break. Indeed, the schedule throughout October has been extraordinarily demanding, with the team enduring the intensity of double matches each week. Aside from La Liga, Sevilla has also competed in the Europa League and the Copa del Rey, making it high time for the players to unwind. However, as a dedicated athlete, Su Yuanqing chose not to rest. That evening, Su Yuanqing first accessed his system to review his attributes for his upcoming opponent was the formidable Borussia Dortmund. It was imperative for Su Yuanqing to enhance his personal attributes to stand a chance of delivering an impressive performance in the match against Dortmund. Host, Su Yuanqing, age, 19, height, 188 centimeters, physical abilities, strength, 80-88, stamina, 77-85, speed, 75-80, explosiveness, 70-75, jumping, 89-89, agility, 72-78, power, 80-88, reaction, 77-85, balance, 72-77, technical skills, shooting, 76-78, long-range shooting, 80-80, heading, 87-87, short passing, 65-77, long passing, 60-70, crossing, 58-66, vision, 65-70, dribbling, 70-76, penalty kicks, 65-75, volleying, 86-89, remaining attribute points, 7. In Chapter 74, titled Minor Attribute Enhancements, Interview with Don'tio Network, it was revealed that only 7 attribute points were available for allocation. Although this was a modest amount, after careful consideration, Su Yuanqing resolved to improve his weaker attributes slightly. His shooting attribute currently stood at a mere 76, with a potential cap of only 78. Shooting encompassed various forms, including strikes from within the small box, efforts from the penalty area, and acrobatic volleys. Such a figure was indeed inadequate for a center forward. Therefore, Su Yuanqing decided to elevate his shooting potential to 80. Attribute point 1, shooting 1. Attribute point 1. Shooting 1. Shooting has been raised to 76-80. Available attribute points. 5. Su Yuanqing understood that if he continued to invest attribute points in shooting, the cost would escalate to 2 points. Once the potential attribute value reached 80, it would require 2 attribute points to gain an additional single point in that skill. Hence, it was a trade of 2 for 1. When the potential attribute value to be enhanced reaches 90, it necessitates a 3-to-1 exchange on the following day. Early in the morning, Su Yuanqing arrived at the Sevilla training ground to engage in extra practice. Despite it being a rest day, Su Yuanqing prioritized the improvement of his skills over relaxation. He monotonously practiced shooting alone on the field, having recently upgraded his shooting potential. His immediate focus was to diligently practice shooting to maximize that attribute. Bang! Bang! After an hour of training, Su Yuanqing felt that the efficiency of his practice was rather low, as he not only had to shoot, but also retrieve the balls himself. Furthermore, the absence of a goalkeeper in the net meant he was not receiving any feedback. After pondering for a moment, he decided to call the team's substitute goalkeeper. The substitute, named Barris, was a product of Sevilla's youth academy and was only 18 years old, quite young indeed. Su Yuanqing had a good rapport with Barris, so when the latter received the call, he readily accepted the invitation. However, about half an hour later, instead of Barris, a group of Asian individuals arrived. A senior club official approached Su Yuanqing and said, "Su, please pause for a moment. This is a staff member from Dongqiu Network. They wish to conduct an interview with you. Do you have time?" Su Yuanqing nodded in agreement, accepting the interview request. After all, Dongqiu Network is the largest sports website in China, and since Barris had not yet arrived, he could not train. Thus, he seized the opportunity to partake in the interview. The interviewer was a trainee journalist named Yang Yuexin. Upon seeing Su Yuanqing's handsome face, she immediately turned into a fan, her cheeks flushing with excitement. "Hello, Su Yuanqing. I am Yang Yuexin from Dongqiu Network. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello," Su Yuanqing replied briefly. "Shall we begin?" Yang Yuexin inquired softly. "Yes, but please make it quick. My training partner will arrive shortly." Su Yuanqing thought only of training, unwilling to let the interview jeopardize his practice time. "All right. For the first question, how do you feel since joining Sevilla?" Su Yuanqing responded succinctly, "Quite good." Yang Yuexin, expecting a more elaborate response, found herself feeling awkward due to his brevity and thus proceeded to the second question. "Would you consider joining the national team? Many fans in the country hope you can help the men's team." Upon hearing the question, Su Yuanqing exhibited a persistent smile. For the time being, he expressed his desire to focus solely on the club. Currently, Sevilla stands in second place in La Liga. "Do you believe the club has a chance to contend for the championship?" "Certainly." In the ensuing moments, Yang Yuexin posed several more inquiries to Su Yuanqing. Yet his responses remained exceedingly succinct. Particularly when the substitute goalkeeper, Paulus, arrived at the training ground. Su Yuanqing abruptly terminated the interview to engage in shooting practice with Paulus. Yang Yuexin was left in a state of astonishment. This incident clearly illustrates that Su Yuanqing is a workaholic, wholly unaffected by trivial matters that could disrupt his training. Coach Manzano granted Sevilla's players a 3-day break, but Su Yuanqing chose to train with Paulus throughout this period. This rigorous training over 3 days enabled Su Yuanqing to enhance his shooting skills, elevating his proficiency from 76 to 80. Unbeknownst to them, November had arrived. The weather in the quaint town of Sevilla gradually turned chilly, prompting the townsfolk to don their coats. November is a breezy month. The Mediterranean winds swept across Sevilla's training ground, bringing a refreshing chill to the players. Although the temperature was dropping, Sevilla's athletes remained exuberant during training. Since Manzano took the helm as Sevilla's head coach, he has consistently fostered a relatively relaxed training atmosphere. Before each session, he organizes engaging games to warm up the players. Even as Sevilla prepares to face Borussia Dortmund away, the players maintained a remarkably relaxed demeanor, devoid of any tension. On this day, prior to the commencement of training, Manzano convened a brief meeting with Sevilla's players. "Gentlemen, just 2 days remain. In 2 days, we will journey to Germany to challenge Dortmund, who currently leads the Europa League group table, having won their previous 2 matches. They are indeed a formidable opponent." Manzano first emphasized Dortmund's strength, then shifted his tone, continuing, "But so what? Our performance has been exceptional as well. We are unbeaten in 9 rounds of La Liga. I believe you can carry this fiery form into the Europa League. Next, I will announce the squad for the away match: Su Yuanqing, Fabiano." Following the training session, the Sevilla players gradually made their way to the dining hall for a meal. Along the way, Su Yuanqing engaged in casual conversation with Rakiti. "So, how do you feel about the upcoming match against Dortmund? Are you looking forward to it?" Su Yuanqing replied with a calm expression, "It's all right. Dortmund is quite strong. But we are not weak either. For me, this is merely an ordinary match." Chapter 75, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Su Yuanqing faces malicious fouling. Upon witnessing Su Yuanqing's remarkable composure, Rakitic felt a surge of excitement. He raised his voice, exclaiming, "I am genuinely looking forward to this fierce showdown." In Germany, Borussia Dortmund and Schalke 04 are arch-rivals, and their encounters are renowned as the Ruhr Derby. Every time I visit Dortmund for an away match, I am met with a cacophony of boos, with tens of thousands of fans simultaneously hurling insults at me, and it lasts for the entire match. The experience is truly exhilarating. Rakitic and Su Yuanqing reminisced about events during his tenure at Schalke 04. Su Yuanqing pursed his lips and remarked, "That sounds rather thrilling. I am starting to anticipate the match against Dortmund." Rakitic scoffed, "Currently, we have accumulated 4 points in the group stage, while Paris Saint-Germain has 1 point. And Dortmund stands at 6 points. We must at least secure a draw against Dortmund in the next round to have any chance of advancing as group leaders. Let us strive together and hope for a favorable outcome." The following day, the Sevilla players boarded their flight to Dortmund on schedule. The next afternoon at 6 o'clock, they were set to engage in a fierce battle at Signal Iduna Park. On match day, shortly after 9 in the morning, Manzano organized a brief 15-minute intra-squad training match, hoping to keep the players in peak form. The starting players were assigned to the red team, while the substitutes formed the white team. As the hottest striker in the Sevilla lineup, Su Yuanqing was naturally placed in the red team, alongside Rakitic, Knut, and Debo. As the intra-squad match commenced, the forward of the white team, Fabiano, began to stir trouble. Ever since Su Yuanqing had emerged as the team's undisputed starter, Fabiano had harbored resentment towards the 19-year-old Asian player. The Brazilian international felt humiliated to be overshadowed by a young player from Huaxia. The previous night, Fabiano had sought out coach Manzano to express his fervent desire to play, hoping to secure a starting position. However, Manzano declined Fabiano's request, stating, "I'm sorry. Su is my first choice. You are merely a substitute. You will only have the opportunity to play if Su is injured or in poor physical condition." Upon hearing this, despair enveloped Fabiano, leading him down a path of extremity. He reasoned that if he could somehow injure Su Yuanqing, his chances of starting would improve. Thus, during the training match, Fabiano targeted Su Yuanqing relentlessly. Ultimately, in a bid for the ball, he deliberately stomped his right foot onto Su Yuanqing's ankle. With a pained cry, Su Yuanqing collapsed onto the ground, clutching his ankle in visible agony. Witnessing this, Manzano immediately halted the match, and the team doctor rushed onto the field to attend to Su Yuanqing. The outcome is far from ideal. Su Yuanqing's ankle is swollen, and even a slight exertion brings him excruciating pain. Despite a copious application of painkillers, relief remains elusive. According to the team's physician, Su Yuanqing's injury will require at least 3 days for recovery. This is an unprecedented blow to Sevilla. As Su Yuanqing's close friend, Rakitic rushed towards Fabiano upon hearing the doctor's diagnosis. He confronted Fabiano loudly, demanding, "Was this intentional? It was merely an internal training match. Why did you strike so fiercely?" At that moment, Fabiano displayed remarkable acting prowess, feigning innocence as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, responding, No, this was simply a normal physical contact. I didn't exert force. Su is our offensive linchpin. I would never deliberately harm him." "Nonsense. You're clearly envious that Su has usurped your starting position, and thus you sought to injure him. How shameless." As tensions escalated between Rakitic and Fabiano, Sevilla's head coach, Manzano, swiftly stepped between them. With his wealth of coaching experience, Manzano was no stranger to such altercations. He instinctively knew that Fabiano's actions were deliberate. However, lamenting Fabiano's conduct now served no purpose. From Manzano's perspective, his priority was to mitigate losses. It was imperative to prevent any further conflict between Fabiano and Rakitic, with Su Yuanqing sidelined. Any discord within the team would guarantee a loss in the upcoming match. Enough. The match is at 6 this evening. This is not the time for quarrels. As the head coach, Manzano wielded considerable authority within the team, and upon delivering this statement, Rakitic ceased his altercation with Fabiano. Subsequently, Manzano engaged in a private conversation with Fabiano, primarily encouraging him to step in for Su Yuanqing as a starter and urging him to perform well. In the absence of Su Yuanqing, Manzano had no choice but to place his hopes in Fabiano. Play well. If you can help the team score, you may become a key player in the future. After delivering this message, Manzano noticed the Brazilian's eyes gleaming with excitement. "Coach, rest assured, I will give my all. I will show you that I am Sevilla's strongest forward." Manzano nodded and waved Fabiano off. After Fabiano departed, Manzano took out his phone and promptly called Sevilla's owner, Camona. The two parties conversed for approximately 10 minutes. After Manzano concluded the call, he retrieved the player roster and circled Fabiano's name with a red pen. At 5:30 in the afternoon, within the hallowed grounds of Signal Iduna Park, tens of thousands of Borussia Dortmund supporters created a daunting home atmosphere. The stadium appeared to be enveloped in a sea of yellow. The fervent fans released a plethora of yellow smoke bombs from the stands, which was quite breathtaking. Prior to the commencement of the match, These supporters spontaneously began singing the team anthem, generating an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the away team's dressing room, Manzano announced the starting lineup. Unsurprisingly, Su Yuanqing was not included, nor even listed among the substitutes. The player who took Su Yuanqing's place in the starting squad was indeed Fabiano. Chapter 76. Shelving Fabiano. He has been placed on the transfer list. Su's injury has deprived us of our offensive linchpin, yet I still believe that you can conjure a miracle. In this match, I need you to secure at least 1 point. Once the match commenced, all players were required to diligently defend. It mattered not if we scored. As long as we did not concede, we could remain unbeaten. With Su Yuanqing sidelined due to injury, Manzano began to adopt a more pragmatic approach. Originally, Manzano aimed for 3 points in this match, but now he would be content with acquiring just 1. Half an hour later, the starting players from Sevilla and Real Madrid gradually stepped onto the pitch. In the commentary booth of Donchio Network, commentator Zhang Jun was taken aback upon seeing the pre-match starting lineups of both teams. What? How is this possible? Su Yuanqing has not been selected for the starting lineup? What on earth is Manzano thinking? Zhang Jun exclaimed in disbelief. Brazilian forward Fabiano has replaced Su Yuanqing? Why is that? Has Su Yuanqing sustained an injury? Meanwhile, fans of Huaxia flooded the bullet screen with question marks. Soon, some fans studying in Germany provided answers. It seemed that Su Yuanqing had been injured by a teammate during pre-match training. Yes, I heard that too. Fabiano deliberately stepped on Su Yuanqing's ankle during training, causing him to miss this match. That Fabiano is truly despicable. Such a cowardly act. With Su Yuanqing not starting, many declared they could now sleep. Exactly. I won't watch anymore. A match without Su Yuanqing is utterly meaningless. Once the match began, the home team, Dortmund, exhibited a remarkably sharp attacking prowess. Despite Sevilla's defensive retreat, they still allowed Dortmund's forward Barrios a chance to shoot. In the 18th minute of the match, Stuyben's long pass pierced through Sevilla's defense, landing directly atop Barrios' head. The player outjumped the center-back to score with a header, giving Dortmund an early lead. After Sevilla conceded a goal, they began to launch frequent attacks. Yet the forward Fabiano was in dismal form. He squandered 2 consecutive headers, sending the ball out of play and effectively transforming into the 5th defender within Dortmund's penalty area. As the first half drew to a close, Dortmund capitalized on a swift counterattack, with another forward, Kuba, netting their second goal. Following the halftime break, Dortmund held a 2-goal advantage. In the second half, Sevilla did manage to create a prime scoring opportunity. In the 75th minute, Sakura's personal breakthrough led to a foul by Subotic, occurring within the penalty area, prompting the referee to award a penalty. Fabiano stepped up to take the shot, but the Brazilian, overexerting himself, sent the ball soaring into the stands. Throughout the match, Fabiano's performance was nothing short of catastrophic, as he squandered at least 3 to 5 clear goal-scoring chances. As the clock struck 90 minutes, the referee's whistle marked the end of the match, with Dortmund triumphing 2-0 at home, largely due to Fabiano's abysmal display. This defeat marked the first loss for Manzano since assuming the role of Sevilla's head coach. In the commentary section of the match, Zhang Jun remarked, "Had Sevilla's forward been Su Yuanqing tonight, I believe the victory would have belonged to Sevilla. If memory serves correctly, Fabiano missed at least 5 clear-cut chances, even failing to convert the penalty. One can only hope that Su Yuanqing will feature in the second leg. Otherwise, Sevilla's path to advance from this treacherous group will prove exceedingly challenging." As the third round of the UEFA Europa League group stage concluded, Dortmund remained at the top with 3 victories, while Paris Saint-Germain occupied the second spot, sharing the same record as Sevilla, 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss, but boasting a superior goal difference. Sevilla languished in 3rd place, and at the bottom sat Calbafan, with 3 defeats to their name. The prospects of Sevilla advancing appear quite dire. The following day, the Sevilla players boarded a flight back to Spain. In 10 days, they would welcome Dortmund for a crucial home match, which they must win. Upon returning to the Sevilla training facility, Coach Manzano immediately held a conversation with Fabiano. He handed Fabiano a list of players, with his name circled in red. "In our last match against Dortmund, I gave you an opportunity. Yet your performance has left me profoundly disappointed. I have already spoken with the club owner, and from now on, you have been placed on the transfer list," Manzano stated, his tone chilling, like ice piercing Fabiano's heart. "Coach, why? I merely squandered a few chances. I have served Sevilla for 5 seasons, scoring 85 goals. You should not cast me aside." Manzano continued with an impassive demeanor, stating that the team had acquired a stronger forward, Su, who was not only younger but also in better form. Since you were unwilling to be a substitute for Su, it was time for you to depart. You are utterly ungrateful, akin to discarding a once useful tool. Fabiano's temperament was nearing its breaking point. However, Manzano remained composed. Addressing Fabiano in a deliberate manner, "This is for your own good. Remaining on the sidelines will only lead to a decline in your performance. It would be more beneficial for you to join another team. With over a month remaining until the winter transfer window, we will find a suitable destination for you." In truth, when Fabiano injured Su Yuanqing, Manzano had already contemplated expelling him from the team. He promptly contacted the club owner to discuss Fabiano's future. Initially, Carmona was reluctant to let Fabiano go, but upon learning that he had intentionally harmed Su Yuanqing, he instantly acquiesced to Manzano's proposal. After leaving Manzano's office, Fabiano was engulfed in despair and sought solace in a nightclub that evening, hoping to forget the unpleasantness. However, he indulged excessively, resulting in him missing the training session the following day. Although Fabiano had been placed on the transfer list by Manzano, he was still a Sevilla player and was required to attend training. When he arrived at the training ground reeking of alcohol, Manzano did not show him any leniency and imposed a threefold penalty: suspension from matches, training, and salary. Fabiano was thoroughly alarmed, as a cessation of training and matches would significantly impair his athletic condition. Even after the winter transfer window opened, he would struggle to secure a starting position in any new team due to his poor form, jeopardizing his professional career. In a state of panic, he implored Manzano for mercy, but to no avail. Manzano had already resolved to impose severe penalties on Fabiano for injuring Su Yuanqing, who was now Sevilla's leading scorer and a cornerstone of the team's success. Offending Su was akin to striking a steel plate. From that point onward, Fabiano vanished from Sevilla's training grounds. During this time, Su Yuanqing focused on his recovery, and after 3 days, he was nearly healed. He even participated in the 10th round of the league against Valencia. Nonetheless, to protect Su, Manzano only allowed him to play for 10 minutes in the second half. When Su entered the match, the score was still 0-0. Just 3 minutes later, Sevilla took the lead, 1-0. As Su received a cross from Debo in the center of the penalty area and executed a stunning volley that pierced through Valencia's defense. Following the goal, the Bad Army unleashed a relentless assault on Sevilla's goal. However, Valencia was beset by misfortune, as several of their shots were thwarted by the goalkeeper. In the 89th minute, Sevilla capitalized on a swift counterattack to extend their lead to 2-0, with the scorer once again being Su Yuanqing. After Rakiti intercepted the ball from Joku in the backfield, he promptly delivered a pass forward. The ball landed near Valencia's penalty area, where Su Yuanqing and Valencia's fullback Alba both vied for possession. However, Su Yuanqing, leveraging his robust physique, outmaneuvered Alba and unleashed a powerful volley, once more finding the back of Cesar's net. Thus, the home team Sevilla triumphed over Valencia with a score of 2-0, maintaining their unbeaten streak in La Liga. Following the conclusion of the match, Sevilla's players were required to channel all their energy into the upcoming Europa League clash against Dortmund. Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner task. Reward: Van Nistelrooy's finishing skill in the penalty area. As soon as the match ended, Su Yuanqing received the system's reward. Van Nistelrooy? Ruud van Nistelrooy. Su Yuanqing quickly checked his shooting attributes, and indeed, his shooting skill had risen from 80 to 84, with a potential value now at 89. Shooting skill: 85, 89. Su Yuanqing was exceedingly pleased with the system's reward. Yet, before he could fully revel in his excitement, the system announced a new intermediate task. Intermediate task initiated: assist Sevilla in reaching the semi-finals of the Europa League. Task reward: legendary skills of Europa League stars. The semi-finals of the Europa League? Although Sevilla is often heralded as the king of the Europa League, it is currently 2010. Historically, Sevilla has only claimed the Europa League trophy twice. To be frank, Su Yuanqing harbored some apprehensions regarding the team's chances of advancing to the semi-finals. After being defeated by Dortmund, Sevilla had relinquished control of their fate. Thus, securing advancement from the group stage was of paramount importance. This rendered the upcoming rematch against Dortmund crucial. Sevilla must secure victory to regain control of their destiny. With 5 days remaining until the match against Dortmund, Su Yuanqing embarked on an intensive training regimen, striving to maximize his shooting skill within this limited time frame. If he could fully realize his shooting potential, his skill could reach 89, bestowing upon him Van Nistelrooy's innate ability for finishing in the penalty area. Consequently, in the match against Dortmund, Su Yuanqing would undoubtedly have an enhanced opportunity to score. He trained tirelessly day and night, which proved to be quite taxing for the substitute goalkeeper, Barris. Before becoming acquainted with Su Yuanqing, Barris would typically arrive at the training ground just in time. However, now, much like Su Yuanqing, Barris usually arrives 2 hours early to practice shooting alongside him. Although reluctant at first, Barris has experienced a notable enhancement in his goalkeeping skills after this period of additional training. On the eve of the match, the primary goalkeeper for Sevilla, Palop, fell ill, prompting Manzano to appoint Barris as the starter for the following day. On November 13th, at 7 o'clock, the stands of the Pizjuan Stadium were already filled to capacity, with fans eagerly anticipating the commencement of this monumental clash. Scanning the crowd, it was evident that nearly all Sevilla supporters donned the jersey emblazoned with Su Yuanqing's number 66. In less than 4 months, Su Yuanqing had ascended to become the most coveted star in the hearts of Sevilla fans. Moreover, the supporters had even composed a song in his honor, aptly titled The Song of Su Yuanqing. Prior to the Sevilla vs. Dortmund showdown, numerous fans took to the stands to showcase their vocal talents. In the Huaxia Sports Network live broadcast room, before the broadcast commenced, commentators Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu had already obtained the starting lineup and promptly searched for Su Yuanqing's name. Su Yuanqing had finally been named in the starting 11. Upon seeing Su Yuanqing's name in English, Zhang Jun let out a sudden exclamation, startling Zhang Lu, who was still searching for the names. "Hey, there he is," Zhang Lu, belatedly realizing, remarked, "As long as Su Yuanqing starts, this match is practically secured." Zhang Jun nodded vigorously in agreement, stating, "Indeed. As long as Su Yuanqing is in the lineup, Sevilla has never lost a match. I believe that tonight, fortune will undoubtedly favor Sevilla." 25 minutes later, the players from Sevilla and Dortmund began to make their way through the tunnel, and led by their respective captains. The starting players of both teams entered the Pizjuan Stadium. Following the pre-match handshake and coin toss, the teams arranged themselves, awaiting the referee's whistle. Standing at the center circle, Su Yuanqing's gaze radiated unwavering determination. He had long envisioned this match. 10 days prior, he had missed the encounter against Dortmund due to injury. And now he was resolute in reclaiming victory. The match has commenced. Welcome, dear fans, to the 4th round of the 2010 to 2011 UEFA Europa League group stage, where Sevilla faces off against Dortmund at home. Su Yuanqing takes the kickoff. Sevilla, donning their home jerseys, launches an attack from left to right. Chapter 78. Klopp's Farmers 3 punches. As the match began, Sevilla, leveraging their home advantage, immediately initiated an offensive. If Sevilla wished to progress smoothly from the group stage, they needed to secure a victory against Dortmund at home. Bang! In the 6th minute, Sevilla began to frequently deliver crosses, aiming to direct the ball to their towering striker, Su Yuanqing, within the penalty area. The left back, Debo, executed a perfectly placed pass that gracefully landed on Su Yuanqing's head. The tens of thousands of Sevilla fans in the stands at the Pizjuan Stadium could not contain their excitement and rose from their seats, eagerly anticipating a goal from Su Yuanqing. Inside the box, Dortmund's central defender, Sabatic, was vying for position with Su Yuanqing, both players engaged in a tugging contest. Amidst the fierce battle for space, Su Yuanqing gained a slight advantage just as the ball descended into the penalty area. He leapt into the air, but Sabatic was determined not to allow Su Yuanqing an easy header and responded instantly, also leaping for the ball. They both soared into the air almost simultaneously. A header. Su Yuanqing's attempt was captured securely in the arms of Dortmund's goalkeeper, Weidenfeller. Under the interference from Sabatic, Su Yuanqing could not fully unleash his heading prowess, resulting in a weak shot that the goalkeeper easily collected. On the sidelines, Klopp suddenly shouted at Weidenfeller, urging him to clear the ball quickly for a counterattack, exclaiming that this was a golden opportunity. Heeding Klopp's advice, Weidenfeller decisively launched a powerful clearance. The ball soared swiftly towards Sevilla's half. The main striker, Barrios, glanced it with his head, directing it to another forward, Kuba, who immediately unleashed a fierce shot. The ball narrowly flew over the crossbar. That was close. Dortmund's counterattack was indeed razor-sharp, almost breaching Sevilla's defenses. Zhang Jun expressed his astonishment, while Dortmund's coach, Klopp, wore a face of regret. During the first 10 minutes of the match, Sevilla and Dortmund exchanged attacks, with Sevilla controlling most of the possession, yet Dortmund's incisive counters consistently pressured Sevilla's goal. In the 13th minute, Sevilla continued their offensive. In a bid to expedite a breakthrough, Coach Manzano opted for an all-out assault, pushing both fullbacks, Debo and Navas, deep into Dortmund's half, leaving only two center-backs, Conco and Alexis, to fortify Sevilla's defense. However, despite the overwhelming offensive force, Sevilla's attacking display failed to satisfy Manzano. The players in midfield were repeatedly passing the ball, with most passes lacking significance. After several exchanges, the ball was successfully intercepted by Stindl, who controlled it and promptly delivered it to the midfield prodigy, Jidzu. The BVB counterattack was underway. At just 18 years old, Jidzu's future was undeniably bright. He swiftly dribbled down the right flank and subsequently delivered a cross near the byline. Following closely in the penalty area, Barrios executed a spectacular diving header to score. 1-0. The visiting Dortmund had found the net. As Barrios celebrated his goal, the tens of thousands of fans at the Ram NS Nche Pizjuan Stadium were left utterly speechless, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Only a few thousand of the Yellow Wall supporters could be heard chanting Mario G's name. On the sidelines, Dortmund's coach Klopp raised his fists in exhilaration, performing a jubilant farmer's punch in celebration. Splendid. That's the way to play. Overwhelm Sevilla. Maintain a solid defense. Threaten their goal through rapid counterattacks. We are capable of defeating Sevilla at home, and we equally possess the ability to secure 3 points away. Klopp shouted passionately, showing no mercy towards his counterpart, Manzano, seated nearby. Meanwhile, on the Sevilla bench, the usually silent Antoine suddenly rose and made his way towards Klopp's position. Antoine's expression was serious, seemingly intent on confronting Klopp. As Sevilla's assistant coach, he could not tolerate a German behaving so audaciously at the Pizjuan. To him, Klopp's celebration was a blatant provocation. However, just as Antoine was about to advance, he was restrained by Manzano. That is just his nature. Ignore him. As an experienced coach, Manzano remained remarkably composed. Choosing not to engage with Klopp, he adjusted his glasses with his left hand and stated calmly, "We still have a chance. Let us not panic." In the 30th minute, Dortmund once again seized an opportunity for a counterattack. This time, it was Stambouli sliding tackle that set the ball rolling to Shinji Kagawa. The star from the land of the rising sun immediately delivered a through ball. Soon, the ball found its way to Jidzu in the center. Sevilla's defensive midfielder had lost his position, leaving Jidzu unmarked upon receiving the ball in midfield. This allowed him to advance with composure. Left with no choice, the central defender Alexis charged out of the penalty area to disrupt Jidzu's progress. Just as the Sevilla defender closed in, Dortmund's golden boy deftly laid the ball off to Barrios. The latter unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot. Clang! The sound of the ball striking the post reverberated through the stadium. The ball ricocheted off the goal line. Sevilla, playing at home, narrowly avoided conceding a second goal. Barrios squandered this golden opportunity. However, Coach Klopp showed no signs of frustration. Instead, he immediately offered words of encouragement to Barrios. "No worries. You played brilliantly. Keep it up. Continue to apply pressure on Sevilla. It won't be long before we score our second goal." Klopp is acutely aware that as long as Sevilla continues to press forward with relentless attacks, his team will undoubtedly secure more counter-attacking opportunities in this match. Provided that the players on the pitch persist in executing the defensive counter-strategy, scoring a second goal is merely a matter of time. However, Klopp seems to have overlooked a well-known adage in football: squandered chances often lead to punishment. The goalkeeper, Banis, launched the ball with a powerful kick towards midfield, where Rakiti managed to seize possession ahead of Kagawa. Rakiti swiftly passed to the winger, Debo, granting Sevilla an opportunity to deliver a cross. Can out, Suyuanqing. And the midfielder Romeric surged into Dortmund's penalty area like tigers descending from the mountains. Bang! Debo sent the ball to Can out. In the 79th minute, a tight-angle shot. Suyuanqing scored. Dortmund's defender Hummels extended his foot to block, but instead of shooting, Can out opted to pass the ball to the far post for Suyuanqing. After controlling the ball with his left foot, Su feigned a shot. Dortmund's center-back Sabodi quickly extended his right foot, attempting to block Su's shot as swiftly as possible. However, in an instant, Suyuanqing sidestepped the interference. Now, he faced no defenders. Yet, a new dilemma presented itself. The shooting angle had become exceedingly narrow. Dortmund's goalkeeper Weidenfeller had already shifted to the near post area. Should Su force a shot at this moment, it would likely be deflected by the post or the goalkeeper. Compared to shooting, passing seemed the wiser choice. Nevertheless, Su Yuanqing resolved to give it a try. Bang! Having honed his shooting technique in the small box under Van Nistelrooy's guidance, Su's shot significantly improved in both precision and power. The ball grazed the inside of the near post and found its way into the net. Alas, Weidenfeller was utterly helpless. The score was equalized, 1-1. The once silent Pizjuan Stadium erupted into jubilant cheers and celebrations. Su! The Sevilla fans waved their scarves adorned with the club crest, reveling in the goal. Far away in Huaxia, the commentator Zhang Jun's distinctive voice rang out. Su Yuanqing. A shot. No, it's a touch. He bypassed Dortmund's center-back Subodi, and he shoots. It's in. 1-1. Sevilla has equalized, thanks to Su Yuanqing's individual brilliance. As a central forward, Su Yuanqing showcased his exceptional footwork during this attack. An unparalleled strike. Sevilla leveled the score through Su Yuanqing's exquisite shooting prowess. The Huaxia fans watching the live broadcast could not help but shower Su Yuanqing with admiration. Incredible. What a powerful shot. It was as sharp as a cannonball. Alas, had it not been for Su Yuanqing's unexpected injury in the previous match, Sevilla would undoubtedly have triumphed over the Hornets on their turf. Su Yuanqing. Net another goal. What significance does Berisha's defensive retreat hold? It merely allowed Su Yuanqing to score. Oh, Su. Following Su Yuanqing's goal, his Sevilla teammates surged towards him. Every player donned a joyous expression, as if the once undefeated Sevilla in La Liga had returned. As the pivotal figure in this goal, Su Yuanqing was equally ecstatic, dashing towards the corner flag before sliding to celebrate. With Su Yuanqing having equalized the score, it was now the Hornets fans who were left despondent. In the away stands, the majority of Borussia Dortmund's supporters wore grim expressions, enveloped in silence. How could Subodi fail to contain a single player from Huaxia? How has Sevilla's attack become so formidable? I recall that in the last match, Sevilla's forward squandered numerous opportunities. The forward in the previous match was Fabiano, not this Huaxia player. Could it be that this Huaxia player surpasses the Brazilian international? Based on his current performance, it indeed appears so. Focus up. I do not wish to witness Dortmund's winning streak in the Europa League come to an end. Attack swiftly. I do not want to read in the post-match newspapers about Dortmund being defeated by a Huaxia player. Subodi's recent defensive display was nothing short of criminal. A truly farcical defense. My personal suggestion would be to have Hummels mark this Huaxia player, as he seems to possess considerable skill. The first half of the match swiftly came to a close, and after the halftime adjustments, the second half commenced. Not long into the second half, Coach Klopp replaced Barrios with Lewandowski. This signified that Dortmund, playing away, was ready to showcase their true prowess. Klopp was not content with merely securing a draw. Having achieved 3 consecutive victories in the group stage of the Europa League, a win in this match would allow Dortmund to advance to the knockout stage 2 rounds early. Lewandowski's entrance indicated that Dortmund was set to bolster their offense. The seasoned Manzano promptly adjusted the game strategy. Sevilla transitioned from the attacking side to the defensive. Manzano set up a resolute defense. Upon Lewandowski's arrival, he indeed caused chaos within Sevilla's penalty area. However, as time progressed and more Sevilla players retreated into their box, the threat posed by Lewandowski diminished significantly. 15 minutes into the second half, the fervent attacks from Borussia Dortmund had yet to alter the scoreline. Thus, Klopp waved his hand, commanding the 2 flank defenders to push forward. Although the Hornets increased their attacking numbers, they still struggled to create significant opportunities against Sevilla's tireless defense. Moreover, the midfielders of Borussia Dortmund, including Shinji Kagawa, Mario Jidzu, and Nuria Hin, found themselves unable to deliver quality passes under the vigorous pressing of Sevilla's players. Even while playing away, Dortmund began to exhibit passing errors. In the 63rd minute, Ivan Rakiti executed a sliding tackle from behind, bringing down the Japanese star Kagawa. However, the referee refrained from calling a foul. Rakiti seized possession and promptly passed the ball to the forward, Zakora. Zakora found himself in a one-on-one situation with the opposing defensive midfielder on the right side of the penalty area. Zakora maneuvered past Dortmund's left-back Marcel Schmelzer and attempted a long-range shot. The quality of Zakora's strike was mediocre, and the ball was comfortably gathered by Roman Weidenfeller. Although a goal was not scored, Sevilla's counterattacks began to pose a legitimate threat to Dortmund's goal. Logically, Klopp would need to bolster his team's defense to prevent a recurrence of such situations. Yet, the obstinate Klopp chose not to do so. Instead, Dortmund's players continued their relentless offensive push. 5 minutes later, a similar counterattack unfolded. Romeric passed the ball to the open Rakiti, who immediately delivered a through ball. This time, The recipient in the attacking third was Canut. The Malian forward possessed commendable technical skills. Upon receiving the ball, Canut suddenly fainted, deceiving Subodi's defensive stance. He then surged into the penalty area, skillfully evading Subodi. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the Dortmund defender opted for a desperate measure. With a scissor tackle, he brought Canut down from behind. This resulted in a penalty. I had already penetrated the penalty area. Canut, enduring the pain, immediately raised his hands, fervently appealing to the referee. Simultaneously, Subodi, the offender, showcased his remarkable acting skills. This is not a penalty. He did not enter the penalty area. I tackled him just on the edge of the box. Chapter 80. Tactical set piece. Su Yuanqing scores twice. Each party had its own rationale in this dispute. At this moment, the focus shifted to the referee's judgment. Both Sevilla and Dortmund fans turned their attention to the referee. The current score stood at 1-1. If the referee awarded a penalty, the home side Sevilla would seize a golden opportunity to take the lead. Consequently, every Sevilla supporter eagerly anticipated the possibility of a penalty. However, the referee did not point to the penalty spot. Instead, he called a foul just outside the area. This left Canut greatly disappointed. The Malian forward rushed to the referee, animatedly gesturing in an attempt to explain his case. Meanwhile, Dortmund's central defender Subodi approached the referee as well, and the two began to argue once more. Beep. The referee once again blew his whistle and approached Subodi and Canut, issuing warnings to both players. He reminded them to cease their disputes and to heed his decisions. The atmosphere in the stands of the PSGN Stadium was charged, with tens of thousands of Sevilla fans expressing their discontent through boos. Many voiced accusations of biased officiating towards the referee. The tension on the field was palpable. However, the referee remained unfazed by the crowd's outcry, methodically marking lines near the penalty area. Rakiti, Sakura, and Romeric positioned themselves in front of the ball, ready to take the free kick. Not far from them stood a formidable wall of Dortmund players, including Subodic, Hummels, Lewandowski, and Witzel, all towering in stature. For Sevilla's designated kickers, finding a direct route to the goal would be a formidable challenge, especially against such a tall defensive wall. In truth, the proximity of the penalty spot made it exceedingly difficult, and with Dortmund's wall averaging over 185 centimeters in height, neither Rakiti, Sakura, nor Romeric could feel particularly confident about a direct attempt. Zhang Lu was not optimistic about Sevilla's free kick opportunity, a sentiment echoed by Zhang Jun. Indeed, the prospect of a direct strike seemed daunting. However, Sevilla might orchestrate a tactical maneuver, perhaps passing the ball to the approaching Su Yuanqing in the box. That could indeed be a clever option. Moments later, the whistle sounded. Romeric and Sakura stepped away from the ball, leaving Rakiti to take the kick. Rakiti began his run up. Could he score directly? The anticipation rose. The pass. To everyone's surprise, Rakiti opted not to shoot but instead distributed the ball to Romeric on the right flank. This unexpected move successfully deceived the Dortmund defenders. Romeric, without stopping, skillfully flicked the ball into the penalty area. Su Yuanqing, having made his run, leaped for a header as the ball descended near the back post. With certainty, the ball soared into the net. The cross. Su Yuanqing outjumped Dortmund's fullback Schmelzer to head the ball home. It was a goal. The goalkeeper Weidenfeller could not intervene in time. 2-1. Sevilla had finally turned the tide. In the broadcast studio, Zhang Jun continuously updated the fans on the unfolding events, while Zhang Lu applauded wholeheartedly. Hey! The tactical execution by Sevilla this time was impeccable. Even I was deceived, haha, Zhang Jun remarked. Indeed, Sevilla's strategy proved to be exceptionally successful. Manzano's tactics thrived. Of course, credit must also be given to Su Yuanqing. If my memory serves me correctly, this marks his third goal in the Europa League. Had it been Su Yuanqing instead of Fabiano leading Sevilla's attack in the previous match, I firmly believe Sevilla could have triumphed over the Hornets on their home turf. In the stands of the PSGN Stadium, as Su Yuanqing's header swiftly found the back of the net, the Sevilla supporters erupted in fervent cheers. What a splendid display of teamwork. Let these Germans return home in defeat. Su, keep it up. Score a few more goals. Let the Germans witness the might from the mysterious East. After helping Sevilla regain the lead, Su Yuanqing dashed to the sidelines, sprinting before suddenly crouching on the grass to celebrate with a slide. The Sevilla fans, witnessing this, intensified their jubilant roars. In stark contrast, the faces of the Dortmund supporters once again reflected despair. They might as well have awarded a penalty to the opposition. In truth, Subodic did not make contact with Canut. He was merely diving. You make a valid point. This was an unfounded foul. The referee should not have granted Sevilla a free kick, but rather issued a yellow card to Canute. Those cunning Spaniards are truly insufferable. As the scoreline turned against them, the Dortmund fans lost their composure, scrambling for various reasons to mock Sevilla. The match continued. The Hornets launched a frenzied offensive, although Su Yuanqing's stamina had considerably waned. Manzano showed no inclination to make substitutions. It seemed he intended to rely on Su Yuanqing's prowess on the front line to maintain a constant threat against Dortmund's penalty area. After all, should Dortmund press forward, Sevilla could exploit a long pass to find Su Yuanqing up front, potentially altering the scoreline beyond a mere 2-1. Thus, Dortmund would undoubtedly remain wary of Su Yuanqing, reluctant to commit too many resources to their attack. Even if Su Yuanqing were to merely stroll on the pitch, he would still instill a sense of trepidation among the opposing defenders. On the sidelines, Klopp was drenched in sweat. As time trickled down, he had but 10 minutes left. With no alternative, he had to urge his players to push forward. Klopp decided to take a gamble. 5 minutes later, in the 85th minute, Dortmund made a critical error in the attacking third. Kagawa should have passed the ball to the wide-open Jitsu, yet he opted to deliver it to Rakiti instead. In an instant, Sevilla seized the opportunity for a counterattack. Bang! Rakiti's long pass landed within Dortmund's penalty area. Su Yuanqing and Hummels vied for a header simultaneously. In Chapter 81, the Sakura fans were filled with envy. Leveraging his exceptional heading skills, Su Yuanqing seized the ball ahead of time. He then deftly directed the ball towards the goal with another header, and another forward, Canute, suddenly surged forward. With a powerful strike, the ball once again breached Dortmund's defense. The score was now 3-1. Sevilla triumphed in this match. Beep, beep, beep. A few minutes later, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the UEFA Europa League group stage match. Sevilla successfully halted Dortmund's 4-match winning streak at home. After 4 rounds, the standings of the group were as follows. First place, Borussia Dortmund with 3 wins and 1 loss, totaling 9 points. Second place, Paris Saint-Germain with 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, totaling 7 points. Third place, Sevilla with 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, totaling 7 points. Since Paris also defeated Ballon in this round, earning 3 points, both Paris and Sevilla ended up with 7 points, but Paris held the second position due to superior goal difference. Sevilla's next opponent in the Europa League group stage would be the weakest team, Ballon, while Paris would face Dortmund in a crucial battle. Overall, Sevilla's prospects for advancing from the group stage appeared quite optimistic. After the match, Manzano and Su Yuanqing once again appeared at the press conference, fielding questions from reporters. Coach Manzano, with the first 4 rounds of the UEFA Europa League group stage now concluded, your team has amassed 7 points with a record of 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Are you satisfied with the team's performance? Manzano replied calmly, it's acceptable. We still have a chance to advance from the group. Our next opponent is Ballon, and if we defeat them, we will gain the initiative. Of course, the most crucial match will be against Paris at home. Another journalist inquired, previously, you mentioned that Sevilla's goal in La Liga was to finish in the top 3. What then is Sevilla's objective in the Europa League? Is merely advancing from the group stage considered a successful mission? This journalist's question was sharper than the last, seemingly seeking to extract more valuable responses from the new Sevilla coach for a headline. At present, I have not discussed this topic with the president. Naturally, I hope the team can progress further in the Europa League. Manzano, being a seasoned strategist, provided an answer that was thoroughly guarded. He spoke at length, yet conveyed little of substance. It was indeed a case of hearing a multitude of words that ultimately said very little. As it became clear that little could be gleaned from Manzano, the reporters shifted their focus to Su Yuanqing. Su, congratulations on scoring your first brace in the Europa League. You have now netted 3 goals in the tournament. Are you aiming for the Europa League Golden Boot? Su Yuanqing did not ponder for long. He instinctively replied, it depends on how far we can progress in the Europa League. The journalist, realizing that Su Yuanqing had sidestepped the question, redirected his focus to Manzano. However, this time, the inquiry did not pertain to the match itself. Mr. Manzano, it has been rumored that Brazilian forward Fabiano has been suspended by the club. Could you elaborate on the specific reasons? Manzano waved his hand dismissively, responding with a stoic demeanor. That is an internal club decision, and I am unable to comment. After finishing his statement, Manzano took Su Yuanqing and exited the press conference. Sevilla resurrects. A commanding 3-1 victory over Borussia Dortmund at home. The miraculous Chinese striker nets a brace. Hope for advancement remains alive. Manzano's team narrowly triumphs over the Yellow Submarine. Xu Yuanqing once again saves the team. He is the key figure enabling Manzano to retain his position at Sevilla. Following Sevilla's 3-1 victory against Dortmund, Xu Yuanqing became the undisputed headline of media reports. In China, various sports news outlets praised Xu Yuanqing's performance extensively. God of Sevilla. As long as Xu Yuanqing is on the pitch, the myth of Sevilla's unbeaten run continues. Sevilla narrowly defeats Dortmund, with Xu Yuanqing victorious in his duel against Kagawa. Pride of China. Xu Yuanqing scores twice. While the Japanese star Shinji Kagawa fails to find the net, Sevilla's hopes of advancement reignited. Xu Yuanqing emerges as the pivotal player. Numerous Chinese fans also shared their thoughts in the comments section. It had been a while since they had witnessed such a formidable Chinese striker. Neither Hummels nor Sabatic could contain Xu Yuanqing's shots. I feel honored to have watched the live broadcast. If Xu Yuanqing can maintain his fiery form, he undoubtedly possesses the potential to become a top-tier striker in Europe. There was no longer any need to envy neighboring Japan. China now boasted a player who could secure a starting position in one of the top 5 leagues. Sevilla had become reliant on Xu Yuanqing in the previous match. When he was sidelined due to injury, Sevilla succumbed to Dortmund, but upon his return, they triumphed over them. The genius who brought Xu Yuanqing from Barcelona truly deserves acclaim. With Sevilla's current strength, they are entirely capable of contending for the Europa League title. Let's go for it. If Xu Yuanqing leads Sevilla to victory in the Europa League this season, it would indeed be a miraculous achievement, solidifying his status as the foremost player in Asia. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that Sevilla possesses a genuine chance. Let us not forget, they have even defeated Barcelona. Are there any teams competing in the Europa League that are stronger than Barcelona? While Chinese fans engaged in discussions about this Europa League group stage match, neighboring Japan also had numerous fans participating in the conversation. Given that Borussia Dortmund features Shinji Kagawa, Japanese fans were particularly attentive to this match. However, the performance of Borussia Dortmund and Shinji Kagawa has left fans from the land of cherry blossoms utterly disheartened. Post-match, the air was thick with criticism, urging Klopp to step down. His coaching prowess has proven inadequate, failing to allow Kagawa to showcase his true potential. Indeed, Kagawa's subpar performance this evening can be attributed to Klopp's decision to position him in an unfamiliar role. Let us observe how the coach of Sevilla utilizes Asian players. Xu Yuanqing played magnificently. He resembled a modern-day Drogba. When shall our nation boast a towering striker like Xu Yuanqing? He stands as the finest Asian center-forward I have ever encountered, unparalleled in both physical attributes and shooting technique. It appears that neighboring Huaxiao football is on the verge of a resurgence. The football of the land of cherry blossoms must strive for greater excellence. Chapter 82. Revenge against Sevilla? A confident Malaga coach. On November 17th, in the Andalusian region of Spain, within the city of Malaga, tens of thousands of fans donned their home team's jerseys as they made their way to the Rose Garden Stadium. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Malaga was set to face Sevilla in the King's Cup round of 16. Earlier in the season, Malaga had encountered Sevilla in La Liga, only to suffer defeat. Now, 2 months later, they faced Sevilla once more in the King's Cup, presenting a golden opportunity for revenge for the Malaga supporters. In an earlier press conference, Malaga's coach, Ferreira, boldly proclaimed, "I have awaited this day for a long time. Previously, we faltered against Sevilla in La Liga, performing far below our true capability. However, I assure all Malaga fans that we will triumph over Sevilla in this match and achieve our vengeance." Ferreira's tone was brimming with confidence. "Mr. Ferreira, do you mean to say that Malaga will surely defeat Sevilla at home?" came a query, given Sevilla's recent formidable form. Having just bested Borussia Dortmund in the Europa League group stage, Ferreira retorted with a smirk, "And what of it? As I have already stated, Malaga will exact revenge on Sevilla at the Rose Garden Stadium. We will hand Sevilla their first defeat in La Liga." Following this declaration, he abruptly rose from his seat and exited the press conference. At 7 o'clock, amidst the fervent chants of thousands of Malaga fans, the referee blew the whistle. As the match commenced, a unified cheer erupted from the crowd, and the intensity of the game surged to a thrilling peak. The home team, Malaga, showcased their fierce demeanor right from the start. Players such as Xu Yuanqing, Canut, and Romeric faced rough challenges from Malaga. Yet the referee refrained from issuing a single yellow card. This oversight sparked discontent from coach Manzano. In the ensuing moments, Sevilla's players were repeatedly brought down by their opponents with a resounding thud. On the pitch, both Sevilla and Malaga players found themselves in disarray. As the match progressed intermittently, with the referee becoming the busiest figure during this period. Almost every few seconds, the whistle pierced the air. The commentator, Jean June, could not help but remark, "Is this a football match or a wrestling match?" The number of fouls committed by Malaga is simply excessive. However, Su Yuanqing remained undaunted by Malaga's aggressive tactics. In fact, such rough play only served to ignite his competitive spirit. In the 11th minute of the match, Sevilla finally executed a splendid combination play. After moving to the flanks, Rakiti, instead of confronting Malaga's defenders head-on, swiftly delivered the ball into the penalty area upon receiving it. He understood that Malaga players were only emboldened to commit fouls outside the box. Once the ball ventured into their territory, they would become much more cautious. As anticipated, when the ball soared into the penalty area, Malaga's players promptly ceased their fouling and adopted a more careful approach. Knaut's diving header was parried away by the goalkeeper, resulting in a corner kick, an opportunity for Sevilla. Following Knaut's attempt, the home crowd of Malaga immediately voiced their disapproval, hissing in an effort to apply pressure on every Sevilla player. Indeed, both the Malaga fans and their coach, Ferreira, harbored a deep desire for their team to exact revenge on Sevilla in this Copa del Rey match. Thus, whenever Sevilla players faltered, the supporters in the Rose Garden Stadium were quick to express their disdain, hoping to influence Sevilla's players' state of mind. In response to the jeers, Su Yuanqing's expression remained unchanged. He understood that the most effective retort would be to score. Hence, he was fully determined to find the back of the net in this encounter. During this corner kick, Su Yuanqing's header narrowly sailed over the goal, sending the ball out of play once more. The Malaga fans responded with another round of boos directed at him. The match continued, and Malaga, playing at home, also seized some attacking opportunities. Unlike Sevilla's wing play, Malaga resembled the traditional Spanish side, emphasizing ground passes and seeking to penetrate their opponent's defense through short passes. While Malaga's players possessed a modicum of technical skill, it was limited. As soon as Sevilla set up their defensive formation, Malaga's pseudo-possession tactics became utterly ineffective. Therefore, despite Malaga controlling the majority of the ball since the beginning of the match, creating genuine threats against Sevilla's goal proved to be a formidable challenge. The Malaga team possesses distinct characteristics. Defensively, they resemble an English Premier League squad, while in attack, they transform into a quintessential Spanish side. Coach Ferreira demonstrates considerable acumen. In the live broadcast room of Dongxiu Network, commentators Jean June and Zhang Lu are engaged in a discussion regarding Malaga's tactical style. After Jean June concludes his remarks, Zhang Lu emits his signature laughter. Although Ferreira harbors numerous strategies, the current performance of Malaga suggests his team has adopted an ambiguous style. On the pitch, Sevilla's players executed a high-pressing tactic, successfully intercepting the ball from Malaga's feet. Following a series of quick passes, the ball found its way to Su Yuanqing, positioned just outside the penalty area. With his back to the opposing center-back, Elisu, a robust Portuguese defender, Su Yuanqing held his ground. Elisu, dismissive of Su's abilities, taunted him. "Hey little monkey, if you think you can shoot, go ahead. Even if I let you, you won't score." With that, Elisu shoved Su Yuanqing again, continuing to hurl insults. As a defender, Elisu aimed to provoke Su Yuanqing. Prior to the match, Ferreira had emphasized Su's capabilities to his defensive line and permitted his players to agitate him. After all, should Su become truly incensed and engage in a confrontation with a defender, he risks receiving a red card. If Su were to be sent off, Sevilla's attacking prowess would be significantly diminished, making it easier for Malaga to seek revenge. Upon hearing Elisu's derogatory remarks, Su Yuanqing felt a surge of anger. With a swift motion of his right foot, he passed the ball to the advancing captain, Navas. "Silence. I will breach Malaga's goal. You think you can provoke me this way? Your only outcome will be defeat," Su Yuanqing retorted as he moved toward the penalty area. Chapter 83, Successfully Provoking the Slumbering Lion. "You little brat, though young, your arrogance is remarkable. You Asians are unworthy of playing football. Hurry back to your country and farm." Elisu continued to berate Su Yuanqing, yet at that moment, Su had already gained a step on the Malaga defender. Ignoring Elisu's taunts, Su focused intently on Navas. As Navas prepared to deliver the cross, Su suddenly accelerated toward the near post. His eyes brimmed with determination, the pin-up fury transformed into raw power, widening the gap between him and Elisu. Boom! Navas's cross soared swiftly into Malaga's penalty area. He had anticipated Su Yuanqing's run, placing the ball perfectly at the near post. After his run-up, Su Yuanqing leaped into action. Originally tasked with defending against Su Yuanqing, LSU now found himself 2 positions behind. Helplessly watching as Su Yuanqing executed a header towards the goal. Unchallenged, Su Yuanqing was able to fully demonstrate his aerial prowess. With a sudden flick of his forehead, he struck the ball. Bang! The football ricocheted off the goal line just as the Malaga goalkeeper prepared to make a save, only to be taken by surprise as the ball rebounded into the net. Su Yuanqing had scored. At that instant, as the football soared into the goal, the cacophony of the Rose Garden Stadium fell silent. Ferreira, the team's head coach, was utterly beside himself, kicking over the medical kit on the substitutes bench. Useless. What is LSU doing? Why isn't he marking his man? Why is he not keeping an eye on this Chinese striker? Ferreira vented his frustrations, directing his ire at the Malaga center back, using this outburst to release his pent-up emotions. In stark contrast, Su Yuanqing, who had just netted the goal, raced to the corner flag, sliding on his knees to express his own emotional release. Once filled with anger, he had chosen to channel it through his scoring. While the home fans at the Rose Garden fell into silence, the away supporters, the expeditionary force from Sevilla, erupted in jubilant cheers. Every Sevilla fan rejoiced wholeheartedly at Su Yuanqing's goal. 1-0. Sevilla had taken the lead. For the current Sevilla side, scoring first would help dictate the rhythm of the match, placing pressure squarely on the home players of Malaga. After the exuberant celebration, Su Yuanqing slowly passed by LSU, maintaining his gaze on the Portuguese defender, who dared not meet his eyes. He felt guilt-ridden. Only moments ago, he had been roundly chastised by Coach Ferreira. He was acutely aware of his own failings. His words had unwittingly provoked a slumbering lion. Now, when faced with Su Yuanqing once more, he resembled a chastised child, fear etched across his face. Coward! Speak up. Weren't you quite the talker just now? Why the silence? Su Yuanqing's taunt startled LSU, who stammered, just wait," and promptly fled the scene. Trash, Su Yuanqing scoffed, turning to return to his half of the field. Upon his return, Rakiti, curious, inquired, "What happened? What was that all about?" Having witnessed the exchange from a distance, Rakiti had not caught the details of their conversation. "Nothing. He is merely a buffoon," Su Yuanqing replied nonchalantly. However, Rakiti suddenly displayed a grave expression, placing his hands on Su Yuanqing's shoulders and saying, "Su, you must absolutely avoid any conflict with them. They are certainly trying to provoke you. If you truly wish to strike him, just let me know. I shall assist you. Sevilla may lose Rakiti, but we cannot afford to lose you." Su Yuanqing was thoroughly amused by Rakiti's words. "Ivan, rest assured, I am no longer a child. I am well aware of my own limits." Soon, the referee blew the whistle again, and the match resumed. With a goal down, Malaga launched a furious offensive. In the ensuing moments, Ferreira urged all Malaga players to pour forward and attack. In a pre-match interview, Ferreira had made bold claims to reporters, asserting that Malaga would seek revenge against Sevilla that very night. He was determined not to be proven wrong after the match. As the players from Malaga became increasingly anxious, their style of play underwent a significant transformation. Before conceding a goal, they had focused primarily on possession, but now, trailing behind, they began to resort to long balls. At that moment, in the box seats of the Rose Garden Stadium, Sevilla's owner, Carmona, was engaged in lively conversation with Malaga's owner. Upon witnessing his team take the lead, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The owner of Malaga jested, "Carmona, it seems your team is set for victory tonight. By the way, what is the name of that number 66 player who scored?" It appeared that Malaga's owner had taken a considerable liking to Su Yuanqing. "His name is Su, a Huashan native. But he is certainly not for sale by our club." Carmona, fully aware of Malaga's owner's intentions, promptly asserted his stance. Meanwhile, on the pitch, the game continued. Not all Malaga players were inept. The squad boasted several formidable stars. Among them was the number 10, Abonio. His skillful ball control and swift turns left Romeric and Rakiti momentarily disoriented. Subsequently, this core player of Malaga showcased his passing prowess. With a deft flick, the ball was sent soaring into Sevilla's penalty area. As centre-back C-Series prepared to clear the danger, a shadow darted past him. Malaga's main striker, Long Dong, seized the opportunity to shoot, instantly breaching the goal defended by Palop. 1-1. The home team, Malaga, had equalized. The previously lifeless Rose Garden Stadium was suddenly revitalized. The Malaga fans erupted with enthusiasm. "Well done, Long Dong. That was a striking goal. Keep scoring. Let these Sevilla players feel the pressure. Victory shall belong to M. Laga. Let triumph remain at the Rose Garden Stadium. This is the true strength of our M. Laga. Let that Asian see what a genuine center forward looks like. Chapter 84. The arrogant M. Laga coach. On the sidelines, M. Laga's head coach, Ferreira, completely unleashed himself. After witnessing Longdong's score, he rushed to the Sevilla bench, raising his fist triumphantly. Did you see that? We will score. We will triumph. Sevilla? You are nothing but trash. M. Laga will have its revenge. Ferreira boldly approached the Sevilla substitutes to provoke Manzano. Such scenes are seldom witnessed in the top 5 leagues. Typically, players may clash on the field, engaging in fights or insults, yet the coaches on the sidelines generally strive to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. They would typically shake hands after the match. However, this M. Laga coach, Ferreira, has set a new low for coaches in this match. Several substitute players, including Antoine, had already risen, prepared to confront Ferreira. At that moment, the 4th official hurriedly approached Ferreira. Please return to your position. Mr. Ferreira, you have crossed the line. If you do not go back, I will have the referee show you a yellow card. The 4th official's tone was unequivocal. He, too, was taken aback by Ferreira's unprofessional conduct as the home coach. Issue me a card? Humph. This is the Rose Garden Stadium. This is M. Laga's home ground. How dare you punish me? Come, call the referee over. The 4th official's expression was one of exasperation. He could only comply with Ferreira's demand and summon the referee. Relaying the events that transpired. Without hesitation, the referee extracted a yellow card from his pocket and displayed it towards Ferreira. Ferreira sighed in relief. He quickly explained to the referee, "You shouldn't issue me a yellow card. I did not affect the match, and I did not clash with the opposing coach. I am innocent." The referee, however, paid no heed to Ferreira and proceeded directly onto the field. Beep. The match continued. The equalizing M. Laga found their confidence. As the first half was nearing its end, they pressed forward with a formidable force. This time, M. Laga sent 8 players into the Sevilla half to attack, leaving only 2 center-backs and a goalkeeper in defense. M. Laga began employing their less favored short passes to penetrate the Sevilla defense. The outcome was far from ideal. Each time M. Laga's players attempted 3 consecutive passes, they inevitably lost possession. This instance was no different. Just as M. Laga's midfielder prepared to deliver the 3rd pass, Rakiti executed a sliding tackle, disrupting the play from beneath the feet of the M. Laga midfielder. Sevilla's midfielder Romeric, upon receiving the football, unleashed a powerful kick towards the forward line. A counterattack opportunity had arisen. Inside the penalty area, Canout, acting as a decoy, drew the attention of 2 M. Laga central defenders. At the same moment, both Gomez and Elisu leaped high alongside Canout. None of the 3 managed to gain effective control over the ball, which soared towards the left side of the penalty area, exactly where Su Yuanqing was positioned. This presented a splendid opportunity for Su Yuanqing to strike. The 2 M. Laga central defenders rushed to Canout's side, leaving Su Yuanqing unmarked. He shoots. The ball finds the net. Unquestionably, Su Yuanqing has netted his 2nd goal. He breached M. Laga's defenses. In the commentary room of Don'tio Network, commentator Jean Jun animatedly recounted the unfolding events on the pitch. Just as Su Yuanqing was about to celebrate his goal, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. Conceding a goal at the last moment of the half must have been excruciating for the M. Laga players. Sevilla's fans rose once more from the away stands, chanting Su Yuanqing's name, Su, Su, Su. As the familiar whistle sounded, M. Laga's head coach Ferreira slumped onto the bench. Now it was time for Manzano to revel in celebration. Though Manzano appeared amiable and harmless, he possessed a fervent side. After Su Yuanqing's 2nd goal, Manzano triumphantly waved his fist towards the slumped Ferreira, occasionally uttering bold declarations. This instantly invigorated Ferreira, who sprang from the bench to shout at the 4th official, "Look at him. He is provoking me. Quickly, get the referee to show Manzano a yellow card." The 4th official quietly replied, "The first half has concluded. The opposing coach can do as he pleases, unfettered by the referee." Ferreira's composure shattered completely. He erupted in expletives. "Dogs it. Useless. A bunch of fools. In the second half, we will surely achieve victory." As the second half commenced, it was Sevilla, the away team, that seized control of the match's tempo. Su, make a run. Rakiti, pass. Beautiful. That's how to play. Aggressive pressing. On the sidelines. Manzano was thoroughly pleased with his disciples' performance. Sevilla's tactical approach of counterattacking successfully curtailed M. Laga's offensive ambitions. The moment M. Laga pressed forward, Their defense was bound to become perilous. Ferreira was nearly driven to madness. He yearned for goals yet feared conceding. However, it wasn't long before Ferreira could finally settle on a strategy, as M. Laga succumbed to a third goal. Ferreira could finally unleash an all-out offensive. In the 50th minute, Sevilla struck again with a counterattack. Rakiti intercepted the ball and suddenly delivered a precise through pass. Everyone anticipated that Rakiti would pass to Su Yuanqing, who had already scored 2 goals, but the ball found its way to Can Out instead. The Malian forward shot towards the far corner, and with a resounding thud, the ball flew into the net, just as Can Out slid to his knees in celebration. We have arrived at the quarterfinals. Magnificent. Can Out. Sevilla. Sevilla. Do not cease the assault. Let these Malaga players experience our might. Let's obliterate Malaga. Let the Rose Garden Stadium run red. The opposing coach is far too arrogant. He must be taught a lesson. The roars of thousands of Sevilla fans reverberated throughout the Rose Garden Stadium. It was a moment of jubilation for Sevilla. With the score now altered to 3-1, it signified that Sevilla had one foot firmly planted in the doorway of the Copa del Rey quarterfinals. However, the Sevilla supporters appeared insatiable. They desired to witness more goals away from home. Chapter 85. A hat trick. Sevilla extends their lead. Disappointment was etched on the faces of the fans in the Rose Garden Stadium, while Malaga's coach Ferreira stood with his hands on his hips at the sidelines. Push forward. Attack relentlessly. For heaven's sake. Everyone, advance and attack. Ferreira's sole objective was to score. In a knockout format like the Copa del Rey, defense had become an obsolete concept. Ferreira demanded that every Malaga player surge forward into the attack. Beep. As the game commenced, the Malaga players immediately executed their coach's strategy. In a desperate bid to breach Sevilla's defenses, they surged forward in search of opportunities. Even the 2 central defenders pushed into the opponent's half, illustrating the ferocity of their offensive momentum. The more experienced Manzano chose not to engage in a back-and-forth contest, but instead instructed the Sevilla players to avoid confrontation. As the team in the lead, Sevilla was in no rush to attack. Their focus lay on solidifying their defense while seeking opportunities to score on the counter. While the Sevilla players busied themselves with defensive duties, they had not forgotten their vendetta against Elisu. The moment a Sevilla player spotted Elisu in possession, if the Malaga center-back held onto the ball for more than 2 seconds without passing, a fierce foul from the Sevilla players was inevitable. In the 80th minute, the Malaga center-back had just crossed the halfway line when he received a back pass from a teammate. At the moment Elisu received the ball, there were no Sevilla players in his immediate vicinity. Thus, Elisu decided to take a bold step forward, pushing the ball into midfield in search of a better attacking opportunity. Elisu's intentions were commendable, but as he made his move, he sensed an unsettling chill creeping up from behind. Rakiti delivered a fierce tackle, brutally toppling the Malaga center-back from behind. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul. Elisu, seething with anger, gritted his teeth against the pain and struggled to rise. Referee, show a card. Is that it? He tackled me from behind. That merits a yellow card. After a moment's contemplation, the referee refrained from producing a card. In his estimation, Rakiti's infringement did not warrant such a reprimand. The Sevilla players, through this foul, gradually discerned the referee's threshold, emboldening them further. Less than 3 minutes later, Elisu received a throw-in from a teammate on the flank. Just as this Malaga defender halted the ball, the towering Can Out suddenly delivered a brutal kick to Elisu's groin. The latter clutched his abdomen, writhing on the grass in agony. If one is to speak of tenacity, Can Out certainly embodies it. He nearly rendered Elisu incapable of future progeny. When Elisu's teammates rushed to his aid, their expressions were tinged with awkwardness. In the ensuing 5 minutes, Elisu faced fouls from no fewer than 3 Sevilla players. Despite drawing a yellow card, he bore the brunt of the injuries. The relentless fouls had rendered this Portuguese center-back considerably subdued. In the final moments, Elisu even dodged Su Yuanqing's defense, wishing to avoid further retaliation from the Sevilla players. Boom. As the match neared its climax, Sevilla seized a prime opportunity to score. Rakiti, showcasing his exquisite passing prowess, threaded the ball through the encirclement of 3 Malaga players. His pass traversed the Malaga half and landed at the feet of Captain Navas. It was an opportune moment for a Sevilla counterattack. The Malaga defense was riddled with gaps, as numerous players had surged forward, leaving their rear vulnerable. When Navas stopped the ball with his right foot, he found himself unmarked. This was an affront to the Sevilla captain. Navas was presented with an exceptionally comfortable opportunity to pass into the center, a chance that would scarcely arise more than 10 times in a season. Thus, he had to seize it. Navas was keenly observing the central positioning. Both Canout and Su Yuanqing had positioned themselves. He had 2 targets for his pass. Bang! Navas crossed the ball with his dominant right foot. However, the instant the ball left his foot, he sensed it may have been over it. Oddly enough, when faced with defending opponents, his passes were remarkably precise, yet when unopposed, his deliveries faltered. It seemed that only under pressure could he produce high-quality passes. But soon, Navas's eyes widened in shock, his pupils resembling seismic tremors. He beheld a scene that left him in awe. Within the penalty area, Su Yuanqing supported himself with his hands against Elisu's back, executing a leap reminiscent of a pole vault. This dramatically augmented Su Yuanqing's hang time and vertical reach. The football, which had been soaring, now perfectly descended upon the crown of his head. With a resounding thud, the ball crashed into the Laga goal like a boulder. Su Yuanqing's header, akin to a miraculous leap from the ground, rendered the Laga goalkeeper utterly helpless. The ball nestled firmly in the net. The referee blew the whistle and pointed towards the center circle. The score had now reached 4-1. In the away stands, the fans erupted in a thunderous roar, celebrating the 3-goal lead, allowing Sevilla supporters to revel in their triumph. Some fans even embraced their neighbors, swaying together in joyous unison, offering their blessings to Su Yuanqing, who had just completed a hat-trick. 4-1, the suspense had vanished entirely. This was a goal potent enough to extinguish any lingering uncertainty regarding the match. In the 87th minute, Su Yuanqing secured victory for Sevilla. Laga had no further opportunities. They were destined to exit the Copa del Rey. In the live broadcast, the commentator Jean Jun spoke with pride. Su Yuanqing just leapt so high, it was as if he were flying. I dare say he could win a medal in the Olympic high jump. Before Jean Jun could finish, the knowledgeable Zhang Lu interjected. Su Yuanqing must have used his hands to push off Elisu, leveraging his body for the jump. If the referee had noticed, that goal would likely have been disallowed. Upon hearing this, Jean Jun broke into an awkward smile. Yet, the main referee had not seen it. Haha. He pointed towards the center circle, signifying that the goal was valid. The score stood at 4-1. Su Yuanqing had achieved his first hat-trick in the Copa del Rey. If there were to be an award for the best player, I am convinced it would undoubtedly go to Su Yuanqing. Chapter 86. The forward with the most goals in the Copa del Rey. Just a year ago, Su Yuanqing was unable to even step onto the pitch for the Copa del Rey while at Barcelona. But now, at the age of 19, he has transformed into the tournament's top scorer, having netted 5 goals thus far, surpassing Messi's 3. In the live broadcast, fans from Huaxia began to flood the chat. Most of those who stayed up to watch the match did so for Su Yuanqing. They are his ardent admirers. Tonight, the viewership in the live broadcast room has reached 2 million. This is nothing short of a miracle. After all, this is merely a Copa del Rey match, and specifically, a round of 16 encounter against a mid-table La Liga team. With an astounding viewership of 2 million, this figure even surpasses last year's Copa del Rey final. Such is the remarkable influence of Su Yuanqing. For the fans of Huaxia, situated in the distant east, the outcome of Sevilla's match, whether they triumph as champions or settle for second place, holds little significance. Likewise, no one seems to concern themselves with Sevilla's potential victory over another La Liga team, Malaga. The sole focus of the Huaxia fans is the 19-year-old Su Yuanqing. Their primary motivation for watching the match is to witness his dazzling performance. The young Su Yuanqing is regarded as a once-in-a-century prodigy for Huaxia, embodying the hopes of Chinese football. The only reason Huaxia supporters rally behind Sevilla is their admiration for Su Yuanqing, who represents the team. A hat-trick has arrived. This evening, Su Yuanqing is a force to be reckoned with. The way he headed that ball was truly commanding. Thankfully, the live broadcast was not interrupted. In 2 Copa del Rey matches, he has netted 5 goals. At this scoring rate, he is well on his way to challenging for the title of top scorer this season. If he scores 2 more in the quarterfinals, 2 in the semifinals, and 3 in the final, it's conceivable that Su Yuanqing could achieve double digits in goals during the Copa del Rey. To the brother upstairs, wake up quickly and stop dreaming. Sevilla is engaged in 3 competitions this season and may very well choose to prioritize elsewhere. Don't be ridiculous. If I were Camona, the owner of Sevilla, I would certainly place importance on the Copa del Rey. For the probability of Sevilla clinching the title is far greater compared to La Liga and the Europa League. On the pitch, most of the Sevilla players have gathered around Su Yuanqing to celebrate. Meanwhile, Malaga's center back, Elisu, quietly walks past Su Yuanqing. During this attack, So Yuanqing leveraged both hands against Elisu's back to propel himself for the jump that led to the goal. As Zhang Lu pointed out, this should be considered an offensive foul. Elisu, as one of the involved parties, is well aware of this, yet he refrains from reporting it to the referee. On one hand, Elisu knows the referee would not annul the goal based on his words. On the other hand, he fears retribution from the Sevilla players. With the match nearing its conclusion, he wishes to avoid further confrontation with them and simply desires a safe return to the locker room. Beep, beep, beep. Approximately 2 minutes later, a series of short and long whistles reverberates throughout the stadium. This intense clash in the Copa del Rey round of 16 has come to an end. The Sevilla players, shoulder to shoulder, approach the stands of their away supporters, joyously dancing and celebrating their victory. This is a resounding triumph. Not only have they decisively defeated Malaga, but they have also silenced the opposing coach, and furthermore, Sevilla has advanced to the semi-finals of the Copa del Rey. 3 cheers for their success. After the match concluded, the Sevilla contingent departed in droves from the Rose Garden Stadium, and a glance around revealed radiant smiles adorning the faces of every supporter. This away expedition was indeed worthwhile. Sevilla's performance is undeniably improving. Given this current form, the prospect of clinching the Copa del Rey title seems quite plausible. Indeed, the goal scored by Su Yuanqing was simply magnificent. If memory serves me correctly, he has netted 5 goals in the Copa del Rey alone, with a commendable tally in the Europa League as well, not to mention his contributions in La Liga, a remarkable total of 19 goals. This is the number of goals Su has scored for Sevilla across all competitions this season. 19 already? Such a vast number. Su has already found the back of the net 11 times in La Liga. Let us not forget that he currently sits atop the La Liga scoring chart. I still find it incomprehensible why Barcelona would relinquish Su to us. It is truly baffling. As time gradually passes, the days unfold. During this period, Su Yuanqing and his Sevilla teammates have been diligently training, striving to enhance their skills. Since mastering his shooting technique, Su has now set his sights on improving his penalty-taking abilities. As of now, Su's penalty attribute stands at 65, with a potential of 75. Considering the likelihood of penalty shootouts in future cup competitions, he is eager to elevate his proficiency in this area. This has undoubtedly put the substitute goalkeeper, Barris, in a difficult position, as he is often compelled to arrive early at the training ground for extra practice sessions with Su. As time progresses, Sevilla's opponent in the Copa del Rey quarterfinals has been confirmed, Villarreal, affectionately referred to by fans as the Yellow Submarine. Villarreal has had a commendable season in La Liga, currently occupying the 6th position in the league standings. In terms of squad strength, there is little to separate Villarreal and Sevilla. This quarter-final clash in the Copa del Rey is expected to be a hard-fought battle. In response, Spanish and European media have reported extensively on this matchup. The quarterfinals of the Copa del Rey are set. An outstanding Sevilla will face Villarreal in the quarterfinals. Su Yuanqing's hat-trick propels Sevilla into the Copa del Rey quarterfinals. The remarkable young talent has already scored 5 goals in the tournament. The young prodigy faces his former club again. Sevilla has achieved a double victory over Malaga this season. Their next adversary is Villarreal. There has been considerable coverage, and many fans have taken notice, yet not many Sevilla supporters seem to be concerned. Most Sevilla fans merely glance at the headlines, grasping the gist, before shifting their discussions back to La Liga matches. After all, compared to the Copa del Rey, Sevilla fans are far more invested in their team's performance in the La Liga. Currently, after 10 rounds in La Liga, Sevilla stands in 2nd place with a record of 8 wins and 2 draws. Before Sevilla stands the formidable Real Madrid, boasting 9 victories and a solitary draw. While trailing behind them is Barcelona, with 8 wins and 2 defeats. Sevilla, separated by a mere 2 points from the league leaders Real Madrid, still harbors aspirations of clinching the La Liga title. Chapter 87, A Rainy Battle, a world-class equalizer. As mid-November unfolds, the weather in Spain has taken a swift downturn. Many fans have donned thick coats, and the autumn rains have begun to descend. Being a coastal city, Sevilla experiences particularly dismal weather during this period, with incessant drizzles lasting for several days. The torrential rain has significantly hampered the training of Sevilla's players. In a bid to prevent his disciples from catching colds, Coach Manzano has been compelled to cancel all outdoor training sessions, opting instead for strength training indoors. Su Yuanqing and his teammates have thus resorted to building muscle within the gym. On November 19th, Sevilla embarks on an away match against Zaragoza, a team fighting to avoid relegation. The weather in Zaragoza is similarly plagued by heavy rain. However, the match is not postponed. The drenched pitch turns the encounter into a battle against the elements. Both Sevilla and Zaragoza players find themselves adversely affected, resulting in a rather unappealing display of football. The incessant interruptions due to waterlogged areas on the field make it impossible for the game to flow smoothly, rendering the experience excruciating for the fans in attendance. By halftime, a significant number of Zaragoza supporters have already departed, unable to endure the frigid conditions. Bang! In the 78th minute, Zaragoza strikes first. Midfielder Gabi's precise through ball, accelerated by the rain-soaked turf, slices through Sevilla's defense. Neither Zakora nor Rakitic can intervene in time. Within mere seconds, Gabi's pass finds its way to Rafael, Zaragoza's leading scorer, who uses his body to shield the defender before unleashing a shot. The ball rolls into the goal. Goalkeeper Paulus is rendered helpless. The weather tonight is exceedingly harsh, and the pitch is beset by substantial water accumulation, causing the ball to spin even faster upon contact with the slick grass. Paulus manages to touch the ball, yet it still finds its way into the net. The home crowd erupts in fervent cheers as they witness their striker find the back of the net. Zaragoza's top scorer, buoyed by the moment, celebrates with a sliding tackle across the rain-soaked pitch. Given Zaragoza's lack of strength, the establishment of a lead elicits palpable excitement among the players, as they seem to envision an opportunity to seize points from Sevilla. As long as the players of Zaragoza can maintain their slim 1-0 lead until the final whistle, they shall secure 3 points. Brothers, we must remain steadfast. We still have a chance. It is time to alter our strategy. We need to apply pressure. The forwards must engage in vigorous pressing, for Zaragoza is not an exceptionally strong team. They are bound to make passing errors. Navas, as the captain, rose immediately, applauding and vocally rallying all the Sevilla players. However, upon the resumption of play, Sevilla found themselves bereft of substantial opportunities, as Zaragoza's defense proved remarkably solid. As the underdog, Zaragoza's objective was unequivocal: to defend resolutely. All Zaragoza players retreated to their half to fortify their defense, leaving Sevilla struggling to find notable passing chances. Furthermore, Sevilla's players inexplicably lost possession at times. The torrential rain had a profound impact on Sevilla's offensive efforts. Suddenly, the match had progressed to the 65th minute of the second half, with the score still reading Zaragoza 1, Sevilla 0. As the conclusion of the match drew nearer, the mindset of Sevilla's players gradually shifted. They began to feel tension and urgency. Since the start of the season, each Sevilla player had come to understand a crucial truth: conceding a goal is not the true terror. Rather, the inability to penetrate the defense is the greatest peril. Whenever Sevilla required a goal, there was always a forward ready to rise to the occasion, with Su Yuqing often assuming the role of the savior. However, during the first 65 minutes of this match, Su Yuqing had scarce opportunities within the penalty area. Surrounding him were at least 3 defenders. Any attempt by Su Yuqing to contest a header in the box would inevitably be met with immediate interference from these 3 Zaragoza defenders, stifling his ability to showcase his heading prowess. As the match unfolded, Su Yuqing gradually discerned Zaragoza's defensive tactics. In pursuit of greater shooting opportunities, he resolved to retreat to midfield. In the 65th minute, with a mindset of experimentation, Su Yuqing suddenly dashed from the penalty area to midfield. Initially, Zaragoza's players regarded his movement with indifference. Yet, 3 minutes later, Su Yuqing unexpectedly unleashed a long-range shot near the penalty area. The quality of the strike was commendable, though fortune eluded him slightly as the ball struck the goalpost. Bang! This audacious attempt immediately galvanized all Zaragoza players, who promptly intensified their marking on Su Yuqing. Even when he received the ball in midfield, at least 2 defenders were ready to interfere. However, Su Yuqing possesses not only remarkable long-range shooting ability, but also an exceptional football intellect. 5 minutes later, midfielder Rakitic successfully anticipated the passing trajectory of a Zaragoza player and swiftly executed a sliding tackle. Rakitic succeeded in intercepting the ball from the feet of the Zaragoza player. Frustrated, the Zaragoza player immediately attempted to reclaim possession, seeking to wrest the ball from Rakitic. However, time was no longer on his side. Rakitic had already spotted Su Yuqing's figure. Retreating to midfield, Su Yuqing, with his towering stature, shielded the ball from the opposing defender. Rakitic suddenly passed the ball to Su Yuqing. With a swift turn and a raised foot, he unleashed a shot. The motion was fluid, almost seamless. Su Yuqing received Rakitic's pass in the center. With a sudden pivot, he shot directly, A stunning strike. The goal was scored. Su Yuanqing netted his 12th goal of the season. His striking finesse was extraordinary, even from a distance outside the penalty area. Su Yuanqing possessed the prowess to breach the opponent's goal. Rakiti's interception in midfield also deserves commendation. After winning the ball, he did not blindly advance, but instead promptly delivered the ball to Su Yuanqing with utmost speed. Su Yuanqing did not disappoint Rakiti's trust. The score was now 1-1. Sevilla had finally equalized in a challenging match. After the commentator Jianjun spoke, Su Yuanqing, filled with excitement, rushed towards Rakiti. "Ivan, your passing has become increasingly precise. Thanks to you, I scored my 12th goal in La Liga." Upon hearing this, Rakiti firmly responded, "Su, you are too modest. We are friends. It is only natural that I pass to you." Rakiti chuckled awkwardly and continued, "In fact, I should be thanking you. You turned my pass into an assist. This season, I've achieved 6 assists, the most in my career." Rakiti smiled. He understood well that had he passed the ball to Canout or any other player, the likelihood of scoring would have been virtually non-existent. Thus, his pass would not have transformed into an assist. Yet, as long as he passed to Su Yuanqing, the latter would utilize his exquisite shooting skills to find the net, naturally converting Rakiti's pass into an assist. As the match continued, dark clouds gathered over Zaragoza, and the water accumulation on the pitch worsened, hindering both Sevilla and Zaragoza players from showcasing their true capabilities. The final result of the match was etched in history as 1-1. Sevilla experienced a tinge of regret for failing to secure 3 points against Zaragoza. Nevertheless, Coach Manzano found the outcome acceptable. Gaining a draw is certainly more gratifying than suffering a defeat. The other players of Sevilla also came to terms with the result, particularly given the inclement weather that hindered their ability to perform at their best. They could only accept the stalemate, which might even inspire them to train with greater determination in the forthcoming sessions. A week later, Sevilla returned to their home ground, the Ram N.S. Nchapizju in Stadium, where they would face Mallorca in what was anticipated to be the focal match of the 12th round of La Liga. Unbeknownst to many, the league had already progressed to its 12th round, with November nearing its end. Currently, Sevilla maintained their position in the second place of La Liga, remaining part of the title-contending elite. In the 30th minute of the match, Sevilla took the lead. After a successful interception in midfield, Rakiti swiftly delivered a diagonal long pass. On the right flank, Sevilla's captain, Navas, skillfully controlled the ball with his right foot before opting for a cross. His immediate delivery created chaos within Mallorca's defense. Everyone knew that Su Yuanqing was Sevilla's leading scorer, so when Navas directed the ball towards Mallorca's penalty area, 3 of Mallorca's defenders rushed to surround Su Yuanqing, attempting to thwart his efforts to score. However, Navas's intended target was not Su Yuanqing at the near post, but rather Canout at the far post. As the 3 Mallorca defenders moved towards Su Yuanqing, it meant that only one defender remained near Canout. Canout's powerful header successfully brought Sevilla their first goal of the match. Elated, Canout rushed to embrace Su Yuanqing and Navas, the 3 of them sharing a heartfelt moment. With fervor, Captain Navas exclaimed, "Gentlemen, this season we must not merely contend for European competition qualification, but rather strive to secure the La Liga title. We are fully capable of pursuing higher honors." Navas appeared brimming with confidence, while Rakiti voiced his concerns, stating, "It is no simple feat to wrest the La Liga title from Real Madrid." Navas, however, responded with unwavering resolve. "As long as we focus on our performance, train diligently, and adhere to Coach Manzano's tactics during matches, we can indeed create miracles. We will claim the La Liga championship. We will secure the Copa del Rey trophy. Moreover, we shall aim to reach the semi-finals of the UEFA Europa League." Nearby, Romeric quipped, "Only the semi-finals? I thought you would say we should win the Europa League. It is indeed a formidable challenge, yet not entirely insurmountable." Upon uttering these words, Navas elicited laughter from the crowd. It remains premature to discuss the championship race. For now, the Sevilla players ought to relish the beauty of the present moment. Soon enough, the match resumed. Despite conceding a goal, Mallorca, the visiting team, did not capitulate, but rather took the initiative to attack. However, when Sevilla deployed their signature impenetrable defense, it proved to be a significant blow to Mallorca's offensive efforts. The Mallorca players exerted themselves vigorously throughout the match, yet they consistently struggled to create favorable scoring opportunities. In essence, Mallorca's offense found it impossible to breach Sevilla's formidable defenses. This state of affairs persisted until the dying moments of the second half. In the 93rd minute, Mallorca was awarded a throw-in in the attacking third. The winger tossed the ball to midfielder de Guzman. The stalwart of Mallorca's midfield executed a sudden 180-degree turn, evading Rakitic's defense. It presented a promising opportunity for a pass. De Guzman deftly nudged the ball forward, sending it swiftly towards Sevilla's penalty area. Just as a Sevilla defender prepared to clear the ball with a header, Mallorca's forward Weber anticipated the play and deftly prodded it. Instinctively, Sevilla's center-back Escud tugged at Weber's jersey. In an instant, the seasoned forward collapsed to the ground. The referee, officiating the match, pointed decisively to the penalty spot. In the dying moments of stoppage time, Mallorca was granted a penalty, a chance capable of altering the match's outcome. Weber approached the spot with unwavering confidence, striking the ball with his right foot towards the center. Sevilla's goalkeeper palloped up to the right, completely misjudging the direction. As Weber converted the penalty, an uproar erupted from the away stands, with thousands of Mallorca fans chanting his name in unison. 1-1. Forward Weber emerged as the hero. Shortly after his successful penalty kick, the referee blew the final whistle, sealing the match's score at 1-1. Sevilla was left with 2 consecutive draws. After the match, Manzano's expression reflected his discontent. After all, Sevilla had been in the lead for the majority of the game. To concede a goal in the final moments was something he found unacceptable. In the post-match press conference, Coach Manzano fervently criticized the players' performances. Chapter 89, a crucial match for advancement. The onslaught from Paris Saint-Germain. Conceding a goal at such a critical juncture was utterly inexcusable. We must avert such lapses. I am profoundly dissatisfied with the performance of Sevilla's players. This does not reflect our true capabilities. As Manzano was preparing to depart from the press conference, a journalist suddenly addressed him, saying, "Mr. Manzano, Real Madrid and Barcelona also drew this evening. The top-ranking Real Madrid and the third-placed Barcelona have both settled for a stalemate." This revelation instantly stirred Manzano's emotions. Is this true? A hint of excitement reappeared on his face. Indeed, your team remains in second place in La Liga, just 4 points adrift of Real Madrid. The Sevilla fans have been closely monitoring the standings, and upon learning that both Real Madrid and Barcelona failed to secure victories, their spirits soared. Many supporters flocked to nearby taverns post-match to indulge in the joys of libation. Although the Sevilla fans are uncertain how long they can maintain their second-place standing, for now, they revel in being the second-best team in La Liga, trailing only Real Madrid. The Sevilla supporters simply wish to relish this moment of happiness. Following the conclusion of the 12th round clash between Sevilla and Mallorca, they will continue their campaign at the Ram NS Che Pizjuan Stadium. However, in 3 days, they will face a formidable opponent in Paris Saint-Germain, a match that marks the 5th round of the UEFA Europa League group stage. Currently, both Sevilla and Paris Saint-Germain share identical points, with 7 each, however. Due to an inferior goal difference, Sevilla finds itself ranked below PSG. With only 2 matches remaining in the group stage, Sevilla must triumph over the visiting Parisians tonight to advance. This match holds considerable significance for Su Yuanqing, whose immediate objective is to propel Sevilla into the UEFA Europa League semi-finals. To reach the Final Four, they must first navigate through the group stage. Should Su Yuanqing fail to lead Sevilla to victory over PSG tonight, his mission will undoubtedly falter. In preparation for a decisive win at home against PSG, Su Yuanqing undertook additional training 3 days in advance. He currently possesses 11 remaining attribute points, having allocated 4 points to enhance his penalty-taking skills to a formidable 80, and another 6 points to bolster his long-range shooting ability. Attribute points: 4, penalty 4, attribute points: 6, long shot 3. Currently, Su Yuanqing's attributes are as follows. Host: Su Yuanqing. Age: 19. Height: 188 centimeters. Physical abilities: strength 80, 88. Stamina 77, 85. Speed 75, 80. Explosiveness 70, 75. Jumping 89, 89. Agility 72, 78. Power 80, 88. Reaction 77, 85. Balance 72, 77. Technical abilities: shooting 89, 89. Long shot 80, 83. Header 87, 87. Short pass 65, 77. Long pass 60, 70. Cross 58, 66. Vision 65, 70. Dribbling 70, 76. Penalty 75, 80. Volley 89, 89. Remaining attribute points: 1, In recent days, Su Yuanqing has been diligently honing his long shots and penalties, and at last, just before the commencement of the match, he has managed to enhance both of these attributes. On November 25th, at the Ram NS Nche Pizju N Stadium, with a full month remaining, Sevilla hosted a crucial showdown. Both Paris Saint-Germain and Sevilla were eager to secure victory this evening. In their first encounter, Sevilla had drawn against Paris Saint-Germain away from home, with Su Yuanqing being the one to score for Sevilla. At that time, he was merely a young talent within the Sevilla lineup. However, he has now ascended to become the team's top scorer. Prior to the match, the Sevilla fans created an exhilarating atmosphere with their thunderous cheers. The away fans from Paris Saint-Germain were equally unreserved, igniting smoke bombs as blue smoke billowed slowly across the stadium. In the players' tunnel, Su Yuanqing remained composed, fully aware that Paris Saint-Germain had not yet been acquired by the Middle Eastern Consortium. Although the squad boasted several stars, such as Sessegnon, Vero, and Nene, their fame was not particularly overwhelming. Sevilla certainly had the capability to triumph over the mighty Paris. Su. Suddenly, a crisp and soft voice called from behind him. Su Yuanqing turned to find a young ball girl wearing his jersey. "Hello, what is your name?" Curiously, he inquired about the adorable girl's name. Aileen, she cheerfully responded, then imitating the adults, asked him, "Su, will you score a goal?" "Of course." A gentle smile graced Su Yuanqing's face. "Can you perform a celebratory gesture if you score?" "This is my dream." Upon finishing her sentence, Aileen suddenly leapt in place, executed a full 360-degree spin, and then shook her arms as if a tiny airplane was taking off. Su Yuanqing, witnessing such an awkward display of celebration, undoubtedly felt a sense of reluctance. This was utterly childish. "Is it not permissible? I implore you." Aileen pleaded with her big, watery eyes fixed on Su Yuanqing. Reluctantly, he nodded, conceding to the young ball boy's request. "Very well. If I manage to score, I shall fulfill the task you have set for me." "Thank you, Su. You are destined to become a great star, just like the legendary Pele and Maradona." Upon hearing Aileen's flattering words, Su Yuanqing couldn't help but chuckle. "How old are you this year? You seem quite knowledgeable." Aileen, counting on her fingers, replied, 3, 4, 5. "I am 5 years old." "Indeed. You are quite wise for your age." "At 5, I was still playing in the mud," Su Yuanqing jested about himself. Before long, the starting players from both teams arrived at the Ram NS Nche Pizju N Stadium. After bidding farewell to Aileen, Su Yuanqing took his position on the field, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. In the broadcast room of Dongqiu Network, the familiar voices of the veteran duo, Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu, echoed as they welcomed viewers. "Welcome to the 5th round of the group stage of the UEFA Europa League for the 2010 to 2011 season, where Sevilla faces Paris Saint-Germain at home." The starting players for both teams have now taken to the field. After the pre-match ceremony, the game shall officially commence. Chapter 90, Defense and Counterattack. Leaving Paris with no options, let us introduce the starting lineups for both sides. For Paris Saint-Germain, Coach Kombouer has fielded 11 players, including goalkeeper Duarte. The defenders, from left to right, are Sako, Serra, Thiago Silva, and Zuma. The midfield consists of Champmy, Nene, Bodmer, Sessegnon, and CL Mit. With the striker being the Frenchman Valery. Paris Saint-Germain has been in excellent form in Ligue 1, winning all of their last 6 matches, and tonight, the players are undoubtedly eager to secure victory at the Pizjuin. Sevilla's starting lineup remains unchanged from the previous match, with key players such as Su Yuanqing, Rakiti, and Navas continuing in their roles. All right, dear viewers, the starting lineups have been announced. Let us eagerly anticipate the beginning of this thrilling showdown. As the announcer from Dongqiu Network finished revealing the starting lineups, the players from Sevilla and Paris Saint-Germain were prepared and ready. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and the match commenced. On the barrage of comments, nearly 2 million fans began to express their excitement and anticipation for the match in this manner. This evening's game is one that Sevilla absolutely cannot afford to lose. Indeed, any defeat or draw would mean that Sevilla would relinquish their control over advancing from the group stage. Come on, Su Yuanqing. We are counting on you. Although Paris is formidable, I still believe that Sevilla can achieve victory tonight. As long as Su Yuanqing takes the field, there should be no significant issues. Really? Why are you all so confident? Haven't you heard the commentator mention that Paris Saint-Germain has won all of their last 6 matches? Just go for it. Why overthink? In a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. Every Chinese fan watching the live broadcast is filled with immense excitement, eagerly awaiting in front of their televisions. To speak candidly, nearly all Chinese fans are hoping for Su Yuanqing to score tonight and secure victory. After all, the UEFA Europa League is undoubtedly more thrilling than La Liga. In the Europa League, Sevilla faces formidable teams from other leagues, and with each step forward, the opponents become increasingly powerful. Within the Estadio Ram and Estche Pizjuan, the match is unfolding with great intensity, as both Sevilla and Paris Saint-Germain players sweated out on the field for victory. In the initial moments of the match, both teams focused heavily on midfield dominance, with every ball fiercely contested. The physical confrontations were quite brutal. The home team Sevilla players did not shy away. Although Spanish players are more adept at possession play, they did not hesitate to engage in physical clashes when necessary. On the sidelines, Coach Manzano adjusted his glasses with his right hand, maintaining a composed expression. Everything was within his expectations. The Sevilla players maintained a tight formation across all three lines, denying Paris any opportunities to shoot. As the match progressed, Sevilla implemented a high-pressing tactic. Leveraging their numerical advantage, Sevilla players repeatedly executed successful interceptions through coordinated pressing. These strategies had been meticulously devised by Manzano prior to the match. Judging by the current state of play, Manzano's tactics are proving effective. Originally, the Paris players aimed to seize an early advantage. However, Sevilla's relentless pressing dashed Paris Saint-Germain's attacking ambitions. Yet, after 10 minutes, the intensity of Sevilla's pressing began to wane. Manzano refrained from allowing his players to continue the high press, fully aware that no team can sustain such pressure indefinitely. This defensive approach would take a considerable toll on the players' stamina. Thus, it is essential to rest when the moment calls for it. After a brief intermission of approximately 15 minutes, the home team, Sevilla, suddenly intensified their focus. In the 25th minute of the match, Sevilla seized an opportunity. Within the ranks of Paris Saint-Germain, the impetus for their offensive play predominantly stemmed from Cesnan. When the ball found its way to Cesnan's feet, the attacking players of Paris Saint-Germain would invariably make forward runs or reposition themselves. However, Sevilla's head coach, Manzano, had meticulously analyzed this tactic prior to the match. Consequently, during training, he instructed his players to remain vigilant regarding Cesnan's positioning. As soon as the ball came to Cesnan's feet, the nearest Sevilla player was to disrupt his play with utmost urgency. The Sevilla players executed Manzano's strategy adeptly on the field. Romeric and Rakiti swiftly surrounded Cesnan. Realizing the predicament, Cesnan immediately turned, opting to play a backward pass. Yet, just as he delivered the ball, he perceived a shadow darting past him from behind. It was Navas. The captain of Sevilla had successfully anticipated Cesnan's passing trajectory, intercepting the ball with a timely intervention. Thus began Sevilla's counterattack. The stands of the Pizjuan Stadium erupted as 40,000 fans rose in exuberance. Captain Navas propelled forward with remarkable speed. As a seasoned player, Navas adeptly scanned the field, observing his teammates' movements and the gaps in the opposition's defense. In mere seconds, he surged into the attacking third, approaching the edge of the opponent's penalty area. Noticing the absence of Paris Saint-Germain players in his path, a thought of shooting crossed his mind. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion upon spotting a teammate racing down the left flank. It was Debo, the team's left back, known for his impressive crossing ability. With conviction, Navas ultimately chose to deliver the ball. Upon receiving it, Debo keenly assessed the situation within the penalty area. The towering forwards, Su Yuqing and Canut, were vying for position against the defenders of Paris. Without hesitation, Debo instinctively sent the ball towards the box. As a friend of Su Yuqing, Debo was acutely aware of his formidable heading prowess. He firmly believed that as long as he could deliver the ball into the penalty area, Su Yuqing would undoubtedly secure the first touch and find the back of the net. Chapter 91. Internal strife at Paris. A chance to extend the lead arises, yet Debo's passing technique was utterly lamentable this time. The ball cruelly sailed over Su Yuanqing's head, landing directly in front of Canut. Although Su Yuanqing had no connection with the ball, it was perfectly timed for Canut. The Malian forward executed a magnificent diving header in front of the goal, utilizing nearly all his strength to propel the ball. Just as Canut was contemplating his celebration, his header struck the crossbar and rebounded. Observing this turn of events, Canut immediately fell to the ground to attempt to tackle. Whoosh! The ball found the net. Though Canut appeared tall and imposing, his reflexes were remarkably swift. While everyone else stood in stunned silence, his opportunistic strike successfully sent the ball into the goal. Sevilla! 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 Knaut's goal enveloped the stands of the Ram NS and Sheikh Pizju Stadium in a joyous euphoria. At last, Knaut could perform the celebration he had just envisioned, arms raised to the heavens, then kneeling on the grass. This season, Knaut's goal tally has shattered previous records, contributing 10 goals across all competitions for Sevilla. Although it may pale in comparison to Su Yuanqing's achievements, Knaut felt immense satisfaction. After completing his celebration, his friends Dabo and Su Yuanqing approached him. Well struck. But alas, your initial header didn't find the back of the net. You squandered one of my assists. Dabo lamented with a hint of disappointment. Knaut, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I too believed it was destined for glory. That confounded crossbar. As long as we scored. It's all good. Both of you played significant roles in this goal. Su Yuanqing chuckled. On the sidelines, Manzano fervently applauded from the bench, thoroughly pleased with the recent goal. It was a textbook example of a counterattack. While all Spanish clubs were emulating Guardiola's Barcelona and indulging in possession football, Manzano remained steadfast in his preference for counterattacks. The results this season for Sevilla have demonstrated that counterattacking can prove more effective than possession play. Now, having witnessed his team take the lead in this pivotal match, Manzano felt a swell of pride mixed with a sense of relief. Whether it was Dabo, Rakiti, or Knaut and Su Yuanqing, this group had all been nurtured under Manzano's guidance. The evidence proved that as discerning I was astute. These players had showcased their talents in crucial matches. In fact, this goal was largely thanks to Su. Suddenly, Antoine, standing behind Manzano, spoke up. At that moment during the match, two defenders from Paris Saint-Germain leaned beside Su, indicating that the coach had emphasized the importance of defending against Su Yuanqing prior to the game. Manzano nodded in agreement with his assistant coach's assessment. You are absolutely correct. Paris is wary of Su's aerial prowess. Mere seconds later, the match resumed, with Paris Saint-Germain facing the daunting challenge of trailing by a goal. This was utterly unacceptable for Coach Kummer. On the sidelines, Kummer was visibly anxious. He understood that Sevilla was a team exceptionally skilled in defense, particularly after taking the lead. Sevilla would most likely fortify their defensive stance, potentially adopting an impenetrable formation. Given the current positioning of Sevilla's players, Kummer's suspicions were confirmed. Under the fortress-like defense, Paris Saint-Germain's offensive attempts repeatedly faltered. As the clock ticked past the 30-minute mark, the players from Paris Saint-Germain began to exhibit signs of frustration. Such anxiety directly impacted their performance, leading to frequent errors. Once mistakes began to occur, the players' anxiety only intensified, creating a vicious cycle. No long shots. No long shots. How many times must I tell you? Push forward. Charge into the box. Sessegnon, what are you doing? Stop being enamored with dribbling. Pass the damn ball. The head coach of Paris Saint-Germain was infuriated. It seemed that his tactical plans had been rendered futile. The players on the field appeared devoid of strategy, playing whimsically. As time slowly elapsed, the score remained unchanged, leading to rising tensions among the Paris players. Why not pass the ball to the flanks? Do you think you're Ronaldo with all that dribbling? Shouted Clement, directing his ire at his Brazilian teammate Sessegnon, who donned the coveted number 10 jersey and was undeniably the team's offensive linchpin. Naturally, Sessegnon was not inclined to accept this criticism. Pass it to you? What can you do? Besides throwing your hands up, what else are you capable of? Clement held a respectable position within Paris Saint-Germain, having contributed significantly to the team's goal tally in Ligue 1. Infuriated by Sessegnon's jibe, Clement retorted, I can deliver crosses. Have you not seen? Ballon in the box has found space. If I can just place the ball on his head, Paris will surely score. As Sessegnon was about to retort, another midfielder, Nene, interjected, saying, Clement, your confidence is truly misplaced. Even if the ball were passed to you, there's no way you could deliver it to Vero in the penalty area. You would only end up losing possession. Enough already. Do you not bear any responsibility? Another midfielder, Chantôme, joined the fray. In reality, a rift had long since developed between the French and Brazilian factions within Paris Saint-Germain. This recent goal conceded acted as a catalyst, intensifying the internal discord within the team. Unbeknownst to them, the match time had slipped into the final moments of the first half. In the 46th minute, during the last minute of stoppage time, Sevilla was granted another opportunity to attack. Su Yuanqing's friend, Rakitic, skillfully controlled the ball on the right flank. This presented a promising chance for a cross. Both Su Yuanqing and Knaut were poised to make a decisive move. Boom. Rakitic, noticing Su Yuanqing's run, deftly curled the ball with his right foot. Inside the penalty area, the ball found its way right to Su Yuanqing's feet. This was an excellent opportunity to score. To everyone's astonishment, Su Yuanqing opted not to head the ball directly, but instead executed a spectacular volley with his right foot. Chapter 92. Fulfilling the promise with the ball boy. Bang! Su Yuanqing's strike was immensely powerful, and the ball shot into Paris Saint-Germain's goal like a rocket, with lightning speed. Whoosh, the ball soared past the Paris goalkeeper, Ederson, and struck the net with a resounding thud. Ederson, unable to react in time, found himself helpless against the sheer velocity of Su Yuanqing's shot. This volley extended Sevilla's lead to 2 goals. The ball landed at Su Yuanqing's feet. Would he head it? No. Su Yuanqing chose to volley. The shot found the net. Ederson was powerless. 2-0. Sevilla led Paris Saint-Germain by 2 goals. As the commentator from Dongqiu Network finished his statement, the barrage of comments from Chinese fans filled the entire screen. Incredible. That shot was nothing short of breathtaking. Su Yuanqing's volley exuded the essence of the great Ibrahimovic. Paris Saint-Germain is in dire straits. Congratulations in advance to Sevilla for advancing from the group stage. Hold on, brothers, don't get too cocky. The match isn't over yet. Paris Saint-Germain might stage a comeback in the second half. Su Yuanqing's unparalleled volley heightened the atmosphere among the Sevilla fans on site. Over 40,000 Sevilla supporters filled the stands of the Ram Nshe Pizjuan Stadium, singing and dancing in celebration. After scoring, Su Yuanqing did not forget the promise he made with the ball girl, Erin. At this moment, the Ram Nshe Pizjuan Stadium was enveloped in the ecstatic cheers of fervent fans. Su Yuanqing sprinted to the position of the ball girl, and in accordance with their pre-match agreement, performed a comical celebration. In the stands, Sevilla supporters beamed with radiant smiles at that instant. Each Sevilla fan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He was truly remarkable. Having Su in Sevilla was nothing short of a tremendous fortune. Indeed, this boy from the distant east had rescued Sevilla. He was the hero of the Ram Nshe Pizjuan Stadium. He represented the future of Sevilla. A prodigious striker. The fans in the stands lauded Su Yuanqing's performance, filled with pride for him. Su's arrival had enriched our attacking front. It was hard to believe he was only 19 years old. We hope he can serve Sevilla for a decade. I firmly believe he can become the greatest scorer in Sevilla's history. Even if offered Ronaldo or Messi, we would not trade Su. Indeed, Su is an invaluable treasure for Sevilla. The Sevilla fans on this side of the stands rose in unison, applauding Su Yuanqing with smiles on their faces, showering him with compliments. In the front row of the stands, a little girl named Eileen made a heart gesture towards Su Yuanqing. Subsequently, Eileen turned to her parents and exclaimed, "I told you. Brother Su would definitely score." Eileen's parents smiled as they affectionately patted her head. "Yes, we saw it. And he fulfilled your promise, didn't he?" Eileen revealed her little tiger teeth and said, "Yes. Brother Su did it." Haha. It was evident that Eileen was overjoyed, embodying the innocence and joy that befits her age. "Mom and Dad, I have a small request," Eileen said, her big watery eyes wide with excitement. "I want to be the ball girl again for the next match. I want to hold Brother Su's hand as we step onto the field." "All right, we'll sign you up." Beep. Shortly after the kickoff, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. Sevilla, thanks to the goals from Canout and Su Yuanqing, had taken a 2-goal lead over Paris Saint-Germain. As halftime arrived, Su Yuanqing entered the locker room surrounded by his Sevilla teammates, all of whom felt immense pride in his first-half performance. Their camaraderie was palpable as they chanted Su Yuanqing's name in unison. "Su, Su, Su, you are the legend of Sevilla. You will win the Ballon d'Or. You are the hope of Sevilla." As several teammates sang this song, Su Yuanqing's face was adorned with embarrassment. Yet, his Sevilla comrades paid no heed to his discomfort, and soon more voices joined in song. The locker room was filled with an atmosphere of exuberance. "All right, gentlemen, that will be enough." Upon the arrival of Sevilla's head coach, Manzano, the mischievous players instantly fell silent. Adjusting his glasses with an excited expression, Manzano addressed all the Sevilla players, "Though we have taken the lead in the first half, and by 2 goals, let us not forget that the match is far from over. We have a full 45 minutes ahead of us against Paris Saint-Germain. Popping champagne at halftime is not advisable. Therefore, I need each of you to forget the goals scored in the first half." After this proclamation, Manzano paused for a few seconds, then turned his gaze towards Su Yuanqing. "Su, I need you to maintain pressure on the opponent's goal in the second half. I believe, with your talent, you can continue to score. If you manage to find the net again in the second half, I am certain that Sevilla can undoubtedly defeat Paris Saint-Germain. No sooner had Manzano finished speaking than the team captain, Navas, chimed in. Indeed, Sue. Hurry and score a few more. We want to hear the fans sing your song. Following Navas's words, laughter erupted once more, and even Manzano chuckled heartily. However, it was not long before he regained his usual seriousness. Gentlemen, you must remember that the second half will be even more challenging than the first. Stay focused. Do not become complacent. After outlining the tactics for the second half, the Sevilla players returned to the field, ready for the impending match. What the Sevilla players did not anticipate was that, following halftime, Paris Saint-Germain seemed to have awakened. Merely 5 minutes into the second half, the Parisians breached Sevilla's defense. PSG's number 10, Sessegnon, executed a series of 1-2 passes with Nene in the midfield. In an instant, Sessegnon found himself at the edge of Sevilla's penalty area. After glancing at the positioning of Sevilla's goalkeeper, Palop, he unleashed a swift strike. Chapter 93, a goal restored. Paris begins to press. His shot was remarkably fast, the ball curling in an unusual trajectory, successfully eluding Palop's grasp and finding the back of the net. 2-1. Paris Saint-Germain had scored. The referee signaled the goal valid, pointing towards the center circle. In the away stands, thousands of PSG supporters erupted into jubilant cheers. What a splendid goal. Keep going. We need just one more. Let's keep pushing. There is still hope for Paris. These thousands of fans continuously rallied their players on the field. This is the UEFA Europa League. This is the prowess of Paris Saint-Germain. As long as the referee has yet to sound the final whistle, Paris has every opportunity to score. Should Sevilla underestimate Paris, they shall find themselves facing defeat. On the Sevilla bench, Coach Manzano appeared despondent, his head bowed slightly as if lost in contemplation. His assistant coach, Antoine, spoke up. Coach, should we bolster our defense? After scoring, Paris will undoubtedly continue to press our backline. Manzano remained silent, a hint of frustration evident in his demeanor. Antoine pressed on. Coach, are you listening? Should we make a substitution? Perhaps we should consider replacing one of our forwards, Canute or So. It was only upon hearing So's name that Manzano emerged from his reverie. What did you say? Substitute So? What is wrong with him? Is he injured? Manzano's tone was urgent. Antoine quickly clarified, he is not injured. I'm concerned that Paris will intensify their offensive efforts. Shouldn't we replace a forward with a defender? No, absolutely not. Manzano replied firmly. I have faith in So. He will continue to score. Just as Manzano and Antoine deliberated over substitutions, the game took a sudden turn. Zokora made a breakthrough down the flank, skillfully maneuvering past PSG's fullback, Seiko. As Zokora was about to enter the penalty area, Seiko forcefully brought him down from behind. The referee promptly whistled for a foul. Yet, Seiko wore an expression of innocence, vehemently arguing with the referee, insisting he merely touched the ball. The referee, however, remained unconvinced and upheld the original decision, inciting Seiko's ire. The PSG fullback then directed his frustration at Zokora, who lay on the ground receiving medical attention, clutching his right foot. Throughout the incident, there had been no contact between them, yet Seiko approached Zokora, angrily exclaiming, "Do Ivorians all enjoy diving? Can't you take a lesson from Drogba? With such a robust physique, it's truly perplexing that you resort to theatrics." Zokora, bewildered, gazed back at Seiko, unable to comprehend the accusation. At that moment, Rakiti rushed to confront Seiko, defending his teammate. It was you who tackled him. Not only do you refuse to apologize, but you also have the audacity to make snide remarks. It's clear that a team of such caliber is filled with nothing but trash players. Rakiti's words wielded considerable impact, not only berating Sako, but also directing his ire towards the entire Paris Saint-Germain squad. Consequently, the other players from Paris Saint-Germain rushed towards Rakiti, demanding an explanation. The referee, keen to avert further escalation, promptly blew his whistle and decisively issued a yellow card to Rakiti, thereby calming the tempers on the pitch. A set-piece opportunity arose for Sevilla, positioned near the right side of the penalty area. The angle for a direct shot was rather acute, and it was anticipated that a pass would be the preferred strategy. Within the Paris Saint-Germain penalty area, Su Yuanqing and his striking partner Canute were already poised and ready. This formidable duo was vying for position against the defenders of Paris Saint-Germain. Rakiti deliberately approached Su Yuanqing, leaning in to whisper, "Su, I promise to pass the ball to you. We must show these Parisian pretenders what we are made of. I believe you can score." Su Yuanqing nodded in acknowledgement and gestured back to Rakiti. Subsequently, Rakiti returned to the spot for the free kick. Behind the ball stood Romeric and Navas, both of whom possessed exceptional passing abilities. After a brief exchange of whispers among the three, Rakiti positioned himself behind the ball, indicating that the responsibility for this set piece had been entrusted to him. On the sidelines, Paris Saint-Germain's coach, Combour, was fervently orchestrating his players to form a wall. "Make it tall. We must prevent Sevilla from having a direct shot," he urged. "At least 5 players in the wall. And keep an eye on the defense within the box. The cunning Sevillians may opt for a quick pass," as Combour anxiously directed his players on the opposite bench. Sevilla's coach, Manzano, and his assistant were engaged in a wager. "Antoine, what do you say? Care for a bet?" Before Manzano could finish, Antoine interjected, "No bets. I've already lost all my home wine." Manzano, visibly disappointed, shifted his focus back to the field. As the referee's whistle pierced the silence of the Ram in Estche Pizjuan Stadium, the atmosphere became electric, with over 40,000 fans fixated on the player poised to take the free kick. When the whistle blew, Rakiti took a deep breath, then began his run-up, his eyes keenly tracking Su Yuanqing's movements. With a swift strike, he executed a delicate pass. The football swiftly soared over the wall, only to descend abruptly. Within the penalty area of Paris Saint-Germain, Su Yuanqing, utilizing Canut's cover, suddenly accelerated and effortlessly evaded the defenders of Paris. He surged into the vicinity of the near post, receiving Rakiti's pass, and executed a stunning backheel maneuver, sending the ball rapidly between the goalkeeper and the post. With a decisive roll, the ball found its way into the net. 3-1. Chapter 94. Advancing to the next round ahead of schedule. This goal was sufficient to extinguish any suspense in the match. Another goal. Su Yuanqing. He is the prolific scorer of Sevilla. This marks his 22nd goal of the season, and the 5th in the Europa League. He currently stands as the top scorer in the Europa League. His form is nothing short of explosive. How could Sevilla's fans contain their excitement? They possess the finest forward in the world. With a hoarse voice, Jean-June passionately shouted into the microphone. He was no longer the neutral and objective commentator of Europe, but a devoted supporter of Sevilla, a fervent admirer of Su Yuanqing. Jean-June continued to roar. After a series of defeats at the beginning of the season, Sevilla has finally regained their footing. They boast an experienced head coach and numerous talented stars. Most importantly, they have a super striker on their roster. A super striker at merely 19 years of age. When Sevilla lost their Champions League qualification and faced defeat against Barcelona in the Spanish Super Cup, many believed they were plunging into their darkest hour. Yet, Su Yuanqing has transformed everything. This season, Sevilla remains unbeaten in La Liga, currently positioned second in the standings, while in the Europa League. They lead Paris Saint-Germain 3-1, their prospects shining brightly. Near the corner flag, after completing his celebration, Su Yuanqing was soon joined by Rakiti and Canut, who rushed over to celebrate with him. "If I recall correctly, you have helped Sevilla score 22 goals this season, which is truly impressive. I haven't even managed half of that." Su Yuanqing calmly replied, "With hard work, I believe you too can surpass 20 goals. I have faith in you." Reflecting on the past, when Su Yuanqing first joined Sevilla, he and Canut were not on amicable terms. However, over time, as Su Yuanqing showcased his remarkable talent on the pitch, Canut gradually became an ardent admirer of his. Canut nodded slightly towards Su Yuanqing, now filled with unwavering belief in his abilities. Before long, the players of Sevilla re-engaged in the match. Following the kickoff, with a 2-goal advantage established, Sevilla increasingly focused on their defensive strategy. In the final 20 minutes of the match, the visiting Paris Saint-Germain launched a fierce offensive. However, before the indomitable fortress of Sevilla, the Parisians were unable to conjure a miracle. They could only pose a threat to Sevilla's goal through an incessant barrage of long-range shots. Yet every attempt by the Parisian players inevitably soared over the baseline. As the stoppage time of the second half drew to a close, the referee slowly blew the whistle. Beep, beep, beep. Following 3 long whistles, the match came to an end. Sevilla triumphed over Paris Saint-Germain with a score of 3-1, thanks to a brace from Su Yuanqing and a goal from Canut, securing a crucial victory in the battle for group advancement. Following this match, Sevilla's points in the UEFA Europa League group stage reached a commendable 10. With 1 round remaining in the group stage, Sevilla had successfully advanced from their group. Paris Saint-Germain, being Sevilla's sole competitor, could only muster 10 points, even if they were to defeat Borussia Dortmund in their next match. Due to the head-to-head results, they would find themselves relegated to 3rd place in the group. At the post-match press conference, Manzano appeared before the reporters with palpable excitement. After defeating Paris Saint-Germain, He appeared elated, his face adorned with a warm smile. Coach Manzano, first of all, congratulations to Sevilla on successfully advancing from the group stage. What is your assessment of the players' performance this evening? As the conference commenced, the journalists immediately directed questions at Manzano. Without hesitation, he responded directly, "Absolutely splendid. Our players performed remarkably well. Sue, Canute, and Ivan Rakiti were outstanding. They executed a flawless match. Paris Saint-Germain posed a considerable threat to our defense. They played tenaciously, fighting until the very last moment. But tonight, fortune smiled upon us." After Manzano addressed this inquiry, more journalists raised their hands to ask, "Mr. Manzano, let us discuss the knockout stage of the Europa League. If all goes as expected, Sevilla will face Porto in the knockout stage. This team is a powerhouse in the Portuguese league, and if I recall correctly, Sevilla was eliminated by another strong Portuguese team, Braga, at the beginning of the season, thus losing their Champions League qualification." Upon hearing the question, a hint of awkwardness crossed the face of the Sevilla coach. However, Manzano quickly adjusted his demeanor, responding candidly, "But the Sevilla of now is not the same as that of early in the season. We possess the capability to defeat any team, including Porto. I believe any team we encounter in the knockout stage will present challenges, but I am confident that Sevilla's players will overcome any obstacles." Upon hearing Coach Manzano's response, the journalist smiled slightly and continued with his inquiry. "Now that Sevilla has secured advancement from the group stage, how far do you personally believe Sevilla can progress in the Europa League?" Manzano spread his arms wide, responding nonchalantly, "I do not know. You should pose that question to God." His occasional humor brought laughter to the press conference. Another journalist raised his hand to ask, "Do you think it is more challenging for Sevilla to win the La Liga title or the Europa League trophy?" With a raised eyebrow, Manzano pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "Both are equally difficult. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude for believing that Sevilla possesses the capability to secure both the La Liga and Europa League titles. Frankly, given Sevilla's current strength, achieving victory in either of these competitions is quite challenging. However, one cannot entirely dismiss what cannot be dismissed." The journalist pressed on for clarification. Manzano, unhurried, simply smiled and added, "We cannot dismiss the possibility that God is on our side." Chapter 95, The Enthusiastic Sevilla Fans. Hooray! We have finally advanced. What a magnificent match. This evening, Sevilla triumphed over the proud Parisians. I propose a toast to celebrate Sevilla's progression. Cheers. After the match, in various taverns throughout the city of Sevilla, fans donned in Sevilla jerseys raised their glasses in celebration. Every Sevilla supporter wore a joyful and excited expression. It is likely that many Sevilla fans will find themselves sprawled on the streets, intoxicated by the end of the night. The news of Sevilla's early advancement from the group stage swiftly spread throughout the city, with nearly everyone searching online for media reports. This is a festival for the Sevilla fans. Groups of friends gathered together, indulging in barbecued meats and beer, celebrating this wonderful moment as if Christmas had arrived. I heard our opponent in the knockout stage is Porto. They are a formidable team from the Primera Liga. Can we achieve victory? Absolutely. Sevilla has Sue. This young talent from the East will undoubtedly lead us to the finals of the Europa League. I believe so. Sevilla has undergone a transformation. We fear no opponent. Porto? Under Mourinho, they were indeed strong, but the special one has since moved to Inter Milan. Porto is hardly a concern. Su Yuanqing will score at least 3 goals against Porto. Mark my words. Su truly possesses such capability. He has already netted 22 goals for Sevilla. When the club's official website first announced Su's signing, I even mocked the club's recruitment. I truly regret it. Indeed, I too criticized Su. I owe him an apology. My sincerest apologies. He is a hero for Sevilla. It is Su who has granted us the opportunity to advance from the group stage. The fans of Sevilla are almost exclusively discussing Su Yuanqing. In the hearts of all Sevilla supporters, this 19-year-old prodigy from the East has become the club's foremost star. In the summer of 2010, the formidable Spanish national team had just clinched the World Cup title in South Africa, igniting an unprecedented fervor for football among the entire Spanish populace. Even those who previously held little interest in the sport found themselves enamored by the beautiful game, captivated by their nation's triumph. The entire country rejoiced in celebration of this monumental victory, and the city of Sevilla was no exception. From the upper echelons of society to the elite, farmers, and workers alike, football became the topic of fervent conversation. On this particular evening, the entire city of Sevilla is abuzz with discussions surrounding Su Yuanqing. Every Sevilla supporter has become an ardent admirer of this young talent. In recent seasons, Sevilla has not notably distinguished itself. Yet this season they find themselves in a surprising second place in La Liga and have successfully advanced from the group stage of the UEFA Europa League, much to the delight of their fans. Most importantly, a wave of talented and youthful players has emerged within the team, instilling boundless hope in the hearts of Sevilla supporters. Enthusiastic news has spread throughout the city, enveloping Sevilla in an atmosphere of joy. Within a dilapidated home, Luis returned to his cozy little bed after a long day's work. Fatigue etched on his face as he lay down. His family is mired in an economic crisis. As the head of the household, Luis must work at least 3 jobs each day to barely make ends meet. Just a few minutes after he settled onto his bed, he was abruptly awakened by the sounds of celebration outside his window. "What is happening?" Luis murmured to himself, bleary-eyed. He peered outside to see throngs of fans clad in Sevilla jerseys, waving flags and singing the club anthem with fervor. Could it be that Sevilla has advanced from the group stage? If memory serves, Sevilla is hosting Paris Saint-Germain tonight. Alas, it has been far too long since he last had the chance to attend a match at the Ram and Estancia Pizjuan Stadium. A mixture of excitement and disappointment crossed Luis's face. He rejoiced at the thought that his beloved team had triumphed over PSG, securing their progression. Yet he felt despondent at being unable to support them in person due to work commitments. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, revealing his wife Mayana. Her expression was a blend of exhilaration and bewilderment. She hurried to Luis's side, her eyes wide with anticipation, and exclaimed, "Luis, didn't you purchase a Sevilla lottery ticket? What was the score?" Luis, puzzled, inquired what happened. "Mayana, you typically do not pay much attention to football, and I have only placed 10 bets, amounting to €20, which is merely my pocket money." Luis seems to be apprehensive about Mayana blaming him for his extravagant spending. "Do tell quickly. What was the score you bet on?" Mayana is not inclined to reproach Luis. She simply wishes to know the outcome. 3-1. Sevilla triumphed over Paris Saint-Germain, 3-1. "The odds of that are exceedingly slim. It cannot possibly be true," Luis murmurs. "Congratulations, Luis. We have won," Mayana exclaims with excitement, enveloping Luis in an embrace. Her emotions surging. "A multiplier of 60-1. We have secured €1,200. That amounts to half a month's salary for us." Though this sum may not be substantial, for a family like Luis and Mayana's, it is indeed a delightful windfall. "Is it true, Mayana? Is this really happening?" Luis's expression mirrors Mayana's exhilaration, a visage of disbelief. "It is indeed true. Luis, is there something you wish to purchase? Speak freely. We can indulge ourselves a little. Perhaps enjoy a lavish meal." However, Mayana's suggestion does not pique Luis's interest, as he has already formulated his own plan. "No, Mayana. I believe we should attend a Sevilla match in person. It has been far too long since I visited the Ram and Estancia Pizjuan Stadium, and this money, in a sense, has been bestowed upon us by Sevilla." "Absolutely. However, we can only afford the cheapest tickets. If I recall correctly, they should be €80. "Yes, €80. We can go together." Smiles illuminate the faces of Luis and Mayana. Shortly thereafter, they find themselves lost in a beautiful daydream. Although they must return to their multiple jobs the following day, in this moment, Mayana and Luis feel both blissful and fortunate. Chapter 96. The Fury of the Parisians. Sevilla, with the miraculous performance of their Eastern striker scoring twice, defeats Paris Saint-Germain at home, securing early advancement from the group stage. Sevilla's arduous qualification. They have vanquished their direct rivals, the mighty Paris. An intense match. The 19-year-old striker from Huaxiao once again rescues the team. His 2 goals have led Sevilla to victory. The miracle belonging to Su Yuanqing continues. Last season, he did not receive a single opportunity to play for Barcelona, yet now he has become Sevilla's top scorer. That evening, all media outlets in Sevilla fervently reported on this match, while distant Huaxia's fans also learned of the news. In fact, the coverage in the homeland was even more extensive than that in Sevilla. Several high-traffic portals prominently featured the headlines about Su Yuanqing's remarkable brace. To be candid, for the stagnant fans of Huaxia, Su Yuanqing's emergence is akin to a refreshing spring breeze. The hopes of countless fans of Chinese football have been reignited. Upon visiting the website of Dongqiu, one is greeted by an abundance of news surrounding Su Yuanqing. The comment sections of these reports overflow with praise from fans celebrating Su Yuanqing's remarkable performance. It is hard to believe that a player from our nation has the capability to establish himself in La Liga. This is truly surreal. Su Yuanqing's display against Paris Saint-Germain was nothing short of exceptional. No longer is he merely a header specialist, he is evolving into a versatile player. Sevilla has indeed performed impressively, managing to advance from a challenging group stage ahead of schedule, a remarkable achievement. This means we will have the pleasure of witnessing more of Su Yuanqing's matches. What a day to take pride and joy in. For years, players emerging from our homeland have often faded into obscurity, but now we have Su Yuanqing. I hope he can become a football icon akin to Yao Ming. If Sevilla continues to play in this fashion, I firmly believe they can clinch the UEFA Europa League title. Su Yuanqing is extraordinary, the foremost figure in Chinese football. The elation among fans is palpable. Of course, there are some detractors, yet the majority of Chinese football enthusiasts stand firmly in support of Su Yuanqing. A minority insists that Sevilla's triumph over PSG was purely fortuitous. Some even argue that, despite advancing from their group, Sevilla stands little chance against the Portuguese powerhouse Porto. Meanwhile, in the neighboring nation of Sakura, fans are also discussing Su Yuanqing's impressive performances. Who would have thought that a super striker would emerge from China? Su Yuanqing possesses remarkable physicality and is a complete forward. Had he been born a Sakura national, imagine the accolades he would receive. I have a strong premonition that it will not be long before this Chinese center forward ascends to the title of King of Asian football. At only 19 years of age, he displays an extraordinary maturity. His future is undeniably bright. This scenario resembles a plot from an anime, with a 19-year-old prodigy dominating La Liga. From this moment on, I count myself among Su Yuanqing's admirers. For fans in Sakura, they have always revered the strong. Since Su Yuanqing led Sevilla to victory over Dortmund, where Shinji Kagawa plays, many from Sakura have become his followers. Coupled with his handsome features and perfect physique, the young ladies of Sakura have swiftly transformed into his devoted fans. In Paris, upon hearing the news of Paris Saint-Germain's defeat, the arrogant French fans were left bewildered. How could this be possible? We were bested by a 19-year-old from a footballing desert? This is utterly fantastical. This must be a match-fixing scandal. I cannot fathom how the defenders of Paris Saint-Germain could perform so poorly. To be scored upon twice by a mere 19-year-old striker is utterly disgraceful. How infuriating. We are the team that truly deserves to advance. Paris Saint-Germain must undergo a reconstruction. Beyond reconstruction, we are in dire need of financial resources. I have heard that wealthy investors from the Middle East are set to invest in Paris Saint-Germain. May they bring glory to the grand club. For the fans of Paris Saint-Germain, it is incomprehensible that the team could suffer defeat against Sevilla on their own turf. Even more bewildering is how Su Yuanqing managed to score twice in this encounter. Consequently, the defeat stirred considerable unrest domestically. The head coach, Kumar, was dismissed by the management on November 28th. This evening, Sevilla is set to host their final match of November, facing Getafe in the 13th round of La Liga. At noon, Su Yuanqing made his appearance at the training ground, flanked by his friends Rakiti, Debo, and others. Given that the team has a match later in the evening, assistant coach Antoine did not schedule any strength or fitness training. The focus of today's session was primarily tactical. Before training commenced, the customary meeting took place. Manzano adjusted his glasses and calmly addressed the Sevilla players present. At 7:30 this evening, we will face the challenge posed by Getafe at home. I understand that many of you are fatigued after the recent match against Paris Saint-Germain. However, I have reiterated countless times that we have a genuine chance to contend for the championship this season. La Liga remains our primary focus. Getafe is no weak opponent, and we must give our utmost effort. Once Manzano concluded his address, the team divided into two groups for training. However, Su Yuanqing found himself placed in the substitute group. A deliberate decision by Coach Manzano. Recently, Manzano has instructed his assistant to monitor Su Yuanqing's fitness levels. He discovered that Su Yuanqing's physical reserves were quite poor. Particularly with the demanding schedule of midweek matches, Su Yuanqing struggles to showcase his true capabilities. In 3 days, Sevilla is set to travel to the Song of Songs Stadium to face Villarreal. The difficulty of this match will undoubtedly surpass that of tonight's encounter with Getafe, and the competition will be more intense. Therefore, Manzano intends to rest Su Yuanqing this evening, allowing him ample recuperation to face Villarreal in optimal condition. After the afternoon training session, Manzano shared his thoughts with Su Yuanqing. Chapter 97. The Pressure of Public Opinion After a Loss. Su Yuanqing possesses a profound understanding of Coach Manzano's intentions, particularly as Sevilla embarks on a demanding season requiring engagement on 3 fronts, necessitating player rotation in certain matches. That evening, The match between Sevilla and Getafe commenced, yet Su Yuanqing was conspicuously absent from the squad list, opting instead to observe from the stands. In his stead, Negrito took to the pitch. Last season, Negrito was an indispensable force in Sevilla's attack. However, following Alvarez's departure, he gradually relinquished his starting position. Especially after Manzano assumed the role of head coach, Negrito found himself relegated to the bench. In the early moments of the match, Negrito displayed a commendable level of enthusiasm on the front line, frequently seeking defensive gaps through diligent running. Nevertheless, his prolonged absence from competitive play resulted in a lack of synergy with his teammates, rendering him somewhat estranged from the team's tactical framework. Throughout the first half, Sevilla, devoid of Su Yuanqing, failed to pose any real threat to Getafe's goal. The dynamics of the match shifted dramatically in the second half. Within a mere 10 minutes, the visiting Getafe struck twice, leaving Sevilla momentarily stunned. In the 72nd and 81st minutes, Getafe's forward Ballon and midfield stalwart Parejo capitalized on counterattacks, breaching Sevilla's defense to secure a 2-goal lead. At this juncture, Manzano began to feel the pressure, yearning for Su Yuanqing's presence, yet regrettably, he was not on the bench, but rather in the stands of the Pizjuan Stadium. Although in the 87th minute, Canut managed to narrow the deficit with a header. Nearly a minute later, Getafe's forward, clad in the number 7 jersey, Fedor, responded with a stunning long-range strike. This shot, a veritable masterpiece, exhibited both power and velocity. Catching Sevilla's goalkeeper Palop off guard, the score escalated to 3-1, extinguishing any lingering hope. Sevilla succumbed to defeat, marking Manzano's inaugural loss since taking charge. In truth, Manzano was acutely aware that this day was inevitable. No team can maintain an unbroken winning streak indefinitely. Losses are an inherent aspect of a footballer's journey. Despite previous victories over Barcelona and a commendable triumph against Paris Saint-Germain at home, leading to their advancement from the group stage, Sevilla had exceeded expectations relative to their capabilities. In the realm of football, perpetual victory remains an elusive dream. Sevilla is no exception. Although initially disheartened by the defeat, the seasoned coach, Manzano, soon managed to adjust his mindset. To be frank, Sevilla exhibited considerable spirit and vigor on the pitch. Throughout the match, the players consistently applied immense pressure on their opponent's goal. It was merely a stroke of bad luck that thwarted their efforts. Upon returning to the dressing room, Manzano clapped his hands, his expression serious as he addressed the team. Sometimes, losing can be a blessing in disguise, as it allows us to reassess our capabilities. I urge each of you to remember this moment and the taste of defeat. Regardless of the opponent, we must give our all and not underestimate anyone. Getafe may not be a formidable team. They are, at best, a mid-table side in La Liga, yet they triumphed over us tonight. What does this signify? In La Liga, and indeed in any competition, we must never take our adversaries lightly. Manzano's gaze was earnest. After a brief pause, he continued. We must maintain our focus for every match. Throughout December, we will be competing in the Copa del Rey, La Liga, and the UEFA Europa League knockout stages. Every opponent has the potential to defeat us. Therefore, I need each of you to exert your utmost attention and dedication in every encounter. Only then can we become invincible. As Manzano concluded, his assistant coach Antoine was the first to offer applause, soon joined by the other players. The applause lingered for a few moments before gradually fading. Allowing Manzano to speak once more, I trust you understand the reason for our defeat. The absence of Su directly impeded our offensive capabilities. This season, Su has undoubtedly been our standout performer. At just 19 years old, he has become our leading scorer. As far as I know, Su arrives at the training ground early almost every day and engages in extra practice after each session. It is his strict self-discipline that has allowed him to flourish this season. I hope each of you can strive to emulate Su. As he approached the climax of his address, Manzano emphasized the critical point. In 3 days, on the 1st of December, we will challenge Villarreal at El Madrigal, a team that is also our opponent in the Copa del Rey. Their strength is undeniable, boasting several star players in their lineup. And I expect you to secure a victory against them. I do not wish to endure a streak of defeats. With that, Manzano exited the dressing room without looking back. Once he departed, the Sevilla players felt a sense of despondency. They too were unwilling to accept defeat, fully aware of its repercussions. At that moment, Captain Navas spoke up. All right, gentlemen, there is no need for self-reproach. As Coach Manzano aptly stated, what we must do now is remember the taste of defeat. In the upcoming match against Villarreal, victory is imperative. Sevilla, we shall triumph. Triumph. After Coach Manzano and Captain Navas spoke, the spirits of most Sevilla players began to rise with excitement. The players started to eagerly anticipate the forthcoming fixtures, especially the imminent clash with Villarreal. At this moment, each Sevilla player resembled a ravenous pack of wolves, their desire for battle intensely fervent. They yearned for victory. The following day, all matches of the 13th round of La Liga had concluded. Major Spanish media outlets commenced their coverage of this round's events, with particular attention directed towards the match between Sevilla and Getafe. Although Sevilla's standing in La Liga pales in comparison to that of Real Madrid and Barcelona, the team's impressive form this season, coupled with their recent defeat, rendered them a topic of greater discussion than other teams. From another perspective, Sevilla is gradually becoming comparable to Barcelona and Real Madrid. Chapter 98. Next round, an away match against the Yellow Submarine. Sevilla shockingly loses. Coach Manzano endures his first defeat since taking charge. Sevilla, devoid of Su Yuanqing, has lost its magic. They suffered a disastrous defeat at home to Getafe. The marvelous Sevilla is no longer extraordinary. Manzano's decision to bench Su Yuanqing led to the team's loss. Getafe shocks. Sevilla faces defeat. Manzano faces fan doubts. In the comments section, Sevilla fans expressed their dissatisfaction with the team's performance through their words. Fans of other teams, eager for drama, joined in the commentary. Sevilla has lost. This is truly a cause for widespread delight. Sevilla's fans are excessively fervent. This defeat allows them to recognize their shortcomings. I have previously stated that Sevilla is unworthy of comparison with Barcelona. Their victory over Barcelona in the league was merely a stroke of luck and does not signify anything substantial nor prove that Sevilla can replace Barcelona. I hope Sevilla continues to suffer defeats. Without Su Yuanqing, Sevilla is nothing but a collection of rubbish. It has become evident that the key to Sevilla's victories is not Coach Manzano, but rather the young forward Su Yuanqing. Indeed, had Su Yuanqing been on the field during this match, perhaps they could have conjured a miracle. Since their triumph over Paris, Sevilla's fans have become somewhat arrogant. This defeat serves as the best punishment for them. Frankly, based on my 30-plus years of watching football, I predict that Sevilla will soon face a string of consecutive defeats. The absolute strength of Sevilla FC is, at most, that of the 4th or 5th position in the league, making their quest for the championship seemingly impossible. In the comments section, fans of other La Liga teams have begun to mercilessly ridicule Sevilla. Although some Sevilla supporters have attempted to retaliate, they are ultimately outnumbered. As the next round of matches approaches, Sevilla will undoubtedly continue to face the scorn of rival fans online. These supporters of other teams only focus on Sevilla's losses, conveniently overlooking their performances in other matches this season, which is indeed an unfair practice. However, this behavior is a common phenomenon in today's internet culture. Sevilla has suffered defeats, and with losses come the inevitable derision from others. The only way to alter this narrative is through victory. On December 1st, Sevilla will face Villarreal away, a match in which they must secure a win. This season, the team known as the Yellow Submarine, Villarreal, has displayed remarkable consistency. In the first 13 rounds of La Liga, Villarreal has achieved a record of 10 wins and 3 losses, without a single draw, embodying a fierce survival of the fittest mentality. Currently positioned 4th in the league, head coach Juan Garcé's aggressive pressing tactics have propelled the team as success. Villarreal boasts several exceptionally talented stars, including the formidable Italian striker Rossi, who partners with the young Brazilian forward Nerma, aged 25. The midfield is anchored by Spanish star Senna alongside veteran Cani, and a promising young midfielder named Cazorla is also rising to prominence, standing at just 168 centimeters. Cazorla exhibits remarkable agility on the field, often capable of navigating through multiple defenders to take a shot on goal. Villarreal fans affectionately refer to him as the Messi of the Yellow Submarine. In summary, Villarreal's current 4th place standing in La Liga is not merely a matter of chance. Furthermore, all 3 matches they have lost this season have been away, indicating that they remain undefeated at home, making them a formidable home team. For Manzano's squad, overcoming Villarreal at the Ram NS Pizjuan Stadium will not be an easy feat. Manzano faces considerable pressure. In December, his team must contend not only with the 4th-placed Villarreal but also with an away challenge against Real Madrid on December 20th. Additionally, Sevilla will host Porto for the first leg of the UEFA Europa League knockout stage on December 16th. December is undeniably a devilish month for Sevilla. The clash against Villarreal is imminent. Can Manzano's team reignite the dawn of victory? After suffering their first defeat in the league, Sevilla now faces the Yellow Submarine. The moment has come to test Manzano's coaching prowess. This is a match they absolutely cannot afford to lose. Manzano's squad is confronted with a daunting away game. The arrival of a treacherous schedule. Throughout December, Sevilla not only battles Villarreal but also faces formidable opponents like Real Madrid and Porto. Perhaps, Sevilla is on the brink of a losing streak. Most Spanish media outlets have chosen to cast doubt on Sevilla, their words laced with mockery and derision. While Sevilla fans may vent their frustrations on their forums, they remain staunch defenders of their team in public. The last match was merely a defeat against Getafe. Yet the media absurdly predicts a series of losses for Sevilla. This is simply unbelievable. Sevilla will undoubtedly prove the doubters wrong in the next match. As long as Su Yuqing takes to the pitch, victory is assured. Villarreal is indeed a formidable team, but let us not forget that Sevilla holds a higher ranking. Just wait and see. Sevilla will silence the song of the stadium, and our forwards will score at least 3 goals in the match. It will not be too late for the media to mock Sevilla once they have lost. Soon after, Villarreal fans joined the fierce debate. Sevilla's performance in the first 13 rounds has indeed been impressive, yet aside from Barcelona, they have not faced particularly strong opponents. In the upcoming match, Villarreal will act decisively to instill despair in Sevilla's players. While Sevilla should have little trouble avoiding relegation, contending for the La Liga title, that depends on Villarreal's willingness. Villarreal will surely deliver a consecutive defeat to Sevilla. The stadium will be the grave of Sevilla. Chapter 99, Outdated Tactics? Manzano smiles. During the pre-match press conference, Villarreal's coach Juan Garrido exuded confidence regarding the impending heavyweight clash in La Liga. He even made bold claims. Manzano has coached many teams in La Liga. But truth be told, most of them were relegation candidates, and from what I know, Sevilla's tactical approach this season still primarily relies on wing crosses and long balls. Following Garrido's remarks, a smile crossed his face. He scoffed, declaring, Manzano's tactics are antiquated, remnants of last season. Nowadays, teams in La Liga emphasize possession and short passes, rendering Manzano's strategies obsolete. Despite their commendable performance in the initial 13 rounds, the nature of their play has been rather unsightly. Characterized by incessantly lofting crosses and relying on a dual striker tactic to contest aerial duels. This approach is emblematic of an English style rather than one befitting Spain. When Juan Galindo concluded with a statement, asserting that during the match, he was confident that the players from Villarreal would employ cutting-edge tactics to outmaneuver Sevilla, he proclaimed, "We shall secure victory tomorrow, that is certain." Following the coach's remarks, inquisitive Spanish journalists eagerly raised their hands to pose questions. However, Coach Galindo, do not forget that Manzano's team has previously triumphed over Guardiola's Barcelona. It is well known that Barcelona's possession-based prowess is currently unrivaled in the world. What is your take on this? The journalist's inquiry was indeed incisive. Yet, Galindo remained remarkably composed, responding leisurely, "I watched that match. Sevilla's victory over Barcelona was largely a matter of fortune. When the two teams meet again, I firmly believe that victory will belong to Barcelona." The journalist pressed on, asking, "What position do you anticipate Sevilla will finish in this season? Can they contend for the championship?" Galindo yawned, his gaze relaxed as he replied, "I am the coach of Villarreal, and I wish to focus solely on my own team. As for where Sevilla may rank, that is a question for Manzano. However, I am confident that by the season's end, Sevilla will find themselves behind us." Galindo answered with conviction. 10 minutes later, Sevilla's coach Manzano arrived at the press conference. By this time, Galindo had already taken his leave. Thus, the journalists, eager for drama, relayed Galindo's recent jibes at Manzano to the Sevilla manager. Manzano, however, did not display any anger. With a stoic expression, he responded, "Tactics in football must be diverse." Indeed, since Spain's triumph in the 2010 World Cup, the trend in modern football appears to favor possession. Yet, such tactics are not suitable for every team. If your roster boasts numerous talented stars like Iniesta, David Silva, or Xavi, then you may naturally play possession-based football. However, if your team is merely striving for survival, or if your players are all towering above 185 meters, then employing possession tactics would be akin to self-sabotage. Should your club possess ample funds to acquire any desired player, you could indeed play possession football. Clearly, Sevilla does not have such financial clout. We are not a club of extravagant means. Therefore, my responsibility is to devise the most adept and reasonable formation based on the players at my disposal. Tomorrow, we shall defeat them using the tactics of the past. As articulated by Juan Galindo. The following day, December 1st, the epic clash between Villarreal and Sevilla is set to commence at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the Song of Songs Stadium. By 2 o'clock, the Villarreal supporters had already begun to fill the stands. This modest stadium accommodates only 22,000 spectators. Despite its limited capacity, the proximity of the stands to the pitch ensures that the atmosphere remains electric, undeterred by the number of fans present. Intriguingly, the Song of Songs Stadium lies a mere 5 kilometers from the Mediterranean, allowing seagulls to frequently grace the skies above as they soar towards the sea. Playing here is indeed quite delightful. On the away supporters' side, the Sevilla fans have also taken their places. Villarreal has made 2,000 away tickets available, a number that clearly falls short of the Sevilla fans' fervent enthusiasm for the match. Consequently, many Sevilla supporters have resorted to climbing the surrounding trees for a better view. A sight both amusing and spirited. Charge. Let us obliterate Villarreal. Juan Carlos Garrido is simply courting disaster. Who does he think he is to comment on Sevilla? One might mistakenly believe Villarreal is at the top of La Liga, yet they merely rank fourth and act so arrogantly? Come on. Show these oblivious Villarreal fans your true prowess. As soon as the 2,000 Sevilla away supporters settled in, they could not contain their disdain for Villarreal's head coach. Unable to tolerate Garrido's remarks about Sevilla, the fans were determined to retaliate in their own way. In the dressing room, the Sevilla players were fully prepared. Prior to this moment, they had already heard of their opponent's boastful statements. Thus, as they prepared to take the field, each player wore a determined expression, eager to prove themselves in the match. In stark contrast to this youthful fervor, the team's coach, Manzano, remained remarkably composed. His face bore no signs of emotional fluctuation, maintaining his usual demeanor. As a stalwart figure in La Liga, perhaps Manzano has long since grown accustomed to criticism from rivals and scorn from the media. His mindset remained serene. Glancing at his watch, Manzano noted that there were still 10 minutes until kickoff. He slowly lifted his gaze to the players in the dressing room. The match is about to begin, and there is only one thing I wish to convey. Remember the sting of our previous defeat to Getafe. Tonight is our opportunity for redemption. We must demonstrate our worth to those who underestimate Sevilla, as well as to their head coach. Give your utmost performance, and we shall emerge victorious today. Let us conquer the Song of Songs Stadium together. Upon concluding his speech, the dressing room erupted with the sounds of players encouraging one another. The grand battle is about to commence. Chapter 100, the 14th round of La Liga's monumental clash, is underway. Beep. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the two head coaches extended their right hands for a handshake from their respective benches. Good luck. Juan Galindo smiled at Manzano, though the smile bore a hint of disdain. You too, Manzano replied curtly, turning away without a backward glance as he returned to the away team's bench, leaving the Villarreal coach feeling somewhat embarrassed. Humph, old man. Just wait. You shall face a crushing defeat tonight, Juan Galindo muttered softly to himself before taking his place on the home team's bench. Boom. In the opening phase, Sevilla seized a prime opportunity for attack. In the 5th minute, Rakitić's long pass successfully directed the ball into the penalty area. Sevilla's towering forward, Cano, had his shot blocked by a defender's body. Stay focused. Do not allow Sevilla's midfielders to pass the ball into the area. Juan Galindo shouted vehemently to the Villarreal players from the sidelines. Mere seconds later, another Sevilla midfielder, Romeric, gained control of the ball. Boom. Another long pass. The Villarreal players were a beat too slow, allowing Romeric to loft the ball into the penalty area. This time, Romeric opted to pass to Suyuching. In front of the goal, Suyuching positioned himself against Villarreal's central defender, Musacchio. As the ball soared toward him, he leapt into the air, executing a powerful header that sent the ball hurtling towards the net. The young Diego Lopez, lacking in experience, hesitated to rush out and instead chose to remain on the goal line, waiting for Suyuching's header. Wuxi underestimated Suyuching's heading prowess. The ball, propelled like a bullet, found its way into the net in an instant. Diego Lopez was unable to react in time to make a save. As Suyuching's header breached Villarreal's goal, the Sevilla fans in the away stands erupted into a frenzy, their ecstatic shouts reverberating throughout the Estadio del Canta. Outside the stadium, hundreds of Sevilla supporters, deprived of tickets, awaited eagerly, listening to the jubilant cheers. Did we score? It seems to be the cries of our Sevilla fans. Yes. Someone is singing our team song. Ah, who scored that goal? A few Sevilla fans perched in a tree quickly responded, it was Sue. Once again, it was Su Yuching. Romeric assisted Su Yuching's goal. We lead Villarreal 1-0. In an instant, the fans outside the stadium joined the rhythm of those inside, cheering in unison and reveling in the exquisite moment of the goal. Who dares to stand in our way? Only our general Su Yuanqing. He has scored again. This marks the 13th goal for Su Yuanqing in La Liga. His form is absolutely scorching. Across all competitions, he has already propelled Sevilla to net 23 goals. This scoring efficiency undoubtedly makes him the finest striker in Sevilla's history. Last season, Su Yuanqing was merely an obscure substitute. And now he stands atop the La Liga scoring chart. He is Sevilla's prolific marksman. Within the Huaxia studio, commentator Jean Jun, with his gravelly voice, began to extol Su Yuanqing's performance. Indeed, Su Yuanqing has been exceptional this season. Given time, he will undoubtedly become one of Europe's premier scorers. Zhang Lu also praised Su Yuanqing, exclaiming, "Wow, scoring so swiftly." Su Yuanqing's form continues to improve. Sevilla has truly struck gold. Another goal from Su Yuanqing. The Sevilla with Su Yuanqing is an entirely different team compared to the Sevilla without him. Reflecting on it now, had Su Yuanqing participated in the previous match against Getafe, Sevilla might not have faced defeat. It is evident that whenever Su Yuanqing is on the pitch, Sevilla is bound to score. The rhythm of goals must not cease. I heard that Villarreal's coach had taunted Sevilla before the match, insisting they play to the utmost. The comments section was nearly inundated with praises for Su Yuanqing. In this match, the number of viewers in the Dongxiu live broadcast room reached 3 million. If all goes as expected, nearly 80% of these viewers tuned in specifically to watch Su Yuanqing, and they paid for the privilege. Thus, when Su Yuanqing scored a spectacular goal, these fans were certain to flood the comments with accolades for him. At the Qingsong Stadium, upon scoring, Su Yuanqing immediately dashed towards the advertising boards behind the goal, raising his arms in celebration alongside the Sevilla fans before him. The midfielder Romeric, who provided the assist, was the first teammate to rush to Su Yuanqing. Upon seeing Romeric approach, Su Yuanqing embraced him warmly. "Let us keep pushing. We must secure victory in true Sevilla fashion." Romeric's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Su Yuanqing nodded in resolute agreement, responding, "Absolutely. We will achieve victory." On the benches of both teams, the emotions of the two coaches shifted dramatically at that moment. Manzano offered applause to the newly minted goal scorer, Su Yuanqing, with satisfaction. Villarreal's coach, Juan Garrido, kicked a bucket in frustration after conceding a goal so early in the match. This was simply intolerable for him. Why? He bellowed at his assistant, demanding to know why no one had interfered with Romeric. "How many times have I said it? Do not allow Sevilla's players to easily launch high balls. This is infuriating. Our players are utterly lost on the field. Damn Romeric. Damn Su." Garrido could only vent his ire towards Sevilla's attacking players. Never anticipating that his team would find themselves in such a predicament, he understood that once Sevilla took the lead, they would undoubtedly shift their focus to defense, making it increasingly difficult for Villarreal to mount an effective attack. Garrido's predictions proved accurate. Upon the restart, the already leading Sevilla players indeed set up a formidable defensive wall. Tall forward Su Yuanqing and Canute joined the defensive ranks, creating a compact formation that made it challenging for Villarreal to penetrate their defensive line through passing. Chapter 101. Rossi tricks Sevilla's goalkeeper and scores. In the blink of an eye, the match had reached injury time in the first half. Bang! Riquelme executed a sliding tackle, successfully diverting a Villarreal player's pass out of bounds. This was a crucial defensive play. Had Riquelme not intervened, Villarreal forward Rossi would have had a clear shot on goal. The Sevilla fans in the away stand at the Song of Songs stadium erupted in fervent cheers. A pivotal tackle. Well done, Ivan Riquelme. In fact, apart from Su Yuanqing, Riquelme had also been outstanding this season. Indeed, Ivan Riquelme was the perfect partner for Su Yuanqing. Beyond providing assists, Riquelme's defensive skills and stamina were indispensable to Sevilla. After clearing the ball out of bounds, Captain Navas promptly approached Riquelme, offering a high five of encouragement. As a midfielder, Riquelme did not receive the same level of attention as Su Yuanqing. He operated quietly on the field. Yet, it was Riquelme's tireless running and battling that enabled the team to convert Su Yuanqing's lead into victory. Beep. A corner kick. The referee pointed towards the corner flag. In the dying moments of the first half, Villarreal earned a corner opportunity. Coach Garrido instructed his defenders to join the offensive effort. Eusakio, Catala, and Gel Elpez, all standing over 183 meters tall, prepared for the set piece. The additional time has elapsed, marking what appears to be Villarreal's final offensive opportunity in the first half. The towering defenders have ventured into the attacking zone, seemingly poised to partake in the team's corner kick. Sevilla's players must exercise caution. Conceding a goal at this juncture would be perilous. Within the corner arc, the player clad in Villarreal's number 10 jersey, Connie, swiftly executed the corner kick. The ball landed on the right side of the penalty area. The player Senna, who was supposed to be marked by Rakiti, cleverly eluded his grasp with a well-timed run. Subsequently, Senna leaped with determination. Just as he was about to head the ball, Su Yuanqing unexpectedly collided with him from the side. This impact caused Senna to lose his balance. He failed to make contact with the ball, and Connie's delivery sailed out of bounds. The referee promptly signaled the end of the first half. Rakiti, panting, approached Su Yuanqing, expressing his gratitude. "Su, I owe you one. Otherwise, Senna would have undoubtedly secured the first touch." Rakiti's eyes were filled with apprehension. "Rest assured, with me around, I will never allow him the opportunity to head the ball," Su Yuanqing replied, patting his chest. "But can you manage? You must have run 6 kilometers in the first half. Is your body able to withstand it?" As a close friend of Rakiti, Su Yuanqing felt a twinge of concern for him. Rakiti waved his hand dismissively, responding confidently, "This is my duty. Among the midfielders, I am the youngest. I must take on the dirty work." Su Yuanqing chuckled. "Then give it your all. Aim to develop iron lungs, the kind that never tires. With that, you could even participate in a marathon." Upon hearing this, Rakiti let out a resigned laugh. "If only I could score like you. I would have to endure this toil. Lacking talent, I must rely on my stamina." Though Rakiti jested, Su Yuanqing could sense his frustration. He placed his right hand on Rakiti's shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Ivan, you might want to practice long-range shots. I believe you could conquer defenses just as I do." "I'll give it a try." After a brief respite and adjustment, the second half commenced promptly. As the trailing side, Villarreal launched an aggressive offensive strategy at the onset of the half. It seemed they were determined to attack relentlessly. The previously subdued young midfielder, Cazorla, began to exert his influence, showcasing his formidable dribbling skills and wreaking havoc on Sevilla's midfield. To counter Cazorla's advances, Rakiti received a yellow card. Each of Villarreal's assaults posed a significant threat to Sevilla's goal. Once again, the player donned in the number 8 jersey, Cazorla, received the ball. Having just forced a foul from Rakiti, the Croatian was cautioned with a yellow card. This time, Cazorla surged forward once more, executing a dazzling nutmeg. Given his recent booking, Rakiti was understandably hesitant to commit a foul. Cazorla deftly maneuvered past him with ease. Was he to shoot? A precise through ball. Rossi. In the studio, Jean-June leapt to his feet in excitement. Within the confines of the Estadio de la Ceramica, the young Cazorla, through a series of impressive dribbles, successfully penetrated Sevilla's central defense. Subsequently, his perfectly weighted pass found Rossi within the penalty area. The execution of Cazorla's pass was nothing short of impeccable, in both power and speed. Furthermore, Rossi was onside. The ball swiftly navigated past several Sevilla defenders before arriving at Rossi's feet. Rossi lifted his left foot, poised to take a shot. The Sevilla goalkeeper, Palop, made a crucial advance, positioning himself in front of the Italian forward just as Rossi prepared to strike. Unfazed, Rossi executed a shooting motion, while Palop dove swiftly to the ground, extending his arms to increase his coverage. However, Palop failed to intercept the ball. For Rossi did not actually shoot. Instead, he had merely feigned a strike, deftly bringing the ball from his left foot to his right. As Palop committed to the save, Rossi calmly completed a shot with his right foot. Bang! With a precise push, Rossi sent the ball into the unguarded net. The Italian prodigy, with his exquisite footwork, had outwitted the Sevilla goalkeeper. With Palop already committed, the Sevilla goal remained unattended, allowing the ball to nestle into the back of the net. It was now the turn of the home fans of Villarreal, the Yellow Submarine, to erupt in jubilation. The fervent and raucous cheers filled the Estadio de la Ceramica once more. As the architect of the goal, Rossi celebrated with a graceful slide knee on his home turf. Before long, numerous Villarreal players piled onto Rossi, reveling in their ecstatic celebration.